The Shen family welcomed a diminutive 3-year-old ancestor, one of considerable lineage. However, it appears her intellect is somewhat questionable, which family carries around a toddler still clutching a baby bottle while casually discussing fortune-telling. Yet, as time unfolded, it became evident that the true folly lay with them. The circles of society reveled in the Shen family's misfortune, for those arrogant youths were compelled to address her as great aunt, a title no one relished bestowing upon a mere 3-year-old. However, their laughter soon faded, as their secrets were deftly uncovered by this little ancestor. Who could fathom it? Other metaphysical experts enjoyed the thrill of dramatic face-slapping narratives. This metaphysical prodigy astonishingly employed small animals and ethereal beings to indulge in the gossip. The Zhao family had cursed the Shens, nearly leading them to a fatal accident. Within mere days, various scandals involving the Zhao family were unearthed, and due to their salacious nature, they faced severe repercussions. The Wang family had pilfered the Shen family's fortunes. The fiercely protective little ancestor personally led the Shen family in exposing the Wang family's hidden truths. What? The Wang family's eldest son is not the biological offspring of old Lady Wang, and the child was secretly swapped by her husband? Furthermore, the Wang family's grandson is also not legitimate. Their son was cuckolded while raising another family's child. As a member of the audience witnessing this spectacle, thrilling. Little ancestor, count me in for the gossip. Chapter 1. I am your great-aunt. Where is everyone? In the airport, a youth with flamboyant red hair impatiently shouted at his phone. Unfazed by whatever was said on the other end, he abruptly hung up. Shen Mai silently mused, "Let me wait another minute. If no one arrives, I shall fetch the old man myself." With a scowl on his face, he suddenly felt something tugging at his clothing. Glancing down, he exclaimed, "What little brat is this? Be off." Standing beside Shen Mai was a small girl clad in a gray robe, her black hair styled into a bun, appearing to be around 3 years old, with a cherubic face that resembled a doll. A baby bottle dangled from her neck, and a small backpack was slung over her shoulder, rendering her utterly adorable. Faced with such a child, even the irritable Shen Mai's tone softened slightly, but only just. Had it been anyone else, Shen Mai would have already dismissed them with a curt command. His patience with the child was wearing thin. "Are you Shen Mai?" the little one inquired in a sweet, innocent voice. Shen Mai looked down, scrutinizing her carefully. He could not recall ever having encountered this little creature. Though he was not one to remember faces, such a distinctive child would surely leave an impression. "Who are you, little brat?" Shen Jin puffed her cheeks in displeasure and shook the baby bottle in her hand. "I am your great-aunt Shen Jin." Shen Mai scoffed disdainfully, inserting a cigarette into his mouth and placing his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of arrogance. "My great-aunt? Such ambition for a wee one. If you truly are my great-aunt, then I must be your great-grandfather." Shen Jin. She pursed her lips and huffed a couple of times, carefully stowing the baby bottle away before rummaging through her backpack to produce a letter for him. Shen Mai raised an eyebrow. "What's this about?" Shen Jin, being quite diminutive, was shorter than Shen Mai's legs, and she strained on her tiptoes to hand him the letter. "A letter? You'll understand once you read it." Shen Mai clicked his tongue and took the letter, feeling no apprehension towards the small child. After all, could a grown man truly be outsmarted by a toddler? What era is this that there are still handwritten letters? After a cursory glance, he straightened his posture, his expression shifting from nonchalance to astonishment. Gazing at the contents of a letter and then at the petite child before him, disbelief filled his eyes, quickly followed by a darkening expression. You truly are my great-aunt? A great-aunt still in need of weaning." The little one nodded, clutching her milk bottle and taking a hearty sip, deliberately adopting a very childish expression with a serious tone. "Nephew, you were quite impolite just now. My great-grandfather has long since passed away." Perhaps due to her tender age, her speech was somewhat slow, with numerous pauses, yet her clarity was remarkable, far exceeding the expressive capabilities one would expect from a mere 3-year-old. However, Shen Mai was unfamiliar with how a 3-year-old typically spoke, so he was not particularly astonished. It was merely that he had rendered her speechless. Who would understand? Encountering a little tyke who hadn't even weaned yet proclaiming herself as my aunt, one would never have anticipated it to be true. This revelation struck Shen Mai so hard that he felt an urge to reprimand his own father. He hadn't been informed that this aunt generation was embodied by a mere child. This was utterly disillusioning. Moreover, this contains milk, along with my medicine. What's wrong with the milk bottle? One should not underestimate the convenience of a milk bottle. Shen Mai refrained from debating this with her and glanced around. "Is it just you?" Shen Jin nodded affirmatively. Shenmai felt a surge of frustration. Wasn't it said that someone from their hometown would escort her? Who was so reckless as to allow a child to fly alone? With a dark expression, the young man led Shinjin away from the airport, but upon passing a confectionery shop, she halted, her dark eyes glued to the exquisite pastries. Little one, where are your parents? Shinjin blinked and confidently replied, I have no parents. If one were to consider it, she was the parent. I see. The young shop assistant glanced around, concluding that the little girl must have gotten lost, and thus offered her a piece of fragrant milk bread. Did you get separated from your parents? You must be hungry. Go ahead and eat while we wait, all right? Shinjin obediently nodded, taking a small bite of the bread, her eyes instantly brightening. So delicious, so soft. How adorable. Chen Xiaoan screamed internally, nearly melting at the sight of this cherubic child, as if she were a celestial being descended to earth. Thank you. Shinjin looked at her and sweetly expressed her gratitude, then began rummaging in her small bag, eventually producing a folded yellow talisman shaped like a triangle to hand to her. This is for you. Chen Xiaoan appeared bewildered. Why would a meeting gift include this? How peculiar. Just as she was about to inquire, Shenmai approached, his expression dark as storm clouds. What are you doing? Why didn't you follow me? He had been walking ahead when he realized it was too quiet and turned to discover that the person he had just picked up had vanished. After searching for a while, he finally spotted Shinjin at the entrance of the pastry shop, chatting and laughing with a stranger. This little fool would probably help count the money if she were sold. Shinjin huffed, turning her little head away from him. Shameless, walking so fast that a child has to chase after you. She even waved one of her short little legs in front of Shenmai. With such short legs, I can hardly keep up. Shenmai glanced down at her chubby little legs and felt a twinge of guilt. He had never taken care of a child, too preoccupied with moving forward. Shinjin continued chattering. Bad nephew. Disrespectful to the elderly and unkind to the young. Almost made me get lost. She proudly claimed both the elder and younger roles. After all, her generation was superior. Shenmai. Why is this little brat so loquacious? Even food can't silence her. Are you full now, or do you want to keep going? He feigned a fierce and impatient demeanor to interrupt her incessant chatter. Casting a glance at the bread in her hand with disdain, he turned to Chen Xiaoan and said, Please pack that Black Forest cake for me. Chen Xiaoan quickly tucked the talisman into her pocket. Certainly, just a moment. Let's go. Holding the packed cake, Shenmai lifted his chin slightly. Shinjin decided to let bygones be bygones, and not to hold a grudge against this nephew. It was certainly not because of the cake in his hand. Before leaving, Shinjin advised Chen Xiaoan, when you head home, if you encounter any trouble, don't get involved. Otherwise, there will be bloodshed. Oh dear, speaking with this body is exhausting. Both Chen Xiaoan and Shenmai were left perplexed by her words. Chapter 2 Shenmai. What a venomous curse. However, Shinjin had no intention of providing any further explanations, merely scurrying along with her short legs beside Shenmai as they departed. This time, Shenmai walked at a much slower pace. Oh, little lady. You can even tell fortunes? Be careful with your fanciful tales, or you might find yourself on the receiving end of a beating, he remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Shinjin, momentarily choking on her bread, tugged at his fingers. Uncle, I want some water. Her milk had already been consumed. The young man immediately bristled. Don't call me uncle. Call me Shenmai. To be referred to as uncle by a child, especially one so young, would surely lead to ridicule from his friends. I want water, she insisted. The old Taoist had stingily provided her with only one bottle of milk, which she had to ration. Shenmai rolled his eyes dramatically, but ultimately resigned himself to escorting her to buy some water. Do you want plain water or yogurt? Shinjin's eyes sparkled. I want yogurt. As they exited the airport, Shenmai fell into a contemplative silence upon seeing the motorcycle they had arrived on. Was this contraption suitable for carrying a child? The answer, of course, was no, and Shenmai had no desire to find himself apprehended in such a manner. With a sour expression, he opted for a taxi instead. Seated in the vehicle, Shinjin opened the rear window, clutching her yogurt, her dark, curious eyes keenly observing the modern cityscape. She was not of this era. To be precise, her soul did not belong to this time. Once a prominent figure on the Wuheng continent, poised for ascension, she had been struck down by a heavenly tribulation due to her singular focus on cultivation and exceptional talent, resulting in her untimely demise. When she next opened her eyes, she found herself in this world, inhabiting the body of a newborn infant. However, the infant's body could not withstand her soul's power, leading to the sealing of a portion of her main soul and causing her to appear somewhat foolish at birth. To complicate matters, her mother, already afflicted with cancer, passed away shortly after giving birth, leaving her unaware of her father's identity. Ultimately, she was sent to a small Taoist temple atop a mountain in Xinjia village, where her grandfather, the sole master of the temple, raised her. This eccentric old man insisted she call him master rather than grandfather. Now of school age in this world, she was sent here as the old Taoist was far too impoverished to provide for her education. After 3 years of recuperation, her main soul had gradually regained some strength. Yet full recovery was still a distant prospect. Thus, while her behavior was somewhat more advanced than that of a typical child, she often resembled one in many ways. Nevertheless, this did not hinder her cultivation. Upon returning to the Shen family villa, the vast residence was staffed only by a butler, a cook, and 2 maids responsible for daily cleaning. They were already aware of the impending arrival of esteemed guests and had prepared in advance. "Young master, why didn't you have the driver come to fetch you? And where is that young lady?" The butler noticed only Shen Jin accompanying the young master. Not the esteemed guest they had expected. Oh my, how adorable. Much cuter than the young masters when they were children. Shen Mai cast a displeased glance at Shen Jin, though he was loath to admit it. "Butler, this generational gap is rather absurd. Does that not mean the head of the family must refer to this little one as aunt?" "Hello," Shen Jin greeted in a sweet, soft voice, her chubby cheeks adding to her charm, resembling a beautiful ragdoll kitten just a month old.
"Good day.
Lunch and your room are ready. Would you like to dine now, young master?" Despite his surprise, the butler maintained his professionalism, responding with a warm smile. Upon hearing the mention of food, Shen Jin's eyes lit up. Although she had enjoyed the cake Shen Mai had purchased during their taxi ride, she felt capable of consuming much more. With a skip in her step, she eagerly followed him inside. However, as they passed one of the maids, she paused. Looking up at the woman, "Hello, Mississippi. I am the driver for the Shen family," the driver greeted, flashing a hearty smile. Shen Jin blinked and nodded, foregoing further conversation to head straight for the dining room. The Shen family maintained a commendable dining etiquette, with meals prepared in moderation for 2, avoiding the extravagance of a fully laden table. Gazing at the array of fragrant and delectable dishes, Shen Jin could no longer contain her youthful excitement. Her delicate face nearly quivered with anticipation as drool threatened to spill. "How undignified," Shen Mai muttered, but she paid him no mind when faced with culinary delights. All else was secondary. As they dined, the atmosphere at the table was tranquil. Shen Jin savored every dish, relishing them all. The food was simply exquisite. In her previous life, she had suffered due to her master brother's misguided advice, consuming only spirit herbs and missing out on so much. Shen Mai watched in astonishment as she devoured a chicken leg, a generous portion of vegetables, half a fish, and several meatballs. His gaze involuntarily drifted to her little belly, pondering how such a small person could consume so much. More remarkably, after finishing, she clutched her milk bottle and requested the nanny to refill it. Feeling satiated, Shen Jin burped contentedly. "Shall we go for a walk to aid digestion, uncle?" "I don't want to go." "Who told you to eat so much?" "You deserve it," he retorted. A post-meal stroll is beneficial for one's health. Sitting motionless can lead to a misshaped backside. Shen Mai, what a venomous curse. In the end, he reluctantly followed Shen Jin on her leisurely promenade around the villa, the pace dictated primarily by her short legs. "That driver. How long has he worked for the Shen family?" "For years." "Why do you ask?" Shen Jin patted her little belly and, in a sweet voice, let slip a bombshell. "You should investigate him. I sense a karmic connection between him and your family. If not handled properly, someone in the Shen family may face disaster." "Shen Mai, how is it that you, at such a tender age, have taken up the mantle of a fortune teller? Where did you live before?" Though the events from the car ride had indeed been peculiar, Shen Mai was skeptical of such mystical notions. Shen Jin gazed intently at him, with her dark eyes. "If you do not believe me, then look into it yourself. Investigate that driver and his family. They will incur a significant debt within the next fortnight." These insights had come to her from observing the driver's features. She spoke to Shen Mai only because of their connection to the Shen family. Though this uncle was somewhat disrespectful towards elders, he was not a bad person. Moreover, as she would be residing in the Shen household, assisting them was only fitting. Shen Mai nodded dismissively. Understood. Seeing that he had not taken her words to heart, Shen Jin puffed up her cheeks in annoyance. "If you doubt my words, investigate for yourself. I've already given you a warning." Chapter 3. Grateful to the little deity for saving my life. Noticing her seriousness, Shen frowned. I will have someone look into it. After speaking, he found it somewhat absurd that he had genuinely been intimidated by this little brat. Was it truly possible for a mere 3-year-old to articulate so clearly and extensively? After finishing work, Chen Xiaoan, like any other day, headed home. However, upon reaching a residential alley, she suddenly noticed a large crowd gathered amidst the distant sounds of commotion. Driven by her innate curiosity, Chen Xiaoan instinctively felt compelled to approach the scene, for the throng was considerable. Yet halfway there, she recalled the words of the little girl from the airport. If you encounter conflict on your way home, do not get involved, lest you attract calamity. Her steps faltered as she deliberated whether to proceed. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed from the crowd. A murder! Chaos erupted instantly, and Chen Xiaoan found herself jostled by the dispersing crowd. Before she could regain her footing, she felt a vice-like grip on her arm and heard ragged, painful breaths nearby. Just as she steadied herself, she noticed a man, his expression twisted with rage and his eyes bloodshot, advancing towards her brandishing a bloodied knife. In that terrifying instant, her mind went blank. Yet, as the blade drew near, no one observed the fleeting glimmer of golden light emanating from her, which miraculously deflected the man's weapon. Seizing the opportunity, a few robust men rushed forward to subdue the deranged assailant. Saved at last, Chen Xiaoan's legs buckled beneath her, and she collapsed onto the ground. Overwhelmed with panic and dread, she had narrowly escaped death. It wasn't until she arrived at the police station, where a kind officer helped soothe her frayed nerves, that she began to regain her composure. This incident was a stroke of misfortune. She had merely sought to witness the excitement, unaware that her life was nearly forfeit. It was indeed her bad luck. She had been struck by someone and had no chance to flee, only to be thrust in front of the woman the man truly intended to harm. In a fit of madness, he had lunged at her without a second thought. What a dreadful turn of events. Fortunately, the assailant had not wielded his knife with steadiness. Otherwise, she would have been in grave danger. The officer expressed her astonishment, advising her to avoid such tumultuous situations in the future. Chen Xiaoan nodded vigorously and suddenly remembered something. She hastily retrieved a completely faded talisman from her pocket. Reflecting on the little girl's words and the image of the man lunging with a knife, she felt increasingly certain that it was the girl who had saved her life. However, should she voice this, no one would believe her. Clutching the talisman, she knelt and offered a prayer to the heavens. Thank you, little deity, for saving my life. The nearby officer raised an eyebrow, bemused. Thanking a deity in the police station? Are you provoking something here? While taking her statement, Chen Xiaoan learned the grim details of the incident, which stemmed from a domestic dispute. The man was known for his volatile temper and fondness for alcohol, often erupting in rage at home and even physically assaulting his wife. Unable to endure his abuse, she had sought solace in an extramarital affair. Upon discovering this, the man confronted her, and during their heated argument, he drew a knife and stabbed her. Though the wound was not fatal, the woman instinctively fled, inadvertently dragging Chen Xiaoan into the fray. How tragic! Chen Xiaoan lamented, cursing herself for not heeding the little girl's warning and leaving the dangerous area sooner. After departing the police station, still shaken, she recounted the entire ordeal, including the little girl's warning and the talisman, to her best friend. You've encountered someone extraordinary, her friend exclaimed. Unfortunately, Chen Xiaoan had no means of contacting the little girl, otherwise, she would have eagerly expressed her gratitude in person. As night descended, Shen Jin, seated cross-legged on her bed, suddenly sensed a faint surge of benevolence and merit flowing towards her, causing a slight increase in her cultivation. Previously stagnant at the second level of qi training, she felt a hint of breakthrough on the horizon. Counting on her fingers, she realized it was the girl from the airport who had offered her bread. It seemed she had narrowly escaped that peril. The following morning, with a bun in her mouth, Shen Jin hurried to knock on Shen Mai's door. What is it? He grumbled, still weary from a late night, looking down at the little one with a scowl. Can I bring my pet to stay at the Shen residence? Undeterred by his demeanor, Shen Jin inquired, her lovely face tilted up with innocence. What kind of pet? A cat, about the size of my hand. It's currently with my master. If possible, could you ask him to bring it over? Though Shen Mai preferred dogs, he had no objection to other pets, as long as they didn't disturb him. Immediately, Shen Jin beamed at him, her eyes brimming with affection. Thank you. Should you inform your father? I don't know how to reach him. Understood. You don't have a phone, right? I'll ask the butler to get you one. This little girl, being from the mountains, was understandable in her lack of a phone, but it was wise to have one for future convenience. I can't accept your generosity without giving something in return. Shen Jin produced a triangular yellow talisman, which was different from the one she had given Qin Xiaoan, as it was tied with a red string, suitable for wearing around the neck or wrist. Both the red string and yellow talisman were vibrant in color and appeared quite new. With a hint of disdain, Shenmai accepted it. What is this? Have you developed a superstition? Are you aware that there's a crackdown on feudal superstitions nowadays? Shen Jin puffed her cheeks, glaring at him. This is a talisman for safety. Don't return it to me. Before she could snatch it back, Shenmai raised it high. You don't take back gifts. Little lady. With a huff, Shen Jin turned and dashed downstairs. She still had dumplings to finish. Returning to his room, Shenmai initially planned to toss the talisman onto his bedside table, but after a moment's hesitation, he decided to wear it around his neck. A talisman for safety. He recalled a good friend who also wore one, claiming his mother had traveled to a large temple to obtain it for him. When asked about it, he had feigned annoyance, but the joy was evident on his face. Chapter 4. Shen Jin. Having taken leave to pick someone up. He needed to return to school that afternoon. On the way, Shenmai wound the red string of the talisman around his wrist several times. The small triangular talisman was neatly shaped, vibrant in color, and added a touch of uniqueness to his wrist. As I approached the school, the sight of the driver, Shenmai, suddenly reminded me of Shen Jin's words from yesterday. Uncle Lu, you seem a bit unwell these past few days. Has something happened at home? The driver, caught off guard by such a question while driving, tightened his grip on the steering wheel, a forced smile creeping onto his face. And no, perhaps I've just been lacking sleep recently. Young master, we've arrived at the school. Shenmai responded with a nod. Then you may head back. He refrained from pursuing the matter any further. Watching the driver depart, the previously nonchalant expression on Shenmai's face deepened into a contemplative frown. Though he tended to be somewhat careless, it did not imply a lack of intelligence. No member of the Shen family could be deemed foolish. The driver's unusual tone upon being questioned raised his suspicions. Had it not been for Shen Jin's warning, he would have dismissed it. But now, the situation felt increasingly off. Clearly, it was time to investigate the driver's home circumstances. At the Shen residence, after spending 2 days familiarizing herself with the surroundings, Shen Jin felt the urge to venture out. The butler, concerned for her safety, insisted on sending a bodyguard along, but she firmly declined. Rest assured, I will merely be exploring the vicinity, she asserted with a serious countenance. However, the butler remained unconvinced and insisted on accompanying her. In a swift motion, she dashed away, disliking the idea of being followed. I shall return early, she called out. The butler exclaimed in exasperation, Miss, please slow down. In truth, she did not wander far. The area was a luxurious enclave of opulent villas, and her curiosity merely compelled her to explore. As for venturing beyond, without any money on her, she decided against it. What's wrong with you? Can't you even leash your dog when taking it out? What if it bites a child? The sounds of a heated argument reached her ears as she walked in that direction. As she drew nearer, the shouting intensified. Shen Jin soon discerned the situation. An elderly man was strolling in the park with his grandson, while a well-dressed, middle-aged woman was out walking her dog. However, the woman had failed to secure her dog with a leash. The imposing canine, barking ferociously, charged towards the grandfather and grandson, causing the child to cry in fear. Children these days are so sensitive, my Emily wouldn't he bite. I suspect you're merely trying to provoke us, the woman retorted. Her lack of remorse evident as she blamed the elderly duo instead, rolling her eyes dramatically. Shen Jin observed the dog, a large black breed whose demeanor suggested aggression, contradicting the woman's claims. Throughout the argument, the dog was baring its teeth, its body slightly crouched, fixated on the child in the grandfather's arms, a clear sign of predatory intent. Without hesitation, Shen Jin rushed forward. Suddenly, the massive dog lunged at the elderly man. In the face of such peril, the woman did nothing to restrain her dog, instead opting to scream. The elderly man, startled, stepped back, but being of advanced age, he stumbled and fell, instinctively shielding the child with his body. A howl erupted, not from the man, but from the dog. As the elderly man opened his eyes in terror, he saw a young girl standing before him. Although she was not much taller than his waist, she grasped the dog's mouth with both hands. And with a swift twist, she flipped the creature onto its back, slamming it to the ground. Shen released the dog and stood defiantly with her hands on her hips, confronting the elderly man and the child. What do you think you're doing?
Zai.
The woman screeched, her voice sharp as she witnessed her dog being thrown. Before Shen could respond, the aggressive dog charged again. Watch out, the elderly man warned, panic evident in his voice. Shen, undaunted, flashed a row of perfectly aligned teeth, adopting a fierce demeanor. Woof woof woof. The black dog barked ferociously in response. Shen retorted with playful growls, awah. The two engaged in a nonsensical exchange of barks, leaving onlookers perplexed. The elderly man, bemused, wondered how a once tense atmosphere had turned so absurd, perhaps due to the dog's comical vocalizations. In a fit of indignation, Shen brandished a small wooden sword, poking the dog in the eye and delivering a swift kick to its chin. What appeared to be a harmless kick surprisingly sent the dog tumbling over, whimpering as it tucked its tail between its legs.
Ah!
My Emily, do you know how much she's worth? Can you afford to compensate me? The elderly man trembled with rage. At this moment, you still care for your dog? Do you realize it nearly attacked us? Well, it didn't bite us, did it? Even if it had, I could just pay a little, so what's the big deal? If anything happens to Emily, I assure you, this is far from over. Shen raised an eyebrow, taken aback. Was this truly a civilized society governed by laws? It seemed there were still individuals as brazen and despicable as ancient tyrants, treating life with such contempt. Ultimately, while the victims did not think to call the police, Zhao Yi did. While awaiting the authorities, the infuriated Zhao Yi approached Shen, raising her hand to strike her. You little brat, who gave you the right to meddle? Shen deftly dodged, retorting, you unfortunate creature. Your family is the one that's ruined. What did you say? Zhao Yi's face contorted with rage upon hearing Shen curse regarding her family's downfall. You little wretch, your family will be the one to suffer. Though she appeared well-dressed, the foul language spewing from her mouth was enough to disgust even children. The elderly man stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind Shen as he faced Zhao Yi. Lacking the ability to retaliate with harsh words, he was clearly at a disadvantage. Shen raised her hand, and a talisman flew from her grasp, sticking to Zhao Yi's back. As Zhao Yi's voice turned into muffled whimpers, a look of sheer terror spread across her face. The bizarre scene left the woman speechless, and even the elderly man was taken aback. They had not witnessed the talisman's release, intensifying their fear. The elderly man clasped his hands together and began to pray, Oh dear, what sins have you committed? The heavens surely cannot abide this much malice. Though a shiver ran down his spine, he could not deny that the spectacle was rather gratifying. Chapter 5. A master of skills, Zhao Yi continued to emit muffled sounds, clearly flustered, yet it was evident she remained unrepentant, her curses still escaping her lips. When the police finally arrived, Shen pressed her hand to provide her statement, and as the talisman was whisked away by the wind, Zhao Yi regained her voice. Listening to her own voice, Zhao Yi, filled with excitement, hurriedly ran towards the police. There was a ghost. I suddenly couldn't speak just now, and they all saw it. Facing the officer's scrutinizing gazes, Shen wore an innocent expression. What is she saying? She was cursing us just a moment ago. It was so unpleasant that it frightened her. The elderly man nodded in understanding, embracing his grandson while casting an angry glance at Shen. Indeed, officer, this woman has been cursing us incessantly, and with such vile language. In my lifetime, I've never heard so many profanities. Furthermore, she took her enormous dog out without a leash, nearly letting it bite us. You can review the surveillance footage. You're talking nonsense. Zhao Yi pointed at them and began to yell again. Her outburst was so loud that even the police found it intolerable. Madam, please calm down and refrain from using foul language. The officer's tone grew more serious, prompting Zhao Yi to protest. I called the police. Why are you siding with them? That little wretch injured my dog. You must arrest her. The officer replied. Regardless of who made the call, we will handle this impartially. Now, please accompany us to the station to file a report. Why should I? I did nothing wrong. You should arrest them. As the police insisted on taking her away, Zhao Yi resorted to threats. Do you know who my husband is? How dare you arrest me? I can ensure you won't leave this place unscathed.
Oh.
Who is your husband that gives you such audacity? Let's hear it. A voice, laced with a hint of swagger, emerged as a tall, crew-cut young man approached, his features sharp and defined. He strolled over with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of confidence surpassing even Shin Mai. The nearby officers chuckled. Captain Qin. It's you. Qin Jun raised his chin slightly. Come along, dear aunt. If your husband is truly that formidable, let him come and bail you out. With a derisive laugh, he dismissed the woman, clearly not intimidated by her antics. Zhao Yi's face flushed with anger, yet strangely, she refrained from making a scene in front of the young man. Even if you are from the Qin family, you can't arrest people so casually. It was evident she recognized him and held a certain apprehension. Casually? We'll find out once we reach the police station. Upon arriving at the station, the police had already reviewed the community's surveillance footage. Just as the elderly man had stated, it was Zhao Yi who had acted irrationally, walking her dog without a leash and exhibiting a brazen attitude despite nearly causing harm. However, the officers were astonished when they saw Shen Jin swiftly subdue the aggressive dog and kick it away with ease. They questioned whether their eyes were deceiving them and replayed the footage multiple times, but the result remained the same. Goodness! This little girl appears so small yet possesses such formidable skills. Qin Jun raised an eyebrow, and all gazes turned to Shen Jin. Little sister, impressive. Where did you learn that? Remarkable. At such a young age, you managed to send that large dog flying. Some even gave her a thumbs up. Shen Jin sat upright and well-behaved, exuding an air of refined elegance reminiscent of a classical lady, which only made her small stature and serious demeanor even more endearing. I learned it from my master. Hey, you all saw the footage. That little wretch injured my dog. She must compensate me. This is a purebred Rottweiler. Very expensive. I've spent a fortune raising it, and I demand at least $1 million in compensation. At this point, even the police could no longer hold back their disbelief. If they weren't bound by their roles as officers, they would have genuinely wanted to exclaim, "This is utterly shameless." Yet one officer remained unaffected. Qin Jun scoffed. I must say, dear aunt, if you had applied your resources to repairing your own thick skin instead of those defensive measures, it would have been a significant loss for the engineering field. While intelligence varies among people, surely no one is devoid of common sense. Do you truly believe your dog's excrement is made of gold to warrant such treatment? Oh, I misspoke. Your own parents probably never received such lavish care. Are you certain you want to debate whether a dog's life is more valuable than a human's? His sarcastic remarks elicited laughter from those present. Shen Jin widened her eyes, her expression gleaming with curiosity. So one can insult like this? I've learned something new. Although her speech was slow and her tone soft, she lacked the forcefulness. How dare you insult me? Zhao Yi, infuriated, could only muster that retort. Qin Jun feigned surprise. Oh, you can comprehend words? How could this possibly be considered an insult? Compared to you, I'm merely a speck in the galaxy. I wouldn't dare claim to insult you. Those around shifted from outrage to amusement, encouraging her to speak more. Seeing Zhao Yi's face turn pale brought them joy. However, after the laughter, they felt compelled to interject. All right, as police officers, we shouldn't stoop to the level of this dear aunt. Zhao Yi exclaimed, your attempts to placate are futile. Who are you calling aunt? Despite being rebutted, Zhao Yi remained adamant about seeking compensation, especially with her husband on the way, which bolstered her confidence. Zhao Yi's husband belonged to a wealthy family, the Wang family, well established in business. This gave her the audacity to stand firm. Qin Jun crossed his arms. Compensation is not out of the question. But shouldn't you also consider compensating these individuals for their emotional distress? Wang Kong, Zhao Yi's husband, forced a smile, unable to express his anger due to Qin Jun's status. However, being belittled by a younger generation left him displeased. Qin Jun, this is our own matter. It doesn't concern you, so why meddle? Qin Jun flashed a grin, his demeanor playful. Oh, it's nothing. Isn't it the duty of a police officer to intervene in such affairs? I mean, I'm in uniform. I can't just stand by and watch you bully others. Wang Kong hesitated to provoke the Qin family, knowing the Wang family was merely a newly affluent family, not comparable to the Qins. Seeing that Qin Jun was siding with the others, he chose not to pursue the matter further, acknowledging that they were indeed in the wrong. Deep down, they understood, yet their habitual arrogance and unwillingness to concede made them insist on maintaining some semblance of dignity. As her husband was ready to let the matter slide, Zhao Yi grew increasingly agitated. Why should we let this go? Emily was killed. I paid a hefty price for her. She was relentless, but Wang Kong grew impatient. Are you coming or not? If not, you can stay here. With that, he strode away. Zhao Yi shot Shen Jin a vicious glare before reluctantly following him. Chapter 6. I am his great-aunt. Be careful when you return. After all, we live in the same vicinity, and those two do not seem to be of broad-minded disposition. After the police finished their inquiries with Shen Jin and the elderly gentleman, they requested to see identification for registration before allowing them to leave. However, Shen Jin did not possess an ID, nor did she have any relation to the old man. "You are not his granddaughter, are you?" the officer inquired. Shen Jin shook her head. The old man interjected, "This young girl saved both of us, police officer. Can I take her home with me?" "No," the officer firmly replied. "Her guardians must come to collect her. She is far too young." It was perplexing. How could such a small child, with a bottle hanging around her neck, muster the courage to confront a dog of such size? Astonishingly, she had actually emerged victorious in the encounter. After allowing the elderly pair to depart, they began to question Shen Jin about her family's contact information. Shen Jin took a large sip from her bottle, savoring the milk, which was far more delightful than what the old Taoist had purchased for her, though she lamented that it was nearly finished. "I don't know. I just arrived in City A and am currently staying with relatives," she articulated clearly, albeit somewhat slowly, leaving the officers astounded by her coherence. This little one was quite remarkable, not only for her intelligence, but also for her courage in battle. From her words, the police deduced that she could likely articulate her family situation quite well. They then inquired about her relatives. "My surname is Shen, Shen Quan. He has a son named Shen Mai." Suddenly, Shen Jin glanced over to see Qin Zhen, who was sipping tea, choking on his drink. "How is it that you didn't tea choke on your milk?" she mused. "Which family are you referring to?" Shen Jin reiterated in her innocent, childlike voice, tilting her head slightly to look at him. "You know," she stated, not as a question but as a fact. Qin Zhen crouched beside her, scrutinizing her. "By heavens, you truly belong to the Shen family. How was I unaware that there was a lost daughter in the Shen household? Are you Shen Mai's cousin or distant cousin?" Shen Jin shook her head, her soft voice tinged with a lightness. "Shen Mai is my grandnephew. I am his grandaunt." Qin Zhen coughed again, this time more violently. Shen Jin regarded him with suspicion, though he did not appear unwell at all. He seemed robust. How could he be so weak despite his strong appearance? Qin Zhen leaned closer and inquired again, "Are you truly Shen Mai's grandaunt? That would make you Shen Xiao Nan's grandaunt as well." Shen Xiao Nan. She rummaged through her memories of the old Taoist's words and recalled that he was the son from the Shen family who served in the military. His familiarity with the name indicated a close acquaintance, perhaps even a friendship. "Are you Shen Xiao Nan's friend?" Shen Jin asked, still clutching her bottle. Qin Zhen nodded. "We were roommates at military school and quite good friends at that. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so surprised upon learning of your identity." He chuckled at the thought of Shen Xiao Nan having such a young grandaunt. Deciding to escort the little girl home, he said, "Come, I shall take you back to the Shen household." Shen Jin graciously thanked him. It was indeed the best outcome, as the Shen residence was currently empty, and the only relative in City A, Shen Mai, was in class. She did not wish to trouble him. Upon leaving the police station, Shen Jin retrieved a yellow talisman from her bag and handed it to him. "You helped me, so I have a gift for you. This is a talisman for peace. It will ensure your safety." Qin Zhen looked at her in bemusement. "I say, little one, do you not wish to consider where we are standing? Or the uniform I am wearing? Do you truly think this is appropriate? Promoting such items in front of the police, this child had a promising future." Shen Jin pressed the talisman into his hand with a look that conveyed her disbelief at his ignorance. "It is precisely because you are a police officer that I am giving this to you. This talisman is to protect you, truly." Though skeptical of its efficacy, Qin Zhen accepted it, for the sincerity in her words regarding his safety was undeniable. "Very well, I shall keep it. Now let us go. I will fetch the car." Upon delivering Shen Jin back, the family steward was anxiously searching for her. Indeed, the worst had come to pass. Had she delayed any longer, the steward would have resorted to calling the police. "Miss, where have you been? Our people have searched everywhere for you." Clearly, she ought to have had a few bodyguards accompany her. Shen Jin clutched her bottle slightly sheepishly. "I didn't mean to. There was a dog and a person trying to trick me." The steward waved his hand dismissively. "As long as you are back safely, that is what matters." "Young Master Qin, what brings you here?" Only then did he notice Qin Zhen. "This young lady is my grandaunt. She had an incident at the police station, and I brought her back." He briefly recounted the events, and the steward frowned. "Was it the Wang family? I heard they almost bit someone. When the community security tried to intervene, that woman even scolded them away. I can't believe she hasn't learned her lesson." His expression turned disdainful. Some people, having suddenly acquired wealth, became haughty and displayed poor character. often flaunting their possessions. That dog was merely a tool for Zhao Yi's ostentation. Little did she know. There were many truly affluent families in the area, and should her dog cause a commotion, regret would come too late. Moreover, the Wang family could not be compared to the Shen family, and to think they would bully the grandaunt of the Shen clan was utterly ludicrous. He would promptly report this to the head of the household. After sending Qin Jin off with a smile, the steward hurriedly inquired whether Shen Jin had been frightened. Among other things, Shen Jin gazed longingly at the sumptuous spread laid out on the dining table, her mouth nearly watering at the sight, and quickly shook her head.
No.
No, they couldn't bully me. I'm quite formidable. Seeing her in good spirits, the steward refrained from further questioning. He was determined to report the incident.
Meat.
Glorious meat. He would never forsake such delectable food in his lifetime. Aside from Shenmai, who was still attending school, the other members of the Shen family were all engaged in their respective careers and often did not reside in the old family home. They would only gather at the Shen residence for significant occasions. With Shenmai in school, the household felt even more desolate. Shen Jin remained quietly at the Shen residence for a few days. After acquiring a mobile phone, she messaged her master to arrange for Xiaomi to be sent over. The old Taoist agreed, though the paperwork would take a few days to process. On Friday, Shen Jin became restless. She yearned to venture out, as there were many things she wished to purchase, yet she lacked funds. Thus, she decided to borrow a little from Shenmai, planning to repay him later. In fact, Shen Jin had contemplated whether to set up a stall, as she had watched numerous dramas and read many stories in the past few days to better understand this world. The fortune-telling heroines in those tales earned quite a bit. Chapter 7. The wild calligraphy I have penned. It seems that my skill in writing can indeed bring in some income. However, I find myself gazing at my diminutive cousin, Shen Jin, who is sighing while cradling a milk bottle. Who would believe that anyone could be so foolish as to think she is an infant without even holding a baby bottle? The little one sits on a chair, swinging her tiny feet, with one hand grasping the milk bottle and the other adeptly wielding a brush to inscribe a list of her desired purchases upon the paper. Upon closer inspection, it is filled solely with names of traditional Chinese herbs. Once she finishes, she tosses the brush aside. Feeling weary and opting for a nap, she can attend to her cultivation later. There's no need to rush. As the time approaches for Shenmai's school to dismiss, the driver is sent to fetch him, and Shen Jin tags along, for she needs to borrow some money from him. Typically, after school, Shenmai would engage in a game of basketball with several of his close friends, completely neglecting his little cousin at home, and he doesn't hurry back. As he heads towards the court with the ball in hand, he feels an unsettling sense of forgetting something important. Shen, what's wrong? You seem a bit distracted. One of his friends remarks. Furrowing his brow, Shenmai replies, I just have this nagging feeling that I've forgotten something, but I can't quite recall what it is. Then don't dwell on it. Let us go before someone else takes our spot on the court. The lively group of boys immerses themselves in the game, casting aside all other thoughts. Meanwhile, Shen Jin squats at the entrance of Nanjing High School, clutching her milk bottle and waiting for quite a while. She counts over 50 ants that scurry past her, yet Shenmai has yet to appear. Calculating in her mind, she deduces he must still be inside. Puffing her cheeks, she stands up and strides towards the school. After explaining her situation to the gatekeeper, she enters, albeit uncertain of Shenmai's whereabouts. Should I fold a little paper figure to search for him? She ponders. Seeing her standing alone, a kind-hearted girl approaches her, curious about her purpose. Are you looking for someone, little sister? Shen Jin nods, abandoning the idea of the paper figure. After all, such a trifling creation would not be able to hide, and it might frighten someone if discovered. I'm looking for Shenmai. Do you know where he is?
Shenmai.
Is it the same Shenmai you're referring to? Shen Jin is taken aback. How many Shenmais are there at your school? Well, there are quite a few with the same name these days, but I only know one, and he should be playing basketball.
I can take you to see.
Gratefully, Shen Jin thanks her sweetly. At this moment, the petite Shen Jin, with her rosy lips and pearly teeth, appears akin to a finely crafted doll from a painting, delightfully charming. Throughout her journey, she turns heads at every corner. Indeed, even students cannot resist the allure of an adorable child. Though school has ended, the basketball court remains bustling with students, predominantly boys, as basketball is the favored sport among high school lads. The girls are mostly there to admire the handsome players. While not every boy who plays basketball is conventionally attractive, a few certainly possess features that align with their aesthetic preferences. Look at that one. Isn't he the one in the red jersey? He stands out remarkably.
Indeed.
Shenmai not only sports a striking red basketball uniform but also flaunts a flamboyant mane of red hair. Moreover, his height distinguishes him amongst the other boys on the court. Just as Shen Jing glances over, she witnesses him executing a soaring slam dunk, met with a chorus of cheers and applause from the crowd. Ah, there he is. Her cousin has undoubtedly stirred the affections of many young girls with this display. After bidding farewell to the helpful girl, Shen Jing ventures into the throng. As she passes, those nearby feel as though they have been gently nudged aside. Confused expressions abound as students wonder at this sudden shift. Shen Jing successfully navigates to the front, her attire remaining pristine, her hair untouched by the chaos around her. She finds the endeavor of locating her cousin quite exhausting and decides to take a moment to sip her milk and rest. Just as Shenmai prepares to intercept an opposing player, he catches a glimpse of a small figure in his peripheral vision and mutters a curse under his breath. Distracted, he unwittingly receives a basketball squarely in the face.
Ouch.
Shenmai clutches his prominent nose, collapsing onto the ground. Are you alright, Shen? His friends exclaim, concern etched on their faces. Shenmai frowns, the impact leaving his nose aching. A soft, melodious voice pierces through the cacophony of deeper, changing voices. Does it hurt? Shenmai? You're so clumsy. The tall boys turn to see a stunning little girl, resembling a fairy, rushing towards them with a milk bottle in hand. Shenmai, does it hurt? You're being so silly. Shen Jing huffs, retrieving a band-aid from her small bag. Let me see, she demands, and Shenmai instinctively complies, releasing his grip. Leaning in closer, she presses the band-aid onto his nose with a gentle peck. In mere moments, he feels a cool sensation, and the pain seems to lessen. However, tears had formed when the ball struck him, leaving his eyes slightly red and a tad embarrassing. What brings you here? Shenmai asks, his voice low and gravelly. The surrounding boys stare wide-eyed at Shen Jing, curiosity piqued. Who is this little girl? Wait, Shen, do you have a daughter this age? Of course, this was merely jesting. The moment Shenmai shot them a fierce glare, they recoiled. I'm here to find you and borrow some money to buy things, Shen Jing replies, unbothered by their teasing. After all, they are merely a bunch of kids. She certainly wouldn't let them ruffle her feathers. Once Shenmai's nose stops throbbing, he turns to his friends and says, if you want to keep playing, go ahead. I'm leaving for now. Wait, who is she? I didn't know you had a sister. Shenmai picks up his uniform jacket from the ground, tossing it over his shoulder and casually rakes his damp hair back, revealing his handsome features in full view. I never said she was my sister, he retorts, but the truth is, he prefers to keep their relationship vague. It's not that he feels ashamed. He simply cannot bring himself to call this tiny lady his cousin. In the car, Shen Jing promptly produces a shopping list, her little mouth babbling about the items she wishes to purchase. I don't have any money on me right now. Could you lend me some to buy everything on this list? I'll pay you back once I earn some. The little one gazes up at him with hopeful eyes, feeling slightly sheepish as she asks her elder for money. Yet these items are essential for her at the moment. Shenmai takes the list and glances at it. What is this? Your handwriting is atrocious. Shen Jing's cheeks flush with embarrassment. Her writing is typically quite beautiful, but she is still too young to have mastered the brushwork. Seizing back the list, she retorts, that S wild calligraphy. If you can't decipher it, that S a reflection of your own intellect. Absolutely not her fault. Chapter 8. Pretending not to count. Shen Jing, with her tender voice, read aloud from a list filled with traditional Chinese medicinal herbs and some seeds. What are you buying these for?
Shen Jing replied earnestly, I am concocting elixirs.
Shenmai remarked, it's over. This little lady must have grown up in some cult. Shen Jing patted her small chest, assuring him, don't worry, I will repay you. If I don't, there'll be no milk for me. Shenmai glared at her. What elixirs are you concocting? Don't you know that all those emperors who indulged in drugs throughout history met an early demise? How can you, at such a tender age, still engage in feudal superstitions? Shen Jing puffed out her cheeks. Her childless body was slightly irritable, and as soon as she closed her mouth, her cheeks would balloon like soft buns. Do not slander me. I possess a legitimate inheritance. At such a young age, where could you possibly have a legitimate inheritance? You're just foolishly counting money for someone who has deceived you. If you want to lend me, I'll find someone else. If you want to lend, then fine. Humph. If I weren't still a child, I would have gone to the bridge for fortune-telling. She had read in novels that fortune-telling at the bridge could be quite profitable. Observing that the little one was genuinely angry, Shenmai clicked his tongue. Such a small child with a big temper. I can't even speak. Besides, I never said I wouldn't lend you. In the next moment, Shen looked at him with sparkling eyes. You're the best, dear nephew. Her sweet, soft voice was as delightful as honey water, refreshing Shen immensely. Buy if you must. At worst, I'll just keep an eye on things. With Shen Mai's financial support, Shen quickly procured all the herbs she desired. Upon returning home, she happily organized all the medicinal materials. Good night, dear nephew. When bedtime arrived, Shen retreated to her room. While the housekeeper briefed Shen Mai on the events of the day, the more he listened, the darker his expression became. The Wang family, huh? The youth scoffed. He typically didn't concern himself with many matters, but he was protective. Although Shen had only just arrived, let alone the fact that her status in the Shen family was already akin to that of a great-aunt, it was undeniable that, despite their brief acquaintance, she was still a member of the family. Knowing that Shen had been bullied, it would be impossible for him to remain idle. As a high school student, he certainly wouldn't take on the Wang family directly, but ordering some trouble for them and Zhao Yi was certainly within his capabilities. Thus, the Wang family, already experiencing a streak of bad luck, found themselves further beleaguered. The flustered Wang Kong, in a state of panic, was unable to determine who was causing them distress, and in a fit of rage, he ended up spitting blood and was hospitalized. Shen, during another stroll, encountered the elderly duo once more. She raised her chin slightly, speaking with an air of profundity. Didn't I say their family would go bankrupt? The old man expressed his gratitude, showering her with compliments. Bad people receive their comeuppance. Shen thought, feeling quite pleased as she calculated. What's this? The source of the Wang family's bankruptcy is actually because of me.
Oh.
It's not that I caused your bankruptcy, I merely pretended not to count. The heavens cannot place all the blame on her. I'll go buy gifts for my dear nephew. How delightful. However, lacking funds, she resolved to draw more talismans for him. During the weekends, aside from drawing talismans, Shen busied herself with other tasks. She had the housekeeper assist in renovating the balcony of her room, and then, with Shen Mai, she toiled to dig the earth. The small hoe and spade were wielded by her with vigor. Shen Mai had an indescribable expression. Had he lost his mind to be playing in the mud with this little brat? Dear nephew, quickly move this dirt to the balcony. Shen Mai glared at her. What on earth are you fussing about? Why not just dig a patch here instead of insisting on the balcony? Shen insisted on planting her greenery on the balcony, claiming it was more convenient for care. Some plants prefer shade. They cannot be planted here. As she spoke, Shen lifted a large pot of soil, effortlessly raising it to a height surpassing her own, causing Shen Mai's eyelids to twitch. Good grief. Put that down. Fearing she might be crushed, he hurriedly stepped forward to stabilize the soil on the ground. Let me handle it. You're going to get yourself hurt. Shen weighed the pot in her arms. I can carry it. Dear nephew, step aside. Shen Mai grumbled as he moved the soil. I owe you one. If my dad finds out, he'll think I'm abusing you. Stay away from that. Don't touch it. The soil was indeed heavy. After hauling a bucket upstairs, Shen Mai felt as if his hands were no longer his own. What a fool he was. Why did he have to personally help move the dirt? Were the bodyguards at home, simply there for show? Shen Mai immediately called for assistance. With the bodyguards joining in, Shen's balcony was swiftly completed. Shen, clutching some stones and flowers, began arranging formations atop it. The flowers and plants had just been purchased and delivered. She intended to set up a spirit-gathering array here, which would expedite her cultivation and hasten the sprouting of the seeds. The 2 days of rest soon passed, and Shen Mai had to return to school. 2 peace talismans, 3 dust-clearing talismans, 3 calming talismans, and 3 gentle breeze talismans. He stuffed the talismans she had drawn over the past 2 days into his bag. Keep them safe. Just take them out and stick them on when needed. The little one, happily sipping the freshly warmed milk, was reluctant to switch to another flask. After all, this bottle was crafted with great effort from numerous materials she had gathered. Despite its small size, it could hold a considerable amount of milk. Shen Mai rolled his eyes. Did you wholesale these talismans? Nonsense. I drew each one meticulously. She watched as Shen Mai packed the talismans into his backpack, nodding in satisfaction. Though a bit stubborn, he was indeed a well-behaved nephew. I'm off. If anything happens, call or text me. I have my phone. These past few days, he had foregone outings with his friends to attend to this little tyrant's whims, feeling it was a waste of time. After he left, the very next morning, Shen, with her small backpack, happily set off. The milk bottle was filled to the brim, enough for her to drink for quite a while. Having learned from her previous experience, the housekeeper initially dispatched someone to discreetly follow and protect her. However, Miss has slipped away from us. We can't find her. Who would have thought? This group of professionally trained bodyguards was unable to keep up with a mere 3-year-old the moment she exited the Shen family home. The three of them searched around, yet they could not locate her. How could a 3-year-old manage to elude them? Initially, they thought this task would be a piece of cake. Who would have imagined being slapped in the face with such a reality? Upon receiving the news, the housekeeper exclaimed, Chapter 9. Hello, is this 110? Shen Jin effortlessly evaded her bodyguard, peeling off the invisibility talisman affixed to her person and striding out with an air of confidence. She intended to procure an alchemical furnace. Dialing Shenmai, she inquired about potential vendors. In a world where alchemy had become a lost art, it was unsurprising that specialized furnaces were equally rare. She decided to send a message to Shenmai, hoping he might possess some knowledge. Dear nephew, where might one find an alchemical furnace? Shenmai, likely preoccupied with classes, did not respond. Unperturbed, she decided to indulge in some shopping. Shen Jin was filled with curiosity about the myriad delights of this world, its food, beverages, and amusements. With the money Shenmai had bestowed upon her the previous day, she yearned to try everything. Eventually, she found herself at a claw machine, joining other children in their quest for plush toys. However, her diminutive stature necessitated that she tiptoe to glimpse the treasures inside the machine. The exquisite little dolls, their inky black eyes fixated intently on the claw, captured her attention.
Clang.
Another rabbit plush was extracted from the depths of the machine. This was becoming a routine. She must have snagged over a dozen by now. Wow, this little girl is incredible. How old is she to be so skilled? Little sister, can you share your secret? One child exclaimed. Where are your parents? Why are you all alone here? Shen Jin blinked innocently. It's really easy to grab them. Is there even a secret? You just need hands, right? The crowd chuckled. Your confidence is amusingly adorable. Selecting a small lion plush from her bounty, Shen Jin generously distributed the rest to the children present, showcasing her remarkable generosity. Clutching the lion, she exited, leaving the store owner immensely relieved. It had been ages since Shen Jin had enjoyed such carefree play. In her past life, she had lived like an ascetic, which likely stifled her spirit for far too long. Now reborn, she cherished every opportunity for indulgence, as if attempting to compensate for her previous life's deprivations. Not to mention the lingering remnants of her original soul still finding its footing. Wandering aimlessly, she eventually found herself at a bar. Unfamiliar with such establishments, she merely felt drawn by the lively atmosphere and desired to explore. Being small, she blended in with the crowd and managed to slip inside unnoticed. In the dimly lit, raucous bar, no one paid heed to a petite child. Shen Jin quickly grew disenchanted with the ambience. It was far too noisy. Just as she contemplated leaving, her peripheral vision caught sight of a drunken girl being half-carried by two men toward a private room. Her departing footsteps shifted direction as she instinctively followed. The bar's chaotic environment made the scene of two men escorting a tipsy woman seem utterly mundane. Hurry, get her inside. Damn it. This woman is lucky to catch Ma Ji's eye. She shouldn't dare refuse. They muttered as they dragged her into the room, their voices laced with disdain. The woman, barely conscious, managed to utter, I'll call the police. But the effort was monumental.
Ha!
After today, you won't have the guts to call, they sneered. As the door to the smoke-filled room was slammed shut behind them. Look, Ma Go, we brought her in, one of them announced. Zhu Lin, why are you being so high-minded? You're lucky to be with someone like Ma Ge. Despite being in a fog, Zhu Lin felt a surge of hatred toward the voice that had deceived her into this situation. Zhu Lin was hoisted up by a burly man of average appearance. Trust me, you won't regret this. I hear you're the belle of your school. I've never had a taste of that before. His lewd remarks and laughter only made Zhu Lin feel nauseated. She longed to resist, but the effects of the drug rendered her unable to fight back. Amidst the malicious jeers, despair enveloped her. She was thrown onto a couch, pinned beneath Ma Go as he attempted to disrobe her.
Bang!
The pounding on the door grew louder, accompanied by the deafening music and raucous laughter, causing everyone to halt and glance toward the entrance.
Bang!
The door shuddered violently, a visible bulge forming. Who the hell is trying to ruin my fun? Ma Ge cursed, his face darkening with anger. He commanded a lackey to answer the door. Though the trembling subordinate hesitated, swallowing hard as he approached. Just as his hand reached for the doorknob, another forceful blow sent the door crashing down. burying the unfortunate lackey beneath it. In an instant, silence enveloped the private room, save for the distant melody of the karaoke machine. Shen peered cautiously inside, immediately spotting the distressed girl and the intoxicating substances surrounding the others. All eyes turned toward the seemingly harmless little girl at the door. Who kicked the door down? That small child? No way. Ma Ji's fury intensified. Who dares to play tricks on me? Shen Jin, taking a deep breath, pulled out her phone and, with a sugary voice, proclaimed loudly, "Hello, is this 110? There are people using drugs and coercing women in room 404 of XX bar." Gasps erupted from within the room. What the hell? Give me her phone. You little brat, are you looking for death? No one anticipated her sudden call to the police. Nor did they doubt the truth of her claims. Panic ensued as they realized they could not withstand an investigation. One man raised his hand to strike her. But in the next second, he was hurled out, crashing into several of his comrades, eliciting a chorus of pained cries. "Mago, that kid is a bit uncanny," someone muttered, eyes wide with disbelief as they witnessed Shen Jin effortlessly tossing a grown man aside. How could a child, barely taller than their waists, possess such strength? Were they hallucinating from the drugs? Ma Ji's expression darkened, feeling humiliated and enraged. Grab her. Few in the room retained their composure, intoxicated and frantic. They lunged at her one after another, but Shen Jin, clutching her bottle, struck a stance, declaring, "Come on, everyone. Today, I'll take on dozens of you. Prepare to be scared." She positioned herself confidently. Despite her short limbs, nothing hindered her determination to fight. Chapter 10. Acts of valor. The physical prowess of cultivators in the Qi refinement stage far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Even if she were merely a small child clutching a milk bottle, she could easily handle these drunken layabouts. As one unfortunate soul after another was sent flying, howling in despair, the others in the private room gradually regained their senses. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they attempted to flee, only to find the entrance firmly guarded by Shen Jin. Even those who tried to slip out amidst the chaos were swiftly tossed back by her small hand. Shen Jin declared, "As long as I am here today, not a single criminal shall escape." After more than a year of tutelage from the old Taoist, she had acquired some understanding of the law, though it appeared to be rather limited. When the police arrived, Shen Jin sat cross-legged on the doorway, arms crossed, her piercing gaze fixed intently on the people within the room. The bar manager and security personnel huddled outside, trembling in fear, too intimidated to approach her. Having witnessed the small girl wreaking havoc, who called the police? One stammered. Upon hearing the voice, Shen Jin stretched her neck and pointed at herself, her eyes sparkling with excitement, especially when she recognized a familiar face among the crowd. Qin Jin remarked, "This little lady from the Shen family has quite the spirit. She just emerged a few days ago, and now she is accompanying us once more." The wailing individuals inside the room erupted in tears upon seeing the police, as if they had encountered their savior. That little girl was a demon. At the police station, after clarifying the situation, Ma Go and his crew were awarded silver bracelets. Shen Jin sat obediently on a bench, her small hands resting on her knees, exuding an air of innocence. "You seem to treat this place like your home. This is your second visit in just a few days," Qin Jin jested. "How did a child your age end up in a bar? You're still on milk." "I had no idea children weren't allowed in. I saw them dragging a young lady. Who didn't he want to go with them?" Jean was merely acting in defense of the helpless. Her speech was articulate and her logic sound, corroborated by the surveillance footage, which indeed confirmed her account. Qin Zhan inquired, "How did you know the woman was unwilling?" Shen Jin tilted her head slightly. "I could tell. She was drugged and carried an aura of misfortune." Qin Zhan replied, "How did you veer into theology?" A police officer entered, casting a peculiar glance at Shen Jin. After gathering all the testimonies, it became evident that everyone claimed she was the one who had struck them. If only one or two had said so, they might have dismissed it as mere hallucinations from substance abuse. However, with every witness, including the hotel manager and security, affirming the same, there was no doubt left. "Is it true that you were the one who hit them?" Qin Jin found it hard to believe. She was so small. Could she truly reach the shoulders of those adults? Shen Jin took a few sips from her milk bottle, glancing at the remaining milk with reluctance. "Is it illegal for me to hit them?" Qin Jin replied, "Indeed. It is against the law." Shen Jin shook her head vehemently. "But it wasn't me. I'm so small, and they are all so big." Her eyes were wide with innocence and conviction. Qin Jin couldn't help but twitch his lips, if it weren't for the absurdity of the situation. He would find it hard to believe that this child could take down so many adults, most of whom were men. Although she had previously achieved a glorious victory against a vicious dog, who wouldn't he find this situation ludicrous? Given the circumstances, substance abuse and drugging others, her actions could be deemed as justifiable self-defense, especially since the footage indicated they were the aggressors. Thus, even if she had indeed struck them, it would not bear repercussions for her. A nearby officer added, moreover, since you reported the incident and assisted in apprehending so many drug users, you will be rewarded. Instantly, Shen's demeanor shifted. She puffed out her small chest proudly, declaring, yes, it was me who struck them. I acted in valor. Qin and the officer exchanged exasperated glances at her rapid transformation, bemused by the cleverness of this little girl. Once the matter was sufficiently understood, Qin prepared to escort her home. Do you happen to know where I can procure an alchemical furnace? Qin asked. An alchemical furnace? You mean something akin to a medicinal pot? The little girl shook her head. No, I mean a furnace for refining medicine. Qin was momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps you've watched too much television? Children ought to avoid fantasy dramas. Nobody is home at the Shen residence, and I don't wish to return. Please take me to buy one. I have a use for it. Unable to refuse her persistent request, Qin acquiesced. They arrived at the antique street. Upon entering, Shen was awestruck. She had never encountered such a place before. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she surveyed the street, convinced she would find the alchemical furnace today. There should be such furnaces here, but most items sold are mere fakes, Qin advised. Indeed. Shen nodded eagerly and rushed inside alongside Qin. The antique market was rife with cleverly crafted replicas, and one must possess a keen eye to avoid being deceived. The street was bustling with people.
Shen,
filled with curiosity, explored every stall. How much is this? She asked, squatting before a vendor showcasing a small bronze cauldron. The vendor exclaimed, little girl, you have a keen eye. This is a bronze cauldron from the Qin dynasty, a relic from centuries ago. He proceeded to passionately elaborate the history, concluding with a price. Considering your youth, I'll let it go for a mere 500,000. Qin, unable to contain himself, interjected, are you joking? That's an outrageous price. It's worth 500 at most. It looks too pristine. Shouldn't you at least attempt to make it appear aged? While buying such items can be a tax on one's intellect, at least others have put in the effort. This looks freshly forged. The vendor's expression twitched. He was taken aback by such candid remarks. He hadn't anticipated encountering a parent so adept at rebuttals. However, he had no means of making the cauldron appear older. He was unsure of the materials used in its crafting. Let us move on to the next stall, Qin suggested, pulling Shen away. The vendor quickly called after them, wait. The price is negotiable. While this cauldron would look splendid in your home, let us discuss a price. Shen gazed longingly at the cauldron, tugging at Qin's hand. Qin looked down, silently asking, do you truly want it?
Shen nodded emphatically. Ido.
Qin replied, 50. The vendor exclaimed, you must be jesting. 50? That's impossible. Even if it's not from the Qin dynasty, the craftsmanship and materials are worth far more, at least 500, 100, 450. Chapter 11. The Ghostly Child. After an intense negotiation, the small cauldron was ultimately sold for the price of 300. Shen held it in her hands, her eyes sparkling with delight. You possess such a talent for bargaining. I shall summon you the next time I need to make a purchase. Qin replied. What do you take this for? However, this cauldron is authentic, not a mere imitation. How could you possibly discern authenticity from such a diminutive object? It appears quite new.
Undoubtedly a modern craft. Not quite, he countered.
Its material is unique, and within it lies a cleansing array, which prevents it from gathering dust, thereby maintaining its pristine appearance. Having acquired what she desired, Shen still opted not to return to the Shen residence, instead insisting on accompanying Qin back to his abode. Why are you coming here? This modest apartment cannot compare to the opulence of the Shen estate. Certainly, the apartment paled in comparison to a villa in grandeur. Yet it was still a residence that only the affluent could afford. Shen surveyed her surroundings. Of course, I am here to assist you in exorcising spirits. You carry an aura of ghostly energy. Qin, at a loss for words, playfully tugged at the bun atop her head. Pray tell, from whom have you learned such nonsensical drivel? You dare speak such things in front of the police? Shen twisted her head defiantly. If you do not believe me, then follow me. She had already pinpointed the general location of the ghost and, gripping Qin Zhen's fingers, scurried toward the underground parking lot. Qin Zhen trailed behind at a leisurely pace. Glancing at his watch, he privately resolved to demand interest from Shen Xinan when he returned, lamenting that he was busy, yet still had to look after the Shen family's child. Upon reaching the basement, Shen Jin followed the ghostly energy to a corner of the underground parking lot, where she discovered what she sought. There, crouched in the shadows, was a ghostly child clad in a tattered yellow floral dress, her skin pale and devoid of color, and her eyes void of any white. At that moment, she lifted her gaze, expressionless, locking her stare onto Shen Jin and Qin Zhen without making any further movement. Any other person would have been terrified to be scrutinized by such a spectral child, yet Shen Jin approached unperturbed. This little ghost harbors a considerable amount of resentment. She is on the verge of becoming a malevolent spirit. "Hello, how long have you been here?" she inquired. The ghostly child glanced behind her, as if seeking confirmation of her solitude. Was she responding to herself? Her eyes widened. "Are you speaking to me?" The words that escaped the child's lips were chilling, echoing as though they had emerged from the depths of hell itself. Shen Jin nodded, eagerly commencing a barrage of questions. Meanwhile, Qin Zhen, witnessing the little girl converse with the wall, felt goosebumps rise on his arms despite his skepticism. Additionally, he could not shake the sensation that the atmosphere grew increasingly frigid. "I want to leave," he thought. "This little lady of the Shen family is rather eerie. What are you doing?" Shen Jin turned back. "I told you. You must have encountered a ghost. It's her." Qin Zhen's scalp prickled. "What nonsense is this little brat spouting? There's nothing there." "Oh, I forgot you can't see her." Shen Jin rummaged through her bag, finally producing a talisman. "Here, stick this on yourself." Qin Zhen, exasperated, retorted, "Enough already. I do not have the time to indulge your games." With her hands on her hips, Shen Jin huffed. "Sticking a talisman on you requires effort? Be careful, or you might end up single." Before he could retort, the talisman soared up and affixed itself to his forehead. Yet, in an instant, it vanished without a trace. Qin Zhen, taken aback, turned to Shen Jin and nearly lost his composure. What on earth? Beside Shen Jin stood a child who was undeniably distinct from any normal human. Her skin and eyes were terrifyingly dark, causing even the seasoned police officer to instinctively step back. The ghostly child was now fixated on Qin Zhen with her pitch-black eyes. Instinctively, he reached for his gun, only to remember he was in casual attire. Her name is Bai Kiki. In stark contrast to the apprehensive Qin Zhen, Shen Jin, being the petite figure she was, exhibited no fear and cheerfully introduced him. "Uncle Qin, rest assured, she has never harmed anyone." Had the ghost already committed murder, he would have had to confront her upon arrival. Qin Zhen crouched down, cradling his head as a cold sweat broke out. "Let me gather my thoughts." After a considerable pause, he finally managed to absorb the information Shen Jin relayed. Bai Kiki, having succumbed to death, transformed into a ghost, her memories fading over time. However, if the attachments were profound or the resentment at the time of death was overwhelming, they would linger in this realm. Though Bai Kiki's memories had diminished, she still recalled her name and her yearning to return home. Her heavy resentment was evident, indicating an unnatural demise. Shen Jin had limited knowledge regarding her plight. The child was trapped here, likely with her remains nearby. A grave expression settled on Qin Zhen's face. If this were true, it would signify a homicide. Yet, learning of it through such a means left him torn between shock and concern. This little brat could indeed see ghosts. Not only had she witnessed them, but she had also compelled him to do the same. As Qin Zhen grappled with this revelation, his worldview lay in shambles, struggling to reconstruct itself. "I shall promptly notify the authorities. Are you certain this is the location?" "Here," the ghostly child suddenly spoke, her voice chilling and resonant, sending shivers down Qin Zhen's spine. "Very well, understood." With great effort, he uttered this phrase before swiftly scooping up Shen Jin and sprinting out of the parking lot. Once outside, bathed in sunlight, he felt as though he had been reborn. In a moment of disarray, he sat on a flower bed, reaching for a cigarette, only to reconsider upon noticing the child beside him. Is there truly a ghostly aura surrounding me? The swift turn of events had left him reeling. Mere moments ago, he had been a disbeliever, and now he found himself face to face with an actual ghost. What else would it be? "I came to your home to play," Shen Jin retorted, rolling her eyes at him. Qin Zhen responded, "Does a 2-year-old truly speak with such bravado? You don't carry much ghostly energy. It won't harm you. Others, however, may not be so fortunate. As a police officer, Qin Jun exuded righteousness. Any ghostly energy that clung to him would dissipate swiftly, especially after basking in the sun for a day. However, others were not as resilient, even if the ghostly child meant no harm. Those touched by her aura risked falling ill or encountering misfortune. The stronger her resentment, the more formidable she became. Losing her sanity could result in harm to others. For now, the ghostly child retained her rationality and refrained from causing harm, but as her resentment grew, it was uncertain whether she would remain harmless. Especially if someone who had wronged her were to appear in the underground parking lot, her anger could swiftly transform her into a vengeful spirit. Shinjin spoke slowly, striving to convey everything to Qin Jun in simple terms, before finishing the last of her milk from the bottle. Explaining so much was a considerable challenge for a 3-year-old child. Chapter 12. If you don't go home soon, your wife will be gone. I've finished my milk. The consumption was swifter than she had anticipated. I'll buy you some. This little one was indeed quite the little tyrant. Until the matter of that troublesome child was resolved, Qin Jun would undoubtedly require the assistance of this little savior from the Shen family. Qin Jun, feeling somewhat disheartened, ran his hand over his close-cropped hair. Damn it, I just bought a house. Who knew it would be haunted? In a foul mood, Qin Jun directly summoned workers to demolish the underground parking lot. The commotion escalated, attracting the attention of the local developers. What on earth are you doing, Qin Jun? The developer, Gu Huai, glared, his expression darkening. It was evident that anyone capable of constructing luxury apartments in such a prime location had a formidable background. Had it not been for the fact that he couldn't contend with Qin Jun physically, Gu Huai would have relished the opportunity to give him a good thrashing. Qin Jun lifted an eyebrow. You'll find out soon enough. I'm only demolishing the section, not the entire building. Is that even coherent? Gu Huai scoffed. You actually found something? Just as Gu Huai was about to unleash a tirade, a noise erupted from the excavation site. Taking a deep breath, Qin Jun raised his arm and clamped it around Gu Huai's neck. Brother, we're in trouble. As they gazed upon the unearthed skeleton, Gu Huai felt darkness envelop him. Qin Jun cast a sympathetic glance his way before dialing for reinforcements. He had refrained from bringing in colleagues from the bureau earlier, primarily due to the inexplicability of the situation and his own uncertainty. However, with evidence now laid bare before them, the gravity of the matter became undeniable. Qin Jun's gaze turned complex as he glanced toward Shinjin. At that moment, the ghostly child beside her stared vacantly at the skeletal remains. 2 streams of crimson tears trailing down from its pitch-black eyes, amplifying the eerie atmosphere. He hastily diverted his gaze. The resentment emanating from the ghostly child intensified. Shinjin was prepared. She tossed a calming talisman towards it. The child, initially on the verge of a rampage, gradually regained its composure. Why had it felt so cold just now? Was the temperature in the underground parking lot truly that low? Observing Shinjin's actions, Qin Jun exhaled a sigh of relief. While others may have been oblivious, he had seen firsthand how terrifying that ghostly child had been. The remains of the ghostly child were swiftly taken away for examination by the forensic team. Gu Huai and Qin Jun stood in the garden, smoking. With this incident, will I even be able to sell my house in the future? What a loss this will be. Qin Jun patted his shoulder. Let us not dwell on the house for now. Your family can still bear this loss. The construction team from back then will likely need to be contacted. Right? Let us set the house aside for the moment. Your old house caught fire. If you don't return home soon, your wife will be in danger. The innocent voice interjected suddenly, causing both Gu Huai and Qin Jun to look down at the little girl, who was sucking on her milk bottle. Qin Jun's eyelids twitched violently. Gu Huai frowned. Is she talking about me? Shinjin nodded. Yes, indeed, it's you. Just look at your gloomy demeanor. It's impossible not to notice. I can tell something is amiss. Gu Huai struggled to suppress the urge to curse, reminding himself not to engage with a little child. But little one, do you realize that cursing someone's wife with misfortune could earn you a beating? Whose child was this? Though she had a beautiful face, her mouth was far too troublesome. Qin Jun, perhaps you should make a phone call. Gu Huai, half amused, replied. Qin Jun, you can't be serious, can you? How did I not notice your foolishness before? Qin Jun took a deep drag from his cigarette, his hands shoved into his pockets, his expression pained. Do you know how I discovered there was a child's body there? Gu Huai furrowed his brow at him. Just make the call. Skeptical yet compelled, Gu Huai eventually dialed home. However, after several attempts, his wife did not answer, and a chill ran down his spine. His hands began to tremble. Could something truly have happened?
Call the nanny.
Yes, the nanny. This time, someone picked up. Aunt Wang, where are you now? Gu Huai quickly inquired. It's the young master. I'm out buying groceries. Please hurry home and check on Axine. I've called her many times, but she hasn't answered. As he spoke, Gu Huai hastily made his way to the car, preparing to return home. Qin Jun also scooped up Shen Jin and followed close behind. The two families had long-standing ties. Gu Huai, being 5 years a senior, had been married for 2 years, and upon learning of his sister-in-law's predicament, he felt compelled to check on her.
I'll drive.
Gu Huai was in a troubled state. He couldn't afford to allow any further mishaps on the road. Thanks, brother. While en route, the nanny's call came through. This is bad, young master. The madam fell down the stairs. When I returned, she was lying on the floor unconscious. Gu Huai's mind went blank, his grip tightening around his phone. He forced himself to remain composed. Have you called for an ambulance? I did. The ambulance is on its way. The nanny's voice trembled, revealing her panic. Gu Huai's voice quivered slightly, yet he maintained a semblance of calm. Stay with Axin at the hospital. I'll be there shortly. Understood, young master. After giving a few instructions, he hung up and directed Qin Zhen to head straight to the first hospital. Then called other family members. In the midst of the chaos, he had completely forgotten about the little girl beside him. Meanwhile, Qin Zhen glanced at Shen Jin through the rearview mirror, his grip on the steering wheel tightening. It was astonishing that a child of merely 3 years possessed such capabilities. Did the Shen family know of this? Upon reaching the hospital, Gu Huai dashed to the emergency room while Qin Zhen carried Shen Jin closely behind. Will my wife be okay? Shen Jin, comfortably nestled in his arms, patted her little belly and shook her head. Not in immediate danger. She was hungry. Milk alone was insufficient to satiate her. The petite child sighed, her delicate face wrinkled with concern. She bore far too much for one so young. What is happening with my wife? The nanny, waiting anxiously outside the emergency room, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Gu Huai. I don't know, she sighed. And the doctor hasn't come out yet. She might have hit her head and is bleeding profusely. The sight of the madam lying in a pool of blood had drained the color from the nanny's face. What exactly happened? Was there no one else at home? Gu Huai inquired, his expression icy, his hand trembling slightly at his side. Before I went out to buy groceries, the madam was at home with Miss Yun. But when I returned, I didn't see Miss Yun. Little sister? His gaze turned icy. It would be best if this matter had nothing to do with her, otherwise. He would not let it rest with the old residents. Qin Zhen silently held Shen Jin beside him, just as a doctor emerged, prompting Gu Huai to hastily inquire about the situation. Fortunately, they had discovered it in time. The patient had lost a significant amount of blood and had suffered a head injury, resulting in a coma, but there was no threat to life. Upon hearing that there was no immediate danger, Gu Huai's tense spirit relaxed, and he collapsed into a chair. At that moment, his wife's family members received the news and rushed over. After Lin Fengxian was wheeled out from the operating room, everyone followed to the ward. Gu Huai and his father-in-law's family had already gathered substantial information from the nurse. Gu Huai's complexion was grim as he sat by the bedside, holding his wife's hand, filled with dread. Thank heavens, thank heavens. Chapter 13. Why do I taste milk in my mouth? Lin Fengxian's younger brother, Lin Fengxiao, was a young lad with a fiery temperament. Brother-in-law, it's best if this matter has nothing to do with your sister. Otherwise, I want to spare her. Lin Fengxian's parents stood by, their expressions grim and silent, evidently sharing the same thoughts. They had come perilously close to losing their daughter. Gu Huai took a deep breath. I understand. This incident will certainly warrant an explanation. Only when safety was assured did Gu Huai remember Shen Jin. By the way, Dad, we must thank someone for this. He glanced at Shen Jin, who had fallen asleep on Qin Zhen's shoulder, the corners of his mouth twitching. Thanks to this little friend. At that moment, no one could fathom the complexity of his feelings. How could he convince his father-in-law that he learned of his wife's predicament solely because of the child clutching a milk bottle? Lin father. What did you say? What relation does this child have with the Gu family? Can she clarify the situation? Not only Lin father, but even Lin Fengxiao looked utterly astonished. Gu Huai raised a hand to wipe his face. I don't wish to believe it either, but she was indeed the one who informed my mother about the incident. He recounted the events briefly, pulling Qin Zhen into the conversation. If you don't believe me, ask Qin Zhen. He was present the entire time. Amidst the incredulous expressions of the Lin family, Qin nodded. They exclaimed, "This is truly hard to believe." While they were aware that perhaps some capable Taoists existed in this world, it seemed implausible for it to be a mere child, especially one clutching a milk bottle. "Hello. Is this your takeaway?" Just as the atmosphere had grown peculiar, the delivery person's voice shattered the eerie silence. "Qin, yes, it's mine."
Please bring it in.
Shen, who had just fallen asleep, was roused by the enticing aroma, dreamily envisioning a delicious chicken leg. Without hesitation, she opened her mouth and took a bite.
Ouch.
Qin's expression contorted as he gently pried open her little head, pinching her cheeks. Shen's tiny white teeth were revealed. "What is this?" Qin, frowning. "Do I look like a chicken leg to you?" Awakening fully, Shen sat on a small stool. Qin had also bought her pure milk. Her bottle was filled again, and she tossed a small, ivory-colored pill inside. She needed to concoct her elixir quickly, as her soul-returning pill was depleted. First, a bite of the chicken leg. She pondered how she could dream about a chicken leg for no reason, only to find it was real. Curious, Gu Huai inquired about Shen's master. Shen took a sip of milk. "My master is called Daoist Qingpin." The others present couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. That title sounded rather impoverished. "Can that little Daoist check why my wife hasn't he awakened yet? It's been several hours, and we are quite worried." Shen stretched her little neck to take a glance. She's probably scared. Her soul hasn't he returned to her body yet. Upon hearing this, Gu Huai and the Lin family grew anxious. "What should we do? Little Daoist, please help. If my wife awakens, the Gu family will reward you handsomely." Shen's eyes lit up. Was she about to start earning? Puffing out her tiny chest, she beamed with a goofy yet charming smile. "Leave it to me." Pouting, Shen asked Qin to help wipe her mouth, which was somewhat oily. Qin, exasperated, replied, "What do you take me for?" Yet his actions were not lacking as he wiped her mouth. "I'm holding a milk bottle. It's hard to move my hands." "Then use your other hand," she retorted with conviction. "This hand is injured from a fight. It needs rest." After saying this, she trotted over to the bedside. Just when everyone assumed she would perform some sort of ritual, they witnessed her clamber onto the bed and shove her milk bottle into Lin Fengxian's mouth. "Everyone!" Lin Fengxiao shouted. "What are you doing? This doesn't look like a healing method. This is clearly a mischievous child." They should have known better. Which reputable mentor would feed a soul back into a person by shoving a milk bottle into their mouth? Gu Huai felt darkness cloud his vision. Had this child inadvertently stumbled upon the solution? Qin felt equally guilty and hurried forward to lift her. Shen, with her small hands on her hips, protested. "Don't look down on my milk. It's a precious thing. I don't just give it to anyone." Lin Fengxiao retorted, "That's clearly just pure milk. We saw you pouring it. It's something money can buy in abundance." Shen, indignant, was ready to argue, rolling up her sleeves to prove her milk was exceptional. No one noticed that the person on the bed had awakened. "Ah Huai." Lin Fengxian's voice was still weak, but the vigilant Lin family noticed immediately. "Daughter, you're awake." Lin father and Lin mother exclaimed in surprise, while Gu Huai rushed forward. "Darling, how do you feel? Is your head still hurting? Do you need water?" Lin Fengxian opened her mouth. "I." Everyone watched her with concern. "Why do I taste milk in my mouth?" Gu Huai, Lin Fengxiao, Lin father and Lin mother, they all turned their gazes toward Shen in unison. The little girl lifted her chin, still holding her milk bottle aloft. "Now do you believe me? My milk is no ordinary milk." Lin Fengxiao's face flushed as he exclaimed, "Is it because of that candy you added earlier?" They genuinely thought it was a milk candy. Now that she was awake, Qin Huai intended to take Shen home. It was already quite late, and the little one, having eaten and drunk her fill, was dozing off on his shoulder, truly the kind to fall asleep in an instant. The Gu family had initially planned to reward her, but now they couldn't bear to wake her. "Qin, please bring her to the Gu family tomorrow. I must express my gratitude properly." Qin nodded, cradling the now drooling little one as he returned to the Qin residence. He had no intention of returning to his apartment for the time being, fearing that he might succumb to sleep and be haunted by restless spirits. At the Qin family's ancestral home, the clock struck 2 in the morning, and a despondent Qin, carrying a peacefully slumbering little child, yawned as he entered. Everyone else was fast asleep, and he made his way directly to his room. He unceremoniously placed Shen on the bed. The following morning, as the Qin family gathered for breakfast, They were suddenly astounded by the sight of a charming and exquisite little toddler dashing down from upstairs. Their expressions were filled with bewilderment. Whose child was this? When did she arrive? The Qin family was utterly flummoxed, and Shen Jin was equally taken aback. What was going on? This was not the Shen family, after all. She pondered for a moment before rushing back. Qin Jun, cough, cough. Did I hear that correctly? The little girl was calling our son's name. After being choked by her own saliva, Qin's mother became quite animated. Good heavens! Their son had remained single for so long, and now, without a word, he had brought home a granddaughter who was already this big. The Qin couple had been fretting about their son's marital prospects. If only he would bring a woman home for them to meet, they wouldn't be in such a predicament. Chapter 14. Who steals my stick? Who gets stuck? This fellow had gone from military school to military training and finally to becoming a police officer, and now at 27, almost 30, he had not even had a single girlfriend. With the sudden appearance of a child who could potentially be their granddaughter, how could they not be excited? When Qin Jun descended the stairs with Shen Jin, he was met with the intense gazes of his parents. He felt a shiver run down his spine.
Dad, Mom.
Qin's mother brushed aside her own son, lifting Shen Jin into her arms. Shen Jin, am I really that charming? The little one was undeniably beautiful. Where is your mother? Qin Jun, feeling utterly exasperated, replied, Mom, what are you doing? She's from the Shen family. Shen family? Which Shen family? His father frowned. The Shen Quan family? I don't recall them having a daughter. Seeing their expressions, Qin Jun realized a misunderstanding had occurred. This was Shen Xunan, his father's sister's granddaughter. Even Shen Bo would call her auntie. They shouldn't be jumping to conclusions. Qin's mother was instantly disappointed, realizing her excitement had been in vain. She hurled a cushion at her son. What are you eating for? You haven't even brought a daughter-in-law home, and you still have the audacity to eat. Children your age are already running errands. When will you give us a granddaughter like this little one? Just thinking about it makes me smile in my dreams. At that moment, Shen Jin understood that she was being mistaken for a granddaughter. Qin Jun quickly dodged his mother's physical attack, scooping Shen Jin up and making for the exit. I have things to attend to. You all continue eating. We must be off. Little rascal. You can't leave the child behind. What do you need to take her to work for? She had barely warmed up to the little girl. And now she was being whisked away. How she longed to have a granddaughter like that. It was truly a pity that she was being chased out without even having breakfast. At a wonton shop, Shen Jin swiftly devoured a wonton, all the while gleefully mocking Qin Jun. Qin Jun rolled his eyes dramatically. You make it sound as if you have eaten one yourself. Shen Jin wiggled her little legs, her mouth brimming with food, yet she continued to speak. I'm different from you. Auntie Qin likes me, and even wanted me to stay. Just to annoy you, hee hee. Qin Jun sighed. Is it right to mock me while eating the breakfast I bought? The police station was still busy dealing with the matter concerning the mischievous child, given its connection to the Gu family. Thus, Qin Jun decided to use a business trip as an excuse to take Shen Jin to the Gu family. After all, there were indeed matters that needed addressing with them. The Gu family had already welcomed Lin Fingxin back home that morning, with family members and caregivers taking care of her. The Lin family, for the sake of convenience, had also temporarily moved into the Gu residence, offering a warm welcome to their guests. About yesterday's incident, should I provide you with your reward? Shen Jin had a penchant for those who were diligent. However, she had no bank card. She couldn't transfer such a large sum of money. With a flourish, she produced her backpack. First, give me a bundle of cash. Her youthful voice sounded quite bold. Qin Jun's lips twitched. Are you not afraid of being robbed, carrying so much cash as a child? Shen Jin brandished a small wooden sword. Whoever robs me will get poked. Daring to snatch her money? They would face her wrath. The Gu family provided cash, stuffing Shen Jin's little backpack with 5 bundles, totaling 250,000, but it could hold no more. Gu Huai mentioned that the remaining payment would be discussed with Shen Quan and transferred to her card later, allowing Shen Quan to hand it directly to her. Shen Jin clutched her bundle of cash, beaming with joy, while the old Taoist watched in envy. After all, he was perpetually short of funds, having never saved a dime in his life. Recalling how the old Taoist had earnestly advised her to work hard and make money to buy a big villa for him to live in during retirement, she thought, what a heartless exploitation of child labor. Woof, woof, woof. While Qin Jun and Gu Huai discussed the mischievous child, Shen Jin, feeling bored, wandered outside. There, she encountered a remarkably handsome and wise-looking dog, albeit with a rather foolish expression. Come here, doggy. Shen Jin beckoned, and the dog, clutching a ball, wagged its tail, and came bounding over. Woof, woof, woof. The girl and the dog settled on the steps of the small garden and began chatting without a care in the world. The Goof family's nanny shook her head at the sight. This girl appeared sharp and clever, yet her vitality seemed lacking. Really? No wonder Auntie Goo was so injured. No one from the Goof family even came to visit her. Woof, woof.
How could she be so mean?
You're so adorable, and she still hit you. How wicked. Woof.
Woof.
The dog nearly bobbed its head off in agreement. After their gossip session, Shen began to play wildly with the dog. Being small, she climbed onto the dog's back, her little legs dangling off the ground as she tugged at its ears, shouting, "Charge." Aroo, woof, woof, woof. The dog sprinted off with enthusiasm, and the Goof family garden was spacious enough for a dog and a little mischief maker to frolic freely. When Gu Huai heard the excited barks of his dog, fearing it might startle Shen, he rushed over, only to witness a heartwarming scene. Doesn't that pup look rather dim-witted? Who would believe that this is a formidable little Taoist? The dog came to a sudden stop in front of Gu Huai, but the brakes malfunctioned a bit, causing it to crash into him. Clumsy fool! Gu Huai exclaimed. Shen raised her tiny hands, eager to disassociate herself from the incident. It's not my fault. The dog acted on its own. If you scold it, you can't blame me. Her gaze was sincere and innocent. The dog mirrored her expression, equally innocent yet excited. Gu Huai thought to scold but found himself at a loss for words. Your dog is quite a large specimen. I see it is named Ben. That name does seem to suggest a lack of intelligence. Lowering her gaze, Shen observed the tongue-lolling, utterly foolish-looking Siberian husky and gently patted its head. However, that name seems rather fitting for you, doesn't it? Gu Huai, he had found himself at a loss for words far too many times today. The Gu family had invited them for a meal, where Shen encountered Lin Fengxian. His head was still bandaged, yet he appeared to be recovering well. Lin Fengxiao discreetly inquired of Shen, "What did you add to the milk you gave my wife yesterday?" Both Gu Huai and Qin Zhen perked up their ears. That was, of course, medicine. Shen looked at him with an expression that conveyed, "You are truly foolish." Gu Huai choked momentarily. He was well aware it was medicine. But the question remained, what kind of medicine was it? Notably, after consuming that milk, his wife not only regained consciousness but also recovered remarkably quickly, to the astonishment of the doctors. It was a concoction meant to stabilize the soul, with a slight restorative effect. Although minimal, it sufficed for an ordinary person. Lin Fengxiao's eyes sparkled. "May I inquire if there is any of that medicine left, little Taoist?" It sounded akin to a celestial elixir, and his curiosity was piqued. Shen shook her head. "No, there isn't any left. We finished it yesterday." She hadn't even had any today. Chapter 15. Information explosion. Gu Huai's eyes reflected disappointment, but in the next moment, he heard the little one's innocent voice. "I plan to return and refine some. Would you like some?" It won't be offered for free. This family is a significant client, and she felt inclined to market her pills. "I have beauty-enhancing and skin-whitening pills, remedies for hair loss, salves for external and internal injuries, and even treatments for scars. As well as," she glanced at Gu Huai, "medications for kidney deficiency." Ahem. Gu Huai's lips twitched. "What do you mean by that?" "I am not deficient." Qin Zhen nearly succumbed to laughter. Shen shot him a glance. "How about the hair loss prevention one? Your irregular lifestyle may lead to premature baldness." Qin Zhen's scalp tingled. After hesitating for a few seconds, he finally said, "How about I try some?" Though his hair was short, there was still a significant difference between being short-haired and being bald. Gu Huai acquired several of the pills Shen was promoting, and the notion of earning a little money delighted her immensely. She planned to send a photo of the bundle of cash to the old Taoist, making him green with envy, hee. Before the meal had concluded, a few individuals arrived outside. Gu Huai and the Lin family instantly darkened in countenance upon seeing them. No one noticed that Shen, still eating, brightened at the sight of them. Just after gossiping with Guzi, she was surprised to find the subjects of the gossip had arrived. The newcomers included 2 women and a man, the eldest of whom was Gu Huai's mother. Well preserved, she appeared to be in her 30s despite being in her 40s. Another man was not much younger than Gu Huai, and a woman was crying. Presumably Gu Huai's sister. "What brings you here?" Lin Fengxiao was the first to lose his composure, standing up to shout angrily. "Hasn't my sister suffered enough at your hands? Some individuals truly have no shame." This was how the Lin family raised their children. Evidently, small families lack proper upbringing. Madame Gu shot Lin Fengxiao a frosty glare. This is the Gu family. Gu Huai is my son. You outsiders have truly overstepped, showing no respect for your elders. Gu Huai slammed his chopsticks down onto the table, his expression cold as he glared at them. Mother, if you have come to cause trouble, then leave. As for my sister, his gaze swept over the weeping woman, his eyes filled with disdain. I believe I've mentioned that you should refrain from seeking us out. Big brother, I didn't do it on purpose. If she hadn't insisted on snatching things from me, I wouldn't have pushed her. She fell on her own.
Slap.
No one expected Gu Huai to explode with such fury, delivering a resounding slap to Gu Yun's face. Gu Huai, what kind of words are those? How dare you speak to your sister-in-law in such a manner? She nearly lost her life. Furthermore, that was a gift I bought for her. What do you mean she stole it from you? What are you doing? Madame Gu shrieked, casting a venomous glare at her son. Isn't she fine? You are Gu Yun's brother. How could you hit her for that woman? Big brother, you're in the wrong here. We initially came to apologize, but after this, is there still a need for us to apologize? Gu Huai felt a deep sense of despair. He had never been favored by his mother and had grown accustomed to it over the years. Yet now, his wife had nearly perished at the hands of his own sister, and these people dared to provoke them. Uncle Gu, why does he call you big brother? Clearly, he is not your biological brother. The innocent voice rang clearly in the air, and following Shen Jin's pointing, it was none other than Gu Huai's brother. Gu Ming. Ming's simple statement sent Madame Gu into a fury, as if her tail had been stepped on. You little wretch, what nonsense are you spouting? Shen Jin made a face at her. I'm speaking the truth. He shares some blood relation with you, but with Uncle Gu, it's a mere trace. Gu Huai immediately forgot the earlier quarrel, urgently inquiring, What do you mean, little Taoist? Gu Huai, where did you find this filthy girl? Hurry and throw her out. Who allowed you to spout such nonsense here? Madame Gu shrieked in panic, attempting to seize Shen Jin to silence her. Shen Jin swiftly darted behind Qingzhen, her cheerful, youthful voice brimming with delight and mischief. Wow, Uncle Gu, look at her, she's panicking. Gu Huai's expression turned cold as he fixed his gaze on his mother. Qingzhen picked Shen Jin up, glaring fiercely at Madame Gu. Our little friend is not one to be reprimanded by you, Madame Gu. Shen Jin, with her eyes sparkling, declared, Madame Gu has long been unfaithful, and her illicit partner is none other than your uncle. Your foolish brother is also the child of her and your uncle. Her tone was remarkably cheerful, and after hastily delivering this information, she paused to catch her breath. It had taken considerable effort to say so much. You're talking nonsense. Gu Ming's expression twisted in fury. You little wretch, if you keep babbling, I'll kill you. He reached out to grab Shen Jin, but Qingzhen seized his hand.
Ah!
Let go of me. Shen Jin's gaze shifted to Gu Yun. And her? She stole the documents Uncle Gu left in the study, and she gave them to your uncle. They are plotting how to replace you. At that moment, Gu Huai found himself at a loss for how to respond to the unfolding events. His mother had been unfaithful while his father was alive, and her lover was his uncle. His brother was not truly his biological sibling. His sister had stolen documents from him to give to his uncle. He felt a bitter laugh escape him, his eyes reddening as he glared at the three of them. You truly are my wonderful family. The words were forced out through clenched teeth, leaving Lin Fengxiao and the others utterly stunned. After a moment of panic, the elderly Gu matriarch managed to regain her composure. Gu Huai, I am your mother. Do you truly believe a stranger over me? Gu Huai responded with a cold scoff. What have you done to earn my trust? Lin Fengxiao interjected. If you wish for my brother-in-law to believe you, it is quite simple. Just undergo a paternity test. Gu Mu shot him a fierce glare. Silence. The Gu family does not require your input. Gu Huai ordered someone, please escort them out. He was certain that an investigation would be conducted, yet, at this moment, he could not bear to see these people for even a second longer. Ultimately, the three members of the Gu family slinked away in disgrace. It was doubtful they would dare to undergo a paternity test. Gu Huai pinched the bridge of his nose. The revelations he had received today were overwhelmingly shocking, leaving him with a throbbing headache. However, there were still numerous matters to attend to, and he needed to gather his wits. Lin Fengxian stood by him, offering words of comfort, her concern palpable. As the atmosphere settled, all eyes turned towards Shen Jin. Did you calculate all of that, little Taoist? Shen Jin yawned, her voice barely above a whisper as she leaned against Qingzhen. Not really.
It was the dog that told me.
Everyone else. Shen Jin could not articulate her thoughts. Even if she did, they would hardly believe her. Time was slipping away, and Qin prepared to take Shinjin home. The Gu family and the Lin family had their own pressing matters to attend to, so they did not linger, merely adding Shinjin as a friend to express their gratitude. After escorting Shinjin back to the Shen residence, Qin had to head to the police station for work. Chapter 16. The Fat Tiger Miss, you've finally returned. Shinjin felt a touch of shyness as she handed a portion of the gifts from the Gu family to the butler. This is for you. After all, she had managed to escape from her bodyguards. Yet, she was certain she would dare to do so again. Don't worry about me. I'm quite capable. Even ghosts would struggle against me. After offering a few comforting words to the butler, Shinjin ascended the stairs with her backpack. Once in her room, she immediately poured out the money she had received and stacked it together to take a photo to send to her master. Money comes from all directions. Look at the fortune I've earned. Shinjin. Image, the impoverished Taoist. You little rascal, how did you manage to rob so much money? The Taoist was indeed envious. He had lived a life of poverty, earning only to lose it all, which compelled him to donate every penny he could. His only dwelling was a small Taoist temple nestled in the mountains. Any property he owned either mysteriously caught fire or collapsed. Such misfortune. I earned this through my own abilities. You're just jealous of me. The Taoist replied. Make sure to buy a house soon so your master can come live with you. Shinjin huffed. While others relied on their families, her master relied on her. How brazen. It was pitiful that she had to sell her looks at just 1-year-old to earn milk money, and by 3, she had to work to buy a house. Such exploitation of child labor was unheard of. Shinjin resolved to change the subject. There was still plenty of time for housing, especially in such an expensive area. When will Fat Tiger arrive? I miss him. The Taoist replied, soon. He should arrive tomorrow. As her beloved pet was soon to arrive, Shinjin did not venture outside that day, diligently refining herbs at home. The small bronze cauldron in her hands quickly expanded as she infused it with spiritual energy. With her hands forming seals, a flicker of orange-red flame ignited beneath the cauldron. She then leisurely tossed in the prepared herbs. For others, achieving success in alchemy with merely a second-tier cultivation level would be nearly impossible. However, with her previous life's experience, she could easily succeed in concocting low-level elixirs. By the end of her session, her spiritual energy was entirely depleted. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Shinjin hurriedly tiptoed to peer into the cauldron. 1, 2, 5 in total. 12 full elixirs. She had already halved her success rate. Breathlessly, she extracted the 5 round, plump elixirs and stored them in small porcelain vials, ensuring not to waste the remaining dregs. Lacking enough spiritual energy to refine the leftover herbs into elixirs, she decided to roll them into pill form by hand. The only difference lay in the impurities present in the dregs, rendering the effects less potent than true elixirs. Yet, compared to ordinary medicine, the results were still remarkably effective, devoid of any resistance or side effects. As Shinjin sat cross-legged, rolling a few pills, her delivery finally arrived. Miss Shen, your package. Please sign here. The items had been delivered via helicopter, causing quite a stir among the Shen family's butler and bodyguards, for the package was enormous. Shinjin swiftly signed her name. Miss, what is this? Why do I have the feeling something inside is moving? Shinjin reassured him. Do not fear, butler. It's my pet, Fat Tiger. He is just a bit larger and eats a bit more, but he has a wonderful temperament. The butler remarked, what kind of pet requires such a large cage? I have a bad feeling about this. His premonitions soon came true. The moment the curtain surrounding the cage was lifted, the butler and surrounding bodyguards gasped in shock. Inside the cage was a tiger. Good heavens, how fat! What on earth was this? Such a colossal creature. The butler's eyelids twitched, and upon recognizing the distinctive markings on the tiger's forehead, he confirmed he was not mistaken. Miss, keeping a tiger is illegal. This is no pet. It's a prison-ready tiger. Their little ancestor was merely 3 years old. What audacity she possessed. Yet, this tiger was indeed rotund. Viewed from behind, it resembled a tiger skin rug. Upon seeing Shinjin, the tiger became ecstatic, leaping up and crashing against the cage with a loud clang.
Shinjin,
Undeterred by the trepidation in the eyes of the butler and others, dashed over. With hands small enough to barely fit, she patted the creature's head. I have a training qualification. I raised Fat Tiger from such a tiny little thing to this size. Speaking of which, Shinjin felt a pang of sadness. Even when she could barely walk or speak, she had to earn milk money for both herself and Fat Tiger. Relying on her impoverished master would lead to starvation. I previously asked my nephew, and he agreed to let me keep him. Shen Jin looked at the butler with anticipation. The tiger behind her mirrored her expression. Their gazes strikingly similar. Was it any wonder she had raised it? This tiger, despite its eyes, appeared more like a round ball. Its demeanor and movements exuding a certain clumsiness, entirely devoid of any ferocity. The butler-esque composure remained remarkably strong. The Shen family's villa featured a vast lawn and forest behind it, so he instructed the bodyguards to relocate the cage to that area. Miss, you must ensure it does not venture into the front yard easily. Indeed, I assure you, Shen Jin nodded eagerly, much like a chick pecking at grains. Once the butler and bodyguards had taken their positions at a respectful distance, she released the rice dumpling. The moment it emerged from the cage, it wagged its tail. Looking quite aggrieved as it approached Shen Jin, lying on the ground and clutching her with its large paws while whining. It seemed to be lamenting its plight. Having suffered from motion sickness during transport, which had resulted in a significant reduction in its food intake, leaving it quite famished. Shen Jin cast a glance at its corpulent form. Just in time for a diet, you used to wheeze after every few steps. The dumpling, born in a zoo, had coincidentally been accompanied by her master, who was there to earn money for milk powder. During its birth, complications had arisen, leaving it barely alive and beyond the help of animal doctors. Subsequently, Shen Jin had taken it in and revived it with herbal medicine. Although her master was impoverished, he possessed considerable skills and connections among the elite. With these relationships, he managed to obtain a certificate for raising the dumpling. After the dumpling finished its complaints, it suddenly extended its tail, nudging it into Shen Jin's hand. She looked down in surprise. How did Xiao Li end up here? A small snake, as green as jade, lazily slithered up the dumpling's tail and coiled itself around Shen Jin's wrist, forming a beautiful serpentine bracelet. Though it was not thicker than an adult's finger, it appeared quite adorable. However, in reality, it was highly venomous and an undiscovered species of snake. At that moment, it wrapped itself around her wrist, its head and tail entwined, remaining still. Shen Jin muttered softly, Chapter 17. Gossip. Why must you leave the forest to come here? She poked the little serpent with her chubby finger, but it remained motionless. The reason for bringing the dumpling over was that it lacked any survival skills in the wild. Moreover, it had a voracious appetite, which the old Taoist could hardly sustain. In contrast, Xiao Li was the leader of the mountain snake community. Why abandon its status as a leader to become a mere decorative bracelet on her wrist? Throughout the day, Shen Jin frolicked with the dumpling in the Shen family's backyard. Although the dumpling was incapable of hunting and lacked a tiger's grace, it possessed considerable strength and had no trouble carrying Shen Jin around. Move, move. You've hardly run a lap and already need a break. The little girl on the plump tiger tugged at its ear, urging it on. The tiger feigned lethargy, flopping down and rolling its eyes, pretending to be dead. This behavior infuriated Shen Jin, making her want to bite the tiger in frustration. It had always been this way. Every time she trained it for survival skills, it would play dead, but when it was mealtime, it would sprint faster than anyone. The butler and bodyguards watched from a distance for quite some time. Is this really a tiger? Or has it mutated from a domestic cat? Its stout limbs seemed to weigh heavily when it ran, its belly wobbling with each step. It appeared timid and lazy, pretending to be dead. While it bore some resemblance to a tiger, it seemed not to embody the essence fully. They felt less inclined to be on high alert. Irritated, Shen Jin kicked the tiger's rear. Keep pretending to be dead, and there will be no food for you tonight. Upon hearing this, the dumpling quickly flipped over, nuzzling against Shen Jin in a bid for affection. All this fat on me was fed by you, so I can't afford to lose weight.
Xiao Li,
Coiled around Shen Jin's wrist, cast a disdainful glance at the tiger. In the ensuing days, Shen Jin devoted herself to alchemy and arranging the dumpling's life. To appease the butler and the others, she even installed a fence in the backyard. Recently, a significant incident had erupted within the elite circles, one that was closely tied to Shen Jin. Gu Huai had severed ties with his mother and brother entirely. He was a ruthless individual, having openly confronted his mother regarding her affair with his uncle, and the revelation that his brother was their illegitimate child had also surfaced. This confrontation occurred after he had conducted a paternity test and prepared thoroughly to confront them. Now he and those relatives were completely estranged. Shen Jin had learned of this gossip through the birds that had flown to the Shen family. Notably, it seemed they were eager to share the news with her. Sitting side by side with the dumpling, she listened to the birds' gossip while sipping from her bottle with great delight. Gu Huai's uncle and his aunt really got into a fight. Oh, how I wish I could have witnessed it. Really? Is Gu Huai's aunt going to confront his mother today? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. She beckoned the birds to descend and tossed them a handful of translucent spirit rice. This rice had been cultivated with spiritual energy, and she had very little of it left. As the birds scrambled to snatch the spirit rice, Shen Jin contemplated how to cleverly excuse herself to visit the Gu family when, quite fortuitously, Qin Jin arrived. He had come to see Shen Jin primarily regarding the ghostly child matter, which had seen little progress thus far. Since scientific methods had proven ineffective, he sought to explore the unscientific. Upon seeing him, Shen Jin's eyes lit up, as did her companion, the plump tiger.
Wow.
Qin Jin took a silent step back, observing the tiger from behind the fence, his mouth twitching. That tiger seems to be a bit overnourished. Is this really a tiger? His professional instincts kicked in, and he felt compelled to lecture Shen Jin. Do you know that keeping a tiger is illegal? Shen Jin huffed. Of course I know.
I've studied this.
Her pride swelled as she puffed out her chest. I have the certification to raise the dumpling. I can show it to you. She was ready to produce it at any moment, showcasing her foresight. Qin Jin took a look at the certificate, surprised to find it genuine. I have a favor to ask of you. After discussing the tiger, Qin Jin looked earnestly at Shen Jin. From now on, I will cover your milk costs. And I'll even provide compensation. I won't be working for free. That's acceptable. What about the dumplings' milk as well? Qin Jin replied, what? Are you offering a buy one get one free deal?
Deal.
Shen Jin's face lit up with a radiant smile. She was truly clever. Before I help you, could you visit the Gu family first? Shen Jin raised her milk bottle excitedly. Gu Huai's aunt is going to confront his mother today. I want to watch. How do you know this? Qin Jin was surprised. He was unaware of the situation. The butler, eavesdropping nearby, perked up his ears. Having heard of the turmoil within the Gu family, Shen Jin pointed at the various birds on the ground. They told me, just the other day, Gu Huai's uncle was beaten by his wife, and his face was scratched all over. Qin Jin murmured. No wonder it has escalated to such a degree without any intervention from the Gu family. It must be quite a spectacle. The butler was left in utter confusion. Do you not have any doubts about Master Qin? Qin Jin not only harbored no suspicions but also took Shen Jin to the scene to witness the unfolding drama. As for the matter of the ghostly child, it was of little consequence at the moment. He first needed to notify the police department in advance to ensure they would allow the child to enter. The butler remarked, to be honest, I wish to join as well. Demi also expressed a desire to go, yet its corpulent identity as a large tiger precluded it from wandering freely. However, Shen Jin promised to record the events for its viewing pleasure, which satisfied Demi enough to nod in agreement. Qin Jin was astonished. It can actually comprehend? Shen Jin replied, indeed, Demi is quite clever. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Shen residence, Shen Mai returned home as well. The two parties encountered each other, exchanging quizzical glances. Where are you headed? Shen Mai's expression soured slightly. He had anticipated that Shen Jin would pick him up from school today, just as she did last time, especially since he had refrained from playing basketball with his friends and waited early at the school gate, only to find that the person he awaited was absent. His mood had been rather dismal on the way back. Shen Jin blinked her eyes and trotted over, tugging at his fingers. Cousin, we're off to witness the drama. With that, she pulled him into Qin Jin's car. Inside the vehicle, Shen Jin animatedly shared all the gossip she had gleaned about the Gu family, some of which Qin Jin was unaware of. For instance, Gu Yud was not only entangled with his sister-in-law but also had several mistresses, with 2 illegitimate children, unbeknownst to both his wife and Gu Huai's mother. Additionally, Gu Jiming had been beaten to a pulp by the son of Gu Yud's legitimate wife, nearly having his hand broken. Gu Yud faced the risk of disfigurement after being caught red-handed by his wife, who nearly crushed his lineage in a fit of rage. Shen Mai pondered the extent of events that had transpired at school without his knowledge, questioning how Shen Jin was so well informed. Chapter 18. Witnessing the drama, Qin Jin marveled at Shen Jin's extensive network of information, wondering whether it was typical for a mere 3-year-old to be so immersed in such gossip. Shen Mai's expression darkened slightly. Where did you learn all this? Shen Jin innocently placed her hands on her knees, her voice soft and laced with innocence. The little birds told me. Furthermore, despite her youthful appearance, she was remarkably mature, perhaps even more so than the elderly present. By this point, Shen Mai had entirely shaken off his earlier gloom, captivated by the continuous stream of gossip. Shen Jin's mouth grew dry from sharing, and she leaned back in her seat, taking a sip of milk to replenish her energy. And what else? Have those illegitimate children of Gu Yud been discovered? Shen Jin pouted. Let me catch my breath. I'm so tired. Meanwhile, Qin Jin's car sped toward Gu Huai's location. Lin Fengxiao, initially puzzled by their visit, found it easier to act when Shen Jin bluntly mentioned that her sister-in-law's aunt was seeking out his mother. Do we need to bring snacks? Qin Jin remarked. You seem quite prepared. Gu Huai, upon learning of their intentions, did not object. However, he could not join them. It wasn't that he held any lingering feelings for the trio, but the revelation of his mother's infidelity with his uncle during his father's lifetime had left him with nothing but resentment toward her. He feared that if a confrontation broke out, he would inevitably be drawn into the fray. Upon arriving at the villa where Gu Huai's mother resided, they found a throng of spectators gathered outside. From afar, they could hear the sounds of screams and curses emanating from within. Lin Fengxiao, brimming with excitement, dashed forward, eager not to miss the spectacle of the old woman being struck. Shen Mai, unable to contain himself, scooped up the small, short-legged Shen Jin and rushed forward. Shen Jin commented, this drama is even more engaging than she is. Yet the fact that this little one still remembered her was quite commendable. The group approached without drawing much attention, as everyone's gaze was fixated on the villa. Gu Huai's aunt had not only brought her children but also a few bodyguards with her. The gate of the Gu residence stood wide open, and several reporters had already charged to the front line, faithfully capturing the scenes of hair-pulling and slapping occurring inside. Outside, the onlookers consisted of nearby residents and fellow spectators who had come to witness the unfolding drama. They were all part of the high society circle. Hence they maintained a respectful distance. Malonji, you shameless woman, how can you be so brazen? Even rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows. Yet here you are, desecrating your own nest. That is your brother. How desperate are you? One could hear the aunt's voice, fierce and combative, as she rained blows upon Malonji. As she struck, she continued her verbal onslaught. Malonji attempted to resist, but found herself unable to turn the tide, screaming in protest. Wang Shi, do not be deceived by that bastard Gu Huai. That paternity test must have been tampered with by him. I am innocent. I am clean with your brother. At that moment, the aunt, undeterred, stood up, brushing her hair back, and summoned a bodyguard who approached with a document in hand. Do you think I'm a fool? If Gu Huai's paternity test is unreliable, then what about this one I had done? She flung the paternity test report at Ma Lonji's face. You and your wild child shall not receive a single cent of the Gu family's fortune. Moreover, you must return all that you and your son obtained from Gu Yud. That belongs to us as a couple, and he had no right to bestow it upon you. Ma Lonji, with her face swollen like a pig's head, knew she could no longer hide the truth upon seeing the paternity report. She cried out in despair, her eyes filled with resentment. Her bitterness was directed not only at Gu Huai, but also at Wang Shi and even Gu Yud. Mom, save me. Please stop hitting me. At that moment, Gu Ming was also under attack by Wang Shi's son, suffering an even worse fate than Ma Lonji. Despite her own pain, Ma Lonji's love for Gu Ming was genuine, and she rushed toward him, screaming, "Stop it. Enough, please." Gu Yun had also received a few slaps, now sitting on the ground in tears, mourning not only her humiliation but also her hopeless future. The entire circle was aware of her mother's infidelity, and she wondered how she could ever show her face again. Contemplating her bleak prospects, Gu Yun felt a surge of resentment toward Ma Lonji. It's all your fault. How could you be so shameless and betray your marriage? Not only that, but you also involved your own brother. How am I supposed to live with dignity after this? Gu Ming also began to harbor some resentment toward his mother, for he had always been aware of his true identity. Ma Lonji had not concealed it from him after Gu Huai's father passed away. In the past, he regarded it as inconsequential, even relishing the monetary gifts bestowed upon him by his uncle. However, as the truth unraveled and the consequences of those actions struck back, resentment began to fester within him. He harbored bitterness towards his mother for her indiscretions, pondering how such a situation could have arisen had she conducted herself with propriety. Gu Ming forcefully pushed his mother aside, his silence laden with an accusatory gaze that Ma Lonji could not ignore. Her eyes brimmed with disbelief. You all blame me? Ma Lonji fixed her gaze on her son. Do you blame me too? Gu Ming, evading her stare, replied, if it weren't for you and uncle, how would we have ended up in this predicament? We can never show our faces in this circle again. At that moment, he acutely recognized that his existence had become even more lamentable than that of an illegitimate child. Ma Lonji had never felt remorse when facing her own humiliation. She only wished she had suffocated her ungrateful son, Gu Huai, in his infancy. Yet now, To be scorned by the son she favored truly pierced her heart. Onlookers murmured in sympathy. Wang Shi, however, felt it was mere poetic justice. This was the retribution Ma Longji deserved. Lin Fengxiao shared the sentiment, recalling how his sister had suffered at the hands of that old hag, nearly losing her life in the process. Once the farce at the Gu family concluded, they departed. Lin Fengxiao remained somewhat captivated, recounting the nefarious deeds Ma Longji had committed alongside her children without pause. The companies under my brother-in-law's name have flourished through his and my sister's hard work, while her own son squanders and, upon encountering trouble, seeks financial aid from my brother-in-law. All with an air of entitlement that is utterly repugnant. That old crone disapproves of my sister because she wishes to marry her cousin from the Ma family to my brother-in-law to exert control over him. Unaware that my brother-in-law stood firm and ultimately wed my sister. The unspeakable acts they committed during this period are too shameful to articulate. Had it not been for my sister and brother-in-law's unwavering bond, they would have surely been torn apart long ago. Chapter 19. A surprise awaits you. Although Shen Mai was aware that some families in their circle were merely facades concealing rot within, he had never encountered such a succession of scandals all at once. Today, upon returning home from school, he was enlightened. After dropping Lin Xiaotian off at Gu Huai's residence, Qin Zhen escorted the remaining two to the police station. Standing at the entrance of the precinct, Shen Mai crossed his arms and scoffed, his tone laced with flippancy and a hint of arrogance. What's the matter? Did someone report me for fighting at school or for smoking and failing to do my homework? Qin Zhen retorted. Do you wish to be enlightened by the path of righteousness? Shen Jin jabbed him lightly with her bottle at his waist. Did you smoke? Shen Mai replied with a chuckle. Oh, dear aunt, do you still hope to teach me not to smoke? Let me tell you, that's not going to happen. He was obstinate in his ways, it seemed. Shen Jin rolled her eyes. I was merely curious about what smoking tastes like. Is it delicious? Shen Mai's expression froze, caught off guard by her innocent curiosity, leaving him at a loss for words. Children shouldn't concern themselves with such matters. He added hastily, girls shouldn't smoke, even when grown. For safety's sake, it would be best if there were no cigarettes in the house at all. Shen Jin huffed, raising her head with pride. Indifferent to anyone's opinion. You don't control me. She embraced the same rebellious spirit as Shen Mai. Shen Mai, reflecting on his own rebellious past, found himself exasperated by this little aunt's defiance. Amidst their banter, the trio arrived at the forensic department. A few forensic experts were still examining the bones. Qin Zhen lingered at the entrance, reluctant to step inside. Others may be unaware, but he knew all too well that a ghost resided within. The mere thought of being watched by a specter while working there made him uneasy. Only those blissfully ignorant could be considered truly fortunate. With a heavy heart, he led Shen Jin inside. One of the forensic experts, who had a good rapport with Qin Zhen, greeted him and then frowned upon seeing the two youngsters. Qin Zhen, what's going on? You brought two kids in here? Qin Zhen replied, let the others step out. I have a lead. Lu Dingyan shrugged and ushered the others away. It was Shen Mai's first visit to such a place, and upon seeing the bones, even his usual bravery faltered, sending chills down his spine. However, he quickly regained composure, especially upon noticing Shen Jin's remarkable calmness. After all, he couldn't appear less composed than a 3-year-old child. Is it here? Qin Zhen crouched down to ask Shen Jin. She glanced toward the space beside him, causing Qin Zhen to shudder and hastily shift a few steps away. Lu Dingyan and Shen Mai exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by their cryptic exchange. At this juncture, it was established that the case likely bore little connection to the Gu family. However, those who had worked on it previously had been questioned and claimed ignorance regarding the buried child's remains, appearing to speak truthfully. The investigation reached an impasse, compounded by the passage of time, as the precinct had expended considerable effort without yielding results. Qin Zhen sought Shen Jin's assistance, hoping for a breakthrough. Shen Jin cast a glance at the ghostly child and, with her youthful voice brimming with confidence, declared, I can help her remember certain things. But that could put her at risk of becoming a vengeful spirit. Qin Zhen found himself in a quandary. He yearned to close the case. Yet a vengeful spirit was hardly a benign entity. Having encountered the ghostly child, he had researched extensively online about such entities. Uncontrolled vengeful spirits could be deadly. What to do? He doubted Shen Jin could contend with a vengeful spirit. Despite her small stature, she was still just a child, and ghosts were another matter entirely. Shen Jin stood tall, exuding confidence. Leave it to me. I can handle it. She was exceptionally capable, even surpassing seasoned practitioners. Qin Jun regarded the cherubic child, her voice sweet and innocent, her diminutive frame and chubby fingers evoking disbelief. Where did you all come from? A special hospital? Lu Dingyan could no longer contain himself, almost cursing at Qin Jun had it not been for the presence of children. Shen Mai wholeheartedly agreed. After all, the whimsical notions of a little girl were one thing, but he had never heard of Qin Jun spending time in a psychiatric facility. Qin Jun replied, I understand that this matter may seem preposterous, but you may not believe it when I say that she led me to these bones. As Qin Jun elaborated to Lu Dingyan, Shen Jiyin had already begun her actions, placing the bottle in her mouth and using her small hands to form seals. Her tiny hands were delicate and soft, with chubby little fingers. However, she adeptly shifted a few times, an unseen energy swirling around her movements. Ultimately, a mysterious seal materialized before Shen Jiyin, which she directly infused into the body of the ghostly child. Shen Mai, intrigued, inquired, What were you just doing? It certainly doesn't look like mere flailing. It's rather captivating. Shen Jiyin took a few sips from her bottle and replied, I'm giving you all a surprise. The vengeful spirit's resentment solidified, and if she wished, humans could perceive it as well. A sudden jolt of apprehension surged through Qin Jun. You restored her? Shen Jiyin muttered, Not yet. Qin Jun immediately exhaled in relief. He wasn't ready for that yet. However, the next moment, they heard the small creature declare, I am in the process of restoration. As those words fell, the aura of resentment enveloping the ghostly child intensified. The lights in the dissection room began to flicker, the temperature plummeted dramatically, and an eerie wind swept through. Shen Mai swallowed nervously and asked Lu Dingyan, Is this an issue with the aging lights in your dissection room? Lu Dingyan felt a slight tremor within himself. It should be. They reassured themselves, only to be met with a piercing, furious wail. The lights in the dissection room exploded. Qin Jun exclaimed, Damn it, I said we weren't prepared. It was over. They wouldn't be wiped out, would they? The ghostly child, now fully restored in memory, had transformed into a malevolent spirit, losing her sanity under the influence of resentment. The first act she committed was to kill, annihilating everything around her. Despite the dim light in the dissection room, the trio could still discern their surroundings, and thus witnessed the ghostly child coalescing into a spectral form, fueled by resentment. Shen Mai gasped, Damn. Lu Dingyan exclaimed, My God. The two of them, terrified, clung to each other, their expressions a mix of shock and horror. Qin Jun declared, It's over. The ghostly child was charging towards them. Qin Jun shouted, Little ancestor, think of something quickly. Otherwise, we will truly perish here. Chapter 20. Are you awake? With tranquil wisdom and a serene heart, the three souls remain intact and unwavering, urgently invoking the command, Purify. A tender, yet resolute voice resonated, and just as the ghostly child was about to reach the trio, yellow talismans encircled her like chains. Shen Jiyin hastily recited the incantation, albeit somewhat slowly. Moreover, the ghostly child's recovery was equally sluggish. Observing her continued struggles, Shen Jiyin clicked her tongue. She politely retrieved her small wooden sword from her bag, which elongated to match her height with the infusion of spiritual energy. This is taking too long, I'll just fight. The 3-year-old, clutching her bottle, charged forward with the peachwood sword. After a chaotic and indistinct skirmish, accompanied by the anguished cries of the malevolent spirit, tranquility finally descended a few minutes later. The exquisite, lovely child stood with one foot on the ghostly child, wielding the wooden sword and tapping it on her head a few times, striking a rather arrogant pose. The sight of the diminutive figure, with her bottle still in her mouth, was somewhat surreal. Wake up, are you not awake? She prodded with the wooden sword. The other three clearly witnessed the once vengeful spirit now trembling on the ground, especially after being poked a few times. For a moment, they were at a loss as to who the true specter was. The ghostly child began to weep, tears of blood streaming down her face, both terrifying and pitiable. Why resort to violence when there were more civilized methods to restore her sanity? After all, she was merely a child, a young girl. Must she be so fierce? Meanwhile, the three grown men, armed with makeshift weapons, pondered. What just happened?
Who am I?
Where am I? They stared at the pitiful ghostly child, now helplessly prostrate on the ground, having barely recovered from their initial shock of encountering a ghost. Seeing the ghostly child regain consciousness, Shen Jiyin settled down cross-legged, sipping her milk, which was actually energy. If you have questions, feel free to ask, she said. It had been a while since she had fought. Her little frame was now fatigued. Qin Zhen, quick to respond, recalled having encountered this ghostly child before. He nudged Lu Dingen, who was still in disbelief with his mouth agape, to regain his composure. Bring me paper and a pen. He crouched a meter away from the ghostly child and began to cautiously inquire. The ghostly child, deflated, responded lethargically. Shen Jin placed the peachwood sword by her feet, sipping her milk while listening intently. Bai Kikik, still just a child, was uncertain of her home-mess location, only knowing it was in a mountain village. She recalled that after her birth, her grandparents and father had never favored her. Her grandmother had called her a burden, claiming her existence prevented her brother from returning home. Later, when strangers arrived, her grandparents sold her. Bai Kikik could never forget the sight of her grandparents, indifferent to her heart-wrenching cries and pleas, shoving her towards a stranger while they gleefully counted their money. Those memories surged vividly in her mind, and the resentment within her began to rise once more. This time, however, resolution was within reach. Having established a foundation with the purifying heart mantra, Shen Jin simply tossed a clarity charm towards Bai Kikik to stabilize her. I escaped twice, but they always caught me again. They wouldn't feed me and beat me. It hurts so much. I want to go home. I want to find my mother. Her mother was the only person who had treated her well, but she too would face violence. If she were to vanish, her mother would be heartbroken. Thus, despite being beaten for her 2 escape attempts and going hungry, she still longed to return. However, on her 3rd attempt, she was beaten to death. As she listened, Shen Jin found the milk in her mouth unpalatable. Shen Mai wore an expression of disbelief. This once carefree and audacious young master could hardly fathom that such depraved grandparents existed in the world. Qin Zhen and Lu Dingen's faces darkened with gravity. As a police officer, Qin Zhen had encountered too much darkness. He had apprehended human traffickers before, yet hearing this still ignited a rage within him. Do you remember what the person who bought you looked like? And who took you to the Hengyang community? I remember. She certainly did, and she would never forget. Lu Dingen immediately prepared paper and pen. Under Qin Zhen's guidance, Bai Kikik described the features of the man, revealing that the same person who brought her to the Hengyang community was also the one who had purchased her. Though she had died by that time, the spirit, saturated with resentment, had accompanied her. After sketching the man, they gazed upon the familiar face, and Bai Kikik nearly erupted once more. It was only with Shen Jin's assistance and Qin Zhen's assurances that she managed to regain her composure. Qin Zhen, I shall investigate the identity of this individual at once. With the portrait in hand, everything that follows shall be considerably more convenient. The sole dilemma, however, is that we cannot allow Bai Kiki to remain here any longer. She has now acquired the strength of a malevolent spirit, and should she lose her rationality, none could restrain her. Thus, all eyes turned to Shen Jin, for she is the only one capable of communicating with spirits. Qin Zhen, with a bold demeanor, rubbed his hands together. Little ancestor, I must trouble you with Bai Kiki. For the safety of all, it is no exaggeration to refer to Shen Jin as a little ancestor. She could even enshrine the spirit if necessary. Shen Jin produced an unremarkable wooden plaque, crafted from a century-old locust tree. Please make your home within this, she instructed. Capturing a minor spirit is but a trifling task. Bai Kiki, without resistance, transformed into a wisp of azure smoke and entered the plaque. With the necessary inquiries addressed and the malevolent spirit contained, Shen Jin and Shen Mai prepared to return to the Shen residence. However, as Qin Zhen was preoccupied with matters concerning Bai Kiki, it was Shen Mai who summoned the family driver this time. While awaiting the vehicle, Shen Mai glanced at his little aunt, hesitating to speak.
What is it?
Is it too daunting to voice? Shen Jin noticed his repeated attempts to speak, but fall silent, and playfully rolled her eyes at him. Shen Mai, if you wish for me to speak, then I shall. So, the talismans you provided me were genuine? And your alchemical claims were true as well? You truly are but 3 years old, and not some ancient being, correct? How is it that you can capture malevolent spirits? Goodness, when you refrain from speaking, you seem hesitant, yet once you begin, you cannot stop, can you? Indeed, indeed. However, in a certain sense she is indeed an ancient being. But that was in a past life, and what relevance does it hold to this one? She is merely an adorable little child who enjoys cradling a bottle of milk. The youth's capacity for embracing the novel is remarkable. Initially, Shen Mai was taken aback, yet now he was filled solely with exhilaration and thrill. He gazed at his 3-year-old little aunt with sparkling eyes. Is there anything cooler than having a 3-year-old little ant who can capture spirits? Chapter 21. Shenmai. I desire to cultivate immortality while in the vehicle. Shenmai could barely contain his glee, his expressions shifting like the wind. Shinjin. Oh dear. I hope this lad hasn't been rendered foolish. While he was not foolish, he had certainly become obsequious. For instance, upon disembarking, he exclaimed, "Little ant, allow me to carry you." Previously, he would have never dared to address a 3-year-old as little ant, but now it rolled off his tongue with effortless grace. Shinjin was carried into the grand Shen villa. Yet, the antics did not conclude there. Shenmai eagerly dashed to the kitchen to fetch her milk. Fussing over her with genuine concern, the butler stood nearby, utterly dumbfounded. What has transpired? Has their once cantankerous young master been possessed? Shinjin, however, accepted the attention with aplomb, confidently directing him in his tasks. Little ant, aside from capturing spirits, what else can you do? Can you fly on a sword like those immortal cultivators on television? He gazed at Shinjin with immense anticipation. It must be noted that every young boy harbors dreams of immortality. The notion of soaring through the skies on a sword is often their most cherished fantasy. And sometimes they even dream of it. It embodies a sense of grandeur and thrill, far surpassing the excitement of racing. It is true that the practitioners of this world may not possess such abilities, their primary craft being spirit capturing and talisman crafting, yet Shinjin is different. In her previous life, every cultivator at the foundational stage was required to master the art of flying on a sword. However, not at this moment. While sword flight is indeed possible, it is not feasible now. Shenmai became electrified, his once rebellious demeanor now that of an eager puppy gazing at her.
So,
Do you think I could learn? As for belief, having encountered spirits, he felt compelled to embrace the dream of soaring on a sword. Shinjin scrutinized him for a moment. Extend your hand. I wish to take a look. Shenmai promptly extended his hand with eagerness. Shinjin grasped his hand and, using her spiritual perception, explored within him, astonished to discover that this lad truly possessed a spiritual root. Moreover, it was a singular fire affinity, a rare talent that would be coveted by sex in the Wuheng continent. To put it into perspective, in Wuheng, only 1 in 10,000 individuals might possess a spiritual root, and among the singular roots, only 1 in 100,000 might be found. To her surprise, the very first person she encountered in this realm was a singular root. Regrettably, there were no spirit testing stones available here to ascertain the quality of his root. Furthermore, the spiritual energy in this world was too thin and chaotic, making it challenging even for those with singular roots to absorb it. How is it? How is it? Shenmai gazed at Shinjin with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. Shinjin patted his slender arm. You are quite fortunate. You possess the aptitude for cultivation. Really? Shenmai was so thrilled that he nearly leaped out of his seat. Shinjin, shaking her short legs, replied slowly, however, to cultivate, you must establish a solid foundation. And the spiritual energy in this world is quite sparse, so your progress may be slow. I am unafraid. I wish to cultivate. Little ant, please teach me. As the youngest son of the Shen family, obtaining what he desired was an easy feat, and school was merely optional for him. With 3 exceptional older brothers, he would always have someone to support him in whatever he chose to pursue. Yet, within the Shen family, he was the only one who had never met his mother and had never experienced maternal love. Although the others cared for him, their busy lives afforded him limited affection, mostly compensating him materially. In such an environment, Shenmai developed a penchant for thrill-seeking and a rebellious nature. He reveled in racing and various extreme sports, even defying the family's prohibitions to secretly indulge in such adventures. For him, these experiences provided a much-needed spark in an otherwise mundane existence. Coincidentally, Shenmai was inherently contrarian. He despised a life devoid of excitement. The arrival of this little ant presented him with a wholly different path to explore, even if fraught with challenges. He yearned to embark on this journey. Shinjin saw no harm in this. After all, nurturing a promising talent was a worthy endeavor.
Yet,
she had never taken on a disciple before. Perhaps she could impart the essentials and observe his untamed development?
it was settled then. Wait.
Tomorrow I shall provide you with the cultivation techniques and foundational knowledge suited to you. Shenmai, pumping his fist in triumph, regarded Shinjin with newfound reverence, no longer perceiving her as merely a young child, but as his cherished little ancestor. As twilight descended, Shinjin chose not to seek out Demi and instead retreated to her chamber. Alas, she had to transcribe the heart method for Shenmai, which was quite a chore. After painstakingly inscribing a line with her brush, she collapsed onto her chair, feeling utterly exhausted and disinclined to move. Tossing a medicinal pill into her mouth, she shook her delicate little feet, her face scrunching up in displeasure. Indeed, she had acquiesced far too soon. The task was meant for that little rascal Shenmai, so why was she the one bearing the burden? Moreover, the most pressing issue was that Shenmai would not comprehend the characters she had written. Having found a compelling excuse, Shenjin set off on her short legs to find Shenmai. "Nephew, come out." Shenmai, amidst a gathering of his close companions, was boasting about how his little aunt could cultivate immortality. His friends, with subtlety, inquired if he had been subjected to some sort of stimulus or if his mental state was less than stable. How could mere mortals comprehend his world? Just then, his little aunt knocked on the door, and he eagerly rushed to open it. What followed was a grueling ordeal of transcribing books. To be precise, it involved Shen Jin sitting beside him, sipping from a milk bottle while intermittently reciting the content he needed to memorize, while he diligently scribbled away. Many of the characters were obscure, ones he could hardly write. Throughout his long life, Shenmai had never approached anything with such seriousness. Even his self-reflections were penned by others. His beloved aunt seemed to have lost affection for him. How long would he have to endure this? Though the experience was arduous, he did not yield, checking obscure characters on his phone and continuing to write. With the assistance of Shen Jin's talismans, he toiled from night until daybreak. He had only managed to finish the foundational knowledge of cultivation, and his hand felt as though it might shatter. "All right, you should rest now. Once you're refreshed, I will explain the content above," Shen Jin said, tossing him a medicinal pill. This was a Rongchun Dan, meant to restore physical energy. Shenmai's previously fatigued spirit instantly perked up. He held the round, pearl-like pill before him, examining it with curiosity, though he could glean nothing from it, and ultimately consumed it. The effect of the pill was immediate for a mortal like him. Soon, the fatigue from a night of sleeplessness vanished, replaced by invigorated energy. "Little aunt, I feel so revitalized that I don't even want to rest." He felt more energized than after a good night's sleep. He was eager to learn, ready to dive into his studies. Shen Jin mused. How could he be more driven than in his past life? "No, I need to rest and finish my meal before I can teach you. You'll have to manage on your own for now." She was still just a child. After all, it was the devil that exploited children. With a youthful lilt, Shen Jin refused and ushered her enthusiastic nephew out. Shenmai, staring at the closed door, rubbed his nose, but this did nothing to dampen his enthusiasm. If he had to study alone, so be it. When breakfast time arrived, Shen Jin, lured by the enticing aroma, was the first to descend. After devouring a hearty meal, she found herself waiting for her young master to join her, but he did not appear. Her smile faltered slightly at the thought. Other whims could be indulged, but how could one forego breakfast? Thus, she went personally to summon him. Shenmai's door was ajar, and as the butler approached, he was astonished to see the rebellious young master, his backside perched on a chair, engrossed in his notebook, muttering to himself with utmost seriousness. The butler gasped. Could it be that he was not playing games but actually studying? He even questioned whether his eyes were deceiving him, unwilling to believe that the young master would engage in scholarly pursuits. With a smile, he quietly closed the door and opened it once more. The scene remained unchanged, leaving the butler utterly flabbergasted. Young master? This was alarming. Surely, something was amiss with the young master. Shenmai turned to him, declaring, "Do not disturb my studies." Suddenly remembering something, he sat up. "Where's my little aunt?" The butler inhaled sharply. "Young master, what is happening? Have you experienced something at school?" He had called Miss Shenjin little aunt. Shenmai brushed it off. "Never mind. I will seek her out myself. Today, I must commence my cultivation journey." Shenjin replied, "There's no cultivation here, only repairs." After finishing her breakfast, the little scion of the Shen family lounged in the garden, leisurely munching on snacks. "Hang in there, it hasn't even been half an hour yet, and look at your trembling legs." She shook her head, clucking her tongue. Meanwhile, Shenmai, in a stance of concentration, retorted, "If you have the ability, put down that snack and speak." He was unafraid of hardship, but who would want an idle bystander criticizing their efforts while they toiled? Shen Jin remarked, "At your age, beginning cultivation is already late. It typically starts at 5 years old." After finishing her snack, she slowly began to articulate the fundamental requirements of cultivation, insisting on the importance of a solid foundation. "Miss, you should check onto me. It seems to be looking for you." Shen Mai, trembling with sweat, inquired, "Who is Demi?" With innocent eyes, Shen Jin replied,
My pet.
"I mentioned it to you before, have you forgotten?" Chapter 22. Naming Demi. Is this not fraud? Shen Mai suddenly recalled. The name Demi sounded reminiscent of a cat. As half an hour elapsed, Shen Mai could no longer hold on and sat down heavily. "You take a break. I will check on Demi." He sprawled on the ground, utterly drained and unwilling to speak further. "Is everything all right, young master?" The butler approached with concern, bewildered at how obedient the young master had suddenly become. It was absurd to heed the words of a 3-year-old girl, even if she was his elder. He had genuinely held the stance for half an hour. Shen Mai waved his hand dismissively and took a sip from the drink the butler offered. How has the situation with the driver been resolved? That driver was the one Shen Jin had alerted him about. During a school day, he had sensed something amiss with the driver and had him checked, discovering that his little aunt's suspicions were indeed correct. The driver's brother had a penchant for gambling. While he had yet to incur significant debts as Shen Jin had warned, it was only a matter of time. Once entangled in such vices, ruin was inevitable.
Now.
Shen Mai had completely come to trust his little aunt's words and could not allow that driver to remain in the Shen household. The butler responded. He has already been reassigned away from the Shen family. Shen Mai merely acknowledged this and did not press further. He was determined to seek out his little aunt. As the butler watched him depart, he quickly sent a message to the family head. "Head, there's troubling news. The young master's condition is worsening. He now obeys whatever the little miss says." Shen Quan. "Understood, my boss, and I will return in a week." "TSK, has that little rascal taken a wrong turn?" He is eager to see what kind of prowess his 3-year-old aunt possesses to manage his rebellious son. Shen Mai, resolute despite his physical limitations, sought out Shen Jin, only to be taken aback by his little aunt riding atop a tiger with a fierce demeanor. "This hefty creature?" The bodyguard responsible for the tiger nodded affirmatively. "Doesn't the young master know? The young lady mentioned that it was you who insisted on raising it." Shen Mai, how on earth was I to know the pet referred to by my little aunt was, in fact, a tiger? And such a plump one at that. Naming a Demi a form of deception. Shen Mai, still in a daze, thought to himself that if his little aunt could manage a ghost, then raising a tiger shouldn't be too outrageous, right? While he was admonishing Demi by tugging at its ear, Shen Jin spotted her nephew approaching and waved him over. "Come here, dear nephew." Her voice still carried a hint of cheerfulness. Shen Mai, observing the inquisitive tiger glancing his way, felt his lips twitch. He hesitated and took 2 steps back. Perhaps it was best not to approach. With that hefty tiger enjoying what must be a lavish diet, what if it took a liking to his delicate, youthful form? "Oh, are you so timid? I thought Demi could help you with your training," Shen Jin teased. Shen Mai, is it too late for me to say I regret pursuing immortality? Of course. He merely entertained that thought. In reality, the thrill-seeking Shen Mai found a certain allure in such a formidable beast. Thus, when Shen Jin brandished a peachwood sword against Demi's neck, threatening it to remain still, he dared to inch closer.
Demi, bought it.
Let out a yawn and rolled its eyes. It had no intention of moving. Why expend energy unnecessarily? Once Shen Mai successfully touched the tiger, his apprehension dissipated. "Auntie, is this truly your tiger?" he remarked, delighted by the solid sensation of its fur, which was far more gratifying than petting a common cat. Upon hearing this, Shen Jin puffed up with pride. "Indeed, I raised it with milk powder." It was quite the arduous task. Shen Mai gazed at the tiger's robust physique in awe. "Auntie, you're exceptional. Your tiger is even more robust than those in the zoo." "Demi, how presumptuous of you. While it may be true, must you phrase it so bluntly?" Once his fear subsided, Shen Mai took numerous photos with Demi, with Shen Jin eagerly joining in. Thus, Demi was unwittingly transformed into various backdrops for their snapshots. Shen Jin devised a plan for Shen Mai. Daytime would be dedicated to physical training, and by nightfall, she presented him with a concoction she had brewed, instructing him to soak in the bathtub filled with it, warning him it might be a tad painful but to endure. After handing it over, Shen Jin disregarded him, intent on continuing her television binge. Shen Mai assumed the pain she mentioned would be merely slight. However, in reality, he let out a wail of agony that alarmed the butler into thinking he had met with misfortune. When he eventually emerged from the bathtub, it felt as though his very soul had departed. Yet, upon gazing at the murky water transformed into a sooty black, emanating a foul odor, he found himself invigorated despite his exhaustion. Could this be the legendary cleansing of the marrow? After a brief respite, he summoned the strength to rise, took a shower, and collapsed into bed, instantly succumbing to slumber. The following morning, Shenmai discovered that the previous day's physical training had not left him sore or fatigued. Rather, his body felt astonishingly light, akin to the sensation of shedding years of grime after a long absence from bathing. He clenched his fist, filled with wonder and determination to pursue cultivation under his aunt's guidance. From this day forth, his little aunt commanded him to head east and never west. During the vacation days, he diligently trained under Shenji's supervision. While running, she perched on Demi's back, wielding a fishing rod with a spirit-replenishing pill dangling enticingly before the beast. Shenmai sprinted ahead, desperately trying to escape, while Demi, fixated on the alluring treat, drooled and waddled behind, shaking the ground with its hefty movements. Shenmai, Auntie, I can run on my own. Must you have Demi chase me? I feel as though I am about to be crushed by a mountain. Shenjin, nonchalantly sipping from a milk bottle, seemed unfazed. No pressure, no motivation. Keep going. Dear nephew. Shenmai, you might as well crush me. Later that evening, Shenmai once again soaked in the medicinal bath. Thankfully, it was not as painful as the first time, and the water grew progressively cleaner. With school resuming, Shenjin could no longer train her nephew, which left her somewhat disheartened. After all, the burden of training did not fall upon her. Remember to keep up your exercises at school. Shenmai understood. After bidding her nephew farewell, Shenjin joyfully returned to package the pills for Gu Huai and Qinzhen, hanging them upon her peachwood sword and affixing a couple of talismans. She stood by the window, lightly tapping the sword. Away you go. The sword quivered slightly before swiftly soaring into the sky. Once completed, Shenjin surveyed the remaining pills. Aside from her own needs, she had several pills intended for treating injuries and detoxification that were of no use to her. Her alchemical creations stemmed from whatever materials she had on hand. And aside from those Shenmai had procured, the rest were gathered from the mountains, all transformed into pills. Most were handmade capsules. Chapter 23. Would you believe me if I said she is an expert? These capsules were of no use to her. Discarding them seemed a waste. Suddenly, she recalled that the Shen family had a nephew serving in the military. Shenjin gathered the pills and added a couple of bottles of potions, deeming them a suitable gift for her nephew. Once everything was packed, she sought out the butler. Butler, these are gifts for my second nephew. Please send them to him. After speaking, she dashed off, eager to gossip with the little birds and bees. The butler, Shenmai, arrived at school to find himself immediately surrounded by his friends. What's going on, bro? You didn't show up for our Saturday gathering. Yeah, skipping last week was fine, but this week too? Aren't we growing distant? You haven't even played any games lately. Something's off. Shenmai, upon entering school, reverted to his usual rebellious nature, lounging with his long legs resting atop the desk, arms crossed. You wouldn't understand. I am destined for greatness. His friends, though wild bro used to act tough. There was always depth to it. But now, your words sound quite juvenile. By the way, where's the talisman I tossed you last week? Bring it here. He was filled with regret. That talisman was indeed genuine, crafted by his great-aunt, who never produced anything false. However, last week, having brought several with him, he remained skeptical and ultimately discarded all but the initial talisman she had given him, leaving the others with a few individuals. That item, you still wish to retrieve? I had already thrown it away.
What?
Shenmai's voice rose, drawing the attention of his classmates in the classroom. Where did you toss it? Into the dormitory trash can. It should now be at the landfill. Brother Yi, wasn't that the one you didn't want? Shenmai, how could he explain? Previously, he had failed to recognize its worth. I believe mine is still in my possession. I had casually placed it in the drawer of my dormitory. Shenmai, retrieve it for me after school. Shenjin remained oblivious to her great-nephew's regret, as she was currently watering the flowers on her balcony. With the enhancement of the Gathering Spirit Array, her little balcony was rapidly transforming into a miniature forest, teeming with various peculiar plants. These were all painstakingly gathered during her time living in the mountains with the old Taoist priest. Though the world was sparse in spiritual energy, there were still some plants imbued with it hidden in the deep mountains. In the past, she wouldn't have glanced at these low-level spiritual plants, but now, even the slightest presence of mosquitoes was a boon. Observing the thriving spiritual flora, Shenjin sat cross-legged to meditate for a while. Her cultivation was far more effective now than when she first arrived at the Shen household.
Just then, a call came in.
It was Qinzhen. Have you received the elixir? If so, remember to consume it. We must continue our collaboration. As soon as the call connected, Shen Jin's childlike marketing voice reached Qin Zhen's ears. This topic reminded him of the time he had just returned to the police dormitory when a wooden sword had suddenly soared toward him, startling him into thinking he had encountered a ghost. I received it. However, your wooden sword actually flew on its own. He was astonished. For the moment it arrived at his place, it lay motionless. Shen Jin, remember to return the wooden sword to me. I only affixed the talisman before sending it. So it was the talisman. The little wooden sword was rather charming, yet regrettably not his own. After a fleeting moment of disappointment, he recalled the pressing matter at hand. By the way, there has been a breakthrough in the Baiki case. Based on the sketch, we apprehended a suspect and, through the information he provided, we discovered Baiki's home address. The troubling part is that the village may be a stronghold for human traffickers. It is highly likely that her mother has been abducted to that mountain village. Hence, Baiki must wait until we can dismantle the entire trafficking ring before she can reunite with her mother. Qin Zhen was more concerned about Baiki's mother's safety. Human traffickers were a ruthless lot devoid of humanity. If Baiki's mother had indeed been taken to the mountains, it was clear her circumstances would be dire. While they conversed, Baiki anxiously emerged from the Huaiwood tablet. I must go now to find my mother. Shen Jin relayed Baiki's plea to Qin Zhen. Qin Zhen hesitated. But how can I take her with me? What if she gets agitated and causes chaos? Shen Jin, I will accompany her. I will take Baiki with me. Qin Zhen, ancestors, it would be inappropriate for me to be on a mission to apprehend traffickers with you in tow. Shen Jin pouted. Then you choose. Either Baiki follows you or me. Qin Zhen, given the choice between a child accompanying him and facing his teammates' scrutinizing glances, he opted for the former. Yet despite his newfound authority, he could not casually bring a child along on a dangerous mission. Thus, Qin Zhen resorted to his last resort. Hey Dad, it's your son. I need to discuss something. In the end, Qin Zhen received a stern reprimand, but after his humble entreaties and explanations, his father finally relented, agreeing to assist with the matter. However, there was a condition. Upon completing this mission, he must comply with his mother's matchmaking arrangements. Qin Zhen grimaced. Little ancestor, I'm making a significant sacrifice for you this time. On the day of the mission, the police accompanying Qin Zhen fell silent upon seeing the little toddler carrying a milk bottle and a small backpack. The child was exquisitely delicate, with rosy lips and white teeth, yet such beauty had no place here. Qin Zhen, care to explain? Qin Zhen earnestly replied. Would you believe me if I said she is a skilled fighter? The others retorted. Do we look like we believe that? Qin Zhen rubbed his face and lifted Shen Jin into his arms. Let us go. The director has agreed to this. I will ensure her safety. This is absurd. We are on a mission, and bringing a child along is utterly inappropriate. Qin Zhen, I have a plan. I will disguise myself as a tourist taking my daughter to the mountains, which will lower their guard. Shen Jin nodded. I will cooperate. No, that is far too perilous. We are apprehending criminals, and it is unacceptable to put a child at risk. What would that make us as police officers? Isn't that the little girl who can fight? One of the officers recognized Shen Jin. She was the one who had reported the drug bust at the bar, even managing to subdue those involved. What? Qin Zhen immediately carried Shen Jin to the vehicle. Get in. We're pressed for time. Let us not squander it on trivial matters. The older officers were nearly ready to unleash their frustrations upon Qin Zhen. Throughout the journey, they regarded him with disapproving eyes. Initially, they had held high hopes for Qin Zhen, as this young man, despite his occasional quirks, possessed genuine talent. However, their perception of him had shifted dramatically. Chapter 24. The little ancestor shows them whose boss Qin Zhen unusually adopted a subservient demeanor throughout the journey. Strangely enough, Shen Jin seemed to have settled in comfortably in the vehicle. Uncle, do your hands hurt when the weather turns cold? The officer sitting beside her gazed at her in astonishment. How do you know? He then looked at Qin Zhen. Did you tell her? Qin Zhen shrugged. Not me. Shen Jin's voice was sweet and innocent. I can tell. Your hands have been injured and haven't healed. The officer, now convinced that Qin Zhen had informed her, was baffled. How could she know? Is that true? His teammates began to express their surprise at his expression. Xiaozhong nodded. I've been experiencing frequent headaches lately, and I can't sleep well at night. No wonder you've been showing up to work with dark circles under your eyes. How did you know, little one? Curiosity enveloped the occupants of the vehicle as they gazed at her. Shen Jin playfully wiggled her dangling little feet, her soft, melodious voice captivating all. I have studied medicine. You know, The others in the vehicle erupted in laughter at her words. At what age did you begin your studies? You must be incredibly skilled now. Even if you had started in the womb, you couldn't possibly diagnose someone with just a glance. Shen replied, "You'd be shocked to hear this. But I began my medical studies before I was even born." A young police officer leaned in with a playful grin. "Then, why don't you take a look and see if I have any ailments?" Shen, maintaining a serious demeanor, requested him to extend his hand. "Shen, the little divine physician is about to take your pulse." With utmost seriousness, she placed her fingers on Song Yang's wrist, and to everyone's astonishment, she seemed to know what she was doing. The onlookers chuckled as she nodded sagely. "You're in good health, but you do have a tendency to stay up late." Song Yang and the others shrugged it off. After all, what young person doesn't burn the midnight oil these days? This amusing interlude allowed Shen to blend in amongst the group of police officers, who found her quiet yet clever demeanor quite endearing. Qin remarked, "So, I am the only one injured in this world, am I?" Before long, they arrived at the foot of Qingyang Mountain, where Keik's village, known as Shaoyang Village, lay nestled within. It is often said that impoverished mountains breed cunning folk. While this adage may not apply universally, it certainly resonates in some remote villages where feudalistic thinking and inadequate education prevail. Shaoyang Village, steeped in generations of patriarchal values, was far removed from the city, lacking cultural enlightenment and legal awareness, which fostered a disregard for the law. Given such a context, it was unsurprising that crimes involving the trafficking of women and children occurred. Did they truly expect her to go there? It was perilous. Frustrated, Qin scooped Shen into his arms, declaring, "If anyone can defeat her, I shall not take her along." He resolved to demonstrate to them just how misguided they were. His teammates regarded him with bemusement. "Are you serious?" Qin retorted. "Let this little ancestor show them a thing or two." Shen feigned ignorance of the banter, reluctant to engage in any roughhousing, as she was but a young girl. In a hushed tone, Qin promised, "I'll buy you candied hawthorn and milk tea when we return." Instantly, Shen straightened up. "Considering you called me little ancestor, fine." With a milk bottle in her mouth, she struck a sturdy stance, short legs firmly planted.
Come on.
One of the officers, Song Yang, stepped forward. "Brother Qin, I believe in you. I shall be the first to give it a try." He shared a good rapport with Qin, who had always been his training role model. How absurd. Xia Zhong's expression darkened. It was rather undignified for an officer to spar with a 3-year-old child. Yet, as events unfolded, the situation proved even more embarrassing. Shen launched her attack first. Though small in stature, she possessed remarkable leaping ability. With a swift bound, she kicked her little leg towards Song Yang's abdomen. Caught off guard by her agility, Song Yang found himself doubled over, propelled backward as if by an unseen force. Shen landed gracefully, while Song Yang landed 2 meters away. The collective gasp from the onlookers was palpable. Did that just happen? Did he really just get kicked away by a child? Shen scampered over to Qin, looking up with a triumphant glint in her eyes. She whispered her demands. "I want to choose my candied hawthorn. And I need 3 cups of milk tea, one of which must be extra large." Qin signaled her with an okay gesture, assuring her that it was all within reach. As her colleagues helped Song Yang to his feet, Qin stood proudly, with crossed arms.
"See?
I told you, yet you wouldn't believe it. How infuriating." However, all eyes were now fixated on Shen, particularly Song Yang, who was wincing and clutching his stomach. Was that really her kick? If he hadn't experienced it himself, he would have found it hard to believe. Shen, with a hint of pride, proclaimed, "I have great strength." Her body had been refined and enhanced by spiritual energy from a young age, despite her delicate appearance. Her bones were 10 times stronger than those of an average person, capable of lifting immense weights. Her delicate hands could effortlessly crush a stone. Only with a robust physique could her soul endure. Even now, her main essence remained largely sealed. The force she had applied to kick Song Yang was merely a fraction of her true strength. After demonstrating her ability to lift a rock taller than herself, the officers were finally convinced. Xia Zhong and the others took a moment to collect themselves, their jaws agape, before turning to Qin, whose astonishment mirrored theirs. "Did you not know her strength?"
Xia Zhong asked.
"I knew nothing of the sort," Qin replied. Having only been aware that Shen had some combat ability and could exorcise spirits, but he had no inkling of her extraordinary strength. That rock was something even 2 adults might struggle to lift. Xia Zhong patted him on the shoulder. "Whose child is this? With such strength, She could be a promising candidate for military service. At that moment, all the officers regarded Shinjin as if she were a precious gem. With proper training, she might one day become a formidable soldier. However, she was still a child, and their foremost priority must always be her safety. Qin Jun promptly saluted. Yes, I will ensure the mission is successfully completed. Chapter 25, Xiaoyang Village. To avoid raising undue suspicion among the villagers, only Qin Jun, Song Yang, Shinjin, and one female officer embarked on this journey. They were to disguise themselves as tourists exploring the scenic beauty. The mountain path was treacherous and lengthy, and Shinjin was carried the entire way. Although she could walk, the three officers deemed her too small, believing it would be cruel to let her endure further hardship. Fine, it wasn't her who would tire. Upon reaching the vicinity of Xiaoyang Village, the sound of barking dogs echoed in the air. Yet, the village itself remained eerily quiet, as if it had not heard the commotion. Shinjin nestled against Qinjin's neck and whispered, "There are people watching us from the houses over there." Though they could not discern the villagers' features from their distance, a mere glance through binoculars would suffice for the villagers to scrutinize them. The scenery here is truly beautiful. Old Wang was right. Coming here for inspiration was indeed a good choice. As Qin Jun regained his composure, he spoke loudly while capturing the scenic beauty of the mountains with his camera. "Dad, the big dog." Shinjin nestled her head on Qin Jun's shoulder, her voice soft and childlike, seemingly filled with trepidation. Yet, when the dog approached, she bared her teeth fiercely, exuding an aura of intimidation. The three ferocious dogs, who had previously been barking aggressively at them, immediately cowered, their tails tucked between their legs as they cast wary glances in their direction. The group breathed a sigh of relief. If those dogs had truly charged at them, their plans would have been thwarted. "Good sir, whose dogs are these? Could you perhaps intervene?" After calling out several times, a kind-faced middle-aged man rushed out, shouting, "They're mine. I apologize for the trouble. I hope you weren't frightened." Song Yang interjected, "We're fine," but the child was startled. Shinjin obediently buried her face into Qin Jun's shoulder, whimpering softly. The man glanced at Shinjin and offered a cigarette as an apology. "These dogs are raised in our village. We usually don't tether them as not many visitors come to this area. What brings you to this remote part of the mountains?" Song Yang placed his hands on his hips. "We're from out of town, and we heard from a local that Qingyang Mountain has splendid scenery, which is why we came. But what beauty can a wild mountain possess compared to developed scenic spots?" Song Yang replied, "Precisely the untouched mountains we seek. We crave natural beauty, whereas the developed areas feel too contrived." "And you brought a child with you?" Officer Zhao Qing remarked, "Both my husband and I love to explore, and leaving our child alone at home is unsettling. However, the scenery here truly is magnificent, especially in the morning, when mist envelopes everything." Zhao Qing rambled on, peppering her speech with numerous technical terms related to photography, leaving the man feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Nonetheless, his guard was noticeably lowered. "Daddy, I'm so hungry," Shinjin lamented, rubbing her stomach. "The milk is all gone. Isn't this just acting?" How could it possibly challenge Shen Laozu? The man hesitated but ultimately agreed to their request for hot water. The group smoothly entered Xiaoyang Village. During their time there, the three officers utilized their professional skills to subtly extract information while observing their surroundings. After merely surveying the village entrance, they gathered a wealth of intelligence. Zhao Qing noted, "There are virtually no young women in the village. Even when greeting an elderly woman, her smile was perfunctory and wary." Song Yang added, "Many appeared to be working in the fields, but in reality, they were keeping a close eye on us. I am convinced that should we exhibit any inappropriate behavior, they would unite against us." The village comprised roughly 60 households, predominantly occupied by robust young men, with boys far outnumbering girls. The final piece of information cast a somber atmosphere among the group. The birth of children is a matter of probability, and it is implausible for only boys to be born. Where have all the girls gone? Shinjin furrowed her brow, her large, expressive eyes fixed on the direction of Xiaoyang Village, filled with disdain. She slowly articulated, "There's a river in Xiaoyang Village." The three turned to her. Shinjin, her mood dimmed, locked her clear, glass-like gaze on Qinjin, enunciating each word carefully. "That river is filled with resentment." While Song Yang and Zhao Qing were puzzled, Qinjin quickly understood. His expression twisted into one of rage as he ground his teeth. They must have thrown the newborn girls into the river to drown them. Song Yang and Zhao Qing's faces paled, especially Zhao Qing, whose eyes reddened. "No, that can't be possible. We live in a modern society. Yet, she could not articulate the remainder of her thoughts, for such horrors are indeed conceivable. Qingjin asserted, they undoubtedly possess weapons. And those women and children who have been abducted are likely hidden away. We must devise a plan to infiltrate and gather intelligence. Otherwise, if a confrontation arises, they could use those abducted children and women as hostages. Zhao Qing hesitated for a moment before her gaze turned resolute. What if I go? I could say that I encountered wild beasts in the mountains and sought refuge in their village. Seeing that I am the only girl, they would likely capture me.
No.
That's far too perilous, both Qingjin and Songyang objected. Shen Jin tugged at Qingjin's clothing. What's wrong? Are you bored and hungry? We'll be back soon. No, I merely meant to say that it doesn't need to be so complicated. The three looked down at her, puzzled by her meaning. Shen Jin found a clean stone to sit upon, thrusting her milk bottle into Qingjin's hands. Hold this for me. Then, she rummaged through her backpack, retrieving a small porcelain vial. Wait for me to gather a few helpers. The three exchanged bewildered glances. Zhao Qing and Songyang assumed she was jesting, continuing their discussion about the plan. Only Qingjin's gaze remained fixed on Shen Jin as he observed the little one extracting a smooth, pale yellow pill from the vial. Shortly thereafter, a small gray sparrow alighted on her shoulder. Tweet tweet. Shen Jin gently stroked the sparrow's feathers, speaking to it in her soft voice. Could you assist me? I'll reward you with food once the task is done. Tweet, wait a moment. And gather some other animals. What the? Just a few minutes later, Qingjin's eyes widened in disbelief. Song Yang and Zhao Qing, who had been arguing, turned their heads in astonishment. Shen Jin was now surrounded by a myriad of small animals, birds soaring above, wild cats scurrying on the ground, mice and even snakes, bees, and ants. The most astonishing aspect was that they coexisted peacefully, encircling Shen Jin in perfect harmony. What an absurd sight! Shen Jin murmured to them, and the small creatures, with solemn expressions, nodded occasionally and chirped, as if they truly comprehended her words. Chapter 26. The small animals gather information. Song Yang and Zhao Qing were left speechless. What in the world is happening? They had merely been discussing matters for a short while when so many peculiar animals gathered around Shen Jin. Qingjin had stealthily approached her by now. Once the animals dispersed, the three surrounded her, their eyes brimming with curiosity and astonishment. Zhao Qing exclaimed, "How did you manage that? It's incredible." Songyang nodded in agreement. So cool. Is there a trick to it? Qingjin shoved the two unreliable companions aside. Little ancestor, did you just send them to the village to gather information? This was his primary concern. Zhao Qing and Songyang were left in a state of utter bewilderment. Whom shall we send to gather information? Those animals from just now? Is this truly not a jest? Shen Jin nodded. Indeed, otherwise, why would I have summoned them? She turned her head, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she gazed at Qingjin. If I manage to uncover some news, will there be a reward? It is not mere greed. After all, I have a destitute old Taoist and a great tiger to support. Qingjin affirmed. Absolutely. If Shen Jin can indeed enlist those creatures to ascertain the situation, he would gladly bestow his reward upon her. Zhao Qing and Songyang exchanged bewildered glances. Are we not in the same realm as you? Could you perhaps elucidate a bit more? Their curiosity was palpable. Zhao Qing, in a daze, pondered. Do I comprehend the situation correctly? Those animals went to the village to gather intelligence. Songyang interjected. Can you understand their language? Whether or not she can comprehend it, we shall soon find out. The creatures attracted by Shen Jin's elixirs were all diminutive in stature, particularly bees, ants, and mice. They could traverse anywhere without drawing attention. Most importantly, their efficiency was remarkable. Shen Jin and her companions did not have to wait long before the departing animals began to return in succession. They huddled around Shen Jin, chattering in a tongue incomprehensible to humans. Apart from Shen Jin, the other three could only watch in eager anticipation. Having acquired all the information, Shen Jin distributed the elixirs to them, and the little creatures excitedly scampered off with their respective shares. What did you give them? They seemed to adore it. Songyang mused thoughtfully, beginning to suspect that Shen Jin was leveraging this to enlist their assistance. Shen Jin replied, spirit-nourishing pills, the animal's favorite treat. She had specifically concocted some for Shaoli and Demi, and later shared some with the birds while indulging in gossip. Little did she know she would find them useful again today. Shen Jin patted her bottle and shared the information the animals had gathered. Each household in the village possesses a small underground chamber where they confine disobedient wives. Children and some women intended for sale are hidden in a cave on the mountain's rear. Moreover, there exist genuine traffickers who do not belong to this village, with the villagers acting as their cover. The village frequently sells unwanted girls to them, yet many others are quietly discarded into the river upon birth, as they do not wish to expend effort raising them. This revelation incensed Shen to the point she could not even sip her milk. However, she added with a hint of satisfaction, the villagers are reaping their just deserts. Mentioning this lightened her tone considerably. Song Yang quickly inquired, "What kind of retribution?" Shen, feeling vindicated, explained, "There are too many vengeful spirits in the river. The villagers contracted a disease a month ago, developing ghastly sores." "Ghastly sores?" Song Yang eagerly asked. "Is it the kind from novels, where the ghost possesses the victim?" Shen shook her head. Possession and ghastly sores are distinct. The sores are a result of the villagers consuming or drinking substances tainted with the resentment of the deceased. They disposed of so many bodies in the river, creating a mound of corpses at the riverbed, while the river nurtures all living things. Furthermore, they drank from that river. And when the resentment and negative energy accumulated to a certain degree, they would retaliate against those villagers. The ghastly sores are their method of vengeance. Shen described the ghastly sores in her youthful, innocent voice, sending shivers down the spines of the three listeners. Zhao Qing exclaimed, "Wait, what ghastly sores? We are police officers." The absurdity of it all made her question her own beliefs. Song Yang scratched his head. "Right. We are here to apprehend traffickers. How did we suddenly veer into the realm of the supernatural?" The two exchanged glances at Shen. The small girl, resembling a porcelain doll, happily sucked on her bottle, her large, glistening eyes looking entirely innocent. She spoke nothing but the truth. She was parched, and belief in her words rested with them. Qin Jun believed her. Hence he planned to accompany Song Yang to investigate the location Shen mentioned on the mountain's rear. It was currently the most advantageous place for reconnaissance. What if they had dogs there? Dogs have keen noses, and they might be discovered before they even approached. This village harbored dogs, and the cave would undoubtedly be under stricter surveillance. Qin Jun inquired, "Did you bring the scent neutralizer from the research institute?" "I did." "Then let us proceed." Zhao Qing, "You escort Shen back and await news." "Understood." As they prepared to depart, Shen called out to them, "Would you like a talisman for safety?" Before Song Yang could respond, Qin Jun interjected, "Yes, how many talismans do you have here?" He regretted misplacing the talisman Shen had previously gifted him. Shen replied, 5, but I can draw more. They are reasonably priced at 1,000 each, and I shall offer you a discount." Qin Jun's lips twitched. "Thank you." However, if the talisman truly held efficacy, it was not an exorbitant price. "Please draw a few more upon your return, and provide each of them with one for reimbursement at headquarters." "Sure thing, another small profit coming in, hee." After handing the talismans to Qin Jun and the bewildered Song Yang, Shen took Zhao Qing's hand and skipped away merrily. "Sister Zhao Qing, you should also have a talisman. Keep it on you." Zhao Qing was curious about what Shen family truly did, as this development was becoming increasingly fantastical. Qin Jun and Song Yang swiftly sprang into action, their movements agile as they traversed through the woods. With the precise addresses provided by the animals, they quickly arrived at their destination. Indeed, there were dogs. However, the government-issued scent neutralizer proved effective, and coupled with their adept skills, they concealed themselves in a tree less than 100 meters from the traffickers. Song Yang had previously been skeptical of Shen words. After all, he had been a police officer for several years without encountering cases solved by small animals. Yet upon seeing the traffickers and their dogs, he fully dispelled his doubts. This ability was indeed remarkably useful and almost miraculous. After all, those animals were truly inconspicuous. Thus, how could she not easily gather any information she desired? Song Yang exchanged an excited glance with Qin Jun. Qin Jun signaled for silence, lowering his voice to instruct, "Ensure nothing you carry makes a sound. And set your phones to silent while messaging Team Xia." Song Yang gave an affirmative gesture. Chapter 27. I think the snakes are more afraid of you now. Upon receiving the message, the team led by Xia Zhong immediately sprang into action. Before departing, they tucked away the talismans Shen had given them. The little girl kept a watchful eye, allowing them to leave only after they had secured the charms in their pockets. Shen let out a soft protest, insisting that they must each have one, as they were to be paid for. Ultimately, Only Zhao Qing and she remained behind, with Zhao Qing having intended to escort her down the mountain, but Shen Jin refused. Sister Zhao Qing, why don't you accompany me to explore the mountains? Zhao Qing replied. To the mountains? What shall we do there? To gather mushrooms. She ventured into the mountains to forage for medicinal herbs, though she feared that Zhao Qing would not believe her if she spoke of it. One reason for her presence here was by Kiki, while the other was her intention to collect herbs in these mountains. Be good, it's dangerous in the mountains now. We should head back, she advised. I'm not afraid. If we encounter fleeing traffickers, we'll capture them. Otherwise, we'll just gather mushrooms, Zhao Qing contemplated, conceding to this logic. Moreover, with the vast expanse of Qingyang Mountain, she decided to let her explore the surroundings. Yet, she couldn't shake her concern for her colleagues. Not to mention, there were plenty of mushrooms in the mountains. The two of them stumbled upon numerous specimens during their casual stroll. Shen Jin, with a determined spirit, pulled down a vine and began to weave beside her. Zhao Qing, intrigued, inquired, "What are you making?" Without lifting her head, Shen Jin replied, "A basket." She had learned this skill from an old Taoist, being impoverished. He had taught her to be self-sufficient to avoid losing things inexplicably. Beyond his primary role as a Taoist, he possessed a variety of life skills. Shen Jin's formidable perception endowed her with an exceptional memory, allowing her to memorize things after just 1 or 2 observations. Zhao Qing was astounded as she witnessed a basket take shape in the hands of a mere 3-year-old child, feeling both amazed and disheartened. Wow, this child is incredibly talented. Here, Sister Zhao Qing, place the mushrooms you've collected in here, she said as she handed over the basket, her little fingers swiftly crafting another for herself. Mushroom foraging proved to be surprisingly therapeutic, and Zhao Qing soon became engrossed, though her lack of knowledge about the various mushrooms compelled her to sheepishly consult Shen Jin. In comparison to her, Shen Jin seemed familiar with everything. Zhao Qing thought to herself, at this moment, my mind is overwhelmed with thoughts of how a proper graduate from a police academy like me cannot compare to a 3-year-old toddler. Have children evolved to be this terrifying? Shen Jin, with her youthful voice, hummed a cheerful, childish tune about 2 tigers as they gathered mushrooms and herbs. Unbeknownst to them, they had wandered quite far. It wasn't until Zhao Qing spotted a snake that she let out a shriek, grabbing its tail and wildly swinging it while screaming. Ah, a snake! Though she was a police officer, she was still afraid of snakes. Shen Jin remarked, Shaoli, my goodness, this woman is terrifying. The snake, caught in Zhao Qing's grip, thought I should be the one terrified, alright. Eventually, the snake was flung off into the distance, landing who knows where. Once Zhao Qing regained her composure, she noticed Shen Jin staring at her with a look of utter disbelief. Embarrassed, she chuckled softly. I'm quite afraid of snakes. Shen Jin, in her innocent tone, reassured her, Sister Zhao Qing, don't worry, I believe the snake is more scared of you right now. Her sincerity was palpable. Zhao Qing asked, where exactly have we ended up? Shen Jin shrugged her little hands, I don't know, Shaoyang village. The sudden appearance of the police shattered the facade of tranquility in the village. Gunfire erupted outside as Qin Zhen led a skilled team to the rear mountains to rescue the children and women who had been abducted. Their numbers were few, comprising an elite squad, thus they focused on surprise attacks. The villagers, having likely heard the gunfire, grew increasingly vigilant, preparing to relocate the abducted individuals. Qin Zhen and his team first dealt with the isolated individuals before confronting the guards at the cave. Bullets are indiscriminate, no matter how adept one is at dodging. There is always the risk of being hit, especially with hidden snipers in play. When Song Yang felt a bullet hurtling toward him, there was no time to evade. In that fleeting moment, he contemplated many things, ultimately recalling the letter he had left for his parents before embarking on this mission. He hoped they would not be too heartbroken upon reading it. All these thoughts flitted through his mind in an instant. Just as the bullet was about to strike him, he heard a sharp crack. Remarkably, the bullet was deflected a mere centimeter away from him by some unseen force. Song Yang. His eyes widened, breath quickening, his complexion paling as he stood dazed, unable to process what had just occurred. Song Yang, Qin Zhen's voice snapped him back to reality. Get down. With no time to ponder further, though his mind was still catching up, years of training kicked in, and his body instinctively sought cover. What had just transpired in that brief moment? Song Yang shut his eyes briefly, then opened them again, his expression grave, gun in hand, ready to continue the mission. After 5 grueling hours of combat, they successfully apprehended all the villagers of Shaoyang and the traffickers. rescuing the abducted individuals as well as the women who had been confined in the basement by the villagers. Their conditions were dire. Some were visibly pregnant, emaciated from maltreatment, their bodies failing to nourish the life within them, while others were gaunt to the point that their bones protruded alarmingly. A few had lost their sanity altogether. Even seasoned officers, having dealt with numerous cases, were consumed by rage at the sight of such suffering. Those brutes. Suddenly, a woman lunged forward, grabbing a police officer's uniform, crying out, "They are not just traffickers, they are drug dealers too. They consume and sell drugs." Her voice, hoarse and desperate, resonated as if laced with blood. The officers' expressions grew serious. They had sensed something amiss in the village, noting that traffickers should not be equipped with such an arsenal, including snipers. Suspicion lingered in their minds as they continued their search, and now, the woman's words validated their fears. "Do you know where they hide the drugs?" she shouted, before collapsing to the ground, her gaze vacant, her mind clearly unhinged, muttering incessantly about her daughter. It was evident that her daughter had undoubtedly suffered at the hands of those savages. With no other option, they had to search on their own. As those captured refused to divulge the drug stash's location. As everyone scoured the area, Qingjin approached, cradling a mouse. Xia Zhong and the others looked appalled. "What on earth are you doing?" Qingjin replied, "Hold your tongues for a moment. Let me ask it something." He recognized the mouse. It was one of the ones that had been around Shenjin. Unlike the typical gray rodents, this one had silvery fur and a distinctive patch of white on its forehead, making it easy to identify. "Can you help us find something? Once you do, I'll procure a spirit pill that you fancy from that little girl." Chapter 28. A surprise everyone. Xia Zhong gazed at him in disbelief. "Have you lost your mind? Qingjin? You're actually asking a mouse for help."
Squeak.
The mouse exhibited remarkable intelligence, while it could not fully comprehend Qingjin's intentions. It certainly understood the concept of the feeding spirit elixir. Squeaking, Qingjin presented a small quantity of narcotics he had procured from a villager before the mouse. To the astonishment of Xia Zhong and the others, the mouse indeed approached to inspect and sniff the offering. Song Yang remarked, "Captain Xia, perhaps this mouse truly holds the potential to surprise us." He gently touched the protective talisman nestled in his chest pocket, now convinced that the earlier bullet had been deflected due to its influence. If it weren't for the ongoing mission, he would have eagerly pulled Qingjin aside to inquire about the matter. The mouse, after a brief examination, swiftly disappeared into the village, eluding their pursuit as it squeezed through a hole. Xia Zhong muttered, he ought not to harbor any illusions. Many onlookers regarded Qingjin and Song Yang with skeptical expressions, questioning whether this was indeed the surprise they had mentioned. The two shared an awkward smile. Believe it or not, the reason we managed to locate the stronghold on the back mountain and those underground chambers so effortlessly was due to the assistance of these animals. Song Yang attempted to elucidate. After all, he had witnessed it firsthand. Yet, the others remained unconvinced. Aside from Qingjin, no one believed him. It was indeed a matter that was difficult to explain, much like their disbelief in the existence of ghosts. As they prepared to depart, a series of squeaks resonated from the hole. It was the mouse's voice. Everyone turned towards the entrance, astonished to see the mouse had returned, accompanied by a dozen or so gray mice of various sizes. What a sight! It seemed to have summoned its entire lineage. Goodness! Someone exclaimed, unable to contain their astonishment. The silver-gray mouse appeared to communicate something to the others, prompting the group of mice to scatter in various directions. Xia Zhong and the others gulped in anticipation. Surely, it isn't actually going to search for something? He had initially contemplated borrowing a military dog if they were unable to find anything. Perhaps it was worth waiting a bit longer. Qingjin replied uncertainly, it should be, right? Meanwhile, Song Yang's eyes sparkled with confidence. Absolutely. I have immense faith in this mouse, especially since it has interacted with Shenjin. Qingjin and Xia Zhong exchanged glances with him. How are you more confident than I am? Song Yang's expression turned serious as he carefully retrieved the now dull, gray talisman from his pocket. I nearly lost my life today. Even now, he felt a lingering sense of dread. Xia Zhong's expression grew grave. What happened? Thus, Song Yang recounted his harrowing experience in detail. Captain Xia, I assure you, I am not joking. I clearly witnessed that bullet being deflected by an invisible force. Upon finishing his account, another officer raised his hand. Speaking of which, I narrowly escaped injury from a bullet myself. He glanced at the talisman in Song Yang's possession and quickly searched his own pockets, producing a similarly dull talisman. Indeed, it has lost its luster. Xia Zhong was incredulous. Why did Zhao get injured? The officer explained that Zhao had been stabbed while grappling with a human trafficker and was currently being bandaged, grimacing in pain. We'll find out shortly, he added. As they conversed, the previously scattered mice returned, gathering around the silver-gray mouse as if convening a meeting. Eventually, the silver-gray mouse squeaked twice at Qin Zhen before darting off in one direction. Qin Zhen looked to Xia Zhong. Shall we follow? Xia Zhong gritted his teeth. Let us pursue it. This was undoubtedly the most absurd incident he had encountered in his career. The group followed the silver-gray mouse to a bamboo grove, where it halted at the entrance of a cellar, typically used for storing sweet potatoes. Once the cellar was opened, they had to wait a moment before entering to avoid carbon dioxide poisoning. After a short while, once the air had circulated, the silver-gray mouse descended first. With Qin Zhen following, flashlight in hand, the cellar appeared unremarkable, devoid of any traces of narcotics. Yet, the silver-gray mouse stood atop a pile of sweet potatoes, squeaking twice. All the officers worked together to remove the sweet potatoes, clearing the cellar. As they peeled back a layer of dirt, they finally uncovered the hidden secrets within. This elusive location would have been nearly impossible for them to locate on their own. Moreover, the pungent odor of stored sweet potatoes would likely hinder even military dogs from finding it in a timely manner. Mice, it seemed, could burrow into any nook and cranny. They had indeed discovered this concealed spot. The quantity found was substantial. The resolution of such a significant case, sparked by the corpse of a young girl, was an outcome none had anticipated. It would take some time to escort the individuals, weapons, and narcotics out. With the silver-gray mouse in tow, Qin Zhen sought out Shen Jin, as he had yet to fulfill his promise of a reward for the mouse. Where could she be? Has she returned? He contemplated calling Zhao Qing. At that moment, Zhao Qing and Shen Jin were perched in a tree, with Zhao Qing cradling Shen Jin as they climbed up. Surrounded by a pack of wolves below, Zhao Qing was nearly in tears. How can there be wolves in these mountains? Shen Jin, don't move. Wolves can't climb trees. Let us hold on for a moment. Perhaps they will leave, she instructed. Hunting wolves was illegal, so they had no choice but to wait. The pack remained fixated on the individuals above and showed no signs of departing. Standing on a branch, Shen Jin remarked, I believe they have no desire to fight. Zhao Qing, with a forlorn expression, replied, Yes, they certainly don't want to fight. They merely seek a meal. That's not what she meant. Suddenly, a noise in the distance caught the wolves' attention. The lead wolf let out a howl, prompting the pack to depart in an orderly and swift manner under its guidance. Zhao Qing's eyes lit up. Let us go. We need to run. After descending the tree, she urged Shen Jin to be cautious. Sister will catch you from below. Don't be afraid. Before she could finish her sentence, Shen Jin leaped from over 2 meters high, nearly causing Zhao Qing to have a heart attack. Watching Shen Jin land safely, she clutched her chest, rolling her eyes in disbelief. Following this little ancestor, those with weak hearts might just perish from fright. Chapter 29. The loss of the wolf pack. Zhao Qing swiftly scooped up the petite girl and dashed down the mountain. Faintly, they could still hear the howls of wolves in the distance. Just then, Zhao Qing's phone rang and she joyfully pulled it out, grateful for the signal amidst the desolation of the mountains.
Hello, Songyang. Bang bang.
Accompanying her voice was a barrage of gunfire. Instinctively, Zhao Qing threw herself to the ground, shielding Shen Jin. What is happening? Where are you now? Song Yang's voice came through, laced with urgency, having also heard the gunfire. Alongside the gunshots, the anguished cries of wolves could be heard. Shen Jin wriggled out from Zhao Qing's embrace, saying, Sister Zhao Qing, don't run around. I'll be right back. With that, she sprinted towards the direction of the gunfire, brandishing her small wooden sword.
Wait, come back.
Zhao Qing called out. But despite her short legs, Shen Jin was surprisingly swift. Zhao Qing hurriedly picked up her phone, speaking rapidly. We are currently in Qingyang Mountain. I can't pinpoint our exact location, but we must be deep in the mountains since there are wolves here. As she spoke, she chased after Shen Jin, her breath coming in uneven gasps. Come back for now. Those must be the stragglers from Xiaoyang village, Summer Zhong urged. Shen Jin has run off in that direction. I must retrieve her. With that, she hung up the phone, realizing that conversing while running was exhausting. Damn it, how did a pack of wolves appear out here? 3 individuals suddenly emerged in the depths of the mountains, armed and engaged in a standoff with the wolves. However, the stalemate was swiftly shattered as the 3, fearing the gunfire would attract the attention of law enforcement, began firing their weapons in haste. This provoked the wolves, who surged towards them. Even with firearms in hand, they were at a disadvantage against the overwhelming pack. Amidst the chaos of gunfire and curses, one man found his neck clamped in the jaws of a wolf.
Ah!
Help me, help! In the next moment, his throat was severed. The scent of blood filled the air, driving both the wolves and the remaining two men into a frenzy. One of the more astute individuals aimed at the Wolf King. Even as a wolf clamped down on half of his arm, he fired desperately.
Bang!
The bullet missed the Wolf King, and a seemingly ordinary wooden sword flew through the air, deflecting the bullet away. While it seemed absurd, it truly occurred. The Wolf King remained unscathed, glancing back to see Shen approaching with a displeased expression. She crouched down, picking up a jagged stone from the ground, and hurled it at one of the men. From a distance of approximately 300 meters, the stone not only flew forth but struck true, nearly splitting the man's skull. Though he did not die, he was rendered unconscious. The last man, attempting to escape, was pounced upon by two wolves and met a gruesome end, accompanied by heart-wrenching screams. Zhao Qing arrived, breathless, just as the battle subsided. Shen Jin was tending to the wounded wolves. The pack had lost 4 members, with 7 others severely injured. Given such losses, the pack's survival was in jeopardy. The fierce competition in the forest would likely lead to the demise of the severely wounded, leaving only 4 or 5 wolves to survive. This blow was catastrophic for the pack. Utilizing her spiritual energy, Shen Jin extracted the bullets from the injured wolves and fed them healing pills.
All right.
Now go wait over there, she instructed, and the wolf obediently trotted away with its tail between its legs. The level 1 healing pills could not instantly heal wounds, but were sufficient to stop the bleeding. Within 10 breaths, the wounds ceased to bleed. The sight of the wolves patiently lining up for treatment was so astonishing that Zhao Qing stood frozen, her jaw agape. Little ancestor, just how many surprises do you possess that I am unaware of? At that moment, she instinctively echoed Qin Zhen's endearing term for Shen Jin, feeling entirely willing to do so. She dared not approach too closely, so she could not discern how Shen Jin was healing the wolves. Furthermore, her sudden arrival had drawn the wolves' attention, leaving Zhao Qing paralyzed with fear. Shen Jin, still a novice cultivator in the qi refining stage, found it somewhat taxing to expel bullets from so many wolves using spiritual energy. Nevertheless, she could consume pills to replenish her energy. After consuming 3 pills to restore her spiritual energy, she managed to extract all the bullets from the wolves. Once the last wolf's bleeding ceased, the Wolf King approached and affectionately nudged Shen Jin with its head.
Thank you.
All the wolves surrounded her in gratitude. Shen Jin raised her small arm and gently patted the head of a cleaner, less bloodied wolf. No need to thank me. You have also rid the world of harm. Although her initial intent was merely to protect her territory from intruders, the wolves departed as the other police officers arrived, breathless. After explaining that the wolves were her companions, they were temporarily allowed to enter the wolves' territory but were met with orderly departures, avoiding human contact. As they left, they carried the bodies of their 4 fallen comrades. Once the wolves had completely vanished, Zhao Qing collapsed onto the ground, drenched in cold sweat. The day had proven far more harrowing than merely hunting down human traffickers. Among the 3 stragglers from Xiaoyang village, one was the ringleader of all the traffickers, the very one who had sought to kill the Wolf King. Remarkably, he was still alive, albeit barely clinging to life. Zhao Qing anxiously shone her flashlight on him, exclaiming, "He cannot die." Shen Jin, puzzled, asked, "Why not? He is so wicked. Shouldn't he die?" Despite having gained some understanding of modern legal principles, Shen Jin's mindset remained akin to her past life, where such villains would have been dealt with swiftly. Zhao Qing patiently explained, his death would be unfortunate, but if we can extract more information from him, it could lead to the rescue of many more victims. Shen Jin nodded, taking out a pill and roughly prying open his mouth to force it inside. Since he is going to die anyway, he might as well provide some value first. Qin Zhen and the others arrived with flashlights, visibly relieved to see both of them unharmed. Upon spotting the 3 stragglers, they were taken aback. They exchanged glances with Zhao Qing and shook their heads. While they acknowledged the capabilities of their female comrade, facing 3 adversaries was beyond Zhao Qing's current prowess. It was the beasts that attacked them, Qin Zhen deduced after inspecting their injuries. Take them away. Zhao Qing, you need to write me a reflection. Zhao Qing. Writing self-reflections is truly loathsome. Shen Jin yawned widely, clutching her milk bottle as she greedily consumed the remaining milk, her eyelids drooping as she stretched her little arms. She was genuinely exhausted and yearned for slumber. In Chapter 30, Mother of Baikiki, Qingjin cradled this little ancestor, and within mere seconds, she rested her head against his shoulder and drifted into a deep sleep. Such speed was indeed astonishing. However, no one dared to disturb her. Even Xia Zhong urged others to keep their voices down. Meanwhile, at the Sea City Military District, Commander Shen, there's a package for you. Shen Xunan, who had just returned from a mission, was called over, and a square box was handed to him. The young man, clad only in a black tank top and army green trousers, stood upright, shaking the box in his hands. Is this mine? Upon glancing at the address, he confirmed it was indeed from the Shen family estate. At this hour, there was likely no one else at home except for that rascal Shen Mai. Upon returning to the dormitory with the box, one of his roommates, draped in a towel, approached him. What's this? You actually received a package from home? How peculiar. Despite having many brothers, they were all grown men who tended to be rather careless, so Shen Xunan usually managed his own affairs. Since his mother passed away, he hadn't received any packages from home. Look, look, look. His curious roommates gathered around as Shen Xunan indulged their intrigue. While they inspected the contents of the package, he perused the accompanying letter. After reading it, he finally learned the identity of the sender, his long unmet grandaunt. Shen Xunan raised an eyebrow, uncertain of her intentions. At that moment, he was blissfully unaware that this grandaunt was merely a 3-year-old toddler. Shen Quan had refrained from mentioning anything, solely wishing to observe his son's reactions upon encountering the little grandaunt. What is this? Chocolate beans? Sugar beans? Why does it have a medicinal scent? The bottle came with an instruction manual, and several short-haired boys huddled together to read it. Hemostatic pill, recovery pill, the names are quite similar. Shen Xunan raised the letter in his hand, stating, "It says here that pills are significantly more effective than capsules." The group exchanged glances, and Shen Xunan stretched lazily, nonchalantly remarking, "Do you believe it?" "I certainly do not. But isn't this from your family? It might actually be useful." Shen Xunan retorted, "A grandaunt I've never met? Who knows what she does? Hey, whether you believe it or not, we can give it a try. I'm injured for my mission, so why not test it out?" Out of curiosity, Li Rong popped a recovery pill into his mouth. Shen Xunan exclaimed, "What are you, a pig? You eat everything." Li Rong suddenly made a sound of surprise, causing the others to tense up. "What's wrong?" Li Rong rubbed his head. "This actually tastes quite good, huh?" The others remained skeptical, but since Li Rong showed no immediate adverse reaction, they assumed the pills were just some sweet treat sent by Shen Xunan's grandaunt, shrouded in mystery. When Shen Jin and the others returned to the city, it was already 4:30 in the morning. All the police were burning the midnight oil, tirelessly working on a major case. Most impressively, they had managed to apprehend all the culprits in just one day, a feat unprecedented in the past. Meanwhile, Shen Jin comfortably slumbered in Qingjun's dormitory. Upon awakening, her first task was to refill her milk bottle, which Qingjun had already prepared. After all, she was a significant contributor, and no one could overlook her needs. By the way, Baikiki's mother had been located. After anxiously waiting for a day and a night, Baikiki eagerly implored Shen Jin to let her out. Shen Jin did not stop her. The moment Baikiki stepped out, the surrounding temperature noticeably dropped. Even though this was their third encounter, Qingjun's body instinctively stiffened in the presence of Baikiki. "Where is my mother?" Her voice seemed to float into his ears.
Follow me."
Of course. It was unsafe to take only Baikiki, so Qingjun promptly bent down to carry Shen Jin. It was far safer this way. Baikiki's mother was in a distressing state. She was the woman who had previously accused the villagers of Xiaoyang village of drug use. Most of those rescued had been taken to the hospital, and at that moment, Baikiki's mother exhibited signs of madness, intermittently bursting into laughter or screams. She was clad in a hospital gown, her hair and body evidently tended to by caregivers. Baikiki rushed towards her, tears of blood streaming down her face. Shen Jin grasped her tightly. "Let go of me. You must let go." She was on the verge of a breakdown. Shen Jin, with a tone of youthful seriousness, admonished, "Do you wish for your mother to perish?" The phrase "the living and the dead are worlds apart" didn't merely signify their existence in separate realms. It also implied that the inherent energy of the deceased could intertwine with the living's magnetic field, leading to illness or even death if entangled. Chastened by the reprimand, Baikiki calmed down, looking at Shen Jin with pleading eyes. "Just wait. I'm not preventing you from approaching her." Shen Jin rolled her eyes and rummaged through her bag, finally retrieving a talisman after a considerable search, which she then affixed to Baikiki. The surrounding yin energy was instantly contained. Alright, that should do it. This talisman was rarely used, and this was the only one left in her small backpack. Only then did Baikiki cautiously approach the woman. Although she was invisible, the moment Baikiki drew near, the woman eerily fell silent. Baikiki nestled against her, listening to her mumble daughter, and her tears flowed even more profusely. Her mother still remembered her. Witnessing this scene, Qingjin's hatred for the traffickers deepened. They truly deserved death. Let us leave. Let them have this moment together. The hospital had caregivers, and doctors would come at any moment, so it was best to keep Baikiki from exposure. As Qingjin stepped out of the hospital, carrying Shinjin, his father's call came through. As soon as he answered, he was met with a barrage of scolding. "You little rascal, what was that about? Was that girl from the Shen family, or is she your daughter? Have you no shame, running off with someone else's child? The Shen family has even called me." Qingjin replied, "Dad, please communicate with the Shen family. I still need their little ancestor's help. I have matters to attend to." He promptly hung up and silenced his phone, convincing himself that as long as he couldn't hear the ringtone, no calls had come in. It was a comforting self-deception. Chapter 31. 8001. As for the assistance Qingjin sought from Shinjin, it pertained, of course, to the ghastly ghost-faced sores afflicting the villagers. Upon their return, the individuals from Shaoyang village began to writhe on the ground, wailing in torment. Initially, onlookers speculated they were merely attempting to evade interrogation. But it soon became apparent that the captured villagers were afflicted with a horrifying affliction resembling grotesque sores, many as large as a fist, bearing indistinct facial features that evoked both disgust and terror. It was then that Qingjin recalled Shinjin's earlier mention of the ghost-face sores. He conveyed this matter to Xiaozhong and Director Wang. Had it been in the past, Xiaozhong would have been skeptical. Yet following the incident involving the rats aiding in drug recovery, he found himself more open to such extraordinary claims. Conversely, Director Wang exhibited a remarkable level of acceptance. As a seasoned director, he had encountered more than most, understanding that in our world, one may choose not to believe in the arcane, but must retain a sense of reverence. Nothing is absolute. The legacies passed down from our ancestors are often beyond our comprehension, yet there are specialists dedicated to their study. A lineage that has not been severed to this day. Director Wang spoke with restraint, prompting Xiaozhong to ponder deeply. However, "I am quite intrigued by the young girl you mentioned. Is she truly as formidable as you suggest?" He recalled previous cases that defied scientific explanation, which were subsequently taken over by the National Dragon Group. It was during that time he discovered the existence of such a mysterious organization. To his astonishment, their police department had once again encountered this enigma, aided by a mere child, no less. Moreover, the case's inception was steeped in mysticism. Were it not for his knowledge of Qingjin's disposition, they would hardly dare to believe they had genuinely encountered a ghost. Not only had Qingjin witnessed it, but also the forensic expert Lu Dingen. Thus, Director Wang was eager to meet the child they spoke of. Consequently, Shenjin was brought there by Qingjin. Upon seeing Shenjin, still clutching a baby bottle, Director Wang fell silent for a moment. She is rather young, isn't she? It was no wonder Xiaozhong harbored doubts. Even he was skeptical. Can these ghost-faced sores be treated? Surely, medicine cannot remedy such a condition. Shenjin, puzzled, inquired, "Why treat them? The ghost-faced sores are the result of their own sins. They must bear the consequences." She shook her head, her youthful voice delivering a shocking proclamation. "It is impossible, unless they can earn forgiveness from the more than 200 drowned infants." Over 200. This figure struck fear into the hearts of everyone present, including the police officers who had witnessed the darkest facets of humanity. They gazed with revulsion at the writhing, suffering individuals. Shenjin also expressed her disdain for the people from Shaoyang village. These are merely those they discarded into the river. Over the years, generations of baby girls have been cast away, totaling more than 200. Gradually, only men remain in their village, yet to continue their lineage, they must bear children. With no women in the village, they have turned their gaze towards women from outside. Director Wang waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. Such afflictions cannot be cured. Provide them with a few solitary cells. Let them endure their pain, for they deserve to suffer the consequences of their heinous deeds." Thus, the matter of the ghost-faced sores was left unresolved. Shenjin tugged at Qingjin's sleeve and whispered, "You must take me to Shaoyang village when you can. The vengeful spirits there will become malevolent." Although Qingjin was unaware of the meaning of malevolent, he understood it was not a good thing. "I'll request leave from my superiors and take you this Saturday." Shen Jin was indifferent. She could manage alone, but she preferred to hitch a ride with Qin Jin. Wait. Little one, Director Wang suddenly called out as they were about to leave the police station. Do you still have that talisman? Given that only one person was injured during this mission, in the face of such a gunfight, the outcome was nothing short of miraculous. Upon inquiry, several officers revealed that, at the moment bullets were about to strike, a mysterious force had deflected them. When they compared the talismans, they discovered that those given to them by Shen Jin had dimmed, some even turning to ash. What did this signify? It indicated that varying degrees of harm consumed the talisman's energy differently. Indeed, they could truly save lives at critical moments. The sole injured officer could not locate his talisman, undoubtedly having lost it along the way, and he was now lamenting his misfortune in the hospital. Experiencing the efficacy of Shen Jin's talismans firsthand, many officers involved in the mission petitioned Director Wang for more. They wondered why they should not seize this opportunity to inquire about purchasing additional ones. After all, they were life-saving artifacts. The talismans? Shen Jin spread her small hands, her eyes wide and innocent. Director Wang, upon hearing this, grew anxious. Then, do you still sell them? The little girl cheerfully nodded yes, indeed. Director Wang was elated, rubbing his hands together with a smile. What would be the price? He could not take advantage of a child, yet he felt guilty if the price were too high for the department's budget. Shen Jin raised a short finger. 100,000 each? She pondered, considering her talismans were worth that much. Even the most venerable Taoist sought her expertise. However, for the police, she offered a price of 1,000 each. The police of Xiagua embodied righteousness, and she wished to extend them a favor. But I can only provide you with 10 talismans over 3 days. While she could produce 10 daily, her spiritual energy was also needed for other endeavors, such as alchemy and nurturing spirit plants. Moreover, creating so many talismans daily would be tedious for her, hence she settled on the limit of 10 over 3 days. Thank you, Shin Xiaoyu, but isn't 1,000 a bit too cheap? Director Wang felt remorseful. Such a precious item at such a low price seemed unfair. What a wonderful young girl she is. Shen Jin, in her youthful voice, replied, You are police officers doing good deeds. It is a bargain I willingly offer. The director was even more moved, marveling at how elevated her thoughts were at such a tender age. Director Wang gazed at Shen Jin as if she were his own daughter, engaging her in casual conversation, wishing he could invite her home for dinner. Qin Jin. The Shen family is urging me, he said, aware of the time. I know. It won't take long. Ultimately, Director Wang reluctantly bid farewell to Shen Jin. Qin Jin hurriedly ushered the child into the car, fearing Director Wang would keep her longer. After delivering her to the Shen household, Qin Jin personally entrusted her to the butler. The butler of the Shen family wore a smile that did not quite reach his eyes, saying, Young Master Qin, my young lady is still quite young. It may not be appropriate to take her along for play. Qin Jin rubbed his nose and replied, cough. I'll leave after bringing her back. With that, he bid farewell to Shen Jin and hurriedly made his exit. Chapter 32. The car accident. The butler presented an array of delightful snacks and homemade milk tea before Shen Jin. Young miss, the world outside is fraught with dangers. You are merely 3 years old, and it is best we avoid going out as much as possible. We are all quite worried about you staying out late. Shen Jin, cradling the milk tea, sipped contentedly while her little legs swung back and forth. I'm 3.5 now. In just 3 months, I will be 4. Even at 4, I am still a child. The world outside is perilous, the butler admonished earnestly, genuinely concerned that this little darling might be deceived outside. For a 3-year-old child knows nothing and is utterly defenseless against the current rampant trafficking of children. A glint of mischief sparkled in Shen Jin's eyes. It is impossible not to go out. I have much money to earn and spirit herbs to seek. After satisfying her hunger, Shen Jin sought out her friend, Demi, to play. She galloped around atop a toy tiger like a mountain king, and whenever she grew weary, she would sit and listen to the gossip of the small animals. The bees and birds were the most reliable sources of information, though the mice also had their tales to tell. However, in this sprawling metropolis, even the mice had it tough, especially in a household like the Shen's, where any mouse sighting would be deemed a gardener's dereliction of duty. Thus, the company surrounding Shen Jin consisted of various birds, bees, and butterflies. The butler had grown accustomed to this. Whenever the young miss was at home, the Shen residence resembled a zoo. Rather than driving the animals away, the butler had prepared birdseed and honey to entertain these little creatures. News of a car accident at the Mingshan tunnel reached them through a bird that fluttered to Shen Jin's feet, preening its feathers. Many cars have collided. Shin propped her chin on her hands. Have the police and doctors arrived? They have all gone. Suddenly, a thought struck Shin as she lowered her head to count on her fingers. Oh no, this incident might be somewhat related to me. Of course. It was not the accident itself that concerned her, but the possibility that those involved might have ties to her. Furrowing her brows, she began to calculate seriously. Young miss, the master and the eldest young master are about to return home. Would you like to see their photographs first to become acquainted? The butler, ever diligent, intended to familiarize Shin with the master and eldest young master's personalities and taboos. In a sudden burst of urgency, Shin sprang to her feet, her youthful voice tinged with anxiety. I wondered how this could involve me. Butler, hurry to the Mingshan tunnel. My nephew and grandnephew are in trouble. The butler, bewildered, asked,
What?
Even as they entered the car, he remained perplexed, questioning what had occurred. Just then, the car radio crackled to life. A chain collision has occurred at the Mingshan tunnel due to a rear-end crash. Police and medical personnel are en route to the scene, and the situation remains unclear. The butler's mind buzzed with concern. The Mingshan tunnel was the only route from the airport to the Shen residence. Coupled with Shin earlier words, the butler quickly fumbled for his phone, his fingers trembling as he dialed the master's number. After several rings, there was no answer. He tried contacting the eldest young master, Shin Shiran, but still no response. Faster, drive faster. It dawned on the butler that the master and the eldest young master might be in peril. The driver sped through several red lights, finally reaching the Mingshan tunnel within half an hour. The scene was cordoned off, and after urgently explaining the situation, the butler led Shin inside. Have you seen a Maybach with a license plate XXXX? My master and eldest young master are inside. The officer queried in response. Over there. That Maybach is pinned beneath a large truck, and we are attempting to extract it. Hearing this, the butler's world dimmed before his eyes. Shin feared he might faint and hastily placed a medicinal pill in his mouth. Butler, do not faint. How will you find my nephew and grandnephew then? Yes. I must not faint. I need to rescue the master and young master. Tears streamed down the butler's face, for if anything were to happen to them, he would have no face to present to the master in the afterlife. He dashed towards the direction indicated by the police. Those in the Maybach still display signs of life. Quickly, summon a tow truck to remove the large truck. The butler felt a mix of joy and urgency. Fortunately for Shin Quan and the others, the truck's high chassis had allowed the Maybach to become wedged safely beneath it after being struck from behind. Nevertheless, the occupants were undoubtedly injured. Shin circled the vehicle, sensing a faint presence of two life forces within the Maybach, both growing weaker. She knew it would take time for the tow truck to arrive. Finding an unoccupied space near the truck, she retrieved several weight-reducing talismans and affixed them to the large truck before gripping one of its wheels with all her might, attempting to lift it. Using sheer strength alone would not suffice, even with the talismans, but channeling her spiritual energy made a difference. Shin gathered her energy, channeling it into her hands. A rumble echoed. What is happening? Why is the truck moving on its own? Quickly, everyone, step aside. Although the situation was peculiar, the traffic police swiftly began to disperse the crowd. This was precisely the outcome Shin desired. Once the crowd had cleared sufficiently, she gathered her strength and lifted the large truck with a mighty heave. With a loud crash, the truck toppled, screeching as it rolled away, finally coming to a stop far off. Exhausted, Shin collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. I am utterly spent. Let me have some milk to regain my strength. She tossed a pill into her milk, shook it, and began to drink eagerly from the bottle while keeping a keen eye on the butler and doctors rushing to rescue the occupants of the vehicle. Inside, there were 3 individuals. The driver was confirmed dead, while the other 2 were severely injured. The driver had suffered a tragic fate. The shattered windshield had pierced his body, while the 2 passengers seated in the back were somewhat luckier. Shen Quan and his son were loaded onto an ambulance, with the butler following closely behind. Shin hurriedly trailed after them, clutching her milk bottle. Young miss, I am terribly sorry. I almost forgot about you. The butler, frazzled and overwhelmed, had indeed failed to notice Shin. It is quite all right, she replied in a sweet, childish tone, displaying her magnanimity. I shall not hold it against you. A mere mortal. Inside the ambulance, the 2 injured individuals were already receiving intravenous fluids. Shin tiptoed to get a better view of them. Their heads were bloodied, and they lay unconscious, Their internal organs were damaged, and several ribs were fractured, but most concerning was her grandnephew's legs. Due to the pressure inflicted upon him, should his legs remain irreparable, he may find himself confined to a wheelchair for the latter part of his life. Such a tragic fate. Shen instructed, "Butler, administer these 2 pills to my nephew and grandnephew." The butler accepted the medication from her hands. "This one is for hemostasis, and this one is for treating internal injuries." Shen refrained from mentioning that she had concocted the remedies herself, simply stating they were given to her by her master. The butler was well aware of Shen master, possessing even more knowledge than Shen Quan himself. Chapter 33. The accident is not simple after all. He had previously served the old master, who had maintained some connections with a certain individual, assisting the Shen family in resolving a significant dilemma. Consequently, the Shen family owed a favor to Shen Jin's master. Now, that favor had been exchanged for Shen Jin's temporary stay in City A, residing with the Shen family. Observing the medicine in Shen Jin's hands and then glancing at the severely injured pair, the butler clenched his teeth and administered the pills to them. "Hey, how can you casually give the medication?" The doctor attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The butler tightened his grip. "Those are hemostatic and injury treatment medications purchased from an esteemed traditional Chinese physician." The doctors and nurses in the vehicle hurriedly began their examinations. One nurse expressed her dissatisfaction. "What esteemed physician? Modern traditional medicine is all a scam." Shen Jin's anger flared at the disdain in her tone. "Silence. Enough of your prattle." Though she was a young girl, her presence was formidable. The nurse, taken aback by being reprimanded by a child, was about to retort when the doctor beside her restrained her. "What are you doing?" "She scolded me." Shen Jin huffed. "Traditional medicine is not a scam. You simply lack exposure." Suddenly, the doctor exclaimed, "The bleeding has stopped." The nurse's following words caught in her throat as she looked over in disbelief. Indeed, the bleeding had ceased, and the effect was astonishingly swift. Wait, could it genuinely be the effect of that medicine? Perhaps it's our efforts that made the difference. The nurse still struggled to believe it. To have claimed traditional medicine was a scam, then witness the bleeding stop was a bitter pill to swallow. The doctor in the vehicle shot her a glance. "Are you not aware of the effects our treatment can yield after all these years as a nurse? They can indeed stop the bleeding, but it requires medication, bandaging, and other measures." Yet, the bleeding ceased before we even began dressing the wounds. The butler was equally exhilarated, realizing the medicine truly worked. Upon arriving at the hospital, Shen Quan and Shen Xiaoran were swiftly ushered into the emergency room. Outside the emergency department, the butler and Shen Jin sat anxiously on a waiting bench. "It will be all right. Surely it will be," the butler reassured her. Shen Jin nodded, having consumed her elixirs. "They should be safe. However, I am uncertain if the current doctors can mend my grandnephew's legs." 3 hours later, the emergency room door swung open. Shen Quan was the first to emerge. Under the butler's hopeful gaze, the attending physician nodded. "He is stable. Once the anesthesia wears off, he should regain consciousness." The butler finally exhaled in relief. Wonderful. After settling Shen Quan, they waited nearly another hour before Shen Xiaoran was brought out. "The patient is no longer in critical condition." Before the butler could rejoice, the doctor's subsequent words plunged him into despair. "However, his legs. We have done all we could." Inside the ward, the butler gazed at Shen Xiaoran, tears streaming down his cheeks. "How could this happen? How could this happen? Our young master is still so youthful. He has such a promising future ahead. Their eldest son, so remarkable. How could he be subjected to such misfortune?" Shen Jin sat in the aisle between the two patients, her bright, round eyes observing them for an extended period. One could not deny that the Shen family possessed commendable genes, even in their current state. The father and son looked appealing with their heads bandaged. However, this car accident was no mere accident. Yet, at present, only she was privy to this fact and could do nothing about it. She would have to wait until they awakened to address it. Shen Quan's recovery came sooner than anticipated. Though his entire body ached, the doctor's examination revealed an expression of astonishment and disbelief. How could this be? No matter how robust one's physique, recovery should not occur this rapidly. Shen Quan's body was undergoing a swift self-repair, and during surgery, the doctors had been perplexed. What appeared to be severe injuries turned out to have less internal damage than they had anticipated. With questions lingering, the doctor departed, and Shen Quan closed his eyes to rest. When he reopened them, he found himself gazing into a pair of clear, innocent eyes. Shen Jin greeted him with an untainted smile. "Nephew." The way she called him was unwavering. Shen Quan instantly recognized the identity of this little girl. Sir, we owe a great deal to the medication brought by my esteemed aunt. He clarified the situation regarding the medication given by Shen Jin. Shen Quan looked in surprise at the small child beside him. So that is how it is. It seems we, the Shen family, have incurred yet another profound debt of gratitude. Shen Jin, swinging her short legs, replied, It's all right. Shen Mai has allowed me to keep a pet in your household. As long as you don't chase away to me, Shen Quan chuckled. Very well, just a pet. The butler longed to clarify, that is not an ordinary pet. How is our eldest master faring? The butler hesitated. He is stable, but...
Speak.
Shen Quan pressed. It is possible that our eldest master's legs. The rest of the words did not need to be articulated. Darkness enveloped Shen Quan's vision, and a metallic taste filled his throat, as if he were on the verge of spitting blood. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to regain composure. He must contact the renowned Dr. Braun overseas. Determined to restore Chiron's legs, his exceptional eldest son, whom he had nurtured as a successor, now faced a dire predicament. Shen Quan understood his son's character. With his pride, how could he endure such a fate? Shen Mai rushed to the hospital from school and, upon learning the situation from the butler, was incredulous. His omnipotent elder brother. If he were to be confined to a wheelchair, it would undoubtedly be a monumental blow to his pride. Shen Mai's mind was a tempest of anxiety. Surely there must be a solution. With so many exceptional doctors in this world, there must be a way. Young master, do not fret. We are already in contact with Dr. Braun in Country E. He has agreed to arrive in 3 days. Given the Shen family's stature, securing a skilled surgeon was not insurmountable. The concern lay in the possibility that even the most skilled doctor might be powerless. After Shen Qiron regained consciousness, although everyone wished to shield him from the truth, he could not remain oblivious to his own body. The young man stared at the place where his legs once were, his eyes dimming. Yet, to alleviate the worries of those around him, he made a concerted effort to feign indifference. Little aunt. Shen Mai summoned Shen Jin outside. Dear aunt, do you have any means? Are there any elixirs that can save my elder brother? If there are, I am willing to pay any price. Shen Jin, nibbling on the sweets he had purchased for her, nodded, her youthful voice instilling hope within him. There are indeed some. But do not rejoice too soon. I lack the spiritual herbs necessary to concoct such elixirs. Shen Mai, anxious, pressed, what kind of spiritual herbs do we need? I shall seek them out. You seem quite concerned for them, she observed. I cannot guarantee we will find any. Spiritual herbs are exceedingly rare in this world. Shen Mai's tone was resolute. If one location yields nothing, then we shall search elsewhere. My elder brother cannot lose the use of his legs for the remainder of his life. Aren't the doctors here quite capable? Perhaps the doctor arriving the day after tomorrow can cure your nephew, she suggested. We must prepare for all possibilities. If Dr. Bolong cannot help, at least I have some elixirs here. Regardless, there is always hope. What is truly fearsome is the absence of hope. Nephew, the accident involving your father and elder brother is no mere coincidence. Upon hearing this, Shen Mai's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? Chapter 34. By Kiki Seeks Vengeance, I just observed that the fates of the two of them seem rather unusual. They have been schemed against, and there is likely someone knowledgeable in the ways of the Tao involved. Had it not been for the restorative and hemostatic elixirs, they might have perished. Who is responsible? Shen Mai ground his teeth in fury. Shen Jin shook her head. For now, it remains unclear. But the culprits must have knowledge of your father's and elder brother's birth dates, and the means to obtain their blood or hair. Shen Mai nodded and solemnly thanked Shen Jin. Thank you, dear aunt. She waved her hand dismissively. It is nothing. They are all my juniors. As an elder, I must worry for them. This hospital happens to be the one where Bai Kik's mother is located. Seeing that her presence was no longer required, she bid farewell to Shen Mai and went to find Bai Kiki. Due to the special circumstances, Bai Kik's mother was residing in a private room. Upon entering, she faced no obstacles and immediately spotted the ghostly figure of Bai Kiki standing by the bedside. Bai Kik's mother had been sleeping but was startled awake the moment Shen Jin pushed the door open. Sitting up abruptly, her eyes fixated nervously on the entrance. This reaction had become instinctive over the years. Bai Kiki felt a pang of sorrow, tears streaming down her cheeks. Annie, do you wish to see Bai Kiki? Without any further pleasantries, Shen Jin posed the question directly. Upon hearing the name Kiki, a glimmer of clarity flickered in the woman's eyes. Kiki, my daughter, where is she? I have wronged her. The woman oscillated between laughter and tears, at times clutching her head in anguish. I am here, Mama. I am here, Bai Kiki shouted, but alas, her voice was inaudible to her mother. Only in her ghostly form could she be seen, yet in that state, she had lost her sanity and was uncertain if she might harm her mother. Shen Jin approached Bai Kiki, gently patting her shoulder twice. Ideally, she would have preferred to pat her head, but alas, she could not reach it. Bai Kiki felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through her, and in that instant, as if sensing something, Bai Kiki's mother suddenly turned to look in this direction. Upon seeing Bai Kiki, her pupils dilated, and disbelief washed over her. The woman stumbled to the bedside of her daughter, her eyes reddening, her lips paling. At that moment, all she could see was the small figure of her child, trembling hands reaching out, yet hesitating to touch. Kiki, are you my Kiki? Her voice was choked with emotion, nearly rendering her speechless. Bai Kiki grasped her hand. Mama, it's me. Kiki has come home. Bai Kiki's mother, Bai Lin, once a university student with a promising future, had her life shattered when she was abducted during a trip and taken to a village where every inhabitant, regardless of age, was a devil. They needed women but treated the purchased ones as animals, subjecting them to cruelty. Bai Kiki, being Bai Lin's first daughter, was initially met with disdain and rejection. Her mother had not even glanced at her after her birth. However, when they attempted to cast her into the river to drown, Bai Kiki's father argued against it, stating it would be a waste given their poverty. Instead, they could raise her to sell for a good price. Thus, she was left to survive. Yet, life was worse than that of a dog. Despite this, the frail girl would secretly bring home a wild chicken egg or some wild fruits whenever she ventured into the mountains to find food. She would return home to her mother, who was constantly abused by her father and mistreated by her grandparents. She was like an abandoned little beast, yearning for love. Even though her mother loathed her, Bai Kiki would gradually approach her, bringing food and tending to her wounds. Over time, Bai Kiki became the sole solace for Bai Lin in that hellish existence. Two wounded souls leaned on one another, barely managing to provide each other with a modicum of courage to continue living. Bai Kiki's original name was Zhaodi, but Bai Lin had secretly named her Bai Kiki, affectionately calling her Kiki. However, with the birth of a second daughter, the family believed that Bai Kiki's presence deterred boys from coming to their home. They drowned the newborn girl and sold Bai Kiki. It was from that moment onward that Bai Lin completely lost her sanity. Now, she finally saw her Kiki again.
Bai Lin em bzat Bai Kik, weeping un con tolan.
Had it not been for Shen Jin setting up a soundproof barrier in the room, the nurses and doctors outside would have been drawn to the commotion. After a long time of crying, Bai Lin finally released her daughter and began to comb her hair. Her gaze softened. Kiki, you have become even more beautiful. But you must have suffered outside. You haven't even grown taller. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. It is Mama who lacked the ability to protect you. We were captured, and never again will anyone harm us. Kiki will follow Mama. I will take care of you. Okay? As she uttered these words, her voice was gentle, yet her face was streaked with tears. Mama, Bai Kiki attempted to speak, but was interrupted. Kiki dear, now I have only you. Ultimately, Bai Kiki did not voice her objections. Shen Jin observed for a moment before quietly departing from the room. As she left, she conveyed a message to Bai Kiki. Go and do what you wish, but do not kill them. The curse of the vengeful spirit will condemn them to a life of endless suffering. In the village of Shaoyang, those selfish and despicable individuals, who wish for death, yet lack the courage to embrace it, endure a life that is worse than death itself. To bring about their demise would, in fact, be a form of liberation. Yet, this is merely the beginning. When their time on earth comes to an end, they shall find themselves in the underworld, besieged by countless vengeful spirits seeking retribution. There, they will face myriad tortures for the sins they have accrued, enduring punishment for millennia, ultimately either cast into the abyss of hell or reborn as livestock destined for slaughter. Shen Jin mused that the underworld of this world possesses a certain fascination. Upon grasping Shen Jin's intent, Bai Kiki ventured to the prison that very night, waiting until Bai Lin had succumbed to slumber. That night, the prison echoed with blood-curdling screams of terror. After completing her task, Shen Jin returned to the sick room of the Shen family, stifling a yawn. Little aunt, the milk I brought back is still warm. You should drink it while it's hot. Shenmai attended to her with utmost diligence, causing Shen Xiran to momentarily forget his own ailments. The family was well aware of Shenmai's temperament. They had previously suspected the housekeeper might be exaggerating. However, it now seemed all too real. Shen Jin poured the milk into her bottle, adding some medicine, and noticed two patients observing her. She raised her small arm and inquired eagerly, "Do you wish to drink as well?" Shen Quan and Shen Xiran. Chapter 35. Are you lacking in common sense? Regrettably, they declined. Shen Jin felt a tinge of disappointment, but just as she was about to withdraw, Shen Mai eagerly approached her. "Little aunt, does the medicine in there benefit my father and elder brother?" "Of course," she replied. The medicine she used was intended to stabilize the spirit and enhance physical strength. Thus it would undoubtedly be beneficial for ordinary individuals as well. Without hesitation, Shen Mai borrowed her bottle and hurried off to his father and elder brother. "Father, elder brother, do drink a little, this is good for your health." Shen Quan thought to himself that if he were not currently immobilized, he would have given that insufferable brat a kick. Ultimately, it was only the fierce glare from his father that deterred Shen Mai. "Forgive my little aunt. My father and elder brother are somewhat unappreciative. Please do not take offense." Shen Jin graciously assured him that she bore no ill will. "By the way, is there more medicine?" "Certainly, there is," Shen Jin affirmed, this time providing them with recuperative pills, known for their gentle properties and effectiveness in bodily restoration. "Is this the same medicine we consumed before?" Shen Quan asked, eyeing the pill in his hand, yet he swallowed it without suspicion. Shen Xiran did likewise. After all, their lives had been salvaged by this very little ant using such miraculous pills, leaving no room for doubt. Though Shen Mai wished to inquire about the incident involving the accident, he sensed their fatigue and decided to postpone that topic for the time being. Shen Jin, stifling another yawn, was ready to sleep. The sick room contained other beds, and she simply lay down, succumbing to slumber. The day had been exhausting, and due to her excessive consumption of spiritual energy, she fell into a deeper sleep than usual. Both Shen Quan and Shen Xiran awoke, with the housekeeper attending to them. Shen Mai felt a pang of worry, especially after the housekeeper had learned about the previous day's incident. The large truck had seemingly lifted itself, and despite the traffic police's prolonged investigation and multiple reviews of the surveillance footage, no explanation had been found. It was indeed perplexing. While others may have been oblivious, Shen Mai was acutely aware that his little aunt was undoubtedly behind it. Consequently, he felt immense gratitude towards Shen Jin, coupled with a concern for her safety. Given the size of that truck, following a night of rest, Shen Quan and Shen Xiran were in significantly better condition than the previous day, and were now able to sit up and eat independently. The speed of their recovery was astonishing, a phenomenon that garnered the attention of the hospital's director, who, at that moment, was surrounded by numerous doctors who marveled at their miraculous improvement. "Mr. Shen, do you truly have no idea what has transpired?" The question, though somewhat presumptuous, stemmed from their intense curiosity regarding the source of this remarkable change. Shen Quan smiled apologetically. "I'm afraid I genuinely do not know." He refrained from disclosing Shen Jin's medicine, as it belonged to her master, and he believed the doctors should only be informed with her consent. Moreover, as the parties directly involved, Shen Quan and Shen Xiran were acutely aware of the extraordinary nature of the pills and wished to protect Shen Jin from undue attention due to her youthful age. Aside from his legs, Shen Xiran felt quite well throughout his body. Today, he found himself devoid of the profound sorrow that had plagued him the day before. It was not that he had come to terms with his situation, but rather that he had clearly sensed the effects of the pills and pondered the possibility of a remedy for his legs. "Is she still not awake?" Shen Xiran inquired, attempting to call out for his little aunt, though the title felt too foreign on his tongue given her tender age. Shen Mai shook his head, even cautiously placing his hand beneath Shen Jin's nose to check for her breath. With a sigh of relief, he exclaimed, "Thank goodness." Observing this action, Shen Quan remarked, "Are you lacking in common sense?" Shen Mai retorted, "You have no idea what my little aunt endured yesterday." Shen Jin was roused from her slumber, flipping over in bed and yawning, her sleepy eyes searching for her milk bottle. "Where is my bottle?" Upon noticing her awakening, Shen Mai hurried over, cradling a bottle filled with fresh milk. "Little aunt, you must be hungry. Drink some milk to tide you over. Breakfast is on the way." Shen Jin eagerly gulped down the milk, allowing her little nephew to help her out of bed, her bare feet padding softly on the floor. Shen Quan thought it amusing how it seemed as if his son was nurturing a daughter. Surely, he must have been imagining things. "Nephew, how do you feel now?" "Big nephew, how about you? Don't be disheartened. If the doctor fails to heal your legs tomorrow, I have a solution." Now well rested, Shen Jin felt invigorated, taking the initiative to inquire about the well-being of her two younger relatives. Shen Xiran's eyes brightened. "Thank you, little aunt." Though he found the title awkward, He managed to utter it. At this moment, he believed that his little aunt would surely summon her master to assist with his legs. Entirely unaware that the solution she referred to involved her personally concocting medicine for treatment. Bolstered by a newfound hope, the father and son duo felt a lift in their spirits. They still had to address matters concerning their company, even while confined to their beds. The online rumors of their impending demise were rampant, and if they did not manage the company's affairs promptly, the shareholders would become unruly, leading to a significant drop in Shen Group's stock price. Both are formidable workaholics, titans of the business world. Together, this father-son duo has transformed the Shen Group into the premier enterprise of Xia Nation, and they are unwilling to let their efforts go to waste. Just as he was about to contact his assistant, Shen Mai hastily restrained them. "Wait a moment, father. This car accident was no mere accident." Upon hearing his son's words, Shen Quan's pupils constricted, and his grip on the phone tightened significantly. Shen Xiaoran's expression also turned cold. Despite being so young, he had already become the heir of the Shen Group. Even now, with broken legs and clad in a hospital gown, he exuded an undeniable aura of authority. What's going on? The investigation thus far indicates that this was an accidental traffic incident. A drunk driver caused a chain reaction. It was merely a stroke of bad luck. This is the conclusion drawn by the traffic police. The surveillance footage and other inquiries have shown no signs of foul play. Shen Mai scratched his head, uncertain of how to explain, and instead lifted Shen Jin under her arms. In an instant, Shen Quan and Shen Jin exchanged bewildered glances. "Little aunt, you speak," Shen Mai urged. "Put me down, you big filial son," she protested, wriggling slightly, prompting Shen Mai to adjust his hold. Shen Quan pondered, suspecting that his younger son's mind might be slightly off. "You both bear traces of a curse, and the medium used to activate this curse is closely linked to your physical forms." Shen Jin's voice was childlike and earnest, articulating concepts that were both comprehensible and perplexing to the two men. Chapter 36. The Theft of Fortune. Both were astute individuals, naturally aware that the curse she spoke of was no trivial matter. However, the notion that they were afflicted by a curse, beyond their birth dates, it could also involve their blood or hair. Yet, as Shen Jin fixated on them with her obsidian-like eyes, it seemed as though she were peering through them, searching for something beyond their presence. "Your fortunes have been stolen, and this is certainly related to your birth dates." Shen Jin's eyes perceived the strands of luck and fate entwined around the two men. Shen Quan and Shen Xiaoran were enveloped in a violet golden aura. The golden hue was particularly pronounced. In ancient times, those with violet fortunes typically ascended to positions of power, while those adorned with golden fortunes were virtuous individuals, blessed with good deeds, destined for wealth and prominence in their later years. The Shen family had a lineage of soldiers spanning 3 generations, all holding respectable positions. In Shen Quan's generation, he was the sole heir, and unlike his ancestors, he preferred commerce over military service. Thus, the family's fortunes were intertwined with ancestral blessings and their own merits, manifesting in a symbiotic violet golden aura. Both Shen Quan and Shen Xiaoran, having grown up in a sound environment, possessed commendable characters. Despite managing an expansive enterprise, they paid their taxes diligently and contributed significantly to charitable organizations. Their halo of virtuous light encircled them, suggesting that while they might face certain challenges in their respective fields, overcoming these obstacles would render them even more exceptional. However, at present, their fortunes appeared to be leaking away, drifting upward into an unseen void, while a layer of crimson light steadily eroded their virtuous glow. Others present, aside from Shen Mai, who believed her, were somewhat skeptical of the child's claims. Shen Jin, a mere 3-year-old, was hardly someone whose words one would readily trust. Shen Mai, startled, exclaimed, "Little aunt, does this mean that having our fortunes stolen will lead to such dire misfortunes?" Shen Jin shook her head, her youthful tone surprisingly articulate. "Not quite. Having your fortunes stolen merely leads to gradual financial ruin, eventually resulting in poverty." "Just eventually? What a nefarious method of attack. Who in their right mind desires bankruptcy?" Shen Mai retorted, his eyes reddening with indignation. "And what about the thief of fortunes? Whoever steals your fortunes will find success in all their endeavors. If your fortunes completely transfer to them, they will also claim your destinies of wealth and grandeur. Even a fool, upon stealing your fortunes, would become astute. Your elder nephew and niece are quite clever, aren't they? Their wits would then belong to the thief." Shen Quan and Shen Xiaoran exchanged glances, a sense of disbelief creeping in, Even coming from a 3-year-old, such a terrifying prospect seemed credible. The implications were far too profound for a child to fabricate. What was the true origin of this little ancestor? If she possessed such understanding at such a young age, it was indeed alarming. Shen, pondering with her chin resting on her hand, mused aloud. However, your fortunes still appear quite robust. Logically, until they are fully depleted, they should hesitate to cause you harm. Could it be that they are not of the same faction? Father, brother, please believe me. I have witnessed little Aunt's abilities firsthand. She has not only captured spirits, but also assisted Qin in solving cases. The medicinal pills you consumed were crafted by her, and your safe extraction from beneath that truck was also due to her intervention. While they hesitated, Shen remained unfazed, casually pulling out her phone and putting on headphones to watch cartoons. Let her nephew handle the explanations. After all, modern technology was indeed a marvel. While Shenmai elaborated for quite some time, Shen Quan and Shen Xiran had already accepted most of it. They were merely contemplating who would wish to harm them.
Aunt.
How can we ascertain who has stolen our fortunes and cast this curse upon us? Shen Quan asked, struggling with the term aunt given their age difference. He was already a father of 4. Shen Jiyin, at her tender age, could easily be his granddaughter. Find a way to summon anyone who has access to your blood or hair. I will assist you in discerning the truth. In this day and age, acquiring an individual's hair and blood was not overly difficult, especially as ordinary people were usually unguarded against such things. However, given the status of the Shen family, the most likely culprits would be those who spent considerable time with them. After all, they needed to protect their own kin. Shen Jin, embodying the role of an elder, was quite unabashed. Shen Quan nodded. Very well. We shall rely on you, little aunt.
Who knows your birth date?
While many might know Shen Xiran's, far fewer would be aware of Shen Quan's. Suddenly, a face flashed in Shen Quan's mind. There is one person, but I am uncertain. Then it is simple. Shen Jin said, her fingers tapping away at her game, her gaze unwavering. You can have someone investigate whether any of your suspects were once clumsy and inept, but have suddenly become astute and adept in their endeavors. Understood. Thank you for your guidance, little aunt. After this initial call, the subsequent ones would undoubtedly come easier. He turned to Shinmai and said, Xiao Wu, instruct the butler to disseminate the news that we survived but are gravely injured. Those behind this will undoubtedly rush to verify the information. If they can ascertain our birth dates, they must be individuals close to us. He harbored doubts. Yet the thought of their near demise in the recent car accident haunted him. Even if they survived, his son's legs might never allow him to stand again. A fierce glint flickered in Shen Quan's eyes. Regardless of the identity or motivation of the traitor, betrayal is eternally unforgivable. Breakfast had arrived, lavish and sumptuous. Meanwhile, on the hospital bed, the father and son inhaled the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air while consuming their bland porridge, casting wistful glances at the two individuals indulging in a feast. Little miss, I've removed the fish bones for you, one of them said. Shen Quan thought to himself that his son had never done such a thing for him. And this shrimp is delightful. I've peeled it for you too, came the voice again. Truly, the displays of filial piety were overwhelming. The biological father and brother now began to suspect whether their son and brother had been swapped. After satiating their appetites, Shen Jin sauntered off to digest. Dr. Bolong visited on the 3rd day post-accident, but the prognosis for Shen Xiran was far from optimistic. Performing surgery on him carried significant risks. The expression on Shen Xiran's handsome face dimmed considerably. He was a proud individual. The mere thought of spending the latter part of his life confined to a wheelchair filled him with despair. Don't be afraid, my dear nephew. If he cannot heal me, I have my own methods, he consoled after Dr. Bolong had departed. Shen Jin, with her little legs, waddled to Shen Xiran's bedside, offering her innocent words of comfort. Chapter 37. The Fate Stealer. Don't worry, dear nephew, I have my own way if he cannot heal me. Shen Jin patted her small chest, assuring him, once the medicine is ready, I will concoct the bone restoration pill and the meridian restoration pill, and your legs will heal. She spoke so lightly that Shen Xiran found himself somewhat uplifted, his burden momentarily alleviated. Thank you, little miss, he said, his pallid face brightening as he reached out to tousle her soft hair. Shen Jin, though young, possessed a head of thick, long black hair, now beautifully braided into 2 plaits cascading down her sides. Coupled with her naturally exquisite features, youthful innocence, rosy complexion, and long, curled eyelashes resembling delicate fans, her cherubic visage was utterly charming. Even her gentle, slow speech could not test anyone's patience. Having such a little one by his side was undeniably soothing. The Shen family, devoid of daughters, found in this girl, a mere 3 years old, yet capable of offering him such tender comfort, a perfect embodiment of his long-held desire for a daughter. Regrettably, after Xiao Wu's birth, his wife had succumbed to cancer. During her pregnancy, he had shown her countless photographs and videos of girls, only for their child to be a boy. Now, Shen Jin's presence perfectly aligned with his dreams of a daughter, though he must address her as aunt. In the following days, Shen Jin frequented the hospital, though she would venture out to explore after her meals. On one of her outings, she discovered a place predominantly inhabited by the elderly. Shen Jin, undeterred, waddled over to a group of seniors engaged in a game of chess. Before long, she was warmly welcomed among them. "Mr. Lu, your lumbar spine seems to be troubling you. Allow me to give you a massage," she offered. Standing on a chair and poking at his back. Miraculously, a crack resonated, and he exclaimed, "Hey, it's actually better." Mr. Lu himself could hardly believe it. He twisted his waist and asked, "Little girl, where did you learn that?" "Impressive." Shen Jin, unaware of the concept of humility, graciously accepted the praise. "It's just a small skill," she replied nonchalantly, her tender voice eliciting hearty laughter from the elderly crowd. "Such a talented little doctor. Could you take a look at me?" they requested. Shen Jin circled around, taking their pulses. "Your blood pressure is a bit high, and you secretly had a drink today," she stated. "Shoo, shoo, shoo," Mr. Lu interjected, astonished at her insight, urging her to remain silent. "I shouldn't let anyone know. I enjoy a drink. But my family keeps a tight rein on me." Nodding in understanding, Shen Jin shifted the topic, lowering her voice to share, "Actually, you can drink. I've brewed a medicinal wine for you, which is beneficial for your health, but my master always takes it away before I can bring it along."
Ha ha ha.
"I shall eagerly await your wine, little friend. Let us exchange contact information." Continuing her rounds, Shen Jin diagnosed the remaining seniors, most harboring minor ailments. Some had bone issues, like Mr. Lu's lumbar pain, which she was able to address on the spot. "This child is truly remarkable. Whose child is she? Which family is so fortunate?" The elderly folk marveled, their admiration for Shen Jin growing with each passing moment. After her consultations, she settled down with a bottle, drinking milk. "I'm from the Shen family. Just a little Miss Shen," she chimed. "You all need to exercise. Your health isn't great." Shen Jin carefully placed the bottle aside and led them through a series of physical exercises. These were adapted from fundamental movements in the cultivation world, tailored for the contemporary populace. While reminiscent of Tai Chi, the sequence inherently contained an element of assertiveness, not merely a visual spectacle. When relatives visited the elderly, they were met with the sight of a 3-year-old girl, her delicate face earnest, leading the older folks in exercise. The family members were left bewildered. What on earth is happening here? They had arrived at a nursing home adjacent to the hospital, known for its commendable living conditions. Shen Jin had seamlessly integrated herself with the elderly. "Dad, Mom, what are you all doing?" A group of well-dressed men and women entered, and the seniors eagerly introduced Shen Jin, referring to her as little friend. One after another, they extolled her virtues. "This little one is truly impressive. She has become the darling of the elderly. They periodically come here to visit the elderly, having previously heard their parents lamenting about their busy schedules that prevented them from visiting more often. However, now, the conversation is filled with the exuberance of a 3-year-old child, and they are no longer expressing any grievances." Shen Jin received a call from Shen Mai, indicating that it was time for her to leave. "I must go now. I shall visit you again next time." A group of elderly men and women expressed their reluctance to see her go. "Dear Jin, you must surely return." Shen Jin waved goodbye, her short legs trotting cheerfully towards the hospital. Upon arriving at the ward, most of the expected visitors had already gathered. Shen Jin quietly entered and stood beside Shen Mai. "Shen Quan, I hope you're feeling better. How unfortunate that such misfortune has befallen you."
An elderly man,
his hair graying, looked at Shen Quan with tearful eyes, his expression one of profound sorrow, as if the accident had involved his own son. The sincerity of his tone and demeanor was unmistakable, as he genuinely feared for their lives. Shen Jin observed that her nephew and grandnephew's fortune was intertwined with that of the elderly man. Though the stolen fortune did not directly fall upon him, it had relevance to him. Shen Jin communicated this revelation to Shen Mai. The one stealing the fortune is likely a relative of his. inquire why his favored son or grandson has not come. Those who pilfer fortune will revert to their true forms upon encountering their victims, as contrasting genuine and counterfeit elements reveals the truth. Thus, they must not meet until the fortune has not been largely taken. However, her grandnephew's fortune appeared peculiar, having some connection with the elderly man, yet not resembling that of a relative. Shenmai lowered his head, striving to mask the tumultuous emotions within. When he lifted his gaze again, a faint, sardonic smile played on his lips as he inquired of his uncle. Uncle, it has been quite some time since I last saw cousin and brother. Are they truly so busy that they cannot visit even when such significant matters have arisen concerning father and brother? Shenmai's temperament was such that this seemed to express dissatisfaction, and none would suspect otherwise. Chapter 38. This is a case of ingratitude. Shenmai fixated on his uncle's visage, detecting an instant of rigidity and guilt as he spoke. Yet, his face quickly donned a smile. Shenmai clenched his fists tightly. Quan, do not blame your cousin. He has recently gone abroad for business, and I have been unable to reach him despite multiple attempts. You know your nephew is studying. His school is preparing for the national mathematics competition, and he has been selected for intensive training by his teachers. Shen Quan and Shen Xiran maintained their composure, their tone measured as they admonished Shenmai. Xiao Wu, how do you speak to your elders? What have I said? Father, could you refrain from constantly reprimanding me? If memory serves, Cousin S grades have not been particularly stellar. How did he manage to be chosen for the national mathematics competition? Could it be he is a hidden genius? How have I not noticed this before? Shen Xiran struggled to suppress a smile that threatened to rise. Indeed, the expression on the uncle's face grew even more strained. Your cousin has been diligently studying. Given the improvements in his son and grandson's situations, he has taken to boasting on social media, reveling in his good fortune. Yet, in the presence of the Shen family, he felt a twinge of guilt. Shenmai scoffed coldly. Could a thief not feel guilt? Contemplating the information he had uncovered, he yearned to tear the hypocritical mask off his uncle's face. However, he restrained himself until he reclaimed the fortunes belonging to his father and brother. He would allow them to enjoy their reprieve for a while longer. Once all the visitors had departed, Shenmai closed the ward door, and 3 pairs of eyes fixed intently on Shenjin. She wasted no time. The one stealing the fortune is none other than your uncle. Shen Quan's expression darkened considerably. It seemed he had indeed nurtured a thankless wolf. And what of the one who cast the curse? Is it also him? This was the crux of the matter. No. Shenjin shook her head. He is stealing fortune but does not wish for you to perish just yet. Shen Quan and Shen Xiran grasped this notion as well. Shueji was greedy and concerned about appearances. If their fortune could genuinely enhance his useless son and grandson, he would not dare harm them until he had fully exploited that advantage. Therefore, another must be behind the attacks. Who was the person standing to your left, my grandnephew? Shen Quan closed his eyes, his voice tinged with melancholy. Was it him? That individual had been his aide for over a decade. Not him, but he does have some connection. Shenjin pondered. Yet until we see the individual, I cannot ascertain who it is. Shen Quan nodded. In a couple of days, I will be discharged and can return to the company. I will rely on you, dear aunt, to accompany me to the company. Certainly. Shenjin had no objections. She was restless and would often cultivate elixirs and spirit plants while at the Shen residence, or seek food and wander about when outside. For her, any destination was welcome. However, she added, I shan't come tomorrow. I have plans to visit Shaoyang village with Qingjun. She retrieved a stack of talismans from her small bag, setting aside those meant for Director Wang, and began folding the others with nimble fingers. In just a few minutes, she had transformed the yellow talismans adorned with mysterious symbols into compact triangles for easy transport. She had folded a total of 6, distributing 3 to each of the 2 patients. Shenmai watched eagerly from the side. What about mine, dear aunt? Where's mine? He resembled a beggar dog. Shenjin shot him a sidelong glance. But you already have some, don't you? Dear aunt, can one ever have too many talismans? I have heard Qingjun say that your talismans can even stop bullets. Though Shenjin had no more in hand, she was still indulgent towards her little nephew. She decided to take out a yellow talisman, a brush, and red ink from her small backpack. Watch me draw a talisman right here. The 3 Shenmen stared with mouths slightly agape. Dear aunt, your little backpack is truly remarkable. To this, Shenjin lifted her chin, her voice carrying a hint of pride. Indeed, my backpack employs spatial formation techniques. It took me a full 6 months to gather materials and complete it. Spatial? Is it the kind of space I am familiar with? Shunjin affirmed with a sound, tossing the backpack to him for exploration while she focused intently on her drawing. Shunmai plunged his hand inside, astonished. Though the backpack appeared small, it could swallow half of his arm. It contains hidden wonders. Shen Quan and Shen Xiaoran were equally intrigued, though they maintained a more reserved demeanor than Shunmai. The two individuals exchanged knowing glances, urging him to bring it over for their inspection. Unfortunately, Shunmai, in his obliviousness, failed to grasp the signals conveyed by his father and elder brother, remaining engrossed in his own excitement. Shen Quan and Shen Xiaoran shared a moment of exasperation regarding their rather foolish son and brother. "All right, here you go," they said, handing the peace talisman to Shunmai. Meanwhile, Shunjin retrieved a lollipop from her pocket and began to enjoy it. Observing his curiosity towards the spatial bag, she generously remarked, "Once we gather the materials, I shall craft one for you as well." This spatial bag was quite common in the realm of cultivation. Anyone proficient in formations could create one. However, the maximum capacity of such a storage bag, crafted through formations, would not exceed 100 square feet. Had it not been for her storage ring being left behind, she would hardly have regarded this spatial storage bag with any interest. Only items forged from spatial stones possess a larger capacity and even additional special functions, such as preservation. Yet, she was unaware if such spatial stones existed in this world, and she herself lacked the skills to forge instruments. "Oh, how delightful!" Shunmai exclaimed, joyfully lifting his little aunt into his arms, eager to plant a kiss on her chubby cheeks. "This is quite the act of ingratitude," Shunjin protested, playfully swatting his face. Shunmai, undeterred, continued to beam with joy. "Haha, my little aunt truly loves me the most." Shen Quan and Shen Xiaoran pondered how their family could have produced such a simpleton, wondering silently who had cast an ill fate upon them. That evening, Shen Jin returned to the grand old villa of the Shen family. For the following morning, Qin Zhen would come to escort her. The next day, Shen Mai also arrived, radiating the exuberance of a cheerful young lad. "Little aunt, I shall accompany you." He had heard a bit about the matters concerning Xiaoyang village, and this was an opportunity to broaden his horizons. As his little aunt's sole disciple at present, he felt compelled to join. "Aren't you supposed to look after your elder nephew and niece?" Shun Jin, feeling somewhat delicate, was being cradled by Qin Zhen, having just finished her morning milk. "My father's fine now, no need for concern. My elder brother has a steward to attend to him." Chapter 39. The Dangers of a Lethargic Mind. Shen Mai cast a disdainful glance at Qin Zhen. "You're holding my little aunt wrong. It's uncomfortable for her." Qin Zhen responded, "This troublesome child has never been charming, and he's even less so now." Yet, as he needed to drive, it was indeed impractical to hold anyone. Thus, Shen Mai took his place in the back seat with Shun Jin. Throughout the journey, he bombarded her with questions about Xiaoyang village. Shun Jin shared what she knew, her youthful voice reflecting a hint of storytelling talent, which was no surprise given her enthusiasm for the gossip shared by the little animals. When Shen Mai learned that she had subdued all the police with her prowess and had even participated in a mission, utilizing the creatures of the mountains to gather information, he lamented not being present at that moment. "Little aunt, you must invite me next time something like this occurs." He yearned to witness it firsthand. Shun Jin munched on the peanuts he offered, her cheeks puffed out adorably like a little hamster. "But you're still in school," she pointed out. "I can take a leave of absence." With his abysmal academic performance, attending school felt like a waste of time. He would rather learn cultivation techniques from his little aunt. That's not permissible. Only with a sharp mind can one comprehend the methods of cultivation swiftly. A dull mind learns slowly. Cultivation depends not only on talent but also on comprehension, which is significantly linked to intelligence. Shen Jin shot him a knowing look. A lazy mind will become dull, and dullness leads to poor comprehension. Shen Mai frowned. Why must cultivation also involve studying? He was disheartened, his expression souring. "I understand. I will strive to study harder." For the sake of cultivating, he would endure learning those subjects, though the thought of having fallen behind in so many lessons gave him a headache. "Never mind. Let us first go and watch my little aunt exorcise some spirits." Xiaoyang village was desolate, with virtually all the adults having been captured. The misguided children had been sent to juvenile detention centers, all boys. As for the very young girls, those who had relatives were sent to their willing kin, while those without were taken to orphanages. Perhaps for those girls, an orphanage was far better than the troubles of Xiaoyang village. There were no innocents left in the village. Now, it lay empty, not even a single dog remained. As they entered the village, the old locust tree at the entrance swayed slightly, a chill wind sweeping through, as if they had been transported from the heat of June to the biting cold of winter. It's so cold, Shunmai shivered, tightening his hold on Shinjin, who felt like a small, warm heater in his arms. They soon spotted the river that ran through the village. Qinjin's heart simmered with anger at the thought of the countless children's remains that lay within. Those wretches truly deserved no pity. Some of the captured still refused to repent, believing they had the right to determine the lives of those children they had brought into this world. Shunjin affixed a talisman to Shinmai, and he immediately felt warmth envelop him. Little aunt, was that chilling wind just now a sign of spirits lurking here? She nodded, observing the shadows hovering above the river, some barely discernible, mere dark masses devoid of features. Shinmai instinctively held her tighter. Would you like to see them? Qinjin hesitated. Part of him was intrigued, yet he felt a twinge of trepidation. Shinmai, however, was undeterred by such fears. His adventurous spirit craved the thrill. Absolutely. Thus, Shunjin temporarily opened his heavenly eye. Seeing this, Qinjin resolved, I shall take a look as well. Upon opening their eyes to the spiritual realm, the world transformed before them. What had seemed like a somewhat eerie Shaoyang village now appeared entirely engulfed in malevolent energy. Even the locust tree at the entrance bore the grim sight of hanging spirits. Indeed, they were hanged souls, and not just one. Most of those suspended from the tree were women, their tongues elongated, eyes bloodshot as if they might burst, an utterly horrifying sight. Shunmai and Qinjin gasped in unison. Even though they had braced themselves, an icy chill surged through them. Goodness, this is terrifying. It's far more thrilling than any haunted house. Qinjin instinctively tightened his grip on his gun at his waist. At this moment, the gaze of the specters was fixated upon them. Shunjin immediately shot them a fierce glare, baring her teeth as she brandished a small wooden sword and hurled it in their direction. What are you staring at? The grievances have their origins. And we are not the cause. Her demeanor was fierce yet protective, hands firmly placed on her hips as she regarded Shenmai and Qinjin, whom she considered her charges. The hanging spirits, sensing the threat emanating from the peachwood sword, silently turned away, no longer casting their eyes upon them.
Shenmai,
Exuberantly flattering, exclaimed, My dear little aunt, you are nothing short of divine. Shinjin, lifting her chin slightly, replied nonchalantly, It's nothing. Their attention then shifted to the river surface. The river in Shaoyang village was somewhat wide, its waters gentle and not turbulent, with an abundance of aquatic plants lining the banks. Numerous shadowy figures lingered upon the water, some possessing indistinct features of children, while others bore the spectral forms of adult women. All were oriented toward Shaoyang village, their eyes brimming with resentment. Upon beholding the diminutive shadows, Qinjin felt a tightness in his chest. Shinmai's expression was likewise grave. Little aunt, are those souls of the drowned? The young master, who had grown up carefree, had never contemplated such a dark facet of humanity. He could not fathom why these spirits were denied even a glimpse of the world, simply for their gender. Simply because they were girls. If there were a girl in the Shen family, he would undoubtedly dote upon her endlessly. Shunji nodded resolutely. I must find a way to help them move on. The resentment here is overwhelming, and it's peculiar that so many vengeful spirits are without their guides. Someone must have meddled in this village. She instructed Shunmai to set her down and began rummaging through her backpack. Out came an array of toys beloved by children, little rabbits, bears, cats, and ponies. Aren't we here to help them move on? Qinjin queried. Shenjin, still searching, replied, Hold on, they haven't even played with these toys yet. There's no rush to help them move on. This world was filled with toys that brought joy to children, and she hoped they would delight in them. Little aunt, tell me how I can assist you. She directed the food and toys to be placed in separate areas, while instructing Qinjin to fetch a broom to tidy up the surroundings. After issuing her commands, she turned to her nephew, brainstorming ways to ensure the little spirits enjoyed themselves. Unfortunately, time was short, otherwise, she could have persuaded her father to fund the transformation of this place into a playground for them. Chapter 40. Opening the ghost gate, though there was no playground, the trio managed to create a delightful play area. As toys and candies were brought forth, curious ghostly infants were drawn to them. The innate nature of children left them defenseless against such enchantments, especially these poor souls who had been discarded since their infancy. Just one final step remained. Shinjin produced yellow paper, a brush, and red cinnabar to begin crafting talismans. The talismans could capture spirits, but they could also aid these unfortunate souls. Many of the infant spirits could not solidify, and Shinjin's task was to gather the Yin energy to help coalesce their ethereal forms. Shen Mai and Qingjun watched with curiosity, careful not to disrupt her. Once the talismans were completed, Shunjin deftly performed a hand gesture, causing a dozen talismans to soar into the air and drift towards the river. Gathering Yin array, activate. As her youthful voice resonated, the surrounding Yin energy converged, and the souls of the infants began to solidify before their eyes, gradually forming distinct features, hands, and feet. Under the influence of the gathering Yin array, the spirits even appeared to grow, maturing into the forms of 3-year-olds. Shinjin took out a small bell and shook it, saying, "Come play." The little ones had been eagerly awaiting this invitation, rushing forward to seize the toys and treats. The toys were theirs to play with, and the snacks were theirs to enjoy. Initially apprehensive, Shen Mai and Qingjun soon realized that aside from their excessively pale skin, the ghostly children were not much different from ordinary kids. In fact, they were far more pitiable, prompting the two to muster their courage and teach them how to enjoy sweets and play with the toys. Shinjin, seamlessly joining in with a bottle in her mouth, quickly became the leader of the children. They played on a makeshift slide, kicked a small ball, and styled the hair of dolls. At one point, a child snatched her bottle, leading to a playful tussle, during which she sat on the ground, wailing loudly, joining the ghostly children in their antics. She was, indeed, a mischievous child. Shen Mai and Qingjun exchanged glances, wondering if their little charge realized what she was doing. If they were to voice their concerns, Shunjin would undoubtedly retort, "Why can't I fight or cry? I'm just a child." Amidst the merriment, the specters hanging and those who had drowned in the river looked on with envy. It had been ages since they had last played or laughed. The festivities continued until nightfall. Had it not been for Qingjun reminding Shinjin of their purpose, she might have completely forgotten why they were there. Dusting off her clothes, her face smeared with grime, Shinjin affectionately patted the head of the ghost child nearest to her. "It's time for you to depart. May you find parents who cherish you in your next life." With her spirit energy restored, she produced 3 incense sticks and the origami gold ingots she had prepared. Dressed in her small Taoist robe, Shinjin meticulously arranged the paper gold ingots and lit the incense. With a final hand gesture, her expression turned solemn as she proclaimed in her melodic voice, "The ghost gate opens, spirits arise." These few words carried an air of formidable authority. The moon in the sky instantaneously transformed to a blood-red hue, while a swirling black vortex gathered at the riverbank, as if intent on devouring everything in its vicinity. All the ghostly children hid behind Shinjin in terror, and even the other spirits wished to conceal themselves. Once the black vortex dissipated, an ancient and imposing set of double doors emerged before them, adorned with grotesque faces that appeared quite fearsome. "Who dares to open the ghost gate?" A chilling, malevolent voice echoed as 2 formidable specters, one resembling a bull and the other a horse, emerged from either side. Their colossal forms loomed like mountains, enveloped in a shroud of black mist, exuding an overwhelming pressure accompanied by a bone-chilling cold. Aye, it's me." Despite the daunting presence of these mighty beings, Shinjin exhibited no fear whatsoever. Given her diminutive stature, she was concerned that the 2 specters might overlook her, prompting her to leap and wave her hand enthusiastically. The 2 ghostly figures, upon seeing such a tiny child, nearly questioned their own eyes. In this world, even the most seasoned practitioners cannot easily open the ghost gate. Yet, here it is, summoned by a mere child. What a jest! The bull-headed guardian, furious, was about to admonish when he was restrained by the horse-faced guardian. "Look at the spiritual power she possesses," he urged. In this era, cultivation is arduous, let alone the mastery of spiritual energy. Within Shunjin's diminutive form lies not only a cultivation level of the 4th stage of qi refinement, but also a staggering surge of soul power that nearly overwhelms her physical vessel. Were it not for the harmonious alignment of her body and soul, the guardians might have suspected this young girl had been possessed by some entity. No wonder she could effortlessly open the ghost gate. Such a person is not to be trifled with. At such a tender age, she has already achieved the ability to open the ghost gate. Who knows what celestial heights she might reach in the future. Thus, the bull-headed and horse-faced guardians diminished their forms to that of ordinary humans and approached Shinjin. "Esteemed friend, do you have any instructions?" Shinjin pointed to the spirits behind her, along with those hanging from trees and those drowned. "They all require reincarnation." The guardians were taken aback at the sight of such a multitude of vengeful spirits. Most alarmingly, They had been oblivious to the presence of so many resentful souls in this village. Stay here. I shall report to the Lord of Judgment. The horse-faced guardian slipped into the ghost gate and soon returned with a man clad in an official robe. The judge, upon first laying eyes on Shinjin, was equally astonished. Little friend. Shinjin respectfully greeted him as Lord Judge. The judge furrowed his brow as he regarded the spirits of the wronged children. Pulling out the ledger of life and death, his expression darkening with each entry. The secrets of Xiaoyang village had been obscured by the blood sacrifice of these children as corpses, rendering the underworld's emissaries utterly unaware of this locale. The underworld is inundated with vast numbers of restless spirits and currently, due to an outbreak of ghostly activity, many are reluctant to bear children, making reincarnation increasingly difficult. The judge and his subordinates are inundated with work, making it nearly impossible to notice the anomalies in this small village. Thus, these ghostly infants had languished here for years without any emissary discovering their plight. Thank you, Shen Daoyu, for helping us resolve this grave issue. Had these ghostly infants remained here, they would eventually form a vengeful spirit and wreak havoc beyond Xiaoyang village. As Shenjin watched the ghostly infants being escorted to the underworld, she felt a sense of accomplishment. No need for thanks. By the way, once the villagers of Xiaoyang are sent down, be sure to interrogate them thoroughly. They are quite wicked. The judge nodded, offering an apologetic smile as he departed. Might I inquire, Shen Daoyu, do you have any incense? Upon hearing this question, both the bull-headed and horse-faced guardians perked up, for this incense was their most coveted desire. They had not savored such a pure and delicious fragrance in centuries. Indeed, but I possess only a limited amount, Shenjin replied. Her skills in crafting incense, candles, and origami were honed under the tutelage of an elderly Taoist. From the tender age of 1, once she could walk and manipulate her fingers with dexterity, she was apprenticed to him, where she was exploited as child labor. Her creations were sold to villagers for funerary rites, all the proceeds eventually becoming her milk money. Shenjin produced 6 sticks of incense. Despite her youth, her craftsmanship had surpassed her mentoress. The spirits clearly favored her offerings. As she selected materials imbued with spiritual energy or cultivated them herself, employing alchemical methods infused with her own soul during the crafting process. Thus, these incense sticks were considered a rare delicacy even for the emissaries of the underworld. Thank you, Shen Daoyu. Here is a token for you. Should you encounter any significant matters, you may summon me directly. A black, rather antiquated talisman fell into Shenjin's hands. The gift of the talisman was not merely for the incense. Rather, it was due to the overwhelming strength of her soul power and her cultivation level. This child evidently bore the reincarnation of a great being. Hence, it was prudent to cultivate a good relationship with her. Not to mention the desire to indulge in her incense in the future. Shenjin accepted the talisman and soon, the judge along with the bull-headed and horse-faced guardians departed with all the spirits from Xiaoyang village. As the ghost gate vanished and all the spirits were taken away, Shenjin dispelled the lingering energy, and at last, Xiaoyang village was not so cold. Today's events had been exhilarating, although Shen Mai felt somewhat fatigued afterward. His eyes sparkled with excitement. The ghost gate, what a legendary phenomenon. His little aunt had actually opened the ghost gate.
Not only that,
but she had also encountered the fabled emissaries of the underworld. Should he share this tale, others would surely doubt his veracity, yet he had witnessed it firsthand. Shen Mai was not the only one exhilarated. Qin Zhen's heart was also in turmoil. Having just encountered a ghost, he now found himself in the presence of emissaries of the underworld and learned of the existence of the netherworld. Little aunt, you are truly remarkable. Allow me to admire that talisman. Shenjin showed him the talisman, stifling a yawn as sleepiness overtook her. We cannot return today. Let's find a place to rest for the night. Qin Zhen, being an adult, acted with composure. Upon seeing her drowsiness, he simply lifted her into his arms. Shenjin nestled against him, nodding as she murmured softly, "Tomorrow, we must retrieve their remains." The bodies of those children lay cold in the river. The people of the Xia state valued burial as a final resting place. Qin Zhen also believed they should recover the bodies for a proper interment. However, with over 200 corpses, they could not manage it alone. They would need to enlist help the next day. The case of Xiaoyang village had now concluded. And the following day, a considerable number of individuals arrived, including Song Yang, who had brought along pure milk as requested by Qin Zhen. Shenjin's morning milk supply was thus replenished. Song Yang approached, showering Shenjin with gratitude. Had it not been for you, I might have been in grave danger that day. Little ancestor, do you know how many in our department are grateful to you? Songyang also referred to her as little ancestor, as addressing her simply as little sister felt somewhat disrespectful given her extraordinary abilities. Shunmai interjected. How dare you bring someone in? She is my little aunt. Shun Jin was passed around, and everyone cherished her, bringing a plethora of snacks. Little ancestor, you can sit here and enjoy your treats while we go retrieve the remains. They had even brought diving equipment. A dozen young men leaped into the water with splashes, while Shun Jin sat on a stone beneath the old locust tree, munching on snacks and sipping milk tea, having temporarily set aside her milk bottle. Shunmai had joined the others in the river, leaving her alone on the bank. Shun Jin sighed inwardly, reflecting on how kind the people of this country, especially the police and soldiers, truly were. The world she inhabited was utterly dissimilar from that of the governing body, which perhaps elucidated the remarkable cohesion and prosperity of its citizens. Every realm harbors malevolence, yet there are always those who mend the misdeeds of the wicked.
Squeak.
Upon hearing the sound of a mouse, Shen Jin glanced down to find a rather large rodent at her feet. It was an old acquaintance, the very mouse that had once accompanied Qin Zhen and the others on their quest for drugs. Shun Jin offered a piece of potato chip to it. Go ahead, eat. This mouse possessed a certain intelligence and, astonishingly, had improved its comprehension since their last encounter. After consuming 2 spirit-nourishing pills from Shun Jin, she noticed a faint aura of spiritual energy emanating from it. It appeared to have reached the threshold of cultivation. Furthermore, it had grown noticeably larger, its fur now more lustrous than before. Previously, while it had been somewhat more attractive than an ordinary mouse, it still bore a drab appearance. Now, it was evolving toward a silvery hue. The mouse stood upright against a stone beside Shen Jin, clutching the potato chip with its tiny pink paws and eagerly nibbling away. Once it finished, it looked up at her with hopeful eyes. Do you desire more spirit-nourishing pills?
Squeak.
The mouse nodded, having developed an understanding of human language. Would you like to have a constant supply of spirit-nourishing pills? A sudden thought struck Shen Jin.
Squeak, squeak.
Naturally, it yearned for them. The allure of the pills was immense for animals, not only because they were delicious, but more importantly, they enhanced intelligence and facilitated cultivation. Do you remember the police officer who accompanied you that day? You could follow him, and he could come to me to procure spirit-nourishing pills for you. Squeak? Why can't you follow me instead? Shun Jin firmly shook her head in refusal. That won't do. I have a gluttonous cat at home who would barely find you enough to nibble on, and there's also it. Shun Jin tapped her wrist. And the little spirit named Xiaoli, who had been quietly resting there disguised as a bracelet, promptly popped its head out. Despite its diminutive size, Xiaoli was a formidable spirit king. A mere hint of its pressure sent the mouse's fur bristling in fright. Do you still wish to follow me? The petite girl, with her hands beneath her chin and a smile at the corners of her lips, had eyes that sparkled like crescent moons. Though, I must admit, its temperament is rather harsh. The mouse had already scurried 3 meters away, shaking its head furiously. Well, ponder your options. Follow them or secure a steady, reliable position. This mouse was the king of its kind. Even if it left Xiaoyang village, it could command other mice. Though often despised, mice were ubiquitous and exceptionally adept at gathering information, primarily due to their inconspicuous nature. Qin Zhen could certainly use such an ally. Chapter 42. The Mouse King Qin Zhen and his companions painstakingly retrieved the tiny skeletal remains from the riverbed. Knowing was one thing, but witnessing the bones firsthand ignited a fury that reddened their eyes. Especially disheartening was the realization that some villagers appeared to have tied stones to these children before discarding them, presumably fearing they might not perish easily. What kind of wickedness could compel someone to commit such an atrocity? It was appalling. How could such monsters exist? Gazing at the small white bones on the shore, some of which seemed to have been discarded quite recently, they could see that while they had not yet turned to bone, the flesh had already begun to decompose. The sight was enough to bring tears to their eyes. Shunmai struggled to contain his emotions, turning away with reddened eyes, unable to bear witness any longer. This village must be inhabited by demons. Thankfully, there would be no more Xiaoyang village. Almost all its inhabitants had perished, and the children who had escaped would likely be under close surveillance, especially those in juvenile detention who would not be released until they had reformed. Let us find a place to bury them. With Shun Jin present, locating an auspicious burial site was relatively straightforward. The group dug a pit together, carefully arranging the remains before laying them to rest. Once the task was completed, Shun Jin pointed to the little mouse that had followed them. Qin Zhen, would you like this mouse? It has gained intelligence and can command other mice outside the mountains. Qin Zhen and his companions had witnessed the mice's extraordinary knack for information gathering firsthand. Not only Qin Zhen, but also Song Yang and the others, were wide-eyed with excitement. Yes, yes, yes. As police officers, they often undertook perilous missions to gather intelligence or go undercover. However, with this mouse, everything would be different. Its inconspicuousness made it the perfect covert operative. Let us not forget that the previous drugs were located with its assistance, though it was a mere rodent. They held no disdain for it. Moreover, this mouse was quite pleasing to the eye, plump and round, with a beautiful coat that could rival that of a hamster. Is it willing? Qin Zhen rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming as he regarded the sentient mouse. Shunji nodded, but only under certain conditions. It would accompany them. But they must procure spirit-nourishing pills from her for it. And what is the price of these spirit-nourishing pills? Shenjin replied, 5,000 each. I 1T profit from you. Just 1 per month for it will suffice. Crafting pills was far more laborious than drawing talismans. Not to mention the costly ingredients involved, far beyond what a mere yellow talisman could compare to. This was exceedingly reasonable. 5,000 a month was manageable for families like Qin Zhen's, and the others could afford it as well. Working at the A City Police Department afforded them decent wages and benefits. At long last, they had concluded matters concerning Xiaoyang village, and as they rode home, everyone was animatedly playing with the little mouse. It had even acquired a name, Mouse King. Mouse King, would you like some potato chips? Do you drink milk, Mouse King? You truly understand us, don't you? Shall we shake hands? The Mouse King cast a sidelong glance at them, briefly extending its paw for a handshake before retracting it. The little creature's eyes sparkled with intelligence. It truly comprehended human speech, and even rolled its eyes at them. Song Yang, filled with excitement, chuckled. It really did shake my hand. Shen Mai watched enviously from the side. Why won't you let the Mouse King accompany us, little miss? Such an intelligent creature. I could easily care for it. Shinjin, perched on the car seat, swung her short legs while munching on chocolate, her left cheek bulging with a mouthful.
I dare not keep it, she replied. Why not?
We don't have a cat at home. Big me wouldn't eat mice, would it? Shinjin shook her head, humming softly, that's not necessarily true. Big me eats everything. Moreover, the Mouse King was plump and infused with spiritual energy. It would be no surprise if Big Me were tempted. Shenjin refrained from mentioning Xiaoli, and Shen Mai, recalling the cat at home, could only wistfully withdraw his gaze. As Qin Zhen and his companions returned to the police station, Shenjin and Shen Mai headed directly back to the Shen household. You have returned. Upon hearing the voices, Shen Xiaoran set aside the book he was holding and turned to face the two newcomers. Elder brother, you've been discharged? Where's father? Shen Xiaoran, seated in a wheelchair, had nearly recovered from his injuries thanks to the restorative elixir. Unwilling to remain in the hospital any longer, he had opted for an early discharge. He has gone to the company. Shen Xiaoran instructed the butler to pour warm milk for Shinjin, then placed a nearly disintegrated talisman onto the table. Little aunt, as we were leaving the hospital today, a billboard suddenly fell from the sky. If it weren't for this talisman, we might have perished. The young man spoke with an unsettling calmness, as if the calamity had befallen another. Yet, a palpable chill lingered in his gaze. What? Another incident. Shen Mai leapt to his feet, exclaiming, which scoundrel is responsible for this? I shall make him pay dearly. His eyes were aflame with rage. This series of unfortunate events, had it not been for the timely talismans provided by his little aunt, could have resulted in dire consequences for the Shen family. How could father still be wandering about? What if he encounters trouble? Shen Xiaoran cast a measured glance at him.
Sit down.
The tranquility of those two words compelled Shen Mai, despite his fury, to obey and take a seat, for he held a certain respect for his elder brother. Shen Jin interjected, the curses upon you both have intensified. It appears to be a blood curse. Shen Xiaoran furrowed his brow in contemplation. If it were merely hair, identifying the perpetrator would be challenging, but blood. 6 months ago, the company underwent a comprehensive health check, and both father and I participated. The blood samples could be linked to someone associated with Assistant Yang. Thus, the issue could stem from either the hospital that conducted the health checks or personnel from the company. Shen Xiaoran mentally sifted through the list of individuals, but recalled no familial connections between Assistant Yang and anyone else at the company. I shall inquire with Assistant Yang. I can assist you in lifting the curse, but the necessary materials must be sent to me from my master. They should arrive shortly.
For now.
Let us identify the individual responsible for this affliction. Grateful, Shen Xiaoran regarded Shen Jiyin with appreciation. I shall trouble you then, dear aunt. This talisman offers inadequate protection, Shen Jiyin remarked, poking the now useless talisman, which promptly crumbled to ash. If you can procure quality jade or jadeite, I can craft protective jade talismans for you. These can be worn continuously. Upon hearing her words, both Shen Xiaoran and Shen Mai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Quality jade or jadeite would not be difficult for their family to acquire, and the notion of protective jade talismans sounded remarkably powerful. Shen Mai became exceedingly attentive. Little aunt, please enjoy your milk. Is there anything else you desire? Perhaps some cake? Chapter 43. The Truth Talisman. Interrogation. Unable to restrain himself, Shen Xiaoran produced a card and handed it to her. He may not possess much, but his wealth was abundant, allowing him to indulge his little aunt. This card contains 10 million. Feel free to spend it as you wish. Shen Jin quipped. This nephew is quite affluent, casually offering 10 million. She accepted the card without pretension, knowing well that crafting the protective talismans would require considerable spiritual energy. Once completed, she intended to present her nephew with the most formidable one. With a fresh influx of 10 million, along with her previous savings from purchasing medicine and selling talismans, her total had swelled to around 14 million. However, it was unfortunate that this 10 million from the Shen family could not be used for purchasing property. Otherwise, her unfortunate master would surely be in dire straits. Shen Jin set out to find Ami, while Shen Mai intended to follow her. However, he was halted by his elder brother. Do not disclose matters regarding father and me to our 3 brothers. Shen Mai replied. Second brother is likely on a mission somewhere. Third brother is still abroad, and fourth brother is lost in the mountains filming. His phone is unreachable. You'll need to explain things to third brother yourself. Each of his brothers was engrossed in their own careers, often leaving him alone at home. Previously, he had felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, a young man raised in such an environment craved familial companionship, especially since he had never met his mother. However, now, Shen Mai felt less rebellious. Ha! I shall cultivate my powers and surpass all of you. Very well, I will speak to third brother myself. The company has encountered some issues. Otherwise, Shin Quan would not have come here during such perilous times. After resolving the troubles, he nearly found himself in danger, once more on the way home. Now truly grasping the formidable nature of the curses, this only intensified his urgency to uncover the culprit. The following day, he took Shin Jin to the company. I inquired with Assistant Yang yesterday. The hospital that conducted the health checks has a cousin of his working as a nurse there. There should be a connection. Shen Jin nodded slightly. Then why are we here at the company? I had someone bring her here, Shen Quan replied coolly, as he carried his little aunt into the office. There, 2 bodyguards were already watching over a woman. She had been summoned under the pretense of Assistant Yang, and upon seeing the bodyguards, she realized her misdeeds were likely exposed, leaving her flustered. As the door swung open, the woman's gaze immediately fell upon Shen Quan entering with the little girl in his arms.
Shen Quan.
Her voice trembled, though she fought to maintain her composure. Is there some misunderstanding? Why are you apprehending me? She looked at Shen Quan with a pitiful expression, attempting to invoke his sympathy. Shen Quan shot her a cold glance. Is she your little aunt? Shen Jin affirmed, yes. In this era, mysticism was not held in high regard. They merely viewed the health check as a routine blood draw, never suspecting it would become the catalyst for the near demise of Shen father and son. To whom did you give their blood? Shen Jin's soft voice struck like a hammer against Yang Qian's consciousness. I don't know what you're talking about, Yang Qian stammered, her body shivering at the mention of blood, her complexion paling. You need not feign ignorance. The Shen family can easily ascertain whether you stole the blood. Previously, the lack of clarity made it difficult to investigate, but once the target is identified, uncovering the truth will be merely a matter of time. I don't know what you're saying. Let me go, or I will call the police. Shen Jin tossed out a talisman casually which, as if possessing a will of its own, adhered itself to Yang Qian. The truth talisman. You may now speak freely. Shen Quan settled Shen Jin into his office chair and summoned Assistant Yang while he approached Yang Qian. Having navigated the business world for years, Shen Quan exuded a formidable aura, particularly when his demeanor turned icy. Who made you steal our blood? Yang Qian was seized by the arm, and as she opened her mouth to deny it, the words that escaped her lips were, yes, it was Manager Zhao from Changshan Group. How did she utter the truth? Fear flooded Yang Qian's eyes, for she had intended to say something entirely different. This was too uncanny. Shen Quan raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Shen Jin. Though he already knew that his little aunt was not to be underestimated, it was indeed eye-opening to witness someone compelled to speak the truth by merely a talisman. When Assistant Yang arrived, Shen Quan had already posed a few preliminary questions. Upon seeing Yang Qian, Assistant Yang felt a jolt of alarm. President Shen. Shen Quan nodded. You stand by and listen to her. He then continued to question Yang Qian. Why did you assist him? Once again, Yang Qian found herself unable to restrain her tongue, revealing everything. It turned out that she was proud and ambitious, having long desired to be an envious heiress due to her modest beauty. She had previously attempted to engage with several wealthy second-generation heirs, but they merely toyed with her, never taking her seriously. Moreover, those affluent families looked down upon her. Eventually, Yang Qian learned about Shen Quan through her cousin, Assistant Yang. Despite his age, Shen Quan was handsome, mature, and affluent. The older he got, the more distinguished he appeared. Yang Qian scoured the internet for information about him and had secretly glimpsed him a few times through her cousin's connections. She became infatuated, particularly because Shen Quan was indeed quite wealthy. She explored every possible avenue to have her cousin assist her in becoming Shen Quan's personal secretary. However, Assistant Yang was fiercely loyal to the Shen family and understood the kind of person his cousin was. He knew that she lacked the qualifications to be Shen Quan's secretary and would never allow her to occupy such a position. After much effort yielded no results, Yang Qian was approached by manager Zhao from Chongqing Group, who promised to arrange for her to be by Shen Quan's side if she assisted him with a task. Yang Qian was not foolish. Otherwise, she would not have secured a position at the best hospital in a city as a nurse, having legitimately passed her university entrance exams. However, her aspirations were not directed towards a respectable career. Instead, she was fixated on climbing the social ladder to become a wealthy wife, making her an easy target for manager Zhao's manipulation of her desires. Shen Quan's company provided regular health checkups for all employees, including the father and son duo, as a benefit. Yet, it was unexpected that Chongqing Group would go to such lengths to acquire their blood. Shen Jin, listening nearby, perked up in surprise, realizing she had stumbled upon a significant revelation involving her nephew. Shen Quan released Yang Qian, but he would not let her off so easily. Her job was certainly at stake, and the unscrupulous acts she had committed would be made public online the following day. Assistant Yang's face turned pale, his mind blank. He never imagined his cousin would still harbor such hopes, let alone engage in such egregious actions. Chapter 44. The Substitute Curse. I'm sorry, President Shen, Assistant Yang murmured. His head bowed. Although he had not committed these acts, he could not deny that Yang Qian was indeed connected to him. Shen Quan patted his shoulder. This is not your fault. Go home and attend to your family matters. I hope you do not disappoint me. Yes, Assistant Yang nodded, feeling a sense of relief. Shen Quan's words indicated he had not been implicated. Grateful, Assistant Yang resolved to sever ties with his cousin's family upon his return. Such relatives were burdensome. Little aunt, let us depart. Shen Jin nodded. The items from the master should have arrived. I will help you break the curse when we return. Shen Quan carried her away, leaving the uninformed employees astonished. They were aware that the president's wife had passed away long ago. Could this child in Shen Quan's arms truly be his daughter? Meanwhile, Shen Quan contemplated the affairs of Chongqing Group. The Zhao family was also a prominent clan, albeit slightly inferior to the Shen family. The Zhaos lacked an heir as commendable as Shen Quan, and over the years, they had been in decline. Shen Quan surmised their motives behind targeting him and his son. Jealousy was a factor, but the primary reason lay in their competition for the same project. Both he and his son had been occupied with this venture for months. Perhaps witnessing their own diminishing prospects prompted the Zhao family to act. However, Shen Quan did not anticipate them resorting to such underhanded tactics. He had never delved into the realm of metaphysics, while many in his circle maintained a skeptical attitude toward the divine. They often sought blessings from renowned Taoists for reassurance when embarking on projects. Yet, he had never heard of anyone employing metaphysics to harm others so stealthily. Indeed, if it were not for his little aunt, she might have perished in a car accident. It would have been deemed an unfortunate mishap, leaving no room for metaphysical speculation. Suddenly, Shen Quan recalled that individuals who had previously crossed paths with the Zhao family often encountered various accidents. Some companies went bankrupt, while others experienced misfortunes. He had not given it much thought before, but now it seemed those incidents were far from coincidental. Upon returning home, the items sent by the master had indeed arrived. The three Shen men gathered curiously around. Little ant, what are these? Will they truly break the curses afflicting my father and brother? Shen Jin popped a strawberry into her mouth, the fruit so large that her mouth was instantly filled, rendering her speechless. She promptly opened the box, revealing two red spiders before their astonished eyes. One was nearly the size of a palm, startling all three. Having finished her strawberry, Shen Jin, undeterred by their fearful gazes, picked up a spider without a trace of trepidation. Shen Mai, feeling a chill, cowered behind his father. Little ant, this is too revolting. Shen Jin shot him a glance. Are you afraid of spiders? Shen Mai, defiantly lifting his chin, retorted, who said I'm afraid? It's just that the spider is too large. Who wouldn't be startled? Shen Jin placed the spiders into separate bowls. However, these were no ordinary spiders. They were substitute curses. She instructed Shen Quan and Shen Xiran to each provide a drop of blood into the bowls. Once the spiders absorbed their blood, she would transfer their birth dates onto them, ensuring that the curses cast upon them would be redirected to the spiders. As their blood mingled with the contents of the bowls, the spiders stirred, appearing even more menacing. Shen Mai swallowed hard. Little ant, I can't shake the feeling that this doesn't seem like something a proper Taoist would do. Those spiders look far too sinister. Typically, Taoist practitioners employ talismans or resort to crafting straw dolls, do they not? Shen Jin nodded in affirmation. Certainly not. Her acknowledgement was refreshingly candid. This is a form of Gu technique, which bears no relation to Taoism. I learned it from someone else. She recounted how she had accompanied her master to a village where they exorcised spirits, where her knowledge of Gu was imparted by an elderly woman from a Miao village. However, her grasp of the craft remained superficial. Many of the Gu she possessed had been acquired through the assistance of Xiaoli. I believe that employing this method for retribution is far more effective, as the substitute Gu will retaliate against the adversary upon being harmed. They are indeed venomous. When those individuals cast their spells again, they will be met with the backlash of poisoning. Shen Jin touched her face, suddenly pondering whether her actions might be excessively vindictive, especially considering this was not her previous world. There is an alternative solution, though, which involves using straw dolls as substitutes. However, that would merely nullify the curses upon you without enabling retaliation. Thus, you may choose. Shen Mai, suddenly serious, remarked, I find these two spiders rather appealing. Let us proceed with them. It was a jest. Yet how could he possibly swallow his pride when the other party had demanded the lives of his father and elder brother? It would be best to see that scoundrel poisoned. His aunt had stated that they would only experience the backlash when casting spells again, but what was that? It amounted to self-inflicted suffering. Shen Quan and Shen Xiran also opted for the two large spiders. After all, they had personally experienced the lethal efficacy of such curses, and allowing such an enemy to linger in the shadows was intolerable. They were raised with integrity, yet that did not imply they were foolish. When their lives were at stake, they could hardly afford to be considerate of their foes. Moreover, such matters could not be resolved through the police. Shen Jin's eyes sparkled, her voice sweet. I knew you would think as I do. Despite her outward appearance of beauty, cuteness, and innocence, the Shen family, father and sons, felt that this little ancestor possessed a hint of mischievousness. Nevertheless, their affection for her remained undiminished. Observing the two substitute Gu finishing their meal of blood from the bowl, Shen Jin sealed the bowl, using their birth dates, prepared to await the adversary's next move with tranquility. At that moment, in a concealed chamber of the Zhao family study, mysterious blood-red runes adorned the surroundings, encircling a large table at the center. The table bore an altar, complete with incense offerings. However, the most conspicuous items were the two paper effigies placed atop the table. These paper figures were traditionally prepared for the deceased, yet they bore the birth dates of Shen Quan and Shen Xiran. These dates had been acquired from Shen Quan's uncle, and even the method of siphoning their luck had been provided by him. The intention was to diminish the fortune of the Shen father and son, thereby hastening the effectiveness of the curse. Uncle, why is your curse ineffective? Shen Quan and Shen Xiran left the hospital unscathed. The plump middle-aged man in a suit spoke with an anxious demeanor, his tone inadvertently laced with reproach.
Calm down.
A gaunt man clad in Taoist robes, sporting a beard, reprimanded. Although he was dressed in a manner befitting a celestial being, there was an inexplicable disharmony about him, his entire demeanor shrouded in gloom. Are you certain your investigation is thorough? Do the Shen father and son lack any formidable allies? He had cast 2 minor curses in the past few days. Yet the Shen family had evaded all dangers. This left him with an unsettling premonition. prompting him to instruct Zhao Qing to investigate whether the Shen family had any interactions with individuals of similar expertise. None. My investigation is quite thorough. They have not interacted with any outsiders since returning from the hospital. He had completely overlooked Shinjin, dismissing her as merely an infant. Could it be that they possess some protective talisman? Considering the elevated status of the Shen family, it was hardly surprising that they might possess genuine protective treasures. The old Taoist sneered. No matter. Even if they do possess some protective artifact, it may safeguard them temporarily, but cannot offer eternal protection. The effects of my previous spells should have waned significantly by now. Go fetch their blood. Zhao Cheng's eyes gleamed with excitement as he hurriedly procured the blood of Shen Quan and Shen Xiran. This time, the Shen father and son would surely perish. As night fell, Shen Xiran and Shen Quan brought their respective substitute Gu to their rooms. Initially, they would occasionally check on them, but as hours passed without any sign of activity, their attention gradually waned. Shen Quan busied himself with a mountain of company paperwork, while Shen Xiran participated in an online meeting. The father and son toiled until midnight. Working late had become their norm. It was precisely at the stroke of midnight that the previously tranquil substitute Gu began to thrash violently. Shen Quan, who was preparing for bed, stood abruptly but remained composed. He first went to his eldest son's room, discovering that his substitute Gu was also exhibiting signs of agitation. The two exchanged glances before heading to find Shinjin. Although reluctant, they roused the slumbering Shinjin from her sleep. Clad in a small nightgown and clutching a large rabbit doll, Shinjin rubbed her eyes and yawned, displaying no signs of annoyance at being awakened. I'm sorry, Annie. The substitute Gu is stirring. Shinjin's voice was soft and drowsy as she stretched her arms to be held. She was in no mood to wear shoes. Shen Quan naturally scooped up the diminutive figure of his niece, who still bore the scent of infancy. The little girl, not yet 4 years old, was light enough for him to cradle in one arm. Shinjin, feeling languid and boneless, leaned against her elder cousin's shoulder, her eyelids drooping in sleepy defiance. She instructed them to place the substitute Gu together. The adversary was commencing their actions, and this curse was far more severe than any prior attempts. Without the substitute Gu, they would have faced imminent death. Even a hospital examination would merely attribute their demise to an unexplained sudden illness. Shen Quan was drenched in cold sweat at the thought. His nephew and grandnephew were in dire peril, and Shinjin pondered for a moment before asking Shen Quan to fetch her bag. From it, she retrieved a calligraphy brush and, using a single drop of her blood, drew a talisman in midair. It was a misfortune talisman. Upon completion, she directly infused it into the substitute Gu. Now not only would the spellcaster face severe backlash, but those connected to Shen Quan and Shen Xiran would also experience considerable misfortune in a short span of time. For instance, any past misdeeds would resurface in the blink of an eye. After executing this, the two substitute Gu perished. Take them and bury them, she instructed. Is this sufficient? Shinjin nodded. The two substitute Gu have borne the curse on your behalf, and the curses upon you have been lifted. After burying them, remember to burn 3 incense sticks. I shall fetch them for you. The Shen family remained unaware of the fate of their adversaries. But upon hearing that the curses upon them had been lifted, the immense weight upon their hearts finally began to dissipate. In the secret chamber of the Zhao family, upon witnessing the 2 straw men collapse utterly, Zhao Cheng leapt up in exhilaration. Could it be that his second uncle had succeeded? Were Shen Quan and Shen Xiran truly dead? Zhao Cheng was no stranger to such occurrences. He had previously employed his second uncle to eliminate many of his rivals in this very manner. The old Taoist, brimming with pride, proclaimed, "Need I even say it? I have never failed in my endeavors." He rose to grasp the 2 straw men, but before he could finish his sentence, an excruciating pain surged through him, prompting him to hastily discard the straw figures. "Second uncle, what has happened to you?" Zhao Cheng rushed forward to support him, only to be met with horror as he witnessed blood streaming from his uncle's 7 orifices. He opened his mouth to speak, but a torrent of black blood erupted, splattering Zhao Cheng's face. Moments later, his head tilted, and he drew his last breath. In a state of panic, Zhao Cheng hastily cast aside his uncle's lifeless form and collapsed to the ground, his countenance ashen. He then fled the chamber in a frantic escape. The Zhao family would find no solace that night, unaware that a far graver retribution awaited them on the morrow. Meanwhile, the Shen family, having resolved their own dire predicament, enjoyed a peaceful slumber. However, the following day, Shenmai awoke in an irritable mood. "So, none of you 3 thought to remember me last night?" Shen Quan sipped his tea, Shen Xiaoran savored his coffee, and Shen Jin cradled a bottle of milk. Sitting across from them, Shen Mai felt utterly forsaken. Am I not your son? Your biological brother? Your beloved nephew? Such a monumental event, and not one of you thought to include me. Shen Quan replied dismissively. It was hardly a favorable situation. What was there to witness? Although they had indeed forgotten to summon him, Shen Mai was undeterred by their indifference. He was incensed. Skipping breakfast, he retreated to his room to pack his bag, declaring that this household could no longer contain him. He was returning to school to reclaim his position of authority. With youthful defiance, he prepared to depart, when Shen Jin interjected. I've just received news. Both the tax authorities and the police have arrived at the Zhao family residence. In an instant, the gazes of the three Shen men converged on Shen Jin, whose head bore an inconspicuous V. The Zhao family is in utter disarray, she noted, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Can we go to the scene? Such a question lingered in the air, for who would not wish to witness the unfolding drama? Even Shen Xiaoran, confined to a wheelchair, expressed a desire to attend. The two men exchanged glances. After all, the Zhao family's actions had adversely affected them, and they felt compelled to witness the outcome. Soon, the driver arrived, a replacement for the one who had perished. The Shen family had compensated the deceased's relatives handsomely, acknowledging the unwarranted suffering inflicted upon him. Wait for me, Shen Mai called out, momentarily forgetting his prior intentions to return to school, eager to witness the Zhao family's downfall firsthand. Upon their arrival, the Zhao residence was cordoned off with police tape. A throng of onlookers and astute journalists had gathered, buzzing with the revelation that evidence of the Zhao family's tax evasion had been swiftly submitted to the authorities overnight. It seemed the former financial director of Changshan Group had orchestrated the scheme. Zhao Cheng's inept son, in a fit of rage over a woman, had been dismissed and subsequently blacklisted from all companies. Were it not for revenge, he would have surely acted similarly. The repercussions did not halt there. The Zhao family was embroiled in a manslaughter case, as Zhao Cheng's son had caused the demise of two women, leading their families to file reports late into the night. Furthermore, he had been caught using drugs. Zhao Cheng's elder and younger sons were apprehended for drug use and solicitation in the early hours of the previous day. The surrounding crowd appeared well-informed, as snippets of information circulated rapidly within a single night. This accumulation of events provided the Shen family with ample fodder for gossip. Look who has arrived, Mr. Shen. In their social circle, the Shen family was regarded as a prestigious lineage, in stark contrast to the Zhao family, which was in decline. The Shen heirs were all remarkably accomplished. The family's trajectory was undoubtedly upward, fostering a willingness to mingle amicably with others. Yet, upon spotting Shen Xiaoran in a wheelchair, expressions of sympathy flickered across their faces. What an exceptional young man! How could such a tragedy befall him? Yet, seeing Shen Xiaoran's composed demeanor, unburdened by his physical condition, evoked admiration from the onlookers. In truth, had they faced such a calamity, the prospect of never standing again might have driven them to madness. Shen Quan surveyed the chaos within the Zhao villa, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. What has transpired here? He seemed to allude to their ignorance of the Zhao family's plight, as if they were mere passers-by. The more spectators there were to partake in the gossip, the better. Consequently, many began to share their knowledge of the Zhao family's misdeeds. It was unclear who had orchestrated their downfall, but overnight, their illicit activities had been exposed. The tax evasion was merely the tip of the iceberg. The Zhao family had marketed numerous substandard products, and some of their accomplices had also been apprehended. As Shen Jin nestled in Shen Mai's arms, the two found themselves at the forefront of the gossip, reacting enthusiastically at the juiciest revelations, which only heightened the crowd's interest. Here they come. Zhao Cheng has been arrested, and they are carrying out a corpse. Could it be that Zhao Cheng had committed murder in his own home at such a critical juncture? If so, his fate was sealed. His company's legal troubles were already insurmountable, and the discovery of a corpse within the Zhao residence would be catastrophic. Zhao Cheng appeared exceedingly disheveled, his beard unkempt and dark circles beneath his eyes, making him resemble a panda. Most alarming were the bloodshot veins in his eyes, which instilled fear in those who beheld him. Shen Quan remained among the throng, observing him with a cold, steady gaze. The deceased was undoubtedly the source of the curses cast upon him and his son. At that moment, Zhao Cheng caught sight of Shen Quan within the crowd, and a surge of adrenaline propelled him to break free from the grasp of the officers. It is you. You are the cause of all this. Zhao Cheng shrieked, lunging toward Shen Quan, whose calm demeanor remained unperturbed. When Zhao Cheng reached him, Shen Quan deftly kicked him to the ground. Shen Mai, despite cradling his little ant, joined in the effort, and the synchronized force of their actions was not to be underestimated. After delivering the kick, Shen Mai proclaimed loudly. Everyone witnessed that. He attacked us first. My father and I were merely defending ourselves. At last, Shen Mai felt a modicum of vindication. Shen Quan regarded the writhing man on the ground with disdain, feeling nothing but disgust. Zhao Cheng, what nonsense are you spouting? We shall contend for that project based on our own merits. Even if you harbor resentment, you cannot indiscriminately place such a colossal burden upon me. He wore a smile that was as deceptive as it was charming, yet the gaze he directed at Zhao Cheng was as cold and sharp as a blade. You evade taxes, and I am to be blamed for your company's substandard products? Your son's drug use and violent acts fall upon my shoulders? Or is the corpse discovered in your home somehow my responsibility? The surrounding crowd suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Some were astute enough to recognize that the Zhao family and the Shen family were vying for the same project, and it was evident to all that the Shen family had the upper hand. Zhao Cheng's pettiness was glaring. Even at this juncture, he unjustly accused Shen Quan. With the current allegations, none could logically be directed at the Shen family. Zhao Cheng, in a state of frenzy, glared at Shen Quan with venomous eyes, but ultimately found himself escorted away. Shen Quan dusted off his clothes, remarking, "It's truly unfortunate that good intentions have gone unrewarded. Out of respect for my rival, I came to show concern." The onlookers mused. If only the corners of his mouth hadn't curled upwards when he said that, we might have believed him. It was unexpected to see President Shen indulging in gossip, especially while bringing his family to witness the spectacle. "By the way, is this your daughter?" someone inquired, exchanging knowing glances with others. As men, they understood. After all, Shen Quan's wife had passed away many years ago, so it was not unusual for him to have a woman in his life. However, the closeness between this daughter and his son raised eyebrows. Was the Shen family about to welcome a new matriarch? The attention of the crowd shifted toward Shen Jin. "When did you have a daughter, President Shen?" "Congratulations. She bears a striking resemblance to you. Surely, she will grow into an exceptional young lady." "President Shen, what a delightful piece of news." After feasting on the Zhao family's misfortune, many turned to flatter Shen Quan. His expression darkened. "No, you mustn't speak so carelessly."
Ah?
"She isn't your daughter? Then she must be a relative's child?" "Their relationship appears quite close." Shen Quan cleared his throat. It was imperative to introduce Shen Jin under the circumstances. "This is my little aunt." He had resigned himself to the situation, knowing full well that the truth would soon be revealed, and besides, his little aunt was quite capable. So there was nothing shameful about the introduction. "Pardon me, what did you just say? Little?" Many gazes filled with astonishment fell upon Shen Jin. The young lady certainly held a remarkable standing in terms of lineage. Shen Quan smiled. "Ladies and gentlemen, if there is nothing further, we shall take our leave."
With that,
He took his eldest son by the hand and called upon his youngest, cradling their little ancestor as they departed. It was enjoyable to partake in the misfortunes of others, especially when they belonged to rivals. However, being encircled while others feasted on their own misfortunes was an entirely different matter. Upon returning to the Shen residence, everyone felt a sense of satisfaction. Shen Mai remarked, "That scoundrel, Zhao Cheng, got off too lightly. It's a pity there were police around. Or, I would have dealt with him myself." Shen Jin held a cup of milk tea purchased by Shen Mai in one hand while the other clutched a candied hawthorn. With a beautifully wrapped cake in front of her, everything was hers. "It's quite simple. Zhao Cheng has numerous blood debts to settle. We merely need to summon those vengeful spirits that have yet to reincarnate and let them take their revenge." With a sudden spark of inspiration, Shen Mai's eyes lit up. "Little aunt, let us summon ghosts today." Shen Quan. Shen Xiran. "Wait, what? Summon ghosts?" Chapter 47. The ghosts revenged though Shen Quan and Shen Xiran had come to accept the prowess of their little ancestor. They were astounded to discover that she could summon ghosts. This revelation was an unprecedented challenge to their worldview. Even more bewildering was the fact that Shen Jin indeed summoned ghosts on the spot. She had noticed several spirits lingering around Zhao Cheng when he was taken away. However, their ethereal forms were so frail that they could not exact their vengeance. It was easy to surmise. Given that Zhao Cheng had a genuine practitioner of the dark arts by his side, albeit one who dabbled in dubious practices. Before summoning the spirits, Shen Jin remembered her elder nephew and grandnephew. "Would you like to see? If so, I can grant you a glimpse into the spirit realm." This glimpse was temporary. A unique Taoist technique not everyone could wield, requiring a sufficient reservoir of spiritual energy. Shen Quan and Shen Xiran were not cowards, especially since Zhao Cheng had sought to harm them. After a mere 2 seconds of contemplation, they resolved to stay. They wanted to witness. Thus, Shun Jin temporarily opened their spiritual eyes and summoned the ghosts. Previously, she would have needed to chant incantations to summon spirits. However, this time was different. She produced the talisman given by the judge of the underworld. Not knowing the names of the spirits was inconsequential. Simply invoking Zhao Cheng's name would elicit emotional responses from those who bore grudges against him, and soon the spirits were drawn to the talisman. Within moments, the temperature in the room dropped noticeably. Shun Quan draped a blanket over his son's lap and adjusted the air conditioning to a warmer setting. 5 spectral figures materialized before them. The ghosts, initially disoriented by their sudden appearance, knelt simultaneously upon seeing the talisman in Shun Jin's hand. In their ghostly forms, they acutely felt the oppressive power emanating from the talisman. Did Zhao Cheng cause your deaths? Upon hearing Zhao Cheng's name, the 5 spirits exhibited intense emotional turmoil. Their ghostly energies swirling chaotically, appearing quite fearsome. Shen Quan and Shen Xiran, though mentally prepared, were still taken aback by the sight. 2 of the spirits bore particularly gruesome signs of their demise. One had perished in a car accident, its body grotesquely mangled, though now a ghost. Its form retained an unsettling appearance, with its head caved in. The other had likely been murdered, its remains dismembered, the instability of its ethereal form causing it to appear disjointed. Under Shun Jin's calming influence, the 5 spirits soon regained their composure and began recounting their stories. The spirit of the man who died in the car accident revealed that he had been the owner of a company. Although it was not as large as Zhao Cheng's, he was a capable individual, and the quality of his products surpassed those of the Zhao family. Conflicts over their products had posed a significant threat to the Zhao family's interests during that period. Zhao Cheng never sought to introspect. He merely perceived others as obstacles to his profit. Thus, he targeted this businessman, employing supernatural methods to sabotage his company and bribing those around him to steal proprietary technology. This led to the unfortunate man's company not only going bankrupt but also accruing immense debt, ultimately resulting in his tragic demise in a car accident brought on by exhaustion and distraction. After death, he helplessly watched as his wife and children suffered under the weight of those debts, all while being oppressed by Zhao Cheng, with his son even suffering a broken arm at the hands of others. Fueled by resentment, he approached Zhao Cheng, listening to his boastful proclamations, fully aware that all the tribulations he faced were orchestrated by this man. Yet, he found himself powerless to inflict any harm on Zhao Cheng, for the latter possessed formidable talismans that rendered him impervious to injury, while their own ghostly powers waned further. The one who had been dismembered was once Zhao Cheng's partner, but their relationship soured over greed, culminating in a disastrous fallout. During a heated argument, Zhao Cheng, in a fit of rage, shattered a vase over his partner's head. Though the man could have been saved with a trip to the hospital, Zhao Cheng, fearing litigation upon the man's recovery, callously decided to eliminate him instead. In a bid to conceal his crime, Zhao Cheng disposed of the remains in the garden, using them as fertilizer for the flowers. Among the remaining 3 spirits, a woman and a child were present, their fates intertwined with matters of love and vengeance. The woman, a starlet, had been coerced and intoxicated by Zhao Cheng on multiple occasions. Initially compliant, she was later subjected to the whims of his depraved companions. Overwhelmed by despair, she ultimately succumbed to madness and took her own life while pregnant, her unborn child transforming into a vengeful spirit. Together they now sought retribution against Zhao Cheng. The last spirit had suffered a similar fate, driven to suicide after discovering that his downfall was intricately linked to Zhao Cheng's machinations. After recounting their sorrowful tales filled with bitterness, the Shen family could not help but conclude that Zhao Cheng was indeed a scourge upon the earth, burdened with countless lives lost, not to mention his despicable progeny. Shun Jin declared, "I shall empower you. You may exact your vengeance, but do not harm the innocent." Upon hearing her words, the spirits erupted with excitement, grateful for the opportunity. They had no desire to queue in the underworld for reincarnation. They yearned for personal retribution. Unable to swallow their grievances, Shun Jin utilized a gathering of Yin spirits to fortify their ethereal forms before preparing to send them to Zhao Cheng. Regrettably, she lamented that she could not witness his comeuppance in person, though she could summon the spirits to narrate their experiences. It would never match the thrill of witnessing it firsthand. Shen Quan and Shen Xiaoran shared her sentiments of disappointment, eager to see Zhao Cheng's misfortunes unfold. Wait, you can use phones now, right? Shen Mai interjected, handing one of the spirits a spare phone. We may not be able to be there in person, but we can certainly watch the footage. In that instant, Shun Jian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Shen Quan and Shen Xiaoran exchanged appreciative glances with their son and brother, impressed by his quick thinking. Ordinary phones could not capture spirits, but Shun Jian had the means to make it extraordinary and render the device invisible to detection. Before long, a video invitation arrived, displaying Zhao Cheng in a disheveled state within the confines of a prison. He appeared weary and dazed, likely recovering from the previous night's exertions. In the video, the female spirit approached first, ripping open her abdomen to extract a still-forming infant. The sight was unsettling, inciting a mixture of shock and horror among the viewers, with the exception of Shen Jin. Soon, the piercing cries of the infant echoed in Zhao Cheng's mind, jolting him awake with terror. As the group transitioned to the family's movie room for a better viewing experience, the clarity of the large screen heightened the tension. Zhao Cheng beheld the female spirit, her belly grotesquely torn open, blood spilling forth as she clutched the wailing mass of flesh. The gruesome scene was too intense for the audience, and Zhao Cheng let out a piercing scream. Ah! Zhao Cheng, this is your child. Aren't you going to look? The female spirit taunted, her grin stretching unnaturally. In the next moment, her head tilted unnaturally, accompanied by a sickening crack as her neck contorted in death. Zhao Cheng shrieked in horror, his cries echoing through the prison, inciting curses from the other inmates. Demons, there are demons. His face was a mask of terror as he sought an escape, but confinement barred his exit. Do you remember me? The second spirit emerged, the victim of a car accident. You have made my life a living hell. Zhao Cheng found himself ensnared by the spirits, reliving their agonies, including their final moments of suffering. Repeatedly, he experienced death, his awareness intact, leading him to a state of desperation as he began to plead for mercy. I was wrong.
I am sorry.
But the true culprit is not me. It's my uncle. Yes, it's all his fault. On his knees, tears and snot streaming down his face, he begged for forgiveness, his previous arrogance utterly vanquished. When the police arrived, they were astounded as Zhao Cheng divulged all the misdeeds of his uncle, compelled by the spirits to confess his own wrongdoings as well. The officer remarked in disbelief, You adamantly denied it during interrogation, and now you're confessing like a madman? Shen Mai replied, Karma truly exists. Evil begets evil. Zhao Cheng's fate was sealed, and the Shen family reveled in the poetic justice of his downfall. Shen Jin savored the moment, enjoying a sip from her bottle, content with the unfolding events. The scandal surrounding Zhao Cheng rapidly gained traction online, causing turmoil within the Changshan group. Now we await the return of your fortunes, Shen Quan mused, though his smile faded as he recalled his uncle's treachery. Their connections to Zhao Cheng were tenuous at best, and while he took pleasure in the latter's misfortune, the betrayal by his uncle stung deeply. What should we do? Dear cousin? Shen Mai felt a wave of disgust wash over him as he thought of his uncle's family, a pack of ungrateful wretches. It's simple. We just need to find an opportunity for them to meet. Zhao Cheng's uncle's method of fortune exchange is unstable. Fortune recognizes its master. For a time, it may be obscured, their birth charts having been switched with two others, leading them astray. However, once they cross paths, the instability of their exchanged birth charts will allow your fortunes to return to you. Shen Jin concluded her explanation slowly, savoring a piece of candied hawthorn. At present, her physique remains rather diminutive, and her speech is punctuated by frequent gasps for breath. Moreover, her cherubic, snow-white visage is smeared with sugary residue. Shen Xiaoran tenderly wiped her face with a handkerchief. Shen Jin obediently tilted her face upward, her tender voice continuing, Once your fortunes return, they shall face retribution. The fate of greed is tenfold misfortune returned. Upon hearing this outcome, the Shen father and son felt no pangs of compassion whatsoever. Since they had conspired with outsiders to betray the Shen family, their lack of retaliation was, in fact, an act of magnanimity. The misfortunes they faced were self-inflicted. Shen Quan stated, I shall dispatch someone to investigate their whereabouts. What should we investigate? Leave that to us. Several ghosts chimed in eagerly, having overheard Shen Quan's declaration. They excelled at traversing realms, going undetected, and were particularly adept at uncovering information. Moreover, they were genuinely grateful to Shen Jin for allowing them to exact revenge, and they sought to endear themselves to her. After all, This remarkable young lady bore the decree of the judge. Shen Quan turned to Shen Jin. The little girl had devoured several more bites of candied hawthorn before finally finishing it. Shen Xiran was gently wiping her face with utmost care. Very well, dear nephew. Feel free to entrust them with your inquiries. Shen Quan nodded, permitting the ghosts to gather intelligence, a novel experience for him. Investigate my uncle's eldest son and his grandson. My uncle dotes on them above all. If there is any fortune to be transferred, it is bound to fall upon them. The ghosts set off. Yet Shen Quan remained preoccupied with other concerns. Little aunt, aside from me and Xiran, have the fortunes of the other sons been stolen as well? Shen Mai suddenly shivered. Little aunt, look at me. I am unscathed, right? Shen Jin shook her head. No, as for the other 3 nephews, I have not seen them, so I cannot say. Shen Xiran remarked, for now, we can only reach out to the 3rd brother and ask him to return. Shen Quan agreed. Let us have him come back for now. However, we can start with your uncle's family to see if there are any irregular fortunes there. Shen Quan found this approach feasible. The ghosts were indeed quite capable. And while Shen Jin continued to enjoy the gossip from the Zhao family that night in bed, they returned. You're back. Your news has also been posted online by the police. The authorities, through Zhao Cheng's self-incrimination, uncovered dismembered remains hidden in the Zhao family's garden and gathered evidence of his involvement in the death of a female celebrity. Moreover, those big shots who had bullied the actress were also implicated and apprehended. The once tragic narrative surrounding the actress's suicide, burdened with false accusations, had now been completely reversed, flooding the internet with denunciations of Zhao Cheng and his associates. As the actress observed these revelations, tears of blood streamed down her face. Her grievances had finally been vindicated, and she had achieved her revenge, now awaiting Zhao Cheng's demise to collectively confront that scoundrel once more. Even in hell, I shall lodge a complaint with the King of Hell. We have learned that in 2 days, Zhao Cheng will attend a banquet at the Sun family with his eldest son and grandson. The Sun family? Shen Jin, unfamiliar with the families in this circle, took them to seek out Shen Quan and Shen Xiran. After a moment's pause, she hurried to knock on Shen Mai's door to prevent him from whining about their lack of affection the next day. By the way, when does he plan to attend school? When Shen Mai opened the door and saw his little aunt's bright eyes, he exclaimed, Little aunt, have they really returned? He had just finished his bath. Although he had been at home these past few days, he had diligently followed the training regimen set by Shen Jin. Chapter 49. The Wang family schemes. Upon hearing that the ghosts had indeed returned, Shen Mai, clad in his pajamas, scooped up his diminutive aunt and dashed outside. Shen Quan and Shen Xiran awaited them. The time for the celestial eyes they had opened had elapsed, rendering the ghosts invisible to them. However, the knowledge that these spirits were present, albeit unseen, was even more unnerving. The father and son sipped their tea and coffee, their gazes frequently darting upstairs. They exhaled a sigh of relief upon Shen Jin's arrival. Little aunt, please come and sit. At that moment, nothing provided a greater sense of security than the presence of this little ancestor. Shen Quan promptly snatched Shen Jin from his son's grasp. Shen Mai remarked. Shen Jin activated the celestial eyes once more, revealing several ghosts encircling them, nearly face to face. Shen Quan and Shen Xiran felt an unsettling chill. They recounted the gathered intelligence, specifically mentioning that Shen Quan's uncle, Wang Jiaqing, planned to attend a banquet at the Sun family, while the ghostly actress vividly reenacted their prior conversation. When the ghosts had approached, Wang Jiaqing was discussing the banquet with his eldest son and grandson. The Sun family, a prominent lineage, paled in comparison to the Shen family. Wang Jiaqing, ever ambitious, yearned for his accomplished grandson to engage with the granddaughter of the Sun family, hoping for a future union that would catapult them into the ranks of high society, liberating them from the Shen family's oversight.
Wang Jiasheng est l'eldest son, Wang l'enfant.
Express some reservations, father. Are we truly going? You mentioned our fortunes remain unstable. What if our cousin attends the Sun family banquet as well? Wang Jiaqing chuckled.
You needn't worry about that.
Since that car accident, Shen Xiran's legs have been rendered useless, and the shareholders are currently deliberating whether to appoint Shen Quan's successor. Furthermore, Shen Quan was preoccupied, dealing with his eldest son's whereabouts, leaving little time for attending banquets. Both he and Shen Xiran had no intention of participating in such gatherings. Wang Jiaqing's grandson, Wang, wore an expression of pride. Those fortunes are merely auxiliary. Our current successes stem solely from our own efforts, having nothing to do with the Shen family. Clearly, the recent successes, coupled with flattery from schoolmates, had inflated his ego. Wang Jiaqing reprimanded him. Wang. Until we have fully usurped the Shen family's fortunes, remember to avoid any contact with Shen Xiaoran. Wang Jiaqing harbored jealousy towards the Shen family's fortunes, believing that their achievements were solely attributable to such luck. He felt that had they been in possession of the same, they too would have thrived. Having pilfered but a fraction, his son's endeavors had grown increasingly prosperous, and his grandson's academic performance had improved.
Now,
Who wouldn't he praise him for having a fine son and grandson? Thus, Wang Jiaqing's ambitions grew ever larger and more avaricious. He even dreamt of the day when they would completely supplant the Shen family. Subsequently, the trio began strategizing on how to elevate their standing in the eyes of the Sun family and how to act to gain their approval, primarily focusing on Wang, urging him to take good care of the Sun family's heiress, ideally securing her affections. After the ghosts had finished their performance, Shen Quan's expression darkened. This was no uncle. He had unwittingly harbored a viper in his midst. It is truly astonishing that his uncle, who outwardly appears to be honest and kind-hearted, fervently supports him in all his endeavors while secretly plotting to usurp their family's position. What a remarkable display! Shen Xiaoran felt a surge of anger. Yet he maintained a facade of composure. It is only fitting that a prodigy capable of establishing himself in the business world at such a tender age would possess the ability to think rationally even in the throes of indignation. In stark contrast, Shenmai had already begun to vent his frustrations vocally, consumed by the desire to confront the Wang family directly. Are we the only ones discussing this matter? Shen Xiaoran inquired. A few spirits nodded in acknowledgement. Only the three of us. Shen Xiaoran lowered his gaze. Then it seems only my father and I have had our fortunes siphoned by them. As for the other brothers, either the Wang family has not paid a sufficient price, or that Taoist priest intends to target only the two of us, wishing to avoid complications by not involving others. Both scenarios are plausible. The notion that the Wang family only seeks to steal the fortunes of two individuals is simply untenable, from what we have observed. He is an exceedingly greedy man, and his prior display of honesty was merely a facade. Surely, in his greed, he would not overlook the opportunity to seize fortunes from others. The Shen family members must appear as prime targets in his eyes. Furthermore, the Wang family has more than one son. Regardless, knowing that the other children in their family have not had their fortunes compromised brought a measure of relief to Shen Quan. Particularly concerning was his second son, who serves in the military and sometimes undertakes perilous missions. Should anything happen, he would be compelled to retaliate against the Wang family. Once this matter is resolved, I shall craft protective talismans for you all, ensuring that no one can pilfer your fortunes henceforth, Shen Jin declared. Shen Quan felt a weight lift from his heart. Thank you, dear aunt. He was at a loss as to how to repay her kindness, perhaps by offering money? Or he could inquire if there was anything she desired or cherished. The Sun family's banquet is in a week, correct? Have we received an invitation? Indeed, Shen Xiaoran replied. The Sun family sent an invitation, and had we not learned of their intention to attend today, we would not have gone. Both father and son were not particularly fond of attending such chaotic gatherings. They preferred to immerse themselves in work instead. This occasion was the birthday celebration of the Sun family's daughter, an event they typically would have avoided. However, circumstances had changed. Have you uncovered any additional information regarding the Wang family? Shen Mai inquired. I wish to confront them openly. Yet, without tangible evidence, it would be difficult to do so. Shen Jin's eyes sparkled with mischief as she proposed. I want to join. Wang sounds rather dull-witted. I shall provoke him. And then my little nephew can take his revenge. That is inadvisable. Wang is a fool, and what if he truly harms you? Shen Mai retorted. He had no desire to see his dear aunt come to harm while seeking to confront Wang. Shen Jin cast him a sidelong glance. What are you saying? If he strikes me, I will certainly retaliate. As for her ability to defend herself, whether Wang could withstand her counterattack remained an open question. The three members of the Shen family were reluctant to let Shen Jin take such risks. While she verbally acquiesced, her cunning eyes betrayed her scheming intentions. The spirited female ghost interjected, we could also follow the Wang family around, seeking to uncover their secrets. With their vendetta avenged, the celebrity ghost's nature turned to one of gossip and intrigue, especially as they now had an excellent opportunity to indulge in such pursuits. Exchanging knowing glances, the female ghost and Shen Jin confirmed their shared enthusiasm for the spectacle. Go on. You need not rest, just proceed. Of course, Shen Jin was not a heartless taskmaster. Before their departure, she prepared some incense for them to carry along. Chapter 50. The Wang family scandals before long. The spirits were thoroughly entranced by the incense crafted by Shen Jin. At this moment, their respect and flattery towards her grew exponentially. Previously, it was due to the power of the judge's decree. Now, it was because of the fragrance. Thus, they worked with even greater zeal. In a matter of days, they had unearthed numerous hidden secrets concerning the Wang family. On the eve of the Sun family's banquet, the entire Shen family gathered in the living room. Shen Quan and Shen Xiran had temporarily set aside their work. Shen Mai had taken it a step further, opting for a day student status, returning home immediately after class in the afternoon. Naturally, having heeded Shen Jin's advice, they had arranged for a tutor to assist him at home, providing one-on-one lessons every weekend. Thus, his attendance at school had little bearing on his learning, as he found the current curriculum incomprehensible. Big news! Wang is not the biological son of Wang Linfeng. His wife has been unfaithful. Upon returning, the female ghost exclaimed, her excitement palpable.
Ah!
Shen Quan, who had been sipping tea, sputtered, surprised by the explosive nature of this revelation. Shen Xiran, too, was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, Wang Cheng had gone to such lengths for his grandson. And learning of this scandal would surely infuriate him.
Wow!
How thrilling! Shen Jin's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly took a large sip of milk tea. Her bottle was equipped to alternate between pure milk and milk tea, with a temperature control feature that allowed her to enjoy it hot or cold. The interior was deceptively spacious, enabling her to carry a substantial amount. On a scorching day, a refreshing sip of icy milk tea was the perfect indulgence. Shen Mai chimed in excitedly, "Please, elaborate." The celebrity ghost perched herself on the table, ready to divulge the details. Wang Linfeng's wife is a minor celebrity who, prior to meeting him, had entangled herself with several men. However, those relationships were merely fleeting. At this juncture, she expressed some resentment regarding the entertainment industry, which is rife with such individuals. Of course, some, like her, are coerced, while others willingly engage with capitalists or directors in hopes of gaining resources. Wang Linfeng's wife falls into the latter category. She is quite cunning and knows how to manipulate men, so she set her sights on Wang Linfeng, a fool who is easily ensnared by her charms. Wang Linfeng's wife is a delicate flower, adept at feigning fragility, precisely the type that Wang Linfeng finds irresistible. However, she is not one to remain compliant. Prior to marrying him, she was already pregnant, having orchestrated a night with Wang Linfeng, subsequently claiming the child as his. The most astonishing part is that he believed her without a shred of doubt. And, do you know the most crucial detail? That woman has been in contact with Wang's biological father, and for years, she has been using Wang Linfeng's wealth and resources to support her lover. Who is it? Shen Mai and Shen Jin inquired, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. Shen Xiran also perked up, eager to learn more.
Why?
It's none other than a seasoned film emperor from the entertainment industry, Duan Hong. Naturally, the female ghost felt that the accolades surrounding Duan Hong were greatly exaggerated. With such a substantial sum of money and resources lavished upon him by Wang Linfeng's wife, it is rather disheartening that he has only managed to produce a single blockbuster film, while the rest languish in mediocrity. The success of that film can largely be attributed to its exceptional script, given his acting prowess. It is rather audacious for him to claim the title of Best Actor. Shen Quan's expression was one of profound incredulity. He was well aware that his cousin was not the sharpest tool in the shed, yet he could not fathom such utter foolishness. Over the years, the woman by his side has poured money into elevating another man, and she remains blissfully unaware of the truth. Shen Mai remarked, "I suspected as much." Wang bears no resemblance to the Wang family. The men of the Wang lineage typically possess a certain wholesome appearance, characterized by prominent brows, large eyes, and a somewhat darker complexion. The women, on the other hand, tend to exude an air of dignified grace. Shen Quan's mother epitomizes this. While Wang is indeed handsome, he embodies the superficial charm of a pretty boy with skin that is exceptionally fair, starkly contrasting with the typical features of the Wang clan. Nonetheless, Wang Jiqing dotes on this eldest grandson, even going so far as to siphon Shen Xiran's fortune for his favor. One wonders what expression Wang Jiqing would wear upon learning this revelation. The gossip regarding the Wang family's infidelity has reached its conclusion, but the specter of the car accident has also brought forth additional tidings. Recently, Wang Linfeng learned of a significant development during a drinking session. He acquired a parcel of land in East Suburb B District, having borrowed an exorbitant sum from the bank, totaling 13 billion. Shen Quan had heard whispers of this transaction. What news did Wang Linfeng receive? He was informed that a railway line was to be constructed through East Suburb B, though it has yet to be definitively confirmed. Confident in his fortunes, Wang Linfeng hastily secured the land. Should the subway indeed traverse that area, the compensation alone would yield him substantial profits. However, if the project does not proceed through there, the Wang family stands to suffer catastrophic losses. Wang Linfeng's entire fortune hinges upon the stolen luck, and should that luck dissipate, the Wang family will face a tenfold backlash, ensuring the railway will not pass through their claimed territory. I have also received several intriguing tidbits. The voice of the dismembered ghost was hauntingly eerie, adding an element of chilling suspense. Several of Wang Linfeng's currently discussed projects are fraught with issues, though they have yet to manifest. Thus, even a fool who pilfers the good fortune of others remains a fool, fixated solely on profit while neglecting the broader implications. The latent problems, suppressed for now, will inevitably surface, as the fortune they have appropriated from the Shen family is merely a consumable resource in the hands of those two imbeciles in the Wang family. Once it is depleted, their days of fortune will be over. Additionally, a confidential project from her company has been pilfered by Wang Jiqing and sold to a competing firm. The evidence lies within his mobile device, including his conversations and transaction records with XXX. Would you like me to discreetly retrieve this information for you? Shen Quan smiled ominously. Of course, that would be most appreciated. The ghostly actress chimed in with palpable excitement. There's an even more explosive revelation. Wang Linfeng is indeed Wang Jiqing's son, but not his wife's. At the time of Wang Linfeng's birth, his childhood sweetheart was also delivering in that very hospital, and that child is his. In truth, Wang Linfeng's wife gave birth to a daughter, which was then swapped out, but his childhood sweetheart met an untimely demise in a car accident. Consequently, Wang Jiqing has grown increasingly fond of his eldest son. The actress, disinterested in other gossip, relished in the salacious details of their private lives, especially those laced with infidelity. When asked how she came by such ancient scandals, she simply replied that she gleaned them from the spirits lingering around the Wang family. Chapter 51. The retribution of Wang begins. Shinjin and Shenmai exclaimed, "Wow." Shen Quan and Shen Xiran added, "This news is even more sensational, like a cat swapping its kittens, the truth hidden behind riches and lineage." The prior revelation of Wang Linfeng's infidelity was already explosive, yet there was more to uncover. Could Wang Jiqing have lost his wits to engage in such a scandalous act? If his wife were to discover this, she might very well go mad. Shen Quan was acutely aware of his formidable aunt's prowess. Before the Wang family thrived on the Shen family's fortune, they had relied heavily on his aunt's wealth. Prior to Shen Quan's mother marrying his father, their family was merely comfortably off. Wang Jiqing, having married into his wife's affluent family, was not blessed with a particularly amiable temperament. She had been deceived for so long, all while her son was not even hers, and her daughter might still be enduring hardship somewhere. It was only thanks to Wang Linfeng's resemblance to his father that this charade could persist for so long. Shenmai clicked his tongue. Now this is going to be entertaining. The ghostly actress observed their expressions with satisfaction before making her exit, allowing the other spirits to continue. Wang has been dating several girlfriends simultaneously, each of whom remains blissfully unaware of the other's existence. He has recently begun courting the daughter of the Sun family. It must be said, Wang possesses striking good looks, and the Sun family heiress has already developed feelings for him after just a few days of acquaintance. Shenmai inquired, "Do you know the names of his girlfriends?" "It seems he is up to something." Shen Quan and Shen Xiran, indifferent, pondered whether tomorrow's events might disrupt the Sun family's heiress's birthday celebration. They felt it their duty to help the Sun family see through Wang's true nature, sparing the heiress from potential heartbreak. Thus, with the efforts of a few spirits seeking to repay their debts, the Wang family's secrets were laid bare in a matter of days. On the day of the Sun family's banquet, the Wang family arrived early, under the impression that they would soon be in-laws, with a considerable number of Wang family members present. This was indeed their moment of triumph, and the Sun family had noted Wang Linfeng's recent activities. Additionally, given the familial ties between the Sun and Shen families, they turned a blind eye to the budding romance between Wang and their granddaughter. After all, Wang maintained a positive reputation among both students and faculty at school, and his appearance was commendable. Wang Jiqing, in high spirits, engaged in conversation with the Sun family. As the banquet commenced and guests began to fill the venue, a sudden commotion erupted outside. The Sun family, bewildered, heard someone exclaim, "The Shen family has arrived." The reactions of the Sun and Wang families could not have been more different. The Sun family was filled with unexpected delight, although they too were a prestigious household. They acknowledged a degree of disparity compared to the Shen family. They had merely sent out invitations without any expectations of the Shen family attending, yet today, they were met with an extraordinary surprise. Conversely, for the Wang family, this was nothing short of a shock. Wang Linfeng, unable to maintain his composure, dropped the wine glass he was holding, shattering it on the floor. The elderly patriarch of the Sun family cast a disapproving glance in his direction. However, upon recognizing Wang Linfeng, he refrained from voicing any further complaints. At that moment, Wang Jiqing was too preoccupied to concern himself with the Sun family. His priority was to ensure that his son and grandson concealed themselves, avoiding any encounter with Shen Quan and his kin. Wang, having been excessively praised of late, felt quite displeased at the prospect of avoiding the Shen family. He believed that his current achievements were entirely due to his own intelligence, with no relation whatsoever to the ethereal concept of luck. Moreover, he had always harbored jealousy towards Shen Mai and his companions.
Now,
Being compelled to avoid them filled Wang with a sense of inferiority that he was unwilling to accept. Grandfather, you are making a mountain out of a molehill. That notion of luck is insubstantial. How can I stoop so low as to avoid them? Wang Jiaqing's expression darkened. The master has stated that until the fortune is completely transferred, we cannot meet. You must leave. His tone was tinged with urgency. Feeling particularly unfortunate that Shen Quan had chosen to attend this modest gathering. Uncle, where do you think you're going? Shen Mai's nonchalant voice rang out. His keen eyes fixated on Wang Linfeng and Wang. It has been quite some time since I last saw my cousin and brother. Why the sudden departure, without so much as a greeting? Wang Jiaqing's face turned pale, especially upon noticing Shen Quan and the bodyguard escorting Shen Xiran toward them. It was all over. Everything was ruined. The eyes of the attendees at the banquet were now upon them, and Wang Jiaqing forced a smile that was painfully strained.
no,
We were just about to look for you. Yet the smile was grotesque. Whispers began to circulate among the surrounding guests. What's going on? Aren't they relatives? Why do the Wang family seem so fearful of encountering President Shen? Indeed, old Master Wang's smile looks as though it has been forcibly manufactured, devoid of any genuine pleasure. I sense that the atmosphere is rather peculiar. Let us observe further. Wang could no longer endure this humiliation. Shen Mai, my father and grandfather are your elders. Why do you speak in such a sarcastic manner? Shen Mai, cradling an exquisitely delicate little girl, lazily lifted his eyelids to glance at Wang, then let out a mocking laugh. I heard that my cousin is dating the young lady from the Sun family? Sun Qianqian, puzzled yet fond of Wang, stood beside him. Yes, we are indeed preparing to date. Her tone was somewhat bashful, and Wang gazed at her with deep affection. However, Sun Lao's eyelids twitched, an ominous feeling creeping over him. Shun Jin piped up with a sweet, clear voice. What about those big sisters outside? Sun Qianqian responded. What? Wang suddenly felt a wave of foreboding, which was soon validated. A tall woman with an unsightly expression rushed towards him, raising her hand without a word to slap him.
Scumbag.
In her wake trailed 3 other girls, each bearing a different style. One of them, with tear-filled eyes, looked at Wang and exclaimed, Brother Wang, you promised me that I was your favorite. You said you would marry me after we graduated from university. Another girl, seething with anger, demanded, Wang, you better explain how this happened and what about them. If we hadn't run into each other today, I would have never known that this scumbag was dating multiple girls at once. How many legs do you have that you dare to tread on so many boats? A time management master would bow in respect. Wang stood dumbfounded as the girls surrounded him, panic setting in. Sun Qianqian was equally stunned but turned to Wang, seeking clarification. What are you all doing here? The surrounding guests were practically glowing with excitement, straining to catch every moment of this unfolding drama. Goodness, this is quite the spectacle. Sun Qianqian, filled with indignation, demanded. Wang, who are they? Wang's forehead was slick with sweat, utterly at a loss for words. Fortunately, his mother, displaying some common sense, stepped forward.
Who are you?
My son has told us that he only likes Sun Qianqian. You're not hired to cause trouble, are you? Wang quickly followed suit, his gaze darting around. I don't know them at all. Qianqian, you know that many people at school dislike me. They must have hired these girls to set me up. His mother urged, where are the security guards? Hurry and remove these troublemakers. Unfortunately, security had not been summoned, and Sun Lao's expression darkened. Qianqian, come here. Though Sun Qianqian might be naive enough to be deceived, the rest of the Sun family was not so easily fooled. If you truly don't know them, then why did you look so guilty when you first saw those girls? Well done, Wang Wang. You truly are something. The girls were laughing in disbelief. I have evidence. The girl who slapped Wang Wang brandished her phone. Here are our intimate photos and chat records from our time together. You little harlot, why are you slandering my son? Wang Wang's mother, in a panic, lunged to snatch the phone before the girl could display the evidence. However, the girl was no pushover. Her temperament was evident in her willingness to slap Wang Wang, and she retaliated by grabbing Wang Wang's mother's hair while verbally sparring.
I am shameless.
I'm a harlot? Those words suit you quite well. Raising such a scoundrel son, you must be no good yourself. If your son is innocent, why fear me showing the photos and messages? The guests nodded in agreement. Indeed, let her show them. Since this scandal wasn't theirs, they were eager to watch.
Oh my.
This is getting intense. Wang Linfeng, witnessing his wife being struck, rushed to intervene. Shen Mai chuckled. Now we have a show. The girl was proficient in taekwondo. Indeed. When Wang Linfeng approached, not only did he fail to assist, but the girl executed a shoulder throw, swiftly turning her attention to Wang Wang's mother, landing a couple of blows to Wang Linfeng's face. Shameless. A grown man attacking a young girl. Clearly, your entire family is of poor character. Wang Linfeng, seeing stars, wondered who was truly at fault in this chaotic melee. Wang Laodai, upon witnessing her son being assaulted, shrieked and joined the fray. Despite her age, her weight was formidable. The girl dodged, not out of fear of losing, but to avoid the old lady's potential deception. The onlookers quickly retreated, wary of being caught in the crossfire. We have evidence too. Seeing the girl so fierce, the others began to present their own proof. It must be said that Wang Wang was exceedingly confident. He had the chat records and photos to back himself up. He clearly had no fear of being exposed. Yet now, Wang Wang was filled with regret. How on earth did I ever think you were handsome? Damn greasy loser. With the evidence laid bare, Wang Wang found himself utterly speechless. Sun Qianqian retaliated with a sharp slap. Scoundrel. With tear-stained eyes, she fled to her grandfather, sobbing uncontrollably, feeling utterly deceived by the rogue. Sun Lao comforted her, saying, You and he are not even officially courting. My granddaughter will certainly find someone far better than him. He, too, felt a twinge of apprehension. Wang Wang had disguised himself quite adeptly. He had intended to introduce him to others at the banquet, but now, in Xian's eyes, that was utterly pointless. However, her birthday celebration was now irrevocably tarnished. Wang Jiaqing surveyed the chaos unfolding before him, his heart sinking. Everything was lost. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Shen Quan and Shen Xiran, who were watching the spectacle unfold. It's you too. Did you know something? At that moment, Wang Jiaqing could no longer maintain his facade. His eyes glowed crimson with resentment as he glared at the Shen family. Shen Quan smirked, his demeanor composed and elegant. What are you saying, uncle? Isn't it Wang Wang's own reckless behavior that has entangled him in this romantic predicament? But it seems your family's reputation is somewhat lacking. Wang Jiaqing was now certain that Shen Quan and his kin were aware of the smuggling. Otherwise, they wouldn't have attended such a modest gathering. And those girls might well have been brought by them. Instantaneously, despair washed over him, mingled with deeper hatred. We are relatives. Are you truly going to go this far? I am your uncle. Unable to reason with them, Wang Jiaqing resorted to leveraging their familial bond. Wang Linfeng, realizing the situation, pointed an accusatory finger at Shen Quan, unleashing a torrent of curses. You little rascal, you surely remember how much my father cared for you after your aunt left us so early. And now you've come to ruin us. Shen Quan chuckled coldly, remarking on how the villain often cries foul first. The only member of the Wang family who remained somewhat oblivious was Wang Laotai, who was bewildered. What do you mean? Are you saying these little harlots were brought here by Shen? Shen Quan, Wang Wang is your nephew. Why treat him this way? Wang Laotai's fury was palpable as she interrogated him. Nephew? That's debatable, Shen Quan replied nonchalantly, ensuring those around could hear. What do you mean? The most agitated was, of course, Wang Wang's mother, Lu Zhen. Aside from the Wang family, everyone present perked up, their expressions brimming with excitement. A scandal was afoot. Shen Mai broke into a wide smile, revealing his pristine white teeth. Haven't you all noticed? My cousin bears no resemblance whatsoever to the Wang family.
Clang.
Wang Jiaqing's cane trembled violently in his grip. What did Shen Mai mean by that? No, it can't be. Wang Linfeng was the first to deny it. Shen Mai, you little brat, what nonsense are you spewing? Wang doesn't he resemble me because he takes after his mother. Shen Mai raised an eyebrow. Really?
But I don't see it that way.
At this moment, all eyes were fixated on Wang Linfeng, and Lu Zhen, scrutinizing their features. Indeed, the most dissimilar were the Wang family members, lacking any resemblance. Lu Zhen bore a faint resemblance, yet she appeared familiar. After all, Lu Zhen was once a minor celebrity. The entertainment industry is rife with hidden depths. The crowd buzzed with speculation, and Lu Zhen's expression soured, but she quickly adopted a demeanor of victimhood, collapsing into Wang Linfeng's embrace. Linfeng, don't be misled by them. Wang is truly our son. Do you not believe me? Though Lu Zhen was 32, she maintained her beauty. Wang Linfeng had previously married another woman but had no children. He had only entered into a relationship with Lu Zhen after divorcing his ex-wife upon learning of her pregnancy. His affection for Lu Zhen was genuine, and seeing her distressed ignited his anger. Shen Quan, do you truly wish to see us suffer? Does it require your confirmation that Wang is my son? At this moment, Wang Jiaqing's mindset was far from his son's calm demeanor. He was acutely aware of Shen Quan's character. Even in hatred, he would not jest. Thus, Wang Jiaqing dared not entertain the possibility that lingered at the back of his mind. Wang Linfeng, holding his wife, cursed at Shen Quan, while Wang, infuriated and humiliated, attempted to strike Shen Mai. Yet, he was no match for Shen Mai, who swiftly dispatched him. Lu Zhen let out a sharp shriek upon witnessing her son being thrown aside. Wang Laotai, Shen Quan's aunt, charged forward, plopping herself down and unleashing a torrent of invective. This is madness. Our relatives are intent on driving us to ruin. How did we end up with such an ungrateful family? Her tantrum exemplified the formidable nature of Shen Quan's aunt, as she cared not for dignity. Yet, Wang Jiaqing felt utterly humiliated, his gaze towards the elderly woman laced with disdain, even though she was ostensibly defending their family.
Aunt,
did you know that uncle has always harbored feelings for his childhood sweetheart? A single statement from Shen Quan left Wang Laotai momentarily stunned, her tantrum forgotten. Wang Jiaqing felt a pang of alarm. His composure began to fray. Shen Quan, do not spout such nonsense, he barked, raising his voice. What childhood sweetheart? At our age. Do you think she is unaware? Wang Laotai nodded in agreement. Over the years, she had never seen any such childhood sweetheart. You little brat. You want to see us suffer, don't you? We are still relatives. Wang Jiaqing is your mother's brother. You ungrateful wretch. As her invective grew increasingly vile, Shen Jin could no longer restrain herself. She flung her milk bottle, dousing Wang Laotai with a can of milk. Simultaneously, Shen Mai seized a nearby bottle of red wine and poured it over her.
Ah!
Red and white liquids streamed down Wang Laotai, leaving her momentarily aghast. Then, she lost her composure, pointing at Shen Mai and Shen Jin, ready to unleash a tirade. Shen Jin tossed a talisman, declaring silence. With her childish command, the talisman adhered perfectly to Wang Laotai. Although she continued to move her lips, no sound emerged. Not only was she rendered speechless, but the onlookers also gaped in astonishment. My goodness, we've encountered a ghost. Shen Jin brandished a small wooden sword, shaking it threateningly. Speak again and I'll poke you. Her fierce protectiveness was palpable. The Shen family, moved by her affection, felt a surge of pride. What on earth is happening? It seems that little girl tossed a talisman. And now Wang Laotai can't speak. This was too bizarre to comprehend.
Step back.
We came to watch, not to get entangled in anything unclean. Wang Laotai, in a fluster, attempted to tear the talisman from her body, but found it utterly resistant to her efforts.
Shen Jin,
still incensed over the waste of a bottle of milk, threatened, if you keep shouting, I'll give you poison next time. She began to chatter with her small mouth, revealing dark secrets. Your son is not yours. He was born of that old man and another woman. Shen Mai interjected loudly from the side. The first child you bore was a girl. At that time, Uncle's sweetheart was also giving birth in that hospital. He swapped your two children. Your daughter is still unaware of her hardships. After all, that woman died in a car accident over 20 years ago. Your biological daughter has neither a father nor a mother. The surrounding guests gasped in shock. Goodness, how thrilling. Lady Wang's eyes reddened, her mouth agape in disbelief. Shen Xiaoran produced a paternity test report. This is the paternity test between you and Wang Linfeng, and this is Uncle's paternity test report. Shen Quan opened his phone, revealing a photograph. And, do you recognize this woman? This photo was extracted from confidential files on Wang Jiaqing's computer. Those spirits had been following him day and night, and upon seeing him access that file, they naturally learned the password and copied everything contained within. Upon seeing the picture of a young Wang Jiaqing with a woman, Lady Wang began to tremble. She recognized that woman. Wang Jiaqing had even brought her home, claiming she was his cousin. Wang Jiaqing's face twitched as he exclaimed, "Shen Quan, do not slander me. Quickly, quickly, dear aunt, take down the talisman." Under the weight of so much evidence, Lady Wang lunged toward Wang Jiaqing. In that instant, she let out a piercing scream. "Wang Jiaqing, you deceived me. Who is that woman? Did you not say she was your cousin? Is Wang Linfeng truly my son? Speak up." Lady Wang, who was somewhat overweight and not one to shy away from confrontation, charged forward and overpowered Wang Jiaqing. "Clarify this. Who is that woman? And is the paternity report genuine?" With her eyes ablaze, she fixed her gaze on Wang Jiaqing. You get up first. Lin Feng is undoubtedly our son." At that moment, he would never dare to admit otherwise. Otherwise, this old woman might truly tear him apart before all these witnesses. The intimate photos with his cousin? Hidden within confidential files? Those photographs could not be fabricated, and at that moment, Lady Wang's intellect kicked in, recalling many inconsistencies from the past. "Where were you when I gave birth? And during that woman's death, you claimed to be on a business trip. Were you attending her funeral? Tell me." Wang Jiaqing nearly choked her, but in the end, he managed to push her away. "You madwoman." His eyes radiated sheer disdain. Lady Wang had been thoroughly provoked. She clawed at his face with ferocity. "Wang Linfeng is indeed not my son. You wretched old hag, how could you conspire with another woman to swap my daughter? I will kill you." Wang Linfeng hurriedly intervened. "Mother, what are you doing? This is all a scheme orchestrated by the Shen family. Do not let them deceive you." Lady Wang glared at him fiercely. "Do you know about this too?" Suddenly, she recalled how her son had distanced himself from her after graduating from university, even becoming estranged from his two younger brothers. Faced with Lady Wang's accusatory gaze, Wang Linfeng averted his eyes. He certainly knew. After Wang Jiaqing clarified matters following his university graduation, he developed a strong aversion to Lady Wang due to her unattractive appearance and poor temperament. He would never have married her were it not for financial reasons. Her existence was the greatest blemish on his life. Thus, he wanted his son to remember his biological mother. The one lost was indeed the best, and Wang Jiaqing cherished his childhood sweetheart throughout his life. Chapter 54. Retribution for the Wang family. He not only wanted to remember himself, but also ensure that his eldest son recognized who his true mother was. Therefore, Wang Linfeng was aware of the truth, and under his father's indoctrination, he too felt that his current mother often brought shame upon their family. After so many years of living together, Lady Wang could see through his guilty expression. This drove her further into madness as she clawed at both father and son. The Wang family had descended into chaos, unable to concern themselves with the Shen family any longer. Shen Mai seized the opportunity to vent his frustrations on Wang Wang. The focus of the Sun family's banquet had completely shifted to the Wang family, providing ample entertainment for the onlookers. Old Master Sun felt a pang of regret. How had his granddaughter's birthday celebration devolved into such a spectacle? Shen Quan glanced at the scuffling individuals and leaned toward Old Master Sun, whispering, "Old Master Sun, perhaps we could discuss a collaboration." After all, the Sun family was the true victim, and Shen Quan had long prepared for a partnership given the day's events. Old Master Sun perked up, eagerly summoning his son. Though his granddaughter's birthday banquet had been ruined, he was far more excited about the prospect of collaborating with the Shen family. As for his granddaughter, he would compensate her with whatever she desired. Thus, the banquet concluded with only the Wang family suffering the consequences. Soon, news of the Wang family's scandal spread like wildfire, becoming a source of amusement within the elite circles and online. Absurd, a real-life version of a true heiress and a false scion. The brawl continued, with the elderly matriarch showcasing surprising prowess, holding her own against two adversaries. Damn, that detestable old man is revolting. A phoenix man and a scoundrel. How could he swap children? Who knows where the old lady's daughter is suffering? Such a person truly harbors malice, capable of harming their own flesh and blood. How could someone so seemingly respectable be so beastly? While enjoying his wife's resources, he plotted against her. Had his childhood sweetheart not perished, they might have even schemed to murder the first wife and brazenly inherit her estate. But wait. What about that boy in the video who mentioned how Wang Linfeng did not resemble any family members? The plot thickens, and everyone is eager to see what follows. Did they brawl when they returned home? Of course, they did. The Wang family ended up in the hospital after leaving the banquet. Yet even at the hospital, the chaos did not subside. Lady Wang personally took their hair for a paternity test. When the results emerged, it became yet another grand performance. A celebrity ghost excitedly filmed the ensuing chaos, allowing the Shen family to witness the Wang family's tumultuous existence. Shenmai had a sudden inspiration. Why should we keep this to ourselves? Those online viewers are eager for updates. Shen Jin eyed him skeptically. What are you planning? Shenmai replied, we could create a gossip account and post their follow-up videos online. This idea struck a chord, and the two began to plot together. However, both Shenmai and Shen Jin were rather unfamiliar with social media, and after much effort, they still struggled to set it up. Until the ghostly celebrity returned. Her eyes gleaming with excitement upon hearing their plans. Here I come. This is within my grasp. It was merely a fleeting thought, but Shen Jin and Shenmai comfortably entrusted this matter to the celebrity ghost. All they needed to do was to sit back and enjoy the spectacle. Once those videos were uploaded, the entire internet buzzed with excitement, thrilled to find themselves feasting on a complete scoop. Gratitude was directed towards the blogger known as the Gossip Ghost, whose attention had been duly noted. Alas, the identity of Wang was not unveiled. After watching the video posted by the ghostly female star, Shenmai expressed his disappointment. On that fateful night, when Wang Linfeng's identity was revealed, chaos ensued. Had Wang's identity been exposed as well, the Wang family would likely have been too preoccupied to intervene. What a pity. Shen Jin tossed the medicine into the baby bottle, poured in fresh milk, and began to drink. The fortunes of their family had already begun to backfire, and they were soon to face financial ruin and a myriad of misfortunes. Wang's identity might very well be unveiled. Shen Jin's deductions were merely rational conjectures. Yet she hadn't anticipated the revelation of Wang's identity would come so swiftly. This was chiefly due to the Wang family's bankruptcy and the staggering debts they had accrued. The land purchased by the Wang family for 13 billion had become worthless, and the problems with their previously collaborated projects were now being laid bare one by one. In the blink of an eye, the Wang family had amassed debts totaling over 20 billion. Lu Zhen, being a rather pragmatic individual, immediately proposed a divorce upon witnessing this predicament, fully revealing her true colors. With the Wang family in such disarray, did she intend to wait for the burden of colossal debts to fall upon her, just like them? She had married him to enjoy a life of luxury, not to shoulder his debts. Wang Linfeng, already disheartened by the overwhelming debts, was further devastated by his wife's words. Did you not say you married me out of love? Lu Zhen retorted with a cold smirk. Indeed, it was love for your wealth. What other reason could there be for me to go to such lengths to marry you? Over the years, I've come to realize that you, Wang Linfeng, possess no abilities. Without the Shen family, you would have long been left to the winds of the northwest. Wang Linfeng's expression twisted into a grotesque mask of rage. Are you truly intent on divorcing me? His eyes darkened as they bore into Lu Zhen. Though somewhat intimidated, Lu Zhen had grown accustomed to his previously unwavering compliance over the years. I must divorce you, and Wang will come with me. How dare you? He is my son. Wang Linfeng's eyes turned crimson. Lu Zhen scoffed. Your son? Ha! That disdain in her eyes pierced Wang Linfeng, who clenched his fists, fixating on her. What do you mean? Lu Zhen, what do you mean? Lu Zhen was genuinely frightened by his demeanor and instinctively stepped back, her gaze betraying her unease. Fearing he might act irrationally, she refrained from revealing the truth. Regardless, Wang will be leaving with me. As she spoke, she attempted to depart. But Wang Linfeng would not permit it. His mental defenses had crumbled entirely as he seized Lu Zhen's hair, yanking her back. Lu Zhen let out a piercing scream. Wang Linfeng, what are you doing? He gripped her throat, his visage contorted in a demonic rage. Clarify this for me, you must tell me. Is Wang truly my son, or not? Lu Zhen struggled against his grip, her face turning crimson. The ghost following them promptly relayed the situation to Shen Jin. Shen Jin replied, then call the police. Whether she survives until their arrival hinges on her own luck. To her, Lu Zhen was merely a stranger, and a disreputable one at that. Knowing this, it was exceedingly generous of Shen Jin to suggest calling the police. There was no way she would rush to save her. However, the Wang family was surely in for tumultuous times ahead. Chapter 55. The fate of the Wang family. Lu Zhen's misfortune was palpable. By the time the police arrived, Alerted by the commotion, she had already been strangled to death in a fit of rage by Wang Linfeng. The arrival of the police startled the other members of the Wang family, who had been embroiled in chaos. They followed the officers into the room, only to be met with a scene that rendered them speechless. Wang, with tears in his eyes, rushed in, pushing Wang Linfeng aside. "Mom, please wake up." As the police restrained Wang Linfeng, he finally came to his senses, only to behold Lu Zhen, lifeless and sprawled on the floor. "It wasn't me. I didn't mean to. She provoked me first." Wang cried out in desperation. "Dad, what have you done? You killed Mom." Wang Linfeng gazed at him, suddenly bursting into a harsh and deranged laugh. "Do you know? You are not my flesh and blood. I've been cuckolded all along, raising someone else's son." As his words sunk in, Wang Chengtang staggered, his vision clouding as he nearly collapsed. What did you say?" he stammered, recalling the words Shen had spoken at the banquet at the Sun family's. Yet at that time, the revelation of Wang Linfeng's identity and the subsequent series of mishaps had left them no time to ponder this matter. Now, with this bombshell detonating, a colossal criminal case had emerged. His most cherished, most favored son had committed murder, and his beloved grandson was not even his own. Wang Qingtang could scarcely bear the weight of such a blow. Meanwhile, the elderly matriarch of the Wang family watched from a distance, her expression laced with derision. "Retribution. Wang Qingtang, this is your retribution. You exchanged my daughter for this beast to enjoy her fortune, and now your most beloved grandson is not even your blood. This is the consequence you deserve." At this juncture, the elderly matriarch harbored no lingering affection for Wang Qingtang. Her heart was consumed by hatred. Wang Qingtang's vision darkened, and he truly could not withstand this blow, collapsing into unconsciousness. The police, upon learning of the Wang family's sordid affairs, could only shake their heads in disbelief. Their lives were more dramatic than a television series. Wang Linfeng was arrested, Wang was revealed to be illegitimate, and now his mother lay dead. His life had plummeted from heights of grandeur to the depths of despair, all within mere days. What had once resembled a dream, where he was revered by all, had now dissolved. The Wang family was in utter disarray, burdened with debts exceeding 20 billion. Even if they sold the land, liquidated all their possessions, and relinquished their shares, they would still find themselves facing a deficit of 5 billion. They would toil their entire lives and still be unable to repay it. Moreover, Wang Qingdang had suffered a stroke due to his earlier collapse, and the family found themselves devoid of funds to provide him with medical care. Upon learning of his misdeeds, the elderly matriarch and her 2 biological sons were even less inclined to spend a penny on his treatment. The retribution for the Wang family's theft of the Shen family's fortune manifested swiftly, all within the span of less than a month. Throughout, the Shen family remained aloof, observing silently without any retaliatory actions as the Wang family crumbled. During this tumultuous period, the Wang family had sought assistance from Shen Quan, but he offered none, merely informing the elderly matriarch of the thievery. Consequently, her hatred for Wang Qingdang, Wang Linfeng, and Wang intensified. With the saga of the Wang family drawing to a close, Shen resumed his daily routine of attending school. The youthful fervor still leads to conflicts and brawls between students at school, yet there has been a marked improvement in their academic attitudes. "My dear aunt, I am truly grateful for your assistance regarding the Shen family matters." Shen Quan now harbors great respect for Shen Jin, even though she is merely a 3-year-old child. The 3 of them, father and son, treat her as if she were a cherished ancestor. Shen Quan inquired about her greatest desire at present. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Jin replied, "A house. I wish to buy a grand residence for that old man. However, the properties here are exorbitantly priced, far beyond her immediate means." Upon hearing this, Shen Quan eagerly declared, "A house is a simple matter. I shall gift you one directly." "That will not do," she retorted. It was not out of any pretentiousness. Rather, she explained that the funds gifted by them could not be utilized for purchasing property, let alone for receiving a house as a gift. Otherwise, her master would surely encounter a series of unfortunate events upon moving in. Shen Jin recounted the various misfortunes that had befallen that old man. Losing money was trivial. There was an occasion when, succumbing to temptation, the old Taoist spent 300 yuan on a large lobster, only for it to be snatched away by a wild cat. Despite his ability to contend with ghosts, he could not outrun a mere cat. At that time, Shen Jin was only a year old, helplessly watching the delicacy slip away. If such calamities befell him over a trivial matter, the prospect of a house was utterly inconceivable. After listening to her, Shen Quan remarked, I have never encountered anyone so unfortunate. The steward beside him appeared equally bewildered, remarking, we assumed the old gentleman had chosen to retreat into the mountains to embrace simplicity. Who knew there was such a tragic backstory? Shen Jin clarified, that is indeed a significant misunderstanding. However, the old man does enjoy presenting himself as a reclusive sage. As his apprentice, I also share a blood relation with him. Thus I am not one to indulge in such excesses. He is free to reside in a house that I purchased for myself, but the funds for acquiring that property must be earned through my own legitimate means. Since you are also my kin, I cannot use the money you provide to buy a house. That would constitute cheating. Shen Quan mused. This is the first time I've encountered someone who cannot accept gifts of money or property. Reflecting on the old tiger in the backyard and the various plants on her balcony, he noted how much his aunt seemed to enjoy gardening. Then I shall bestow upon my dear aunt a manor, complete with woodlands, providing ample space for the big cat to roam, along with fertile land for cultivation. If you desire any particular seeds, I can assist in procuring them. This gesture truly resonated with Shen Jin. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Shen Quan, exclaiming, I have not misjudged you, dear nephew. Could you possibly find seeds for these particular herbs? She named several plants, all intended for treating her grandnephew's legs, adding that there were a few essential herbs lacking here, which would require her to venture into the deep mountains. Shen Quan immediately committed the names of the herbs to memory. I need the seeds, as artificially cultivated herbs have lost some of their medicinal properties. I must grow them myself. Shen Quan nodded enthusiastically. Very well, I shall inquire about them without delay. Shen Xiaoran was equally taken aback. Who would have thought that a gift from his father could lead to such a delightful surprise? Knowing that his dear aunt had always been concerned about treating his legs, it would be a lie to say he was not moved. In gratitude, he arranged for several tailored outfits, including several brand new robes.
Aunt,
The jade and emeralds we collected have arrived. Would you like to take a look? So soon? Shen Jin eagerly agreed. The Shen family had been diligently gathering jade and emeralds, leading to speculation within elite circles that they were venturing into the jewelry business. Both Shen Quan and Shen Xiaoran had dispatched individuals across the country and even abroad to procure exceptionally high-quality jade, spending several billion in just a month. Chapter 56, Shen Yuzhu. While the expenditure was substantial, the quantity of items brought back was relatively modest. Jadeite is notoriously expensive, particularly those of superior quality. And the Shen family had focused solely on acquiring the finest. Shen Quan remarked, when it comes to matters of life and death, one cannot afford to be careless. Among the treasures was a piece of imperial green the size of a basketball, flawless glass type imperial green, which alone cost over 100 million. It was indeed costly, yet worth every penny. Shen Jin perceived a certain spiritual essence within these jades. Objects imbued with such spiritual vitality are rare treasures of the earth. And aside from medicinal herbs, mineral substances in her past life were primarily utilized for crafting artifacts. This jade clearly belonged to the latter category. In a world where spiritual energy was so scarce, encountering such pure spiritual resonance was truly exceptional. This material was inherently suitable for crafting spiritual artifacts. Spiritual artifacts, referred to as magical treasures in this realm, had eluded Shen Jin during her impoverished days with the old Taoist. She had never anticipated that jade could afford her such immense delight. These materials were not only usable but exceeded her expectations. Once fashioned into spiritual artifacts, they would not only offer protection but also enhance one's health. She glanced at Shen Xiaoran, adding, especially for my grandnephew, prolonged wear will nourish your tendons and meridians. Even without consuming recovery pills, your legs will cease to deteriorate, and once I refine the medicine, your recovery will accelerate. Upon hearing this, the three members of the Shen family were filled with excitement. Then we shall trouble you, dear aunt. In addition to the protective talismans for us, you may freely allocate the remaining jade materials. That sounds splendid. I was hoping to craft a spiritual artifact for myself as well. Then, I shall not hold back. Though she was not a professional artifact smith, her innate talent from her previous life allowed her to grasp a variety of skills. Mastering the intricacies was not essential, as crafting simple protective talismans would be a breeze. Once arrangements were made to transfer the jade materials to her room, Shen Jin immediately set to work. The creation of protective talismans relied heavily on meticulously carving intricate runes onto the jade with spiritual energy and soul power. Fortunately, while these runes were complex, they could be carved one at a time. Otherwise, attempting to carve them all at once would utterly deplete her. After all, she was still merely a novice in the qi refinement stage. When her spiritual energy waned, she would take a sip of milk, and when hunger struck, she would step out for a meal. Thus, she spent a tranquil week in her room, and finally, the first protective talisman was completed. Such intense usage of spiritual energy had elevated her cultivation level by another tier. Shen Jiyin was now a 5th-tier qi refinement practitioner. Meanwhile, under her guidance and diligent training, Shenmai began to sense the presence of spiritual energy as well, standing on the cusp of fully drawing it into his body. Clutching the protective talisman, Shen Jiyin hurried downstairs, only to encounter an unfamiliar face. It was a strikingly handsome young man, exuding a warm and refined aura, reminiscent of jade, with an air of scholarly elegance. Hearing the commotion from above, Shen Yuzhu looked up. Their eyes met, one large, one small, and they both momentarily froze in surprise. Shen Yuzhu murmured softly, "When did a little girl appear in our home? Whose is she?" For a moment, he found himself perplexed, unsure whether she was a sister or a niece. After all, his father still had quite a reputation. It was not difficult to understand that. Given that his mother had been gone for quite some time, his father might seek companionship elsewhere. Shen Jiyin, however, studied the young man for a moment and quickly deduced his identity. The little girl, in a sweet, childish voice, exclaimed, "Shen Yuzhu?" Shen Quan had briefly introduced his sons to her. The eldest and the youngest need not be mentioned. The second was a soldier, while the third was an artist, often roaming the mountains and rarely at home. The fourth was a superstar, perpetually busy with work and seldom returning. Furthermore, each of them owned their own residence outside, only coming back to a city a few times a month. The person before her could be easily identified as not the soldier, for he exuded a refined aura. Shen Yuzhu approached Shen Jiyin, crouching down to gaze at her. "You know me, but are you my father's daughter, or my eldest brother's, or perhaps my second brother's? It's not impossible for it to be the fourth S, but he's only 19 now. This little one looks to be at least 3 years old. Even with his wild ways, it's unlikely he fathered a child at 16. Shen Jiyin was not related to him at all. Shen Yuzhu stared blankly. "Huh? Then who are you?" He couldn't recall any such charming relative in his family, especially one who had come down from upstairs. Shen Jiyin lifted her chin defiantly. "I am your great-aunt." Her youthful voice resonated with an unexpected strength. Shen Yuzhu felt a rush of air escape his lungs, his pale ears flushing a delicate pink. "Why are you cursing? Children shouldn't use foul language. You must correct that." It seemed he was quite inept at educating children, as he blushed before he could even attempt to teach her. Shen Jiyin clarified, "I am not cursing. I meant it literally. I am your great-aunt by relation. Is that clear now?" Oh, how amusing it was to see this seemingly refined nephew so easily embarrassed. Shen Yuzhu took a moment to grasp the meaning of her words. "Great-aunt? The one my father sent Xiao Wu to fetch?" He rummaged through his memories regarding the great-aunt. When his father had sent someone to pick her up, he had merely glanced at the message in the group chat and thought nothing more of it. However, he hadn't expected her to be so young. The generational gap indeed felt a bit overwhelming. Shen Yuzhu fell into contemplation, a state that was quite customary for him. He often drifted off into daydreams when inspired, when pondering, and even when sketching. As a child, his family had once suspected he might be autistic, but after thorough examinations, it was deemed he simply enjoyed retreating into his own world. Shen Jiyin called out to him several times, concerned that her nephew had lost his spirit. Upon closer inspection, she realized nothing was amiss. Well then, she decided, I shall seek out my eldest nephew. Shen Xiaoran was currently engaged in play with Demi. Due to his leg issues, his father was managing matters at the company, affording him some leisure time. Of course, he still had work to do, but he was spared from attending meetings and social gatherings. With the newfound free time, Shen Xiaoran often visited Demi. The first time he had seen such a large tiger at home, both Shen Quan and he had been startled. Yet, as they grew accustomed to it, Shen Xiaoran found himself quite fond of Demi, especially since he had a penchant for majestic beasts. Naturally, Demi did not appear particularly clever.
Demi.
Why did your little great-aunt give you such a name? He patted Demi's head, presenting his phone before it. What do you think? Should I bring home a wolf to keep you company? In truth, Shen Xiaoran preferred wolves over felines. While a wolf might not possess the individual strength of a tiger, they were social carnivores with clear hierarchies and renowned intelligence among animals. He enjoyed interacting with clever beings, yet people were often too cunning. And he already had enough of his own cleverness. Dealing with too many brilliant minds would give him a headache. Animals, on the other hand, with their unique intelligence, intrigued him. Chapter 57. The sentimental Shen Yuzhu. Do you like wolves, dear nephew? Shall I go catch one for you? Qingyang Mountain was known to have wolves. Perhaps she could attempt to trade a spirit-feeding pill for a wolf cub. Shen Xiaoran's eyes lit up with delight upon seeing the little girl, and he gently asked, "Are you hungry?" Shen Jin shook her head and approached him, presenting the already crafted protective jade. "Here, I've made one for you. Use this for now." The palm-sized imperial green jade was intricately carved into the shape of a pishio, with protective runes woven into its patterns. The jade pishio was lively and beautiful, instantly captivating Shen Xiaoran. "Did you carve this, little great-aunt?" His surprise was genuine. He had expected her to provide a simple jade talisman, not such an exquisite piece of artistry. Shen Jin proudly replied, "Although I cannot carve by hand, I sculpt with my soul power." Her soul power was formidable, and crafting such a trinket was merely a trivial matter. "By the way, have you seen Shen Yuzhu?" he asked back, she inquired, rubbing Demi's plump face, which was incredibly soft to the touch. "Has the third brother returned?" He was unaware. It was true that Shen Yuzhu should have returned long ago. But after confirming that the Wang family had not siphoned off the fortunes of their other relatives, he had called to inform him there was no need to rush. Everything was fine at home. Shen Yuzhu was a remarkably sincere child. When his family said everything was all right, he believed it wholeheartedly. Thus, he had gone off to gather inspiration in the mountains, only returning now. "I should go check on him," Shen Jin said, tossing a few spirit-feeding pills to Demi before heading back. At this moment, Shen Yuzhu snapped back to reality, realizing that his little great-aunt had vanished. He ceased to ponder the troubling questions and sought out some fruits in the kitchen. As he walked out of the kitchen, munching on grapes, he spotted his elder brother sitting in a wheelchair. His pupils dilated in shock, causing the grapes he held to tumble from his fingers. "Brother, why are you in a wheelchair?" "Just a leg injury," Shen Xiaoran replied nonchalantly. To Shen Yuzhu, however, it felt like a heavy blow. Shen Jin watched as his eyes turned red, and he dropped the grapes, rushing to Shen Xiaoran and bursting into tears. The poignant lament of Shen Jin echoed through the air. "Why has it come to this? Did you not assure me that everything was fine? You have deceived me." She was taken aback, realizing that her seemingly gentle and refined third nephew was, in fact, a blubbering mess. Shen Xiaoran, however, was accustomed to such displays and gently patted his head, reassuring him, "Fear not, it can be cured." Among the brothers, the third was the most guileless. Believing everything he was told, overflowing with emotion, he would often weep for hours over a mere television drama or novel. "Can it truly be cured?" Shen Yuzhu, her eyes brimming with tears, queried, "Then why has it not yet been treated?" Shen Xiaoran replied, "The medicine has not yet been gathered. Rest assured, if it were not treatable, I would not remain so composed." "Oh, you wouldn't be deceiving me again, would you?" The young man's voice quivered with a hint of grievance, as though blaming them for concealing such significant matters from him. Shen Xiaoran rubbed his nose, finding it difficult to maintain a stern demeanor with his brother. "No, by the way, little third, this is our little aunt." Upon hearing her astute eldest brother casually refer to the young girl as little aunt, Shen Yuzhu's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Shen Jin. "How did she achieve that?" Shen Jin, feeling defiant, retorted, "What do you mean by that look in your eyes?" "Little aunt," Shen Yuzhu murmured in a meek tone, captivated by the child's innocent gaze. "Quite obedient," Shen Jin remarked, rummaging through her belongings to produce a talisman to present to her. "A token of our first meeting." She exuded an admirable aura befitting an elder. Shen Yuzhu hesitated, contemplating whether to accept the gift, wondering if it was appropriate. Ultimately, he decided to accept it, reasoning that such a fine offering from a little aunt should not be declined. However, his expression turned to one of shock as he exclaimed, "Elder brother, what is wrong with you? Have you been in an accident that has affected your mind?" Shen Xiaoran replied, "While I understand your concern, perhaps you should reflect on the words you just uttered. One might mistakenly think you were reprimanding me." Shen Yuzhu genuinely believed his elder brother had suffered a head injury, for he had once been the most skeptical of such things. "Cough, cough, but little aunt is different," he insisted, his gaze fixed intently on Shen Jin, deeply intrigued. What was so different about her? She appeared to be just an ordinary child after all. As he looked at himself, Shen Jin returned his gaze with equal childish innocence. Their eyes widened in a silent contest, neither willing to blink. After a while, Shen Yuzhu's eyes reddened, and he was the first to succumb, blinking. Shen Jin, hands on her hips, laughed triumphantly. "You blinked first." Shen Yuzhu turned to Shen Xiaoran, "Brother, look, she's just an ordinary child." Shen Xiaoran replied. Your little aunt is still a child. Why are you acting so childish? Brother, you no longer love your own little brother and are showing favoritism. Their playful banter helped Shen Yuzhu temporarily forget his sorrow. Yet, when he glanced at Shen Xiaoran's legs, a flicker of sadness still crossed his eyes. Truly, he was a sensitive soul. The two brothers sat together, and Shen Xiaoran recounted the events that had transpired recently, inevitably mentioning Shen Jin. However, he lacked storytelling prowess. Despite his melodious voice, his tone remained monotonous throughout. What should have been an enthralling tale felt akin to reciting from a textbook. Upon returning from a brief outing, the starlit ghost was left seething with frustration at the lackluster narration. You can't be serious. What kind of storytelling is this? It's like a lullaby. Unfortunately, neither brother could perceive her irritation. Meanwhile, Shen Yuzhu, akin to an earnest schoolboy, attentively listened for an extended period. Brother, this story isn't bad. But why do the characters sound somewhat familiar? Do you read novels too? What's the title? Your telling is a bit lacking. I wish to read it myself. Shen Xiaoran sighed. After all this time, you think I'm telling a story? Wait for little Five to return. He'll tell you. He firmly refused to admit it was his own fault. Little Five is coming back? But today is Wednesday. Is he trying to skip class?
No.
He has arranged for a day student's pass. Oh, should I go meet him? I'll be home for dinner today. Little Five is old enough not to need you to fetch him. If he wants to stay, let him. Shen Yuzhu smiled warmly, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. It's just that I'm afraid lingering at home for too long might make me seem dependent. Brother, do you need any medicine? I can help you find it. Why not consider surgery? Are you seeing a traditional Chinese doctor? Brother Shen Xiaoran was inundated with his brother's incessant questions, feeling as though he were conversing with a child. Little aunt, do you have any medicine that can simply put someone to sleep? Barely home for a day. Shen Yuzhu quickly found himself dismissed by his elder brother. Chapter 58. This child is truly curious about everything. As Shen Jin descended the stairs clutching strawberries, Shen Xiaoran felt as though he had lost all will to live. Upon seeing her, he felt as if he had encountered a savior. Little aunt. Shen Yuzhu, who had been chattering incessantly, immediately fell silent, taking a small sip of tea. Who could behold her without exclaiming, "What a handsome young man!" Alas, this was but a fleeting moment. Little aunt, are you holding strawberries? Shen Yuzhu's eyes widened in astonishment. Why are they so large? Yet they did seem delectable. The ghostly starlet accompanying Shen Jin clucked her tongue. This Shen family's third son appears somewhat dim-witted. Nonsense. Was Shen Yuzhu not intelligent? The answer was a resounding yes. He was hailed as a genius painter. Whenever one of his artworks graced the market, it was sure to be snatched up, with prices starting in the millions. Even those unversed in art could perceive the pure essence of nature captured within his paintings, which encapsulated the spirit of every mountain and landscape on a mere canvas. Each piece evoked a unique sensation. Yet, it was precisely this talent that rendered Shen Yuzhu a remarkably pure individual. His world was untainted, filled only with family and the world's most exquisite vistas. He shunned social interactions, preferring to wander and observe the myriad landscapes since the inception of his artistic journey. The Shen family supported him wholeheartedly, even hiring a bodyguard to ensure his safety and manage his affairs, allowing him to focus solely on his craft. In essence, the Shen family provided him with the finest environment for creation. However, while he was a genius in art, he was somewhat disconnected from everyday life. As an artist, he possessed an inherent literary charm, his essence was steeped in culture, and his prolonged communion with nature rendered him warm and approachable. Yet, faced with the silent beauty of nature during his creative process, he often found himself overwhelmed upon returning home, revealing his truest self, an emotional and talkative soul, eager to share all he had bottled up with his family. It was merely a bit noisy. Here are some for you. Even your grandnephew has some. These strawberries were cultivated by Shen Jin herself, nurtured with spiritual energy. Even though they are ordinary fruits, their taste is strikingly different from those found in the market. They are exceptionally large, too. Shen Jin's small hands can barely encompass one. As soon as Shen Yuzhu held one, she eagerly began to savor it. Auntie, did you really grow these? They are so delicious, far superior to any strawberry I've ever tasted. Do you have any more? One is simply not enough. Have you grown any other fruits? May I come and see? Shen Jin, amused by her excitement, led her towards the garden. Currently, I don't have many plants. Some are on the balcony of my room, while others are in the garden. Let us take a look. Your father is going to gift me a manor. And once I'm there, I'll cultivate a greater variety of fruits. Whatever you desire will be available. She envisioned setting up a grand gathering array in the manor with emerald decorations, guaranteeing that fruits from any region would flourish there, thriving magnificently. A 3-year-old toddler, clutching a milk bottle, marched ahead with an air of unyielding confidence. Trailing behind was a charming young man, and the sight elicited a slight twitch at the corner of Shen Xiaoran's mouth. However, he was relieved that his aunt was rather accepting of the loquaciousness of the third child. Perhaps it was due to Shen Jin's youth that Shen Yuzhu found it easy to relate to her. Look, these are all my plants. Upon reaching the garden, Shen Jin proudly gestured towards a patch of land. I assure you, there are many plants here that you have never seen before.
Wow.
Shen Yuzhu's eyes sparkled as she squatted beside Shen Jin. What is that? It's called a bellflower. Doesn't it resemble tiny jade bells when it blooms? I'll let you in on a secret. If you place it by the window, it will chime in the wind at night. Shen Yuzhu exclaimed, Really? Do you want one? I'll give you a plant. Yes, yes. Shen Yuzhu's insatiable curiosity mirrored that of an eager child. Her fascination with plants was palpable, and seeing so many beautiful specimens she had never encountered before was overwhelming. Shen Jin spoke until her mouth felt parched, taking a large swig from her milk bottle. Turning, she noticed Shen Yuzhu gazing intently at her bottle. Did you not drink from a bottle when you were young? Shen Jin asked, somewhat bemused.
Ismail. No.
I stopped using one when I was 2. Her eyes gleamed with curiosity, silently questioning why her aunt had yet to give it up. Pouting, Shen Jin replied, This contains milk. I, too, have long since stopped using a bottle. Who says a bottle cannot hold milk? Then let me have a sip. Shen Yuzhu, with an air of dignity, refrained from sucking on the nipple, instead twisting off the cap and taking a drink. Afterward, she smacked her lips. This is tastier than any milk I've ever had. Shen Jin felt a swell of pride and shot her a look that said, You have good taste. Inside the bottle was something special. The two of them, a large and a small, shared the milk until it was entirely consumed. With empty bottles dangling around their necks, Shen Jin wielded a small shovel while Shen Yuzhu held a small hoe, and together they diligently transplanted the plants into pots. In no time, Shen Jin had promised her several types of flowers, and a large strawberry plant had also been transplanted, adorned with numerous ripe, red strawberries that were undeniably appetizing. As they scurried back and forth with their flower pots, Shen Xiaoran sat in his wheelchair, reviewing documents, occasionally glancing up at the synchronized movements of the two. He pinched the bridge of his nose, thinking that anyone unaware would assume the young girl was Shen Yuzhu's daughter. He chuckled and shook his head, sipping his coffee. Moments later, his phone buzzed, and assuming it was a company notification, he was surprised to see it was a message from the family group chat. The sender was Shen Yuzhu, who had shared numerous photos of the potted plants. An artist by nature, he had skillfully captured the ethereal beauty of the plants on the balcony. After sending the images, Shen Yuzhu followed up with a message. These were gifted to me by Auntie, and I adore them. Even Shen Xiaoran felt a twinge of envy. Auntie had never gifted him such treasures. Shen Mai shared in that sentiment as well. He promptly added Shen Jin to the group and launched into a tirade. Auntie, you're being biased. Why did you give so many things to third brother upon his return? After all, it was I who came to fetch you. We were the first to know each other. I don't care. The gifts you gave third brother should be double for me. Chapter 59. If you have the ability to steal flowers, you should have the ability to come out. Shen Jin, typing with her tiny fingers, was rather slow and opted to send a voice message instead. There are none left. Do you think I'm selling cabbages in bulk? Shen Yuzhu chimed in. I can attest that Auntie's plants are quite limited. When you return, I can give you a few strawberry plants. They are lovely. They were large and flourishing, resembling meticulously nurtured specimens. Shen Mai lamented, Now that third brother has returned, you should share some of yours with me. Why hadn't he thought to ask Auntie for a few pots earlier? Now they were all given to third brother. Shen Yuzhu teased, Were you daydreaming in class again? The three of them engaged in a spirited exchange in the chat, thoroughly enjoying themselves. In the afternoon, when Shen Mai returned, Shen Yuzhu nearly failed to recognize her own brother, circling around him in astonishment. Little Five, how did your skin become so fair and you've grown so much taller? What had her brother been eating? It hadn't been long since they last met, yet he had shot up so dramatically. Shen Mai felt a mix of joy and discontent. On one hand, he was thrilled to be the tallest boy in class, with the potential to reach 2 meters in height. On the other hand, his tan skin had vanished. Now, he resembled a delicate flower. Shinmai had preferred his former bronze complexion. It exuded masculinity. Now, however, girls at school had the audacity to inquire if he was using skincare products. At least. Despite his paler complexion, his abs remained intact, and his strength had significantly improved. Let's not discuss skin. We are still good brothers, Shin Yuju said. But I am quite curious, Shinmai replied. Shin Jin, seated on the sofa, swung her short legs. I know, you can ask me. Instantly, Shen Yuju bounced over eagerly. Shun Jin shook her head, explaining, Grandnephew is practicing with me. Every night, he soaks in medicinal baths to eliminate impurities from his body, enhancing his overall health, including his skin. When it comes to this, Shun Mai's gaze becomes particularly melancholic. His skin is of the type that remains untanned, no matter how much sun it endures. Shin Yuju remarked, It seems that our little ant is indeed quite eccentric. He didn't pay it much mind, but later that afternoon, he witnessed the training method employed by his younger brother. The little ant sat upon the back of a large tiger, wielding a fishing rod with a sizable chicken leg attached to it. The tiger, with its eyes crossed in anticipation, was fixated on the chicken leg, salivating as it sprinted forward. Shinmai was ahead, running so fast that sparks seemed to fly from his feet. Shinmai was making progress. And Big Me was also improving. Shin Jin was determined to help Big Me lose weight, and during Shunmai's training, she also trained Big Me. The easiest part of this training was for Shin Jin. Not only did she add extra weight to Big Me, but her small mouth also chattered away, complaining about how slowly Shunmai was running. Come on, Big Me. Even if you're a bit plump, you should be able to run faster. Little nephew, you're about to be caught up. With encouragement, she added, once you can easily outrun Big Me. I thought she might say something rewarding, but the next moment, her angelic voice delivered a harsh reality. I'll give you that extra weight. By then, you'll be burdened with rings on your hands and feet. He. Shin Yuju commented, Little Five is truly diligent. If this training were applied to me, I would have been flattened by that tiger in no time. Shen Xiaoran remained calm, evidently accustomed to the scene. You could have the little ant train you as well. Her training methods are quite effective after all. Both he and their father were aware that Little Five possessed spiritual roots and might follow the little ant's path in the future. As for him and their father, they had not sought the little ant's assessment. Their father, being older and busy with work, had no aspirations for cultivation or immortality, viewing it all with a laid-back attitude. Shen Xiaoran, however, found it intriguing, but given his current condition, even if he had spiritual roots, they would be of no use, as his legs were still incapacitated. Shin Yuju had never witnessed Shin Jin's abilities firsthand, and was skeptical of them. No, I certainly do not wish to be chased by a tiger. Besides, what does a frail scholar need to train for? Absolutely not. After completing his training, Shunmai, drenched in sweat, lay on the ground like a salted fish for a while before heading off for a medicinal bath. In less than half an hour, he bounced back down from upstairs, ready to eat. Shin Yuju stared in astonishment as Shunmai polished off 5 bowls of rice, not to mention the vegetables he consumed. Little Five is impressive. I can barely manage 2 bowls before feeling stuffed. He will undoubtedly surpass second brother. If you train diligently, aim to defeat him when he returns. No big deal. Shunmai was brimming with confidence, declaring, I am destined for cultivation. Second brother is merely an ordinary person and cannot compete with me. Shun Yuju silently continued his meal, thinking that after the car accident that seemingly affected the eldest brother's mind, the youngest brother's intellect seemed to have deteriorated as well. After dinner, Shun Jin munched on fruits, while Shunmai was summoned by their eldest brother to discuss their family's current situation. Shin Yuju could afford to ignore trivial matters, but since the Wang family was related to them, it was essential for him to be aware of the circumstances. Shinmai's narration was much more vivid, capturing Shin Yuju's attention entirely. However, his worldview began to wobble. The talk of curses, smuggling, and backlash left him feeling dizzy. Wait, let me sort this out, he mumbled, then fell into a daze. Shinmai smacked his lips. It will take him at least 10 minutes to reboot. Shun Jin curiously leaned in to watch, even waving her hand in front of him, but he remained unresponsive. Third nephew is truly remarkable. It's as if he has lost his soul. Don't mind him. I'll go check his room. I must steal a few pots of flowers. He could now distinctly sense that the plants cultivated by the little ant were unlike ordinary flora. These were imbued with spiritual energy. He intended to create a small garden on his balcony, transplanting some spiritually enriched plants from the little ant. Perhaps he would attract energy into his body. 10 minutes later, Shun Yuju finally comprehended the situation, his brow furrowed. Are you truly not joking? Shun Xiaoran patted his shoulder. If you don't believe it, then so be it. There's no need to dwell on it. After all, the little ant is at home. Perhaps little 3 will witness her abilities firsthand in the future. Shen Yuzhu obediently refrained from further questioning. Later that evening, as he returned to his room for rest, he suddenly stormed out a few minutes later, banging on Shenmai's door. Shenmai, come out here. If you're capable of stealing flowers, you should also be able to come out. Return my flowers, Shenmai. If you don't come out, I'll break the door down. Shen Quan returned from work, finding the household in utter chaos. With an expressionless face, he perceived the clattering sounds from upstairs, accompanied by third son's furious shouts, which were quite disruptive. Chapter 60. I am not at ease at all. The good mood that third son had upon returning was swiftly diminished. The Shun household remained raucous until midnight, finally settling down after Shen Yuzhu reclaimed 2 pots of plants. The following day, after Shen Mai left for school, Shen Jin, at Shen Yuzhu's earnest invitation, visited his little villa. Shen Yuzhu preferred tranquility and natural scenery, thus opting not to purchase a home in the bustling city, but rather constructed a small villa on a mountainside adorned with bamboo groves. The mountain had been acquired by the Shen family, and the rights were gifted to him. While the bamboo was abundant, other trees were also planted in an organized manner. The gentle youth donned a light gray tracksuit and helmet, riding a blue electric scooter, with Shen Jin seated behind him, sporting a pink helmet adorned with 2 upright rabbit ears. They appeared utterly adorable together. Who would have thought that the third son of the Shen family rode such a small electric scooter? Little ant, hold on tight. We are off. Shen Yuzhu's face was alight with a smile, his eyes radiating warmth. I'm ready, Shen Jin replied. The butler watched them depart, waving a handkerchief. Third young master. Miss Ant, please drive safely. Surprisingly, compared to those multi-million-dollar luxury cars, Shen Jin found herself quite fond of this little scooter. The gentle breeze felt delightful. The electric scooter whisked away the duo from the bustling city, and once they exited the outer ring, the traffic thinned significantly. As they approached the suburban main road, a rumble of engines echoed behind them. Suddenly, several luxury cars pulled up alongside them. Hey, handsome, would you like a ride? A stunning woman, dressed in a revealing outfit and adorned with heavy makeup, threw a flirtatious glance at Shen Yuzhu from a red convertible. Shen Yuzhu almost lost grip of the handlebars. Shen Jin, without needing to glance back, was already aware that her third nephew's face had undoubtedly turned crimson. Even with her helmet on, the petite frame and refreshing demeanor of her 3 grandnephews were striking from any angle, accentuated by those long legs and slim waist that were undeniably alluring. However, the man accompanying her was evidently displeased, casting a fierce glare at the young man. After all, it was a rare occasion to take his goddess out for a spin, and he would not allow her attention to be diverted by that young interloper. Yun Jia, what did you say to him? Just look at the kind of bike he's riding. It's clear he's a pauper. What comparison can he make with me? In this day and age, courting a woman requires capital, he mused, convinced that in this regard, he was far superior to the young man. Shen Yuzhu felt vexed. He was merely riding his little electric scooter and had not provoked anyone. Why was he being subjected to personal attacks? He maneuvered his bike to the side, eager to leave. Unfortunately, the man interpreted this as a sign of fear, and instead of departing, he encroached further into Shen Yuzhu's space. Kid, in this era, finding a girlfriend isn't just about looks, you need this, he gestured to indicate wealth. The young man remained oblivious to the beautiful woman next to him, who was rolling her eyes in exasperation. Your pathetic little electric scooter couldn't even afford a fraction of my bike's parts. Just wait until you break down on the road and have to push it home, haha. Shen Yuzhu was infuriated but, owing to his upbringing, refrained from cursing. Shen Jin could sense his frustration. She shot a glance at the boastful man and, with a voice as sweet as honey yet loud enough to ring out, said, Uncle, with those dark circles under your eyes, are you feeling weak? And could you please keep your mouth shut? Your breath is stinking up the air for the lady next to you. Oh, and you still have bits of chili stuck in your teeth. It's quite noticeable when you smile. Each of her words struck like daggers, leaving the man reeling. The other wealthy youths in their convertibles burst into laughter. Clearly a band of ruffians. Was it just a figment of his imagination, or did the goddess subtly shift away in disdain? The man fumed, You little brat. Are you looking for trouble? Who's weak? I'm as strong as they come. He even licked his teeth, searching for the chili flakes. Seizing the moment, Shen Yuzhu sped off on his electric scooter, feeling elated. His little ant was truly formidable. However, his joy was short-lived as the greasy man caught up to him again. Oh, your little scooter has some decent performance. How about we race? He was determined to reclaim his dignity in front of the goddess. Come on, let us see how your little scooter handles the pressure from us. He boasted, with this little thing, we could easily outpace you, haha. A crowd of onlookers, eager for some entertainment, clearly intended to bully Shin. Where's my bodyguard? He thought, realizing his protector was not at hand. Shin was exasperated. Why would I want to race with you? I don't even know you. This was precisely why he detested dealing with people. The man smirked triumphantly. Yinjia, did you see that? A man like him may look good, but he is utterly useless. If you're looking for a boyfriend, it has to be someone like me. Shunji nearly retched at the thought. Race? Little Yuju, let's show them what we can do. As an elder from the realm of cultivation, she couldn't tolerate such indignity. Oh, look at that. The little pretty boy has more guts than you. Shun Yuju retorted. Do you believe I won't take you down? Wait a moment, let me take the wheel, Shen Jin declared, shoving her bottle into her mouth and instructing Shin Yuju to pull over. The wealthy youths were bewildered. What did that little girl just say? Even Shin Yuju was skeptical of what he heard. However, urged on by his aunt, he complied and parked on the side. Perhaps we should avoid these guys. You're still too young to reach the pedals, he cautioned, knowing that riding the electric scooter required some skill. He suspected his little aunt was no ordinary girl. Shun Jin demonstrated her prowess by standing on the pedals, declaring, sit tight, dear nephew. Today, I shall take you on a flight. She aimed to let him experience the sensation of soaring through the skies. Shun Yuju hesitated, perhaps we shouldn't. But her enthusiastic shout compelled him to climb aboard, albeit reluctantly. The wealthy youths were utterly unprepared for the spectacle that was about to unfold. They had intended to bully the young man, but they hadn't anticipated a life-threatening situation. No more racing, no more. They quickly shook their heads, realizing they could not afford to face the consequences of their actions. Shun Jin glared at them defiantly. Not happening. I must help my dear nephew regain his honor. She had longed to test the electric scooter, and now she finally had an excuse. You all go ahead, she urged. The wealthy youths hurriedly departed, knowing their cars were fast enough to leave the two fools behind without any repercussions. Little aunt, perhaps I should. Shin Yuju attempted to reclaim control of the scooter, but before he could finish, they were propelled forward, the sensation of acceleration hitting them hard. Shin Jin's youthful and excited voice rang out, don't worry, we won't crash. I am not reassured in the slightest. Help me. Chapter 61. Wyden would call the police. Although the little electric scooter was customized, its power could not match that of the four-wheel luxury cars, even with Shun Jin flooring the accelerator. However, she had other tricks up her sleeve. She produced several pre-prepared talismans and swiftly affixed them to the scooter. Lightness talismans, wind talismans, 5 in total. Shin Yuju clung on tightly as she applied the final protective talisman, and the scooter shot forward, leaving only a blur in its wake. Where flying Shin Yuju held tightly to Shin Jin's body. Little aunt, I want to get off. If a camera were to capture this moment in slow motion, one would see the scooter nearly levitating in midair. The scenery around them whizzed by, and Shin Yuju felt no air resistance at all. Thanks to the protective talismans, they were shielded from the fierce winds, yet he could see the trees blurring past, unable to focus on anything. It felt as though they were traversing a time tunnel. The wealthy youths ahead murmured, that guy can't possibly let that little girl drive, right? No way, this must be a trick. Damn it, we feel duped. Unless they want to meet their demise. They continued to speed along, enjoying the nearly deserted road, their favorite place to cruise. Suddenly, something whizzed by them in a flash. The tremendous gust of wind swept the hair of the women in the car forward, causing it to cling to their faces. What the devil was that? One exclaimed, bewildered. I couldn't see clearly, another replied. They exchanged puzzled glances, and within mere moments, that thing zipped back past them once more. Everyone stared, dumbfounded, as a small electric scooter slowed down beside their lane. Shun Jin stood atop the scooter, chin raised, secretly lamenting that she wasn't wearing sunglasses. She wondered if she could snag a pair, for she certainly looked dashing at that moment. Oh dear, why are the little fledglings so slow? She taunted in a sweet, teasing voice. Dazed, Shun Yuju's spirit was still catching up, lingering in a daze. The wealthy heirs looked as if their jaws might drop to the ground. Was that her? Was that her scooter? Good heavens, is there a ghost? They gasped. Which proper child still drinks milk and can drive? And at such speeds on a scooter, no less. They had stumbled into a supernatural event that had to be an apparition. In a panic, the heirs floored the accelerator, desperate to flee. Yet no matter how fast they drove, Shen effortlessly kept pace, even throwing out a few playful jabs. One of them, trembling, reached for his phone to call the police. "Hello, 110? We encountered a ghost." Shen chimed in. "Why bother calling the police? Weren't you all supposed to be racing?" She then turned serious. "Little Yuju, if I run, do you think the police could catch us?" Shen Yuju stammered. "There are cameras. They can trace the car and the license plate." Shen replied with a casual, "Oh," before suggesting, "Then I'll return the scooter to you, and you can tell the police it was yours." She was utterly unreserved when it came to deceiving her little nephew. "What sins have I committed?" Shen Yuju lamented. When the police arrived, the wealthy heirs clung to them, tears streaming down their faces, feeling an overwhelming sense of safety from the upright officers. Their little scooter had zipped by, only to return in a flash. That was definitely an apparition. The sight of them, breathless and flustered, was both pitiable and comical. Ultimately, everyone was taken into custody. Shen sighed forlornly. "Why am I here again?" She had a peculiar affinity for this place. Shen Yuju, the poor child who had never set foot in such a place, found herself here for the first time. All thanks to her little aunt's mischief. "Don't be afraid, I know this place well. I'll protect you." No sooner had she spoken than they were summoned for questioning. Racing on a scooter and scaring a bunch of wealthy heirs into such a state. How bizarre was that? Initially, the officers were skeptical, but upon reviewing the security footage, they were astounded. The speed captured was so swift that they could barely discern the fleeting image. Had the footage not been slowed down several times, it would have been utterly indecipherable. Is this a speed achievable by a normal scooter? They pondered, looking incredulously at the little child hanging onto a baby bottle. Shen peered over, realizing that there was no denying it now. She sat with her hands on her knees, appearing adorably innocent. "Yes," she answered honestly. An older officer pinched his nose in disbelief. "Who taught you to drive? And at such speed?" "This isn't driving. It's more like a journey to the underworld." Shen looked down. I taught myself." "Isn't it something you can learn just by watching?" She could fly with a sword effortlessly. Driving was child's play compared to that speed, and under different circumstances, she could have taken to the skies. This incident was too strange, and was escalated up the chain. Soon, her old acquaintance Qin arrived, accompanied by Director Wang. Shen waved at them. "Qin, Director Wang, long time no see." She looked utterly innocent and charming, if one could overlook her past misdeeds. "So, you're involved with traffic now, huh? How embarrassing," she teased. Qin's lips twitched slightly. "We weren't originally. But then we heard your name, and the trouble you've caused." Shen and Shen Yuju were taken away, along with the scooter. Qin curiously circled the scooter several times. "You two managed to achieve speeds faster than a maglev train on this little thing?" Shen inquired what a maglev train was. "Let us not worry about that. Is this because of those talismans?" Indeed, Shen nodded, also introducing them to the talisman's functions. However, she was still taken aside for a lecture, during which Qin recited traffic regulations to her multiple times, insisting she repeat after him. After complying, Shen appeared utterly deflated. "Does this mean I can't fly with my sword anymore?" Upon hearing this, Qin staggered back in disbelief. "You can fly with a sword?" Shen nodded wearily, lamenting, "If they're restricting this speed, just imagine how much faster I could go flying with a sword. Can I still fly in places without roads?" Qin, bewildered, responded, "I'll need to check on that." "Is flying with a sword really a thing?" he asked uncertainly. When Shen nodded, his expression shifted entirely. "Little ancestor, please take me with you." Chapter 62. Shen, what absurd truths are you spouting? Whether or not she would take him was irrelevant. For now, it was certainly out of the question. Shen smacked her lips, lamenting that this place was devoid of spiritual energy, and her cultivation efforts in this life had been lackluster compared to the last. She would have to take it slow. However, Qin was genuinely curious to see just how fast that scooter could go. After some bargaining, Shen agreed to draw 3 additional talismans for them each month for a year, and in return, she and her 3 nephews would be released. When they went to retrieve the scooter, Song Yang and the others were gathered around it in awe, having seen the footage. Spotting Shen and Shen Yuju emerging, they eagerly inquired if they could take the scooter for a spin. Shen, holding her baby bottle and sipping milk leisurely, replied, "This scooter belongs to my 3rd nephew. You should ask him." Shen Yuju nodded vacantly. Qin patted his shoulder. "Were you frightened?" Shen Yuju nodded and shook his head, his voice a bit dreamy as he said, "I never imagined my little scooter could achieve such speed. In that moment, he envisioned a bridge, a foreboding stone bridge where a kind old woman offered him a bowl of soup, as if drinking it would allow him to forget the past. Qin, it has nothing to do with your little electric scooter. Song Yang and the others are already eagerly searching for a place to test the vehicle. Of course, on a deserted road. There's a large driving school area in City A, so they plan to give it a try. Shinjin and Shinyuju have joined them as well. The talismans can be used for 2 hours, which is equivalent to 4 hours of energy. I've already utilized about an hour, leaving me with 3 hours remaining. Understood. Upon reaching their destination, Song Yang was the first to impatiently attempt a ride. He was still wearing a safety talisman. The moment he pressed the accelerator, the little electric scooter zoomed off, leaving everyone momentarily stunned by its speed.
Boom.
Just a few minutes later, Song Yang crashed. Fortunately, both the vehicle and he were protected by talismans. Trees were snapped in the collision, yet he emerged unscathed. Clambering up in a fluster, he exclaimed, "Wow, this speed is truly exhilarating, faster than a bullet." His expression and tone were filled with excitement.
Chief.
Could you ask the little ancestor to give us more of that wind talisman? It would make chasing criminals and fleeing a breeze. This is incredibly useful. Director Wang's eyes sparkled with envy. Qinjun, why don't you give it a try? Qinjun nodded. And the clean and chubby mouse perched on his shoulder nodded as well. The chubby mouse seemed to have grown even more robust, and Shenjin greeted it.
Squeak.
The chubby mouse, sporting a little hat and dressed in a tiny police uniform, greeted Shinjin in return. "Oh, you still have the bloodline of a treasure-hunting mouse. Don't you?" Shinjin remarked, astonished by the mouse's current appearance. It had completely shed its former rat-like features, now resembling a plump little hamster, albeit an oversized one, hinting at a possible evolution into a bamboo rat. Its fur had transformed from a light gray to a soft golden hue. Had Shinjin not recognized the mouse as Aura, she might have thought Qinjun had acquired a new pet. Qinjun smiled at the sizable hamster on his shoulder and gently stroked its head. The chubby mouse had a nose more sensitive than a military dog's, particularly when it came to precious items. Just half a month prior, during a robbery, the thief had stolen a large cache of gold and hidden the loot. It was the chubby mouse that led them to the treasures. Indeed, the mouse excelled at locating items, and since that incident, everyone had come to cherish it. Each member of the department brought snacks like peanuts and hazelnuts to work, contributing to its rapid weight gain. Shunjin secretly informed him, the treasure-hunting mouse possesses spatial abilities. Qinjun's eyes lit up, and Director Wang, who had been eavesdropping, also brightened with excitement. The two exchanged glances, brimming with enthusiasm. "Is it the spatial ability I'm thinking of?" Shunjin nodded. Since it has awakened the bloodline talent of a treasure-hunting mouse, it should also possess training inheritance. Once it formally embarks on cultivation, its spatial abilities will awaken. Xian anticipated that this little creature harbored such lineage.
Squeak.
The chubby mouse was positively gleeful. It had indeed been diligently practicing in secret, but the spiritual energy in this world was too sparse, making formal cultivation quite a challenge. Hadn't Shun Mai been striving for the same reason? Shunjin added, "The forest is rich in spiritual energy. The more primitive the forest, the better. You should take it out frequently to experiment." Qinjun attentively noted her advice, while Song Yang, noticing Qinjun's delay, had stealthily hopped back onto the scooter. This time, he was mentally prepared, believing he could sustain the ride longer. Virum. Whoosh, one couldn't deny that the speed was exhilarating. Shinyuju sat nearby, lost in thought. His little electric scooter had mutated. Treasure-hunting mice, talismans, cultivation. Why did it feel like his worldview was crumbling? Shunjin glanced back, realizing the boy had powered down again. Unsure of when he would reboot. The wind talisman was indeed effective, but it was also undeniably swift. After 3 consecutive crashes, Song Yang finally managed to control the speed, albeit cautiously, as he dared not press the accelerator too forcefully. Shunjin smacked her forehead. "I forgot. You could reduce the number of wind talismans to 2, then the speed wouldn't be so overwhelming." Everyone exclaimed, "Why didn't you say that sooner?" Shortly after, Qinjun also took a turn on the scooter, discovering it was faster than an expensive sports car. If utilized for pursuing fleeing criminals, it could indeed be advantageous, provided they could master the speed. By the time they returned to the Shun residence, night had fallen. Shun Quan and Shin Shiran assumed the duo had gone to Shinyuju's villa, unaware they had been escorted back by the police. Shun Mai quipped, "How many times has this happened? What earth-shattering event has my little aunt caused this time?" Shen Jin and Shen Yuzhu obediently exited the vehicle, while Qin Jin kindly lifted the little scooter down. During their test ride, the talismans had depleted, leaving the scooter powerless. Uncle Shen, I've returned the people safely, so I'll take my leave now. As Qin Jin departed, Shen Mai curiously inquired about their escapades. It must have been you, little auntie. My third brother has never set foot in a police station. Shen Jin retorted. Why do you view me that way? Although I've only been a few times. She pouted. I merely drove a vehicle. Shen Mai teased. What, a kindergarten scooter? Shen Jin puffed out her chest. Who are you looking down on? It's Yuzhu's little electric scooter. The Shen family chuckled. Have you really become so proud? Shen Mai exclaimed dramatically, little auntie. You're truly bold. How old were you when you dared to drive that vehicle on the main road? Shen Jin sighed. If it weren't for someone reporting us, we would have been just fine. Shen Yuzhu meekly added, but if you hadn't returned to flaunt and mock, they wouldn't have reported us. Shen Jin protested. What nonsense are you spouting? Chapter 63. Singlewood's spiritual route. Today, it was impossible to visit Shen Yuzhu. Upon returning to her room, Shen Jin indulged in some fruit before beginning her cultivation. After a brief rest, she set out again the following day, this time accompanied by Shen Mai. It was Saturday, and school was out. In the past, Shen Mai would have undoubtedly gone out to play, as no one would monitor him. However, today, he was bundled along with his little aunt. Fortunately, there were no incidents during the journey, and Shen Yuzhu's bodyguards safely escorted them to the villa. This quaint villa had been well renovated, surrounded by lush bamboo that provided a refreshing ambience, with the air infused with the fragrance of bamboo. Although it was somewhat distant from the big city, the amenities were comprehensive, alleviating Shen Yuzhu of any domestic concerns, as there were dedicated housekeepers and servants. He only needed to focus on pursuing his own interests. Little auntie, let me show you my studio. At this moment, Shen Yuzhu had long since forgotten about yesterday's events, eagerly leading Shen Jin to his studio. Upon entering, Shen Jin was left in awe. The roughly 200 square meter studio was adorned with an array of paintings, both large and small, depicting various landscapes on the walls and shelves. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The landscapes of mountains, rivers, oceans, and even the frigid realms seemed to have been encapsulated within this modest studio. Shen Yuzhu's paintings possess a remarkable vitality, and even as Shen Jin stands here, it feels as though she has traversed every place that Shen Yuzhu has visited. Did you create all of these? Shen Jin inquires, her expression one of astonishment as she gazes at him. Shen Yuzhu nods, his eyes sparkling with a silent plea for praise. Shen Jin gives him a thumbs up, exclaiming, These are truly wonderful. Extend your hand. Shen Yuzhu blinks, obediently offering one hand. Upon inspection, Shen Jin discovers that this fellow possesses a singular wood spiritual root, and even a cursory examination reveals the purity of his wood affinity. Excellent. Yet another prodigy. Shen Jin gasps in awe. Together with Shen Mai, she has identified two singular spiritual root geniuses in the Shen family. In her previous life, where cultivators were ubiquitous, it was a rarity for a prominent family to yield even two singular root talents. What's wrong, little aunt? Am I unwell? Shen Yuzhu's expression shifts rapidly as he grows anxious, mistaking her probing gestures for concern. Not at all. Shen Jin takes a sip of milk to steady herself. Little Yuzhu, would you like to train alongside your brother? The thought of little Wu, panting under pursuit by a formidable tiger, prompts Shen Yuzhu to shake his head vigorously in refusal.
No, no.
I cannot run fast. Shen Mai interjects, little aunt, does my third brother also possess a spiritual root? Shen Jin affirms, he has a singular wood root. Wood elementals thrive in nature, and the purity of the root enhances its clarity. That is why little Yuzhu enjoys roaming the mountains. Now I understand. There is indeed a principle behind it. Furthermore, given the vitality of little Yuzhu's paintings, he must possess a natural talent for talismanic artistry. I am aware of talismans, but what about painting? Is there a method to cultivate painting? The two engage in lively conversation, while Shen Yuzhu wishes to contribute but finds himself at a loss for words. Indeed, there are myriad cultivation methods. As you say, excellence can be found in every trade. This principle applies in the realm of cultivation as well. However, the predominant methods are limited to a few. The others are pursued by individuals driven by personal interests, be it through commerce, culinary arts, or others. Cultivating through painting allows one to depict the universe and its remarkable individuals. Ultimately, one might even create a miniature world. Recalling a tale from her past life, She mentions a discovery of a painting within a secret realm, which depicted an entire small world, replete with rare treasures that could be both extracted and nurtured within it. Such revelations astonished many. Shen Yuzhu, while not grasping all of it, comprehends one thing. Little ant, are you suggesting that your cultivation can help me create even better paintings? He is indifferent to the rest, but deeply cares about his art.
Shen Jin replies.
I am uncertain about cultivating through painting, but you could certainly give it a try. Shen Yuzhu nods eagerly. Yes, I want to try. In truth, Shen Yuzhu finds himself at a creative impasse. He has painted every landscape he has encountered, and to continue would only lead to repetition. He yearns for each painting to be unique, imbued with distinct emotional hues, even if capturing the same scenery. Recently, he has traversed numerous places, but finds dissatisfaction in his works. Now, with his little ant presenting a new perspective, he feels invigorated. Although this notion may seem somewhat unscientific. ISNT, they're saying that the end of science is metaphysics? He is eager to explore this avenue. For Shen Jin, teaching one or two is the same. Particularly when both are singular root prodigies, it would be a lamentable waste of such talent. You need not train as your brother does. When you return, I will provide you with a book. Begin by practicing calligraphy and drawing talismans. Shenmai protests. Why must I toil while my brother does not? Shen Jin rolls her eyes, because little Yuzhu's constitution is exceptionally pure. He is a wood spiritual root, naturally inclined toward nature. And every time he revels in the wilderness, the wood elemental energy cleanses his body. He may very well awaken his spiritual essence before you do. Shenmai, feeling discontented, casts a resentful glance at his brother. Determined to exert himself more diligently upon their return, he vows to surpass his third brother in cultivating his spiritual essence, lest he lose face. Shen Yuzhu, buoyed by his little ant's encouragement, declares, Little ant, I have an art exhibition in half a month. Would you care to attend? Every artist dreams of hosting their own exhibition, even someone as introverted as Shen Yuzhu. While he finds joy in his creations, it feels incomplete to keep them to himself. He longs to share his art with the world, not for fame or fortune, nor for accolades, merely for the sheer joy of sharing. Perhaps it is a form of boasting, albeit of a refined nature. Shen Yuzhu is not in need of money. He sells his paintings sparingly, only parting with them when individuals genuinely admire his work. Most he retains, gifting them freely to family and friends, cherishing their appreciation without a trace of regret. Little ant, please select a few pieces from here. I shall gift you any that you fancy. Shen Jin, unreserved, chooses two paintings that please her eye. After admiring the art, they share a meal before heading into the mountains, each equipped with baskets and small spades. As they walk, Shenmai grumbles. I must be insane to join you in foraging for bamboo shoots when they can be bought so easily. Shen Yuzhu shakes his head. You truly lack an understanding of life. The thrill of discovering treasures in the mountains is immensely gratifying and relieving. Shenmai remains unconvinced. However, once they begin digging, he experiences an awakening. There's one. Where? Let me at it. Shenmai rushes over with his spade. Chapter 64. It is alive. Although it is not yet the season for winter bamboo shoots, this bamboo grove, blessed with abundant spiritual energy, has begun yielding shoots as early as late September, albeit in limited quantities. Nevertheless, the grove is vast, and Shen Jin and Shen Yuzhu are adept at locating them. The joy of personally unearthing winter bamboo shoots is truly delightful. While Shen Yuzhu may lack culinary skills, he excels at foraging for wild vegetables, whereas Shen Jin relies on her innate sensitivity. Being a singular wood root herself, and an exceptional one at that, sensing the location of the bamboo shoots is remarkably effortless. Among the trio, only Shenmai emerges empty-handed. Shen Yuzhu and Shen Jin have gathered several, while he, covered in dirt, has found none. Eventually, Shen Jin, unable to bear the sight of her elder relative's plight, unearths two for him, igniting his newfound passion for the activity. In the bamboo grove, not only can one excavate winter bamboo shoots, but one can also gather mushrooms. There is an abundance of them. Some are wild, while others are spores purchased by Shen Yuzhu and scattered throughout the forest. Once sown, he paid them no further mind, leaving their survival to fate. The moist earth, littered with decaying bamboo leaves, is quite conducive to the growth of various mushroom species. The three of them gradually became engrossed in the activities of digging for bamboo shoots and foraging for mushrooms. Shenmai, in particular, was utterly captivated. Having never foraged for mushrooms before, he excitedly snapped numerous photos to share with his close friends, subsequently posting them on social media. Shenmai, Look at the mushrooms I've gathered and the bamboo shoots I've dug up. Haha. He was entirely unconcerned about the dirt smudging his face and clothes. Had his basket not been full, he would have continued his foraging spree. Why are you collecting every type of mushroom? Some of these are poisonous, Shen Yuzhu remarked. His own attire and hair somewhat disheveled, yet his demeanor still exuded an air of refinement, resembling a young master despite the dirt. Shenmai appeared more like the unruly son of a bandit. Shen Jin, having gathered a basket brimming with her finds, set it down. Don't just criticize me. Look at the types of mushrooms I've collected. Indeed, Shen Jin had not only gathered some poisonous mushrooms but quite a few of them. Rolling her eyes, she retorted. I've consumed far more toxic substances than this. A little poison is no issue for me. She puffed out her chest proudly. Shen Yuzhu quipped. They say he's not quite right in the head, but it's really you who has issues, little lady. Shenmai asked, so, should we eat them or not? Shen Jin declared, these mushrooms are the most delicious. Of course, we should eat them. She then pulled out a bottle of detoxification pills, exuding confidence. Eat without fear. Your little aunt has detox pills. Such boldness was commendable, and she was indeed one to speak her mind, with two willing to trust and consume. It must be said that the vividly colored poisonous mushrooms tasted more delectable than their benign counterparts, and once cooked, they would reveal visions of little figures dancing about. Shen Jin, without any adverse effects, handed detox pills to the two. Before long, they felt fine. Shen Yuzhu, filled with excitement, exclaimed, these detox pills are truly effective. Little lady, could you sell me some? When I'm out in the mountains, I often encounter unfamiliar wild fruits and herbs that look appetizing. But old Wu forbids me from eating them. This fellow was quite the character. Were it not for the bodyguards assigned to ensure his safety, one could only wonder when he might meet his demise in the wild. Shen Jin generously gifted him a bottle, saying, come back for more when you've run out. After a moment of thought, she awakened Shaoli. Shenmai and Shen Yuzhu watched as the bracelet on her wrist transformed into a small snake. The two widened their eyes, displaying expressions of astonishment at this marvel. It's alive. Shen Yuzhu observed closely. What a beautiful little snake. He had never seen such a stunning creature. Shen Jin exchanged 2 spirit-feeding pills for a small, vibrant green scale from Shaoli and handed it to Shen Yuzhu. Don't let its size fool you. It's quite venomous. Take the scale, string it onto something, and you'll find that any venomous creature will keep its distance from you. Shen Yuzhu accepted the scale, intrigued. Is it truly that miraculous? Perhaps I shall test it tonight. Shenmai protested. You're being unfair, little aunt. How much have you given third brother, since he just arrived? Shen Jin replied. Is the little rascal looking for fight? As the elder, she chose not to bicker with the younger generation. To placate the impish youth, she also bestowed a bottle of detox pills upon him. You can have the protective talisman first. That seems fair. Shen Yuzhu rested his chin on his hands, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Little Five might not even realize how childish he appeared before their little aunt. Yet this innocence was something none of their older brothers and father possessed. Shen Jin, a mere 3-year-old, exuded the tolerance of an elder towards them, though she could occasionally be a bit fierce and mischievous. They spent 2 days at the mountain villa, venturing into the woods each day in search of food. Besides bamboo shoots and mushrooms, Shen Yuzhu's bodyguards had also released bamboo rats, rabbits, and wild chickens to roam freely in the bamboo forest. Upon sighting them, Shenmai dashed forward, resembling an unrestrained husky. He paid no mind to the dirt he collected on himself. When they reached the river, he leapt in to catch fish, demonstrating impressive agility and managing to catch quite a few. At mealtime, he consumed more than usual. What a shame. I never knew third brother had such an abundance of fun things here. Shen Yuzhu scoffed. You never came when I invited you. You were either racing cars, bungee jumping, or frequenting bars and clubs. Shenmai was indeed rebellious, having indulged in smoking, drinking, fighting, racing, and extreme sports, engaging in all the mischief typical of delinquent youths. However, he maintained certain boundaries. Even in his rebellion, he understood the dangers of crossing legal lines. Well, I didn't know back then, Shenmai grumbled. Besides, no one at home would join me in those activities. Left without companionship at home, he had no choice but to engage in such antics with his wayward peers. A silence fell over the group, and after a few moments, Shen Yuzhu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. When you have a break, third brother will take you to the mountains. We can have a picnic, and the wild vegetables and mushrooms are quite delicious. Unbeknownst to them, the distance between the brothers had lessened, and their interactions had grown more harmonious. Shen Jin walked between the two, her short legs gradually lagging behind. Shen Mai glanced down, asking, "Where's little aunt?" "Right here," she replied, waving her lollipop from behind. Shen Mai stepped forward, scooping her up and placing her on his shoulders. "Little aunt, if you can't keep up, just say something. My legs are long, and I'll carry you along." Chapter 65. Little Aunt has never lost a fight. After 2 delightful days in the mountains, Shen Mai was set to return to school, filled with reluctance at their parting. "Little Aunt, remember to miss me." Observing this, Shen Xiaoran couldn't help but roll his eyes. He truly thought of himself as a child. After sending off the clingy little nephew to school, Shen Jin and Shen Yuzhu headed to the estate that Shen Quan had prepared for her. Shen Quan had mentioned that everything was ready for them to explore at any time. Without hesitation, Shen Jin shouldered a small bundle and took her 3 nephews along. The estate, being quite expansive and featuring 3 modestly sized hills, was a considerable distance from the city center. The former proprietor of this estate faced bankruptcy and was compelled to sell it off. Everything else was satisfactory, except for the fact that this individual served as the gatekeeper of the manor and was relatively well informed about its circumstances. Observing his hesitance to speak, Shen Jin became intrigued. It was the larger mountain on the left that sparked her curiosity. She wondered if any wild beasts resided there. As the chickens and ducks in the estate seemed to diminish in number each time they ventured up the hill, despite the employees having found nothing amiss upon investigation. We had speculated that perhaps weasels or similar creatures lurked in those hills. If you are superstitious, it would be wise to avoid that area, as not raising chickens or ducks would incur no significant loss. Shen Jin cast a distant glance at the mountain. Shen Yuzhu, with a smile, acknowledged her remark, then took the keys to the estate, and the 2 boarded a small tour vehicle to explore their surroundings. Most of the sellable items within the estate had already been disposed of, including several fruit tree saplings. "Little Yuzhu, can you guess who owned this estate before?" Shen Jin, having just received this information from a small bird in the manor, eagerly began to share it. "I can't guess. Just tell me directly, little aunt," Shen Yuzhu replied. It was indeed a tall order to ask him to guess the identity of a person rather than a painting. All right, it belonged to the Zhao family. They were in urgent need of money and sold it at a low price, which was then purchased by my big nephew. Quite the coincidence, as Shen Quan was just contemplating gifting the estate to Shen Jin, preparing to liquidate his own holdings, when he fortuitously learned of the Zhao family's intention to sell this estate at a bargain. He had inspected the property, finding the size appropriate and the price significantly reduced. Thus he bought it. Is that the Zhao family, that cursed father and elder brother? Yes, they have gone bankrupt now. The remaining members of the Zhao clan are scrambling to liquidate whatever they can salvage. Zhao Cheng and his son were apprehended, while his wife rushed to divorce him and divide their assets, leaving the other branches of the Zhao family eager to seize this opportunity. Each relative of the Zhao family was vying to claim their share of the once mighty estate. Aside from the items destined for auction to settle debts, they were taking whatever they could get their hands on. The Zhao family's distant relatives had arrived in droves, leading to numerous legal disputes that are still ongoing. They deserve it. Shen Yuzhu thought of how his elder brother was now confined to a wheelchair and regretted that he had returned too late to join Shen Mai in confronting Zhao Cheng. Their conversation concerning Zhao Cheng was soon cast aside. "Let us go explore that mountain," Shen Jin suggested, indicating the very mountain the gatekeeper mentioned, where chickens, ducks, and geese had frequently gone missing. They parked the vehicle at the mountain's base and ascended on foot, one large and one small. The overgrown weeds on the mountain had been meticulously maintained, making the trek manageable. The terrain was covered in pine trees, with layers of fallen pine needles creating a slippery path. While Shen Jin maintained her balance, Shen Yuzhu stumbled twice, even requiring Shen Jin's assistance to navigate some steeper inclines. "Cough. I feel a bit embarrassed," he admitted. "Oh, this mountain is rather intriguing," Shen Jin remarked, stroking her chin with a smile. However, that smile sent a shiver down Shen Yuzhu's spine, making him feel as though his little aunt was up to something. "You wait here. It gets steep over there. And you cannot follow me. I'll go on my own." Shen Yuzhu cautioned, "Little aunt, be careful. That area is no longer within the estate's boundaries. Venturing further could lead into the depths of another mountain, and it feels like there might be wild beasts there, like wild boars. In this day and age, wild boars are protected animals and cannot be harmed." After Shen Jin departed, Shen Yuzhu leaned against a tree to rest and drink water, entirely unbothered by the dirt beneath him, relishing the moment. With his refined demeanor, even in such a casual posture, he exuded an air of aristocratic grace. Initially intending to close his eyes for a brief respite, he suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness, only to see a figure before him. no taller than a 4 or 5-year-old child, clad in clothing and a hat. The figure's voice was high-pitched as it inquired, "Young man, do I look like a person?" Shen Yuzhu, in a daze, managed to utter a single word, his own recollection of what he said slipping away. Meanwhile, Shun Jin skillfully descended the steep cliff, her small frame as agile as a monkey. Climbing trees and swinging from vines, there was nothing she could not do. She even playfully snatched a banana from a monkey, only to find herself being pursued by a cacophony of monkeys for quite some distance, all while munching on the banana.
Stop chasing.
"Here, take some elixirs," she called out. "Is it really necessary to chase me for just one banana?" After tossing out the elixirs, Shen Jin quickly made her escape. Shaoli watched in disbelief, bemused by Shen Jin's antics. At times she behaved like a child, yet at others, she displayed a maturity that belied her age. Leaping down from the tree, Shen Jin dusted off her hands and arrived at a secluded water pool. To her surprise, there was even a small waterfall, surrounded by tea trees and splendid 100-year-old peach trees, promising untold treasures within. Pointing behind the waterfall, she sensed a flow of spiritual energy emanating from within, something ordinary individuals could not perceive. Hiss! Shaoli, intrigued, realized that this inconspicuous mountain held unexpected resources. Shun Jin climbed the cliff with remarkable agility, her little arms and legs deftly navigating the terrain. Anyone witnessing her would surely remark on her uncanny resemblance to a monkey. With her clothes and hair drenched, Shun Jin stood at the cave's entrance behind the waterfall, forming a hand seal to dry herself. Just as she was about to take a step forward, pairs of green eyes suddenly appeared within the cave, startling her. Remaining calm, she retracted her foot and switched on her phone's flashlight. "Wow, so many weasels!" she exclaimed, just as the weasels lunged at her. With a swift motion, she swatted one aside and prepared for a fight. Shen Jin had never lost a battle. She was not just a wood spirit root. She was also an innate sword body, unmatched by any of her contemporaries in her previous life. Chapter 66. The weasels become enlightened. Half an hour later, a heap of weasels lay sprawled within the cave, twitching their legs and mouths, clearly having taken a beating. Shun Jin clapped her hands, her disheveled hair and slightly bruised face expressing her satisfaction. "You little critters dared to challenge me? Had this cave offered more room, I wouldn't have let you touch my face." After reveling in her victory, she grinned and retrieved a recovery elixir, determined to preserve her lovely visage. After smoothing her tousled hair, Shun Jin stepped forward once more. However, just after taking 2 steps, an irate, piercing voice erupted from behind.
A foul.
Acrid yellow smoke wafted towards her, and Shen Jin, caught unawares, nearly succumbed to its noxiousness. She hastily covered her nose. How appalling! Seizing the opportunity, a claw with sharp, menacing nails lunged at her face. Enraged, Shen Jin grasped her small wooden sword and retaliated. "One must not strike a face. After all, I am still but a child." How cruel to aim directly at her visage! In a fit of fury, Shen Jin unleashed a frenzied barrage of strikes, nearly reverting the newly transformed yellow weasel back to its original form, accompanied by the echoes of a wretched scream and bouts of retching emanating from the cavern. She finally relented. As the yellow smoke dissipated, a woman clad in yellow lay bruised and battered on the ground, while nearby, a gentle-looking young man leaned against the cave wall, retching violently. He looked somewhat familiar. Shen Jin blinked and exclaimed, "Xiao Yuzhu, what brings you here?" Shen Yuzhu, utterly exhausted, spoke with a tone laced with grievance. I do not know. I was resting peacefully when a childlike creature asked me if it resembled a human. In his dazed state, Shen Yuzhu blurted out that it did resemble his little aunt. Following that, he had no recollection of what transpired. He simply found himself here, reunited with his previously departed little aunt. He, too, was eager to inquire about the events that had unfolded. Shun Jin patted his back and handed him a pill, which alleviated his discomfort. Together, they turned their gaze towards the battered woman on the ground. However, before they could approach too closely, the yellow weasels that Shen Jin had previously knocked down limped over, surrounding the woman in a protective stance, their eyes warily fixed upon the two. Shen Yuzhu's eyes widened. So many yellow weasels. Moreover, it appeared that these weasels were intent on safeguarding the woman. Shen Jin explained, "You must have encountered a yellow weasel who sought recognition. That woman on the ground is indeed one of them, perhaps even their matriarch." She then animatedly recounted the folklore surrounding the 5 great spirits of the mountains. Who? The fox, Huang, the yellow weasel, by the hedgehog, Lu, the snake, and Hui, the mouse. These 5 creatures, having cultivated their essence over time, were revered as household guardians in ancient northern regions. Given the current scarcity of spiritual energy, it was astonishing that a yellow weasel had managed to attain such enlightenment. Shen speculated that the weasel's fortune was likely linked to the treasures within the cave. Though the yellow weasel had become enlightened, its mischief was limited to troubling chickens and ducks, and it had never harmed a human, which is why she had refrained from delivering a fatal blow. The earlier yellow weasels had merely been subjected to a beating. Shen remarked, "I've gained some knowledge." The woman on the ground finally regained consciousness. Upon realizing Shen Jin's presence, she immediately positioned herself on all fours, baring her teeth, her face sprouting grayish fur, which was rather alarming. Shen hurriedly hid behind his little ant. It was understandable. When it came to confrontations, one must rely on his little ant's prowess.
Indeed.
Shen Jin swung her small wooden sword, striking the weasel on the head, momentarily pacifying the once enraged creature, though its eyes remained vigilant upon her. "I merely came to investigate the treasures within this cave. I harbor no intention of harming your kin." Upon seeing her kin unharmed, Huang Yao's demeanor softened. However, she resolutely declared, "Yet, you cannot claim the treasures of this cave. My family has guarded them for so long. They cannot be relinquished to you." This human girl was formidable, and Huang Yao was certain she could not overpower her. Yet, she would not easily surrender the treasures she had long protected. The treasures within were likely lotus-related, nearing maturity, and their greatest value lay in their seeds, which could not possibly be limited to a single one. She produced a vial of spirit-feeding elixir, opening it, causing the eyes of both the yellow weasels and Huang Yao to gleam with greedy anticipation. "I can refine elixirs. Consuming the seeds, as they are, would be a waste. I can concoct pills for you, and we shall split the seeds evenly." Shen Jin understood that in this world, it was far more challenging for animals to cultivate than for humans. Despite Huang Yao having achieved enlightenment, the perils of her journey were known only to herself. A weasel requires a century to cultivate. Its fur gradually turns gray, black after a millennium, and white after 10,000 years. This particular weasel had surely lived for at least a century. Upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, a weasel must seek recognition from a fated individual, asking if it resembles a human. If the answer is affirmative, its cultivation flourishes. If negative, it suffers a setback and must begin anew. Such matters are entirely reliant on fortune. Given the arduous nature of animal cultivation, Shen Jin had no intention of resorting to extreme measures for the sake of the treasures. They should discuss the matter first. If negotiations failed, she would then contemplate the necessity of violence to seize the treasures. Shen Jin contemplated coldly. "Is this truly your creation?" Elixirs of such caliber are now virtually unheard of among practitioners. The art of alchemy had largely faded due to the loss of recipes, the arduousness of cultivation, and the necessity of spiritual roots, talent, spiritual energy, and specific elemental fire. Each element was indispensable. Huang Yao could not fathom that such a precious elixir could be produced by a mere child. Moreover, she claimed to possess the ability to concoct elixirs. Of course,
He could attest to that.
Shen Jin pointed to Shen Yuzhu, her expression unwavering. In truth, Shen Yuzhu had never witnessed her alchemy. However, this was inconsequential. Huang Yao glanced at Shen Yuzhu, feeling a sense of gratitude toward her benefactor. She had intended to present him with some gifts, only to find that he was in league with the human who had invaded her home. Shen Yuzhu's ears flushed slightly, feeling somewhat guilty under Huang Yao's gaze as he nodded. At that moment, he knew he must not falter in his support of his little ant. After a few seconds of hesitation, Huang Yao ultimately succumbed to the allure of the elixir, gritting her teeth in agreement. "I can consent, but I must accompany you until you provide me with the elixir." Shen Jin readily agreed. Thus, they ventured deeper into the cave. Inside, they discovered a small pool of water, upon which bloomed a luminous white lotus. Chapter 67. The green jade lotus. Shen Yuzhu had traversed many places and encountered numerous lotus flowers, yet he had never seen one that radiated light.
Indeed.
This lotus was glowing, casting a beautiful, warm white light. Huang Yao remarked, "This lotus originally had 9 layers of petals. Now only the final layer remains. Such a precious item, its petals are exquisite. Were it not for its secretive growth location, it would have been devoured long ago." The fallen petals were all fed to the yellow weasels in this cave. The 3 of them, along with a throng of yellow weasels, surrounded the radiant lotus. It appeared the flower was on the brink of maturity. After some contemplation, Shen formed a hand gesture. A delightful little white cloud appeared above the lotus flower, and soon a gentle rain began to fall. This rain was infused with spiritual energy. Within just a few minutes, 3 petals of the lotus had fallen, leaving only 6 remaining. Shen Yuju's mouth gaped open, utterly astonished. Huang Yao respectfully picked up the 3 fallen petals and handed them to Shen. Master, to think that one can transform spiritual energy into rain, this is far more impressive than any cultivator I have ever seen or heard of. Shen accepted the petals without hesitation. I shall take these petals. Once the elixir is refined, I will share one with you. Thank you. Huang Yao nodded enthusiastically in response. Seated cross-legged, Shen began to introduce the lotus to Shen Yuju. This is the Qingyu lotus, a 3rd-tier spiritual plant, capable of repairing damaged meridians, perfect for your brother's condition. Although there were many herbs that could benefit Shen Xiron's legs, encountering them in this world was purely a matter of luck. Little did she expect to find the Qingyu lotus today. Despite Huang Yao's vigilant guardianship over this lotus, she was unaware of its name or properties, but at this moment, she perked up her ears to listen intently. The Qingyu lotus blooms once every 10 years and produces seeds every 50 years. Shen took out her water bottle and filled it with a bottle of water. Here, drink this. Shen Yuju held the bottle, puzzled. Is this how we drink it? Shen, her voice youthful yet brimming with confidence, reassured him. Fear not. This water is pure. The Qingyu lotus possesses purifying properties, making it far more delectable than the water we have at home. Obediently, Shen Yuju took a sip, finding it refreshingly sweet, and soon became addicted. One more bottle. Huang Yao chimed in. This water is truly delightful. I don't let my descendants drink it directly. I go through the trouble of extracting it with leaves first. She treated this water and lotus with great care. It is indeed delicious. You should try it.
My dear aunt.
This Qingyu lotus, I observed earlier, should be around 200 years old. The previous blooms and seeds must have fallen into the water and merged with it, hence this water is a superior healing elixir. Shen took a large sip from her bottle. The Qingyu lotus would need about another day to fully mature. Shen instructed Shen Yuju to call home, informing them that the 2 of them would not be returning today. Shen Yuju frequently roamed outside, and Shen Quan and Shen Xiron were not overly concerned, merely reminding him to take good care of Shen. They could not linger there indefinitely. After Shen set up a formation in the cave to prevent any unforeseen events, she took Shen Yuju to search for herbs in the mountains. The presence of a 3rd-tier spiritual plant seemed to have attracted numerous plants imbued with spiritual energy in the area. Although they were all of lower quality, they were still significantly superior to ordinary flora. She collected them all without hesitation, intending to either plant them in the estate or in the Shen family garden. Such spiritually infused plants would be ideal for arranging a spirit-gathering formation, ensuring that the plants in the estate would thrive better than those elsewhere. Shen pointed at several plants that resembled weeds. Little Yuju, go dig those up. I will handle this side. Although Shen Yuju obediently began to dig, he questioned, Aunt, these are just ordinary foxtails. Why are we digging these up? Shen replied, You cannot see it, but those plants possess spiritual energy. Planting spiritually infused flora together will increase the energy over time. Shen Yuju widened his eyes, unable to discern any spiritual energy. Perhaps it was best to let it go. After all, he was merely an ordinary person. However, he did notice that these foxtails were indeed more robust than the others. The fluffy foxtail heads appeared heavy, almost akin to wheat. Shen harvested quite a few, leaving some behind to ensure they were not completely eradicated. Then she took her 3 nephews back to the estate to plant them, right in the garden adjacent to the villa. The garden was currently barren, stripped of any flowers. Shen was undeterred and began to plan. By the time she finished, it was already afternoon, and they felt hungry. Both were covered in dirt, exchanging glances. You're old enough now. You're not expecting me to cook, are you? Shen Yuju felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his head. I can't cook either. They stared at each other for a moment, then both hung their heads, clutching their stomachs, and plopped down onto the ground. Shen Yuju picked up his phone and began dialing. Aunt, wait a moment, I'll call for help. We can't starve here. Shen responded with an "oh," pulling strawberries from her small bag and offering them to him. Here, have these, I brought them with me. The 2 of them, not particularly fussy, sat on the stone steps of the villa and started munching on the strawberries. After about 10 minutes, a sudden rumbling noise echoed from above, growing increasingly closer. Shen Jin looked up, astonished to see a helicopter. Shen Yuzhu clapped his hands and stood up, exclaiming, "Aunt, our dinner has arrived." Shen Jin remarked, "It seems I have underestimated the extravagance of the delivery service." After receiving their meal, the helicopter swiftly departed. Shen Yuzhu shyly smiled. "This helicopter was a gift from my father when I turned 18. Shen Jin replied eagerly, "Once I have money, I will buy one too." The two enjoyed a sumptuous dinner delivered by helicopter, thoroughly satisfying their appetites before meandering back into the mountains. The lotus seeds were crucial for treating her brother's legs, and they could not afford to be careless. Shen Yuzhu, undeterred by fatigue, carried 2 sleeping bags as they set off, with Shen Jin in tow. Their pace was considerably slower. Just before nightfall, they finally reached their destination. "Little aunt, is that a snake?" Shen Yuzhu, who had been in high spirits, turned pale upon seeing the scene by the small waterfall. Shen Jin's expression grew grave. "I believe so."
Why?
"Why has that group of weasels been guarding this place for so long without incident, and now that we arrive, there's a massive snake?" Shen Jin began to doubt if she possessed some sort of unfortunate aura. "Stay hidden here, I will assist." She unsheathed her small wooden sword and scurried towards the waterfall. By the waterfall, Huang Yao was locked in a fierce struggle with a thick, brown snake, clearly at a disadvantage. "Be careful, little Taoist. This snake is venomous." Judging by Huang Yao's complexion, she was likely poisoned. Shen Jin nodded to indicate her understanding and picked up a stone from the ground, hurling it towards the snake. The colossal serpent regarded the diminutive human child with indifference, its thoughts solely occupied with devouring Huang Yao and seizing the treasures hidden within the cave. It opened its maw wide, lunging toward Huang Yao, when a stone fortuitously struck its head. The serpent, which had scorned the stone, found its head knocked askew against the rocky wall. With a resounding clang, the serpent let out a pained hiss, its elongated body twisting grotesquely. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Yao deftly leaped aside, thinking to herself, "Do you dare to look down upon this little Taoist?" Clearly, it had suffered a setback. Blood now oozed from the serpent's head as it writhed in agony, baring its fangs viciously at Shen Jin. Shen Yuzhu watched, her heart nearly leaping from her chest. Shen Jin, with her short legs, found it impossible to kick at such a massive serpent. She feared that her little limbs might inadvertently end up in its gaping maw. Instead, she propelled herself upward, landing atop the serpent's head, her small peachwood sword elongating to pierce through its mouth. With a crack, although the serpent's upper jaw was impaled,
Her sword shattered.
Swiftly, she scrambled down its body, taking advantage of the serpent's suffering. Yet as soon as she landed, the serpent's immense form came crashing down upon her. Shen Jin rolled away just in time. With a hiss, 2 jets of venom shot toward her, prompting Shen Jin to cry out as she dashed behind a tree. In the next instant, the tree was corroded and splintered by the toxic spray. "How dreadful! Little Yushu, run further away," she yelled while fleeing, anxious that the unfortunate child might be harmed by the venom. To her surprise, the serpent was an adept venom spitter. Shen Yuzhu, clutching her own form tightly, obediently retreated even further. "Little miss, do take care of yourself." The enraged serpent, filled with fury towards Shen Jin, relentlessly pursued her, spewing venom as it charged forward, eager to crush her beneath its weight. Yet, despite her short stature, Shen Jin was surprisingly fleet-footed. After leading the serpent in circles, it became ensnared between 2 towering trees. The gap was just wide enough for Shen Jin to pass through, but the serpent was trapped. However, she needed to resolve this swiftly, lest it uproot the trees. The serpent possessed formidable strength. Shen Jin dashed back, retrieving a small wooden sword from behind her. With a swift cut, she made a small incision on her finger, allowing her blood to coat the sword. The seemingly ordinary wooden sword suddenly glowed with a crimson light. With both hands aloft, she aimed for the serpent's vital spot and thrust downward. With a pained hiss, the serpent thrashed violently, its head finally breaking free. However, before it could exact revenge on Shen Jin, she grasped its tail and heaved with all her might, sending the serpent soaring through the air. It was followed by a whirlwind-like spin, and moments later, the serpent's body was hurled against the rocky wall. Shen Jin, exhausted, collapsed to the ground, feeling faint and surrounded by swirling little figures. Shen Yuzhu and Huang Yao rushed over, concern etched on their faces. "Little miss, are you alright? Did you sustain any injuries?" Shen Jin waved her hand weakly. "I'm fine." Yet, as she attempted to stand, her legs wobbled uncontrollably, and she stumbled, bumping her forehead against a tree.
So dizzy.
Shen Yuzhu gasped and quickly scooped her up. "Little miss, you must be all right." She cried out dramatically, as if Shen Jin were on the brink of death. "I'm merely dizzy," Shen Jin weakly replied. After all, spinning while holding the serpent had certainly taken its toll. If only she had her previous life as cultivation, she would have easily dispatched the serpent. After a while, Shen Jin managed to steady herself, but Huang Yao suddenly collapsed. Shen Yuzhu exclaimed, "Why is everyone getting dizzy?" Shen Jin produced an antidote pill and placed it in Huang Yao's hand. "You've been poisoned, take this." With a rustle, little Li emerged from the grass, clutching a small, round, red bead the size of a soybean, and climbed to Shen Jin's side, promptly dropping the bead into her palm. "A beast core," Shen Jin exclaimed, marveling at its significance. No wonder the serpent had been so formidable. It was her first encounter with such a challenging creature since arriving in this world. The serpent bore no resemblance to a demon cultivator. It was akin to a spirit beast from the realm of cultivation. Spirit beasts do not cultivate into human form, but rather possess these beast cores within them. "I've never encountered a spirit beast before," Shen Yuzhu remarked, her lips twitching. "Little miss, you're only 3.
4.
"I'll be 4 soon," Shen Jin insisted. Huang Yao, regaining her composure, expressed her gratitude once more and recounted the serpent's origins. "I often venture into perilous areas to cultivate. I encountered this serpent while exploring a tomb, and after a fierce battle, I was injured and fled. I thought it wouldn't leave the tomb, but it unexpectedly pursued me here." Huang Yao looked regretful, realizing her carelessness. Fortunately, she doesn't possess that unfortunate constitution, Shen Jin reassured. "I dealt with the serpent. It belongs to me now." Huang Yao nodded vigorously. "If it weren't for you, we would surely have perished at its hands. Thus, the serpent rightfully belongs to you." Not only that, but Huang Yao also returned with her carefully stored medicinal herbs and fruits. What a magnificent ginseng! Shen Yuzhu's eyes widened in astonishment. Though the ginseng itself was not particularly large, its roots were numerous and lengthy. Shen Jin inspected it and declared, "Over 500 years old, and still wild, such a rarity." "Thank you for saving my life," Huang Yao said as she handed over the items. Shen Jin urged Shen Yuzhu to accept them, intrigued by the fruits. They were fire fruits, known for their singular purpose, to aid cultivators with fire affinity in their training. Perfect as a gift for her little nephew. Once Shen Jin had regained her energy, she confidently seized the serpent's tail, dragging its lifeless form toward the waterfall. After all the commotion, it was already 4 in the morning. They placed the serpent's carcass by the water's edge and retreated into the cave behind the waterfall to rest. Shen Yuzhu crawled into her sleeping bag, yawning "Good night, little Mississippi." Despite the day's thrilling experiences, she still managed to drift off to sleep. Shen Jin echoed a good night before promptly succumbing to slumber. As dawn broke, Huang Yao's excited voice rang out, "There's only a petal left." Shen Jin emerged from her sleeping bag, yawning as she glanced toward the source of the commotion. As maturity approached, Shen Yuzhu, sporting dark circles under his eyes, finally rose from a brief slumber. His naturally pale skin accentuated the shadows beneath his eyes, rendering them strikingly visible, akin to a smoky eye makeup effect. Chapter 69. Deceiving the weasel to descend the mountain. A group of weasels and 3 individuals were gathered around a small pond, eagerly waiting with bated breath. At last, as the sun fully ascended, the final petal descended. A sweet fragrance wafted through the cave, the scent of lotus seeds. Shen Yuzhu felt a rush of excitement, his eyes, tinged with dark circles, glimmering with tears, ready to spill over. The wave of emotion overwhelmed him. This sudden outburst of tears caught Huang Yao completely off guard. "What on earth are you crying about?" Shen Yuzhu's delicate and refined face, now adorned with tears, exuded a contradictory yet endearing charm. Shen Jin plucked a lotus pod the size of a bowl, counting the neatly arranged 18 seeds within. She presented 9 of them to Huang Yao, asking, "Would you like this lotus pod?" Huang Yao waved her hand dismissively, gazing at the chubby, golden seeds in her palm, grinning like a simpleton. The young Taoist was curious about how many pills could be concocted from these seeds. She needed to tally them to ensure there were enough for the little weasels in the cave. At that moment, only 12 weasels remained around Huang Yao. Having initially numbered 18, 6 had perished in battle against a giant serpent. The survivors were injured, yet, thanks to Shen Jin's medicinal pills and the spring water from the small pond, even the gravely wounded weasels managed to cling to life. She estimated they could yield at least 54 seeds. Each alchemical furnace typically produced 9 pills, and in her past life, her prodigious talent in alchemy had set her apart. While other sword cultivators were impoverished, she became exceptionally wealthy due to her skills. Countless individuals within her sect envied her. In her previous life, she had always produced a full batch of pills, but achieving that during her current chi refinement stage seemed somewhat enigmatic. However, producing 6 pills per furnace was still feasible. The remaining residues could be crafted into medicinal pellets. Huang Yao, thrilled, promptly handed her the 9 lotus seeds. "Thank you, little master." With 54 seeds, all the little weasels in the cave would have enough to eat. With their shared camaraderie against the giant serpent and the antidote pills Shen Jin had provided, Huang Yao had developed a deep trust in her character. Shen Jin, not one to be overly sentimental, replied, "I'll refine them for you." She did not dig up the lotus roots at the pond's bottom. This place was splendid, not too far from her estate. Hidden away and ideal for the growth of the azure jade lotus. Perhaps, in a decade, it might blossom into a magnificent azure jade lotus. Shen Jin planned to set up a concealment formation here, minimizing the likelihood of discovery. Engaging warmly with Huang Yao and her weasels, Shen Jin suggested, "Now that you've transformed into a human, it's not suitable for you to remain in the mountains indefinitely. Shall I assist you in finding a good job?" She continued, "The estate at the foot of the mountain is now mine. Would you care to relocate there? You wouldn't need to do much, just guard the estate. Of course, occasionally transplanting some spiritually enriched plants from the deep mountains would be even better, or perhaps relocating some herbs, too. I also plan to raise chickens and fish. And I'll even pay you." Transforming into a persuasive speaker, Shen Jin, while sipping from a milk bottle, animatedly painted a bright future for the weasels. After all, she didn't frequently linger in this area. Ordinary people would overlook some spiritually rich plants in the mountains, but for Huang Yao, they posed no challenge. Transplanting more spiritually enriched flora to the estate was undoubtedly a wise decision, ensuring bountiful crops and deliciously large chickens, ducks, and fish. Lost in thought, she felt her mouth water. During her time with the old Taoist, she had raised chickens with spiritually enriched plants, and the flavor was exquisite. Just one taste remained etched in her memory, making her salivate at the thought of that one plump chicken that could lay eggs. If it weren't for the chicken's ability to lay eggs, it might have met an untimely end long ago. Unfortunately, at the old Taoists, she was unable to raise too many. Excess livestock attracted unwanted wildlife or humans. Now, she could finally realize her dream of raising chickens. Upon hearing Shen Jin's enticing descriptions, not only did Huang Yao feel tempted, but the weasels around her were also captivated, their eyes glinting with desire, nearly drooling. Shen Yuzhu also smacked his lips, pondering whether the food was truly that delectable. Ultimately, under the allure of the plump chicken, Huang Yao agreed to Shen Jin's proposal. Not only would she descend the mountain to help guard the estate, but she would also bring her little weasels along to raise chickens and ducks. Their only request was simple: as long as they were fed well, they were satisfied. As for wages, such a concept held no value for them. Moreover, Huang Yao, being a weasel, would be considered an illegal entity in the human world. Thus, the arrangement was made. After Huang Yao buried the deceased weasels nearby, Shen Jin pushed a massive serpent, accompanied by Shen Yuzhu, with Huang Yao and the 12 remaining weasels trailing behind in a grand procession, reminiscent of mountain bandits surveying their domain. The serpent, being a spiritual beast, had flesh imbued with spiritual energy, save for its head, which was toxic. Even after a prolonged demise, its blood still flowed. This blood was a valuable resource for concocting potent strength-enhancing pills. Its scales were sturdier than modern bulletproof vests, impervious to blade and flame. The only drawback was their weight. However, for Shen Jin, this posed no issue. With the application of spiritual fire and some manual labor, she could easily lighten them. The meat of the giant serpent was equally prized, as this spiritual beast was a veritable treasure trove. Even its bones could be fashioned into unique weapons. Yet, the sheer size of the serpent posed a challenge for transport, as they had no vehicle capable of accommodating it. Reluctantly, they enlisted external assistance. Shun Quan summoned a large truck, driven by the family's bodyguard. Even the seasoned bodyguard gasped in astonishment upon encountering the colossal serpent, as if he had stumbled into a serpent's lair. "What an enormous snake!" he exclaimed. The most astonishing aspect was that such a creature had been defeated. Who could possess such formidable strength? They did not consider Shen Jian's involvement. She was too diminutive. Nor did they think of Shen Yuzhu. Their third young master against the serpent would likely have been a mere distraction. Several bodyguards struggled to hoist the serpent, finding it exceedingly heavy. Ultimately, it was Shen Jian who, on the truck, grasped the serpent's body and dragged it in segments. The bodyguards, bewildered, thought to themselves, "Who am I? Where am I?" They seemed to be dreaming. How else could a 3-year-old child effortlessly haul such a massive serpent onto the truck? Shen Yuzhu yawned and ambled past them slowly. "Why are you all just standing there? Let us go." He longed to return to the comforting embrace of slumber, his eyelids heavy with fatigue. The bodyguards, moving in synchrony, boarded the vehicle, igniting the engine and pressing the accelerator to set off. Huang Yao and her kin, the small yellow weasels, remained behind, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the chicks. Chapter 70. Have we forgotten something? Is this the place? A group clad in distinctive black attire arrived at the valley, the very battleground where Shen Jian had engaged in combat with the great serpent. The detection devices indicated that the energy of the spirit beast here was at its most potent. "Captain, there are traces of a struggle over here, along with signs of the tomb-guarding serpent's corrosive venom," reported one team member. "Shao, no signs of the serpent were found to the east," another added. "Captain, the west also yields no trace of the tomb-guarding serpent. Shao, we have bloodstains and scales here." After a thorough examination, they concluded that a fierce battle had indeed transpired, a confrontation that had nearly led to the annihilation of a small team from the dragon unit. The tomb-guarding serpent had been slain. Its corpse had been removed, as evidenced by the dragging marks. However, those traces vanished at the edge of a precipice, where their energy sensors detected no fluctuations whatsoever. Shao wiped his face. The demise of that spirit beast is, at least, a piece of good news. Yet, a man beside him held a contrary view. "We brought so many weapons and mobilized such manpower to hunt the tomb-guarding serpent, a B-grade spirit beast rich with treasures. And it ends like this?" They had toiled for so long, yet returned empty-handed, feeling a sense of imbalance. "What else can be done? Should you go retrieve it?" Shao retorted sharply. The middle-aged man inhaled deeply. "The rest is secondary. Let's not forget our primary mission, to safeguard the safety of Xia country. The death of the tomb-guarding serpent is fortuitous. Had it grown stronger, we would have been unable to control it. Withdraw the team." It's unclear whom the tomb-guarding serpent faced. The traces suggest multiple combatants. Meanwhile, the serpent that had occupied the thoughts of these men was being skinned and dismembered in the Shen household. Shen Xiaoran, seated in his wheelchair, had initially been in high spirits to welcome his little grandaunt and third brother upon their return. However, as he emerged, he was met with the ghastly sight of the serpent's severed head being tossed from a truck. At that moment, he felt as if he were confronting his great-grandmother. "What has happened, dear nephew?" Shen Jian exclaimed, lifting the serpent's head with enthusiasm. Shen Xiaoran stiffened, maneuvering his wheelchair backward slowly. "What a colossal serpent! What on earth did it consume to grow this large? I have seen anacondas on television, and I thought those were terrifying enough, but this is even more fearsome. The calamity of giant serpents has become a reality. Tonight, we feast on serpent meat to nourish your body," Shen Jian declared cheerfully, oblivious to the fact that her grandnephew had grown even stiffer. The ensuing scene was one that even Shen Xiaoran, a young man accustomed to the cutthroat world of business, found hard to bear. His little grandaunt, once cradled in infantile innocence, was now remarkably fierce. Armed with a kitchen knife, she gleefully set about dismembering the great serpent. Though Shen Yuzhu had witnessed his little grandaunt's battle with the serpent, he could not bear to watch the gruesome scene unfold now. He retreated to his room, where inspiration struck him anew. Drawing from the jade lotus, which blooms anew as petals fall, he resolved to capture all his feelings from that moment on canvas. Shen Jian busily dissected the serpent, meticulously separating scales into one pile, blood into a large basin, and the gallbladder and entrails into another. She collected the teeth and stomach pouch, discarding the inedible organs for the cat, and finally dismantled the serpent's bones one by one. Despite the gory nature of the task, her dissection skills were commendable, and everything was neatly organized. The only drawback was the serpent's size, which made the process rather time-consuming. By the time Xin Quan returned from work and Xin Mai from school, a significant portion remained unfinished. They too were taken aback by the fearsome sight of the serpent's head. What strange creature had invaded their home? Xin Mai gaped in astonishment. "Little grandaunt, what on earth is this?" The terrifying head, appearing as if it would never close its eyes, was too daunting. Shun Quan's eyelids twitched. Could such a massive creature be a protected species? Shun Jin waved her bloodied hand at them in greeting. Nephew, cousin, you're back. Tonight we shall have dragon and phoenix soup. The butler had specially procured a large, plump chicken, the aroma wafting through the air. With so much serpent meat, she planned to store some in the refrigerator for later use and dry the rest into jerky snacks. Finally, the dismemberment of the serpent was complete, and Shun Jin clapped her hands before joining the others for dinner. At the table, all three inquired about the serpent. What species is it? I'll check if it's a protected animal, Shun Quan suggested. A serpent of such size, even if it is a protected species, poses a significant danger. If it can be killed, it should be, Shun Shiran replied. While that may be true, we must ascertain the facts. Ultimately, they found no information on the species of the serpent based on its head. Excellent. If there's no record, then it's not a protected species, Shanmai exclaimed, excitedly recounting the thrilling and perilous events on the mountain. Why wasn't he there? With a loud bang, he slammed his hand on the expensive old pearwood table, cracking a corner. A hush fell over the room. Shinmai stared at his hand. Have I become so strong? Then, excitement bubbled within him. Would he soon transform into a super strongman? However, his mirth was short-lived. Shin Quan looked at his nearly ruined antique table and felt tears welling up. Shinmai. He had completely forgotten the demeanor expected of a domineering figure, swiftly bending to remove his shoes and accurately tossing them at Shinmai, who had retreated to the door. Nonsense. I've never missed a shot in golf. Shinmai cried out, didn't he do it on purpose? After a tumultuous commotion, Shinmai limped back inside, while Shun Quan resumed his role as the authoritative figure. Am I not your flesh and blood? Do you treat your own son with such severity? Shun Quan chuckled coldly. In the past, I ignored your rebelliousness. Now that I'm trying to discipline you, you complain. You are insufferable. The fragrant dragon and phoenix soup arrived, its aroma tantalizing. Yet, contemplating the contents within, the Shen family members, excluding Shun Mai, hesitated to pick up their chopsticks. Shin Jin, however, did not hesitate. She quickly grabbed a large piece of meat. The others watched her eat, as her cheeks puffed adorably. Delicious. You all should eat, she urged, enthusiastically encouraging her family to join her. Shun Quan and Shin Xiuran exchanged awkward glances, still recalling the serpent's head, and hesitated to partake. Shun Mai tentatively picked up a piece of large snake meat, closed his eyes, and took a bite. Oh my, how savory. When Shun Jin was about to take a second piece, she suddenly paused. Did we forget something? Shin Mai, engrossed in his meal, replied. What? No, nothing at all. Shin Quan and Shin Xiuran were still caught in their dilemma. Is it really that delicious? Should we give it a try? Meanwhile, Shen Yuzhu, lost in a state of bliss upstairs, wondered, why is there always such a fragrant aroma wafting up my nose? Chapter 71. Surely, little Aunt is thinking of her. This dinner left everyone with full, round bellies, and Shin Xiuran had even consumed 2 digestive tablets. After that first bite, he simply could not stop. Of course, except for Shin Yuzhu. When Shen Yuzhu emerged from his room, his stomach growling, the enticing aroma still lingered in the air. Haven't we had dinner yet? He innocently inquired of the family downstairs. Everyone replied. Shun Jin burped. I knew we forgot something. Yet, in the moment, they had been too preoccupied with eating to recall. Shin Xiuran quickly regained his composure, saying, We didn't disturb you while you were painting, so we saved your dinner for you. Fortunately, there's plenty of the dragon and phoenix soup left, as well as the other dishes. Shun Yuzhu mumbled as he descended the stairs. Why didn't anyone call for me? Shenmai coughed a couple of times. We did call, but you were so immersed in your creative world that you didn't hear. Shen Yuzhu's face flushed with embarrassment. Then I shall go eat by myself. Shen Jin watched as they cleverly deceived Shen Yuzhu. Successfully too. This child was easy to lead. He genuinely believed everything they said. Shen Jin presented a gift from the mountains to Shenmai. The fiery fruit. It was to be consumed after absorbing its essence. Shenmai exclaimed, Indeed. Little Aunt still loves me. The ginseng was gifted to Shin Quan. Little Aunt, such a grand ginseng is bestowed upon me? How touching. Since our elder passed away, it has been a long time since I felt such affection from a senior. Although this elder was merely a 3-year-old child. Shin Jin replied, Take it. I have no need for it. Pulling off a root every day to steep in water will benefit your health. Shun Quan accepted it, feeling that giving little Aunt only a manor was rather stingy. He thus promised to add some small animals to her estate. as well as procure the best and most popular seeds and saplings of various fruits and vegetables. To Shen Xiaoran, Shen Jin gifted petals of the green jade lotus. These petals not only nourish the body but also purify the toxins within, allowing one to sit without the worry of weight gain. Shen Xiaoran found it both amusing and deeply appreciative of his little aunt's gift. However, he felt a twinge of discontent that his father had barred him from doing anything for her. It was the first time he found his father somewhat obstructive. The snake meat was highly nourishing, particularly being from a spiritual beast. After just one night, Shen Quan felt as though he had regained several years of youth. The fine lines on his face had vanished. Due to the intensity of his work, he had some gray hair, yet upon waking, he noticed signs of those strands turning back to black. The results were indeed visible to the naked eye. He did not care much for the changes in his appearance. After all, he had no intention of remarrying in this lifetime. However, the newfound ease within his body pleasantly surprised him. He felt he could work late without fearing a sudden collapse. Now they all believed that the snake meat was truly a treasure. The remaining portions would need to be savored. In the following days, Shen Jin busied herself with processing the snake meat, not venturing out much. Shen Xiaoran acquired a recipe particularly adept at making delicious jerky, which also worked wonders with the snake meat. The second protective jade for the Shen family was completed, and Shen Jin gave it to Shen Mai as promised. Shen Mai's protective jade took the form of a tiger, and on the very first day of receiving it, he went to school to show it off. Now, his friends were growing weary of hearing him refer to his little aunt. Their Shungo had changed. He had developed a fondness for class, preferring not to go out with them on weekends, and now he boasted to them daily. It was as if he had never experienced a lack of elder affection. Over at the estate, Shen Quan quickly purchased numerous chicks, ducklings, and goslings of various breeds to send over. The recipients were Huang Yao and the weasels. The driver was terrified upon seeing so many weasels running towards him. What in the world? Huang Yao rolled her eyes, thinking humans were overly dramatic. To be fair, transformed demons generally had a pleasing appearance, especially the female ones. Huang Yao embodied the image of a voluptuous and charming widow. Are these all ours? Upon seeing the fluffy little chicks, Huang Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement, her pupils momentarily narrowing into slits. The driver thought he was seeing things. Yes, indeed. These are all ours. This person was attractive yet oddly unsettling, surrounded by so many weasels. After unloading the cargo, the driver hastily left. He glanced in the rearview mirror and thought he saw a fluffy tail emerging behind that woman. Screech. The driver nearly crashed into a tree at the roadside, panicking and fleeing. Mom, this place is monsters. I'm never coming back. Huang Yao cheerfully raised her hand. You lot, herd this food back. The little Taoist had mentioned that if they raised these prey, they would receive half of them, so they had to be well taken care of. Shen Jin's jerky was finally ready, and Shen Yuju's painting was completed at last. He eagerly shared it with his little aunt. Little aunt, look. On a canvas towering half his height, there was a single lotus flower, one side wilting, the other blooming. Surrounding the lotus was a shroud of black mist. Yet the blooming side seemed to break through the darkness, heralding a different kind of rebirth, particularly the lotus seeds within, which could calm even the most restless heart. Compared to his previous stunning landscape paintings, this one evoked a distinctly different sensation, a transcendence of the mind. Shen Jin clapped enthusiastically. Wonderful, wonderful. Shen Yuju smiled, feeling a bit shy. Little aunt, I'll take this painting to the exhibition, and it must be placed in the best position. Speaking of which, Shen Yuju's art exhibition was just around the corner. This painting, once displayed, would undoubtedly cause a sensation. After admiring the artwork, Shen Yuju and Shen Jin packed some jerky into several portions to send via courier. This one is for the old Taoist. I hope he doesn't lose it and can enjoy it. And this one is for your second brother. Can it be sent to the 4 nephews? Shen Yuju confidently patted his chest, assuring, leave it to me, big brother. Shen Xiaoran remarked, all the packages for gifting are ready. As Shen Jin took a piece to enjoy, the jerky possesses an exceptional chewiness, and its aromatic flavor renders it utterly addictive. Stored within a large canister, the Shen family can indulge in it at any moment. With the serpent meat processed, the focus now shifts to the scales and bones of the great snake. Gazing at the towering pile of scales and bones, Shen Jin clutched her milk bottle and turned to leave. The current task seemed rather daunting. It would be prudent to await her foundational cultivation before tackling this. As a mere qi refining practitioner, she was already burdened with the dual pursuits of alchemy and artifact forging, an arduous endeavor indeed. but her little nephew possesses a fire spiritual root. He could certainly engage in artifact forging. She must devise a method to expedite his chi induction. Such a promising talent for forging must not be squandered. Shenmai, achoo.
Achoo.
Who is speaking of him? It must be my little aunt thinking of me. Chapter 72. The art exhibition turmoil on the day of Shen Yuju's art exhibition. Apart from Shen Quan, the rest of the family attended. The venue arranged by the Shen family was quite spacious, and by the time they arrived, a considerable crowd had already gathered, comprising wealthy individuals from the business realm as well as many figures from the literary circle. Upon spotting his mentor, Shen Yuju promptly approached to greet him. His little aunt suggested they converse, while she and Shen Jin ventured inside to view the exhibition. He harbored a strong aversion to mingling with such individuals, as it required forced smiles and careful word choices to avoid inadvertently offending anyone. Shen Jin, cradled in his arms, did not struggle. For her, it made little difference with whom she spent her time. Neither of them possessed much artistic sensibility. Yet even those devoid of such appreciation found solace in Shen Yuju's paintings. The two navigated through the throngs, standing aside to listen as others lauded the artwork and the artist. This snowy scene immerses the viewer in its beauty. I have never been fond of winter. It's too cold. Yet, Yuju's depiction of winter evokes a warm feeling, making me realize I have never truly appreciated the beauty of the season. Indeed, I find myself eager to visit the snowy mountains. Yuju, a prodigious talent, imbues each painting with a unique essence. Regrettably, he has sold far too few of them. As Shen Jin and Shen Mai were engrossed in the praise, an incongruous voice intruded upon their reverie. He is still too young. After all this time, his portfolio consists solely of landscape paintings. A man clad in a suit scoffed, "It has been years. Shen Yuju's works are nothing but mountains, trees, rivers, and oceans."
To me,
a true genius painter should not be limited to such motifs. Otherwise, he does not deserve the title of genius. Shen Mai felt a surge of displeasure. Although he found the flattery directed at his brother somewhat nauseating, this man's tasteless disparagement was intolerable.
Who are you?
If you dislike it, then don't look. Critiquing another's exhibition with such arrogance only exposes your own lack of merit. If you are so capable, why not create your own art? The man had anticipated questions to further his commentary, yet the situation took an unexpected turn, and he was met with a direct retort. Enraged, he shot back.
Who are you?
So uncouth and ignorant. What kind of people are allowed into art exhibitions nowadays? Am I not speaking the truth? Since Shen Yuju's rise to fame, all we have seen are landscapes. Even the most talented artist will eventually exhaust their creativity if they confine themselves to a single style. Frankly, I am quite disappointed in today's exhibition. Human beings are inherently susceptible to emotional influence. Upon hearing his words, the crowd began to murmur in agreement. Simultaneously, some recognized the man. "You are the painter Feng, are you not? I have heard you are preparing for your own exhibition." "Haha, how gracious of you. I just received an award in XX country, and it is high time my work saw the light of day." "You are too modest. It seems you secured second place." "Mr. Feng, when do you plan to hold your exhibition?" "I shall certainly attend." Shen Mai's anger flared. This man was shamelessly leveraging his brother's reputation for self-promotion. This petty man will find himself on the receiving end of my wrath today. Shen Jin swiftly placed a hand on his head. "Calm down."
Shen Mai,
on the verge of attaining chi induction, already had a somewhat irritable temperament. With a single fire spiritual root, his anger would only exacerbate if left unchecked. What transpired? Shen Xiron, Shen Yuju, and his mentor approached. Shen Mai recounted the man's disparaging remarks. "Is this man jealous of you, third brother?" His subtle and overt insults are relentless. Shen Yuju appeared bewildered. "I do not know him." Shen Xiron's expression turned cold. The man, noticing Shen Yuju and his mentor's discomfort, quickly regained his composure. "Shen Yuju, while my words may seem harsh, they are ultimately for your benefit. You must acknowledge that your artistic progress has indeed stagnated in recent years." Shen Yuju's mentor scowled. "Feng Mao, your words may be palatable to the uninitiated, but do not embarrass yourself by pretending to be a senior here. Yuju's paintings possess a spirit. Even if they are merely landscapes, they far surpass your flashy, superficial works." Feng Mao, in a fit of rage, retorted. "Tang Lao, even if Shen Yuju is your student, you need not belittle the efforts of others in favor of him. I am, after all, an established artist. Do not compare me to a mere youth who can only paint landscapes." Tang Lao, known for his bluntness, was not one to mince words. Now, Feng Mao was trying to portray himself as the victim, suggesting that Tang Lao was bullying him due to his seniority. Shen Yuzhu, lacking in argumentative prowess, could only attempt to soothe his mentor, fearing he might suffer a stroke from the outrage. Shen Mai's demeanor suggested he was ready to charge into battle. Feng Mao immediately countered, "What? Do you intend to bully me with your numbers?" He proclaimed with righteous indignation, "As an artist, my work is subject to critique. If I cannot express my opinion without reprisal, how will he ever improve?" Just then, Shen Jin's youthful voice chimed in. "What happens when a painter plagiarizes another's work?" Plagiarize? To take another's creation as one's own is utterly unworthy of being called an artist. Applause erupted around them, resonating with agreement. "Then why did you plagiarize your student's work?" The innocent, soft voice shattered the previously vibrant atmosphere. The applauding crowd suddenly found themselves in an awkward silence. What did that little girl say? Feng Mao plagiarized his student's art? Feng Mao's expression twisted momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. "What nonsense are you spouting, young lady? I, Feng Mao, am above such baseless accusations." He turned to Shen Yuzhu. "What? Have you stooped so low as to have a child slander me?" All eyes turned to Shen Jin. With unwavering intensity, she declared, "Not only did you plagiarize your student's work, but you also indulge in picking your toes. And your foot odor is unbearable. You never wash your hands afterward." The faces of those who had just shaken his hand turned pale. Feng Mao bellowed, "I did not. I never." "You did. Not only do you pick your toes, but you are also bald. That hair is a wig." At that moment, all eyes were drawn to his head as Shen Mai swiftly stepped forward and yanked off his wig. Suddenly, a Mediterranean figure of Feng Mao was laid bare before everyone. And with his hair gone, he appeared to have aged several years. Shen Mai laughed heartily, unabashedly. The surrounding crowd could not contain their mirth either. Moreover, everyone except for Feng Mao perked up their ears in anticipation. "Shut up. Please stop talking," Feng Mao exclaimed, yet he was powerless to silence Shen's jibes. As the bodyguards of the Shen family kept a vigilant watch over him. "You still enjoy dancing at gay bars and black stockings at night," she added. Turning to Shen Mai, "What is a gay bar, my little nephew?" This was a blind spot in her knowledge. "Don't ask me. I have no idea," Shen Mai replied. The glinting eyes of those around turned toward Feng Mao, astonished that some individuals who appeared serious on the surface could lead such a double life. Chapter 73. He is dead. Feng Mao's face flushed crimson. He wished to explain himself, but was at a loss for words. What was more terrifying was how that little girl knew so many secrets about him. "Shen Yuzhu, how can you employ a child to slander me? In any case," he shifted the blame onto Shen Yuzhu. "I didn't install surveillance in your house or a listening device on you, did I?" she retorted, her face flushed with indignation. "I don't even know you." Tang Laodao interjected, "I can attest to this. My student rarely interacts with others. He has spent a considerable amount of time in the wilderness and does not know Feng Mao at all. Besides, everyone here witnessed that this matter was instigated by Feng Mao himself. Indeed, it was Feng Mao who had first disparaged Shen Yuzhu. To now claim that she manipulated a child to defame him was utterly absurd. But how did the little girl know so much about him? Judging by Feng Mao's recent flustered and enraged reaction, it seemed much of what she said was true. Shen Jin, with her innocent demeanor, chimed in, "Someone told me. I know even more, for instance, that his award-winning piece in XX country was actually a stolen painting from his student." "You're talking nonsense," Feng Mao retorted vehemently, his expression contorting into a grimace of rage, raising his hand as if to strike Shen Jin. However, he was promptly restrained by the bodyguards. "One must not speak recklessly," the little girl admonished. "Indeed, accusations of theft should not be made lightly. Yet, I did hear that there was a recent plagiarism scandal at the school Feng Mao was affiliated with, but it was quickly suppressed. While people outside his circle paid little attention to it, some within the artistic community had heard rumors. However, the matter was buried swiftly and Feng Mao faced no repercussions. I also heard that a student accused a teacher of plagiarism, but later it turned out the student was the one who made false claims and was expelled." As Feng Mao realized this topic was being broached, his face turned pale, and cold sweat streamed down his brow. That student had merely been a victim of poor character, seeking to elevate himself by stepping on his teacher's back. Shen Jin then dropped a bombshell. "Did you not know? That student committed suicide. He is dead." Her youthful voice was like an explosive revelation, leaving the crowd in shock. Even Feng Mao was genuinely unaware of this tragic news. "Impossible. That cannot be true. You are speaking nonsense." As Shen Jin's dark, luminous eyes met Feng Mao's, it was as if he were gazing into a mirror reflecting his own image. Yet within that reflection, he saw another figure, pale and bloodless, with a deep gash on his wrist, crimson blood flowing incessantly. That face was all too familiar to him. Suddenly, Feng Mao let out a piercing scream, wildly flailing his arms toward his left shoulder. Go away. Leave me alone. This has nothing to do with me. Witnessing Feng Mao's deranged behavior, the crowd instinctively recoiled. None could fathom the nature of his distress, save for the Shen family, who had some inkling. Shen Mai discreetly inquired, "Did my little aunt encounter that thing again?" Upon hearing his little aunt mention the student's death, he deduced the source of Shen Jin's revelations about Feng Mao. Seeing Shen Jin nod, Shen Yuzhu gazed at Feng Mao in disbelief. "Little aunt, you said that student is dead." The work Feng Mao took to the competition was originally his. Not only was it theft, but Feng Mao had also taken the student's painting under the pretense of assisting him in entering the competition, making only minor alterations before claiming it as his own. The student only realized this after the list was published. As the audience grew increasingly engaged, Shen Jin cleared her throat and recounted the story of the student. The tale unfolded with Feng Mao taking the student's painting and then denying his actions, even casting blame back onto the student. One of his friends, who knew the true creator of the painting, chose to betray him for personal gain. The vice principal of the school, a relative of Feng Mao, swiftly suppressed the matter and expelled the student on grounds of poor character. The student's mother, gravely ill and in need of substantial funds, succumbed to the stress of her son's expulsion and passed away. Seeing Feng Mao receive accolades and substantial rewards for a painting that rightfully belonged to the student drove him to despair, leading to his tragic end. Had Feng Mao not stolen the painting, the student would have entered the competition with it and won the prize to pay for his mother's treatment. As for why Feng Mao had not been exposed earlier for his theft, it was because the student's style mirrored Feng Mao's teachings. Both shared similar artistic traits, albeit one was seasoned while the other was fresh and spirited. Feng Mao's initial intention was indeed to plagiarize, yet he ultimately resorted to outright theft, making only slight modifications. Soon, security arrived to escort Feng Mao away, leaving behind a crowd eager to digest Shen Jin's revelations. As the gravity of the situation dawned on them, the audience simmered with indignation at how a family could be destroyed by Feng Mao's malice. However, a few more discerning individuals resolved to investigate further. How did she know so much? As Shen Jin discreetly blended into the background with the Shen family, the onlookers belatedly realized, wait, doesn't it seem strange for a 3-year-old to articulate such a coherent narrative? Indeed, one remarked, my 5-year-old doesn't express themselves with such clarity. What a remarkable child. Yet, I am even more curious about how she acquired such knowledge. It all feels rather uncanny. The investigation revealed that the student had indeed committed suicide. He was merely a student from a small county, yet this tragedy had not sparked significant uproar. In this day and age, it is not uncommon for a few individuals to take their own lives each year. Some depart quietly, while others become the subject of widespread discourse. Clearly, the student in question belonged to the former category. Astonishingly, it was true. The onlookers were left astounded. If the young lady's claims were indeed valid, then although Feng Mao had not directly taken a life, his actions could be construed as indirect murder. Furthermore, in the literary community, plagiarism is regarded as a despicable act. And what Feng Mao had done amounted to outright theft of artistry. Should incontrovertible evidence of this incident surface, Feng Mao's career as an artist would be irrevocably tarnished. However, he would not be entirely blameless, for this was not his first transgression of this nature. Previously, he had resorted to mere imitation, employing bribes or intimidation to silence those who dared to protest, managing to keep his misdeeds concealed. Yet this time, his actions had indirectly led to the demise of a family. Chapter 74. The gossip hits close to home for the moment. The tumult surrounding Feng Mao had subsided. Although curiosity about the student lingered, none could venture forth to verify the truth. Thus, they returned to admiring the paintings. Most attendees found themselves captivated by Shen Yuzhu's latest piece, the lotus painting. In an instant, many were profoundly moved. Numerous successful individuals had, to varying degrees, traversed the valleys of despair or periods of darkness in their lives, and there were those presently grappling with confusion. After beholding Shen Yuzhu's artwork, a sense of solace washed over them, instilling newfound courage to confront all adversities. Consequently, an abundance of inquiries regarding Shen Yuzhu's work ensued. As many sought to purchase the painting, Shen Xiron's assistant was responsible for managing all aspects of the exhibition, thus those interested in acquiring the artwork approached him. Shen Yuzhu had not anticipated such popularity for her painting, with each bid exceeding her expectations. Were Feng Mao still present, he would likely have been driven to apoplexy. Shen Yuzhu's mentor, Tang Lao, was immensely pleased. A true artist perceives the subjects of their work as mere vessels for their spirit, whether it be landscapes, figures, or animals. Being confined to the mere form of the painting is the essence of true likeness. Your lotus, dear Yuzhu, has greatly enhanced both its technical execution and the spiritual significance it embodies. Congratulations on your advancement. Shen Yuzhu beamed with joy, radiating a luminous essence when discussing her art. Thank you, teacher. I owe the creation of this piece to my little great-aunt. Tang Lao inquired, little great-aunt? Shen Yuzhu proceeded to introduce Shen Jin to him. Tang Lao remarked, is she not your niece? Shen Yuzhu, perplexed, replied, not at all, she is my little great-aunt's. Shen Jin waved her hand in greeting. Hello, teacher Xiaoyuzu. Tang Lao, after living for the better part of his life, had never encountered someone so young yet of such elevated familial status. However, recalling Shen Jin's protective demeanor, he surmised that the young girl indeed possessed a semblance of elder authority. Ultimately, Shen Yuzhu chose not to sell the painting. He was not in need of money. After reveling in the accolades, he resolved to gift the piece to his elder brother once the exhibition concluded. The inspiration for this painting stemmed from the relationship between the Qingyu lotus and his brother. Despite the painting being valued at an astronomical 30 million, he remained entirely unaffected. As for wealth, he believed it sufficient as long as it sufficed. His family was already well off and had provided for him abundantly, allowing him to embrace the purity of being an artist. Additionally, following the incident involving Feng Mao's student, Shen Yuzhu found himself cherishing his life even more, filled with gratitude for his family's unwavering support and sacrifices. While Shen Yuzhu's exhibition thrived, news regarding Feng Mao and the student began circulating online. Compared to Shen Yuzhu's artistic showcase, the scandal surrounding the fatal incident of art theft undeniably captured more attention. Although Feng Mao had come perilously close to a heart-stopping fright that day, he was far more apprehensive about the exposure of his misdeeds, prompting him to desperately seek online influencers to suppress the story. However, it was not long before a gossip account made a post. Is the plagiarism scandal involving a professor from XX University true? Today, we shall present the evidence. The evidence in question was, of course, provided by the student ghost. In truth, he was not foolish. After the painting was stolen, he had approached Feng Mao, secretly recording their conversations. Yet, before he could unveil the proof, he was betrayed by a former friend who erased all evidence stored on his computer. Now, that very computer had been retrieved by a celebrity ghost, who enlisted the Shen family as help to engage a hacker to restore the audio data. Furthermore, while the student ghost was painting, a ghost with a penchant for art had witnessed him complete the entire work. Shen Jin directly sought the judge's assistance to extract the memories of that ghost, transforming them into video format. Although this feat was beyond Shen Jin's current capabilities, it posed no challenge for the now divine judge. Once these two pieces of evidence were released, the online community erupted in uproar. Now, regardless of how Feng Mao attempted to obfuscate the truth, it was all in vain. The student ghost had paid the ultimate price for justice, finally reclaiming the fairness that was rightfully his. Under the mounting pressure of public opinion, the university swiftly dismissed both the vice principal and Feng Mao, along with the friend who had betrayed the student. The Shen family, observing the online uproar denouncing Feng Mao and witnessing the downfall of the professor, saw the student ghost break down in tears. He had finally received what was rightfully his. Yet it was all too late. His mother had perished, he had taken his own life, and his father, unable to withstand the weight of their losses, had also departed from this world. All of this had come far too late. The celebrity ghost patted his shoulder in consolation. On the bright side, you and your parents can finally be reunited, can't you? The student ghost responded, I appreciate your kindness. However, it is indeed time for me to meet my parents. After his suicide, fueled by resentment and bitterness, he had lingered near Feng Mao, yet he was powerless to intervene, merely following him each day. Shen Jin was aware of the matters he had confided to her. Having stayed by Feng Mao's side for so long, he possessed knowledge of numerous secrets surrounding the hypocritical facade of the man. This time, when seeking the judge's assistance, Shen Jin offered him several gathering talismans and 9 incense sticks as compensation. The student ghost was profoundly grateful, as a token of his appreciation. He resolved to discuss with the ghostly emissary the possibility of returning after reuniting with his parents. He had heard that the young Taoist priest enjoyed gossip, and he could assist in gathering tales. After all, the queue for reincarnation in the underworld was already extended for a century. The celebrity ghost gossip group had begun to take shape, and daily encounters with thrilling and amusing events would prompt him to return and share with Shenjin. Not only these spirits, but Shenjin also had numerous small animals confiding in her with many secrets of others. Yet, she had not anticipated that, amidst all this gossip, it would eventually touch upon her own family. Young Taoist, I just saw your little nephew getting into a fight. In the midst of savoring some delectable snake jerky while feeding the big cat a nourishing elixir, Shenjin froze.
What?
Who is he fighting with? Star Ghost. There is a fellow named Li Fan, who harbors affections for the school's belle, a girl who is enamored with your young nephew. Li Fan believes that your nephew has usurped his beloved, and he has long been at odds with Shenmai. Recently, with Shenmai retreating into silence and avoiding trouble, Li Fan mistakenly interpreted this as fear. However, as he struggled to find an opportunity to target Shenmai directly, he redirected his animosity towards those close to him. Li Fan orchestrated a trap, luring individuals to XX Bar to beat them up while filming the incident to provoke further. Upon learning of this, Shenmai gathered his companions and, after a brief exchange of words, a brawl ensued. When they departed from the school, the crowd attracted the attention of the school's disciplinary director, who promptly intervened with teachers to apprehend everyone involved. Just as Starghost had finished recounting the events, Shenjin's phone rang. Upon answering, she was met with the irate voice of a middle-aged man. Is this Shenmai's guardian? Shenmai was involved in a fight today with Li Fan and several others. We kindly request that you come to the school to address this matter. Shenjin blinked in confusion, wondering why they sought her out. Surely, it was her nephew who had given them her number. Oh, I understand now. The disciplinary director? This voice sounds rather juvenile. Just as he was about to inquire further, the call ended. Chapter 75. What are you so astonished about? The disciplinary director scrutinized Shenmai's face for a moment. Are you certain you provided the number of a guardian? Absolutely, without a doubt. Shenmai replied with unwavering confidence, which alleviated some of the director's skepticism. Now, they awaited the arrival of the parents. When Shenjin returned to the school, she was taken aback to find herself summoned due to her nephew's altercation. The reason she was chosen was clear. Her nephew likely feared involving Shinquan. What could she do? After all, she was a lenient elder. Upon her arrival, she found several parents already in the office, embroiled in heated disputes. After extensive training, Shenmai was not to be underestimated. Even without his companions, he could easily dispatch Li Fan and his cohorts, emerging unscathed. Among the throng of over a dozen individuals, he alone remained intact, while Li Fan and his sycophants bore the brunt of the confrontation, their faces swollen to the point where their own parents could scarcely recognize them. Son, what on earth happened to you? Li Fan's mother gasped in horror at her son's condition. Who did this? Him.
Li Fan Shata.
Clutching his face and glaring at Shenmai. Mom and Dad, you must avenge me. I've been so badly beaten. Li Fan's father turned his gaze to Shenmai. How could a child your age be so ruthless? Is this how your school educates its students? He inquired. What is your name? Where are your parents? Li Fan's mother insisted. This matter cannot be easily dismissed. A child so young behaving violently is destined for a life of crime. Expulsion is a must. The disciplinary director retorted, that is not possible. He asserted, this child is from the Shen family, a member of our school's board, and have you even taken the time to understand the full circumstances of this incident? The director was forthright, well aware of the entire situation. While it was true that Shenmai had dealt a severe blow to Li Fan, the instigators were undeniably Li Fan and his gang. However, Li Fan's mother was undeterred. She whipped out her phone to record.
Oh.
So your school intends to cover this up? Is the board so powerful that it can bully those without wealth or influence? My child has been so mistreated, and I shall expose you. Shenmai interjected. What cover-up? Clean up your own mess before pointing fingers. If anyone should be expelled, it is your son. The disciplinary director urged, everyone, please remain calm. It is true that Li Fan instigated this incident. My son would never cause trouble. He is a well-behaved child. Li Fan's mother protested vehemently. Everyone knows the notorious Shenmai. He is the one who bullies students. Li Fan's father attempted to intervene. Calm your wife down. His eyes gleamed with business acumen. If he could leverage the situation for some advantage from the Shen family, it would be most beneficial. Moreover, The Leaf family was not to be trifled with. By the time Shinjin arrived, the office was in disarray, with Leaf Fan's mother hurling insults and predicting that Shunmai would grow up to squander his family's wealth and end up in prison. Shunmai, already hot-tempered, found it hard to endure such slander. Any young person would react similarly, and soon a ruckus erupted in the office. Shunmai, in a fit of fury, was on the verge of striking someone. Leaf Fan's mother pointed at her own face. "Come on, if you have the guts, hit me. Let everyone see what kind of upbringing Shen's son has. He has no manners whatsoever." Unbeknownst to the commotion, a small girl had entered the room. Shunmai, the tender, sweet voice calling his name snapped Shunmai out of his rage as he was tugged back by the disciplinary director. All eyes turned to the little girl who appeared somewhat out of place in the office. "Little aunt." Shunmai's voice carried a hint of grievance. His friends were left in shock. Is this the voice of our Shinga? Surely, we must be imagining things. The disciplinary director glanced outside. "Where are your parents?" "Shunmai?" Shunmai stood beside Shinjin. "This is her. She is my little aunt. How can she not be considered a guardian? After all, she is of sufficient seniority." The disciplinary director nearly choked on his own breath. "Are you jesting with me? You expect a child to resolve this matter?" Leaf Fan's mother erupted again. "What does this mean? Is the Shun family unwilling to resolve this issue? I will expose your school and your family today." Shunmai retorted. "If you have the guts, go ahead. As if you have no evidence, your son is finished today." Leaf Fan's mother screeched. "You wild child, born without a mother's guidance. Who do you think is doomed?" Hearing her words, Shunmai's eyes reddened. Suddenly, Shunjin grabbed a thermos from the director's desk and splashed water onto Leaf Fan's mother.
Ah!
The water was scalding. Standing on a stool to elevate her height, she placed her hands on her hips, looking fierce. "Your son may have a mother to teach him, but what has he become? Smoking and drinking are minor issues, as my nephew also indulges. Yet, he leads the bullying of classmates and collects protection money outside of school. Oh, and he even secretly photographs girls in the restroom. What nonsense are you spouting?" Leaf Fan's parents' expressions shifted. If such accusations were made public, their son would be nothing more than a pariah. "Shunjin, if you don't believe me, check his phone. By the way, there's something he hasn't told you. He's been gambling outside and has accrued quite a debt. Otherwise, why do you think he's been collecting protection fees?" Leaf Fan's face, swollen and pale, was filled with disbelief. "How does she know all this? You're talking nonsense. My son is not that kind of person." Leaf Fan's mother shrieked, taking a few steps forward, ready to strike Shinjin. Her hand was caught and forcefully released by Shunmai. Leaf Fan's mother nearly found herself thrown out of the door, landing in a disheveled heap. "Hubby, go teach that little vixen a lesson." At that moment, Leaf Fan's mother was filled with rage towards both Shunmai and Shinjin. Shinjin, crossing her arms, taunted, "Oh, you mustn't be unaware that your husband has been unfaithful, right? And his mistress is already pregnant." Her tone dripped with schadenfreude. Leaf Fan's mother's eyes widened in disbelief.
Impossible.
Instinctively, she turned to her husband, but in that moment, she failed to miss the flicker of guilt and surprise that flashed in his eyes. What was he guilty about? What was he surprised about? "You really cheated?" Shinjin's youthful voice rang out again like a siren. "What are you surprised about? Haven't you been unfaithful yourself?" Leaf Fan's father went from disbelief to incredulity in the span of a second. He too had noticed the fleeting guilt in his wife's eyes. Chapter 76. Resolving troubles. Most men are like this. They can cheat but absolutely cannot tolerate their wives being unfaithful. Don't listen to her nonsense. I haven't. Besides, didn't she just say you cheated? The couple began to quarrel, leaving Leaf Fan, who stood nearby, utterly stunned. Just as Shinjin was about to speak again, Leaf Fan's father, filled with shame and anger, barked, "Shut up." After all, in front of so many people, he still needed to maintain some decorum. Such matters of infidelity were to be resolved privately. Shinjin, with an innocent expression, replied, "All right then. I was just about to tell you that your wife's lover has syphilis. Oh yes, the ancient flower disease. It seems your wife might be afflicted as well." A voice from the side interrupted. "She's contracted it. She also has syphilis, but it's not apparent yet. TSK, her lover is an ex from her school days. And the escapades they have are such that even I am left astonished." Leaf Fan's father immediately pushed the woman beside him away. "You have an infection too." Suddenly, Leaf Fan's mother recalled that she had been feeling unwell lately, with some red rashes and itching appearing on her skin. But she had thought it was just a common skin infection and had purchased some cream for it. Impossible, no way. She refused to believe it, yet failed to notice her husband's increasingly grim expression. The revelation of syphilis sent him into a panic. He abandoned his son and wife and rushed off to the hospital to get checked. Li Fan's mother stumbled to her feet and hurried after him, intent on confirming her own health. In the end, Li Fan was left standing alone in the office, bewildered and at a loss. He could not comprehend how the situation had escalated to this point. The other students and parents were taken aback. What a dramatic life the Li couple led. And Li Fan, at such a young age, had already fallen into gambling. The parents of students who had associated with Li Fan grasped their children's ears and admonished them, "You shall not play with him anymore. The Li family may be wealthy enough to squander, but we certainly cannot afford such indulgences. If you dare to dabble in gambling, I'll break your legs." The principal had not anticipated such a surreal turn of events. How on earth did Shen Mai's little cousin know so much? With just her words, she had caused a family to disintegrate. What a powerful tongue she possessed. Of course, the Li family's own issues played a significant role in this calamity. In the end, the parents of the students who had been involved in the altercation were too intimidated to demand any compensation or apologies. When Shen Mai offered to cover the medical expenses, they exchanged glances with Shen Jin and quickly waved their hands. "No need, no need. We'll remember this lesson ourselves. We'll cover the medical costs." They were unaware that Shen Jin might be privy to some of their secrets. If revealed in front of so many, it would be utterly mortifying. Shen Jin remarked, "You are overthinking it." Had it not been for the Li family's harsh words, she would hardly have spoken up. Ultimately, both parties reached an amicable resolution without the need for the principal's mediation. Furthermore, upon learning the entire story, the parents reprimanded their own children, saying, "You are not to associate with Li Fan any longer, do you understand?" They were unperturbed by the possibility of Li Fan overhearing. Especially after the uproar that had just occurred, the Li family had no time to concern themselves with them. The students who had been scolded nodded vigorously in agreement. And so, the issue was resolved. Shen Jin, her mission accomplished, left the principal's office to find herself surrounded by a group of boys who lavished her with praise. "Little cousin, you are amazing. Little cousin, have some yogurt. Little cousin, I have chips for you." Shen Mai was nearly pushed aside amidst the commotion. "That's my little cousin." Previously, when Shen Ge claimed she could predict the future, they thought he was boasting, yet here she was, genuinely having uncovered the secrets of the Li family. "How did you come to know all that?" they inquired. Shen Jin, sipping her yogurt, replied, "Oh, it wasn't me who figured it out." While she did possess some ability to predict, deciphering such trivial matters was tedious. She certainly knew so much due to the help of the ghostly celebrity. "It wasn't through divination." "Huh, then, how did you find out so much?" "Someone told me," she said, leaving the identity of that person unspoken. Although it was not her own divination, their enthusiasm for her did not wane. Especially since they had often heard Shen Ge boast about his little cousin. Had it not been for her, the uproar caused by Li Fan's mother would not have concluded so simply. Shen Jin was taken on a tour around the school before heading home. The individuals involved in the fight had to write reflections, while those with more serious injuries needed to take time off to visit the hospital. Shen Mai seized the opportunity to take leave alongside Shen Jin. Rather than returning home, they decided to visit an amusement park. Unfortunately, due to Shen Jin's age, she was unable to partake in the more thrilling rides, though she secretly wished to experience the roller coaster and bungee jumping. "Thank you for today, little cousin," Shen Mai said, scratching his head, surprised that she had actually come to school. Shen Jin, savoring cotton candy, cast her eyes towards a nearby candied hawthorn stand. "If you want to thank me, get me some more delicious snacks. That's no problem." In the end, Shen Mai became a makeshift shopping cart, carrying all the food Shen Jin had acquired. With a flourish of her small hand and a tilt of her head, she declared, "Let us go check out the manor. By the way, please deliver the elixirs I concocted during this period to Huang Yao." Shen Mai laboriously raised his hand. "I shall hail a taxi." An hour later, Shen Mai was bustling about, unloading items from the trunk. The two weasels stationed as sentinels immediately darted towards Shen Jin upon spotting her. Not to mention, the weasels, with their fluffy fur, were rather endearing. "I have brought you gifts." Shen Jin rummaged through several packages and retrieved 5 roasted chickens, each a whole bird. The delightful aroma made the two weasels cling to Shen Jin even more fervently, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Shen Mai, eyeing the chickens hungrily, reached out to touch one, only to narrowly avoid a swat from a weasel. He swiftly retracted his hand with a click of his tongue. Quite feisty. The weasel bared its teeth. Shen Jin gave it a light tap on the forehead. "This is my little nephew." Instantly, The weasel ceased its display of aggression and circled around Shinmai, sniffing here and there. It's memorizing your scent, Shunjin explained. For animals, scent recognition is their means of identifying beings. The other weasel joined in, approaching Shinmai to sniff curiously before swiftly darting towards the estate. Can our little lady truly understand human speech? The weasels brought by Huang Yao had all feasted on the petals of the Qingyu lotus and likely consumed other spiritually infused plants, rendering them significantly more intelligent than ordinary creatures. Weasels are inherently clever, but those that have dined on such fare are capable of comprehending a myriad of human language. Moreover, they possess the ability to tend to chickens. Chapter 77. Shenmai successfully draws qi into his body as Shenmai observed the weasels pursuing a flock of fluffy chicks and ducklings up the mountain like hunting hounds. His eyes widened in astonishment. Today was yet another day of enlightenment. Huang Yao was diligently inspecting the weasels' accomplishments, having organized the chickens, ducks, and geese into distinct teams for the weasels to manage, pairing them off into 5 groups. 2 weasels were assigned to guard duty, while the remaining one accompanied her to search for spiritually infused plants to transplant. Upon learning of Shunjin's arrival, she cheerfully beckoned to the weasel clutching a plant and went to find her. They encountered each other halfway up the hill. Little Taoist, look. These are all the spiritually infused plants I found for you. Unlike those I transplanted before, which appeared half dead, these are entirely different. In truth, they seemed nearly lifeless. Shenmai glanced at the weasel, which was awkwardly balancing a multitude of plants, swaying unsteadily before colliding with a tree. With a chuckle, he couldn't help but laugh. The weasel set the plants down and glared at him fiercely. Clearing his throat, Shenmai felt a pang of sympathy for the weasel. Ah, little Taoist. Today you have not brought a benefactor, have you? Huang Yao leaned in to scrutinize Shenmai. He is my great-nephew, the younger brother of my benefactor. Younger brother of the benefactor? Come, let me take you to have something to eat. I've recently discovered plenty of fruits in the mountains that humans adore. Huang Yao casually draped her arm over Shenmai's shoulder, startling him. It was unavoidable. Huang Yao possessed an impressive figure, and Shenmai had never experienced such intimate contact with a female, save for his great-aunt. Even though he understood Huang Yao was a weasel, she presently appeared in human form. He quickly wriggled out from under her arm, blushing as he scooped up his great-aunt. I can walk by myself. Huang Yao laughed heartily. Little Taoist, your great-nephew is truly amusing. Shenmai assisted in carrying some of the plants, which were quite a handful for the weasel. Yet he managed to lift them all with one hand. The weasel, treated as a laborer, chirped with delight and swiftly climbed onto his shoulder. Thus, Shenmai descended the mountain, cradling a person, a bundle of plants, and a weasel perched on his shoulder. They first visited the garden of the small villa, where the plants Shinjin had previously sown thrived vibrantly. Although they were merely ordinary plants, perhaps due to the spiritual energy, they appeared rather lovely. Some had even blossomed into charming wildflowers, their colors splendid enough to rival those of more coveted blooms when seen in abundance. In contrast, the plants cultivated by Huang Yao looked sparse and disheveled, with some leaves beginning to yellow. You didn't plant them properly, of course. They wouldn't thrive if you merely tossed them into the soil. Huang Yao scratched her head. I cannot plant. Shenmai watched as his great-aunt wielded a small trowel to plant one, his interest piqued. Great-aunt, let me give it a try. It must be said that the people of the Summer Kingdom generally possess some innate planting talent. Having observed once, Shenmai quickly grasped the technique. Bursting with energy, he efficiently positioned all the plants according to Shunjin's specifications. Shunjin formed a hand sign, and a small cloud floated over, showering rain. The newly planted flora visibly revived before their eyes. This miraculous scene thrilled Shenmai. Even more astonishing followed, as the spiritually infused plants seemed to resonate with some unseen force, causing the spiritual energy within the garden to flow rapidly and intensify. Huang Yao and the weasels could distinctly feel this, excitedly rolling about on the ground. The spirit-gathering array arranged with spiritually infused plants indeed proves to be quite effective. Moreover, being adjacent to the mountains, the spiritual energy is even more abundant. Great-aunt. Shenmai felt a warmth spreading throughout his body, as if he were ablaze. Shunjin immediately discerned that he was on the verge of drawing qi into his body. Meditate. Do you remember the heart mantra I taught you before? Yes, I remember. With Shunjin's guidance, Shenmai felt less anxious. He sat cross-legged and began to silently recite the heart mantra. Shunjin stood nearby, channeling spiritual energy to guide him. After completing a small cycle within his body, Shenmai took note and began to sense the surrounding spiritual energy. Being inherently a fire spirit root, he had begun his cultivation a bit late, yet under Shen Jin's tutelage, his foundational abilities were solid. The surrounding fire element spiritual energy rapidly converged towards him, and Shenmai attempted to absorb it, allowing it to circulate within his body along the previous trajectory. Before long, Shenmai immersed himself in his own world, and when he awakened once more, his body brimmed with strength, feeling as if he could vanquish a bull with a single blow. Upon opening his eyes, he instantly spotted his great-aunt, who appeared like a finely carved jade figurine, standing before him. Shenmai beamed widely, revealing a mouthful of gleaming teeth. Great-aunt, I succeeded. He could distinctly perceive the spiritual energy now. Moreover, as he gazed at the surrounding plants, they shimmered with radiant points of light, akin to the fire element spiritual energy he had witnessed while drawing qi into his body. However, the spiritual energy surrounding those plants encompassed a variety of elements, while he had only engaged with the red fire element spiritual energy. Not bad, not bad. Shen Jin swiftly thrust the milk bottle into his mouth. Shenmai, drink the milk. I've infused it with a green jade pill. The green jade pill, a concoction derived from the seeds of the green lotus, serves to fortify and enhance one's cultivation. As he began to channel the energy within, the spiritual essence coursing through Shenmai's body was undoubtedly chaotic and dispersed. He withdrew the milk bottle, unscrewed the cap, and downed it in one gulp. Why didn't you just give me the pill directly? The milk was quite palatable, imbued with a delicate fragrance of lotus. Shen Jin blinked innocently. I did it on a whim, hee. She typically mixed the pills into the milk for consumption. Once Shenmai finished, Shen Jin took back the bottle and performed a cleansing incantation to purify it. Let us have a little competition. After channeling the energy, I feel invigorated. Shen Jin cast a skeptical glance. Are you certain? Shenmai replied with unwavering confidence. Yes, I am sure. Yet, with a single move, he was sent sprawling far away. Huang Yao shook her head in disbelief. Who instilled such confidence in him? After over 300 years of cultivation, I am no match for the little Taoist priest. And you, a novice who has just begun to channel energy, wish to compete with him? Shen Jin clapped her hands. Little nephew, it's time for us to head home. Struggling to respond from his position on the ground, Shenmai managed to utter, I understand. On the bright side, despite being thrown so far, he emerged relatively unscathed, with only minor abrasions, certainly a significant improvement. Wouldn't you agree? Unable to best his aunt, he resolved to call his second brother upon returning to inquire when he would be back. He would challenge him instead.